chartering aircraft that are big enough to take lorries, medicine, Holland, to here. I mean, what have we come to in these discussions?
Well, for any responsible government and ministers to take actions in the expectation of a worst-case scenario. It doesn't mean it will happen, but they would be delinquent in their responsibility if they were not in a position where they were planning for that. I don't think that will happen. I do think that there will be huge pressure on the European Union to deal it later this month, and obviously to the October the 17th EU Council to the table and offer a deal. It depends on how theological they are and how committed they are. Concepts of the purity and integrity in the city, or whether they're willing to be pragmatic and practical and try and offer some compromises to Boris Johnson.
But the problem is, and you know this as well as I do, that there are many people who, if Boris Johnson any compromise, will accuse him of selling out.
Well, the fact is the British people with being told that they didn't know what they were voting for, that politicians like Oliver Letwin and Hilary Cooper, who frankly lied to the public when they said they respected the decision of the referendum in 2016, and mediate that decision. People, you're quite right, polls are now showing, the latest poll published by Professor in a very eminent academic today showed that 46% of people support no deal, only 29% want to call Brexit off and revoke Article 50. People are not, they're not to these tactics. And in fact, most Tory MPs, I think, when they are faced with having to make a decision on ending their career by voting for an vote, it'll be like Nicholson on Bridge on the River Kwai. You know, they will have I done, because they will not know two things. One is they will not definitively know that they've stopped no, because the chances are they won't be able to do it. And second, be able to know that their vote has not contributed to the election of an extreme Marxist government under John Corbyn. Faced with those big issues, Tory MPs will step back. Okay. There are a few that will go over the top, will not care about the consequences, but most will not.
OK, Stuart, thank you very much indeed. That's Stuart. Anthony is in Staines. Anthony, what would you like to say?
What I'd like to say is, if I can draw an analogy with Crossrail, which has been hanging around for about 40 years, has a big project. And Boris would know about that because it's taken about 3 years, hasn't it, to get this finally nowhere near even launched, you know.
Well, it is near launch, isn't it? Yes, it's been delayed, but it is near.
Of course, but you've got to get the exact Brexit. You mustn't crash the train on launch day, must you? And you mustn't crash the economy, because I don't know if you've seen today, but the headlines are Summer of Gloom on High Street at the front page. I won't bore you with too many headlines, but for those sunny Theresa May days we had when we had, you know, inflation 2%, seem to be heading into some kind of slope. And I don't think elliptic as such, but I think we have to be tremendous.
Well, 3.25 years is enough time for companies to prepare for a no-deal Brexit if it happens.
But these things do take a long time. Let's take Margaret Thatcher when she launched privatisation. Sort of do it in bang, did she? She tranches of the companies to see how it went.
You can't withdraw from the European Union in ages, can you? You're either in or you're out.
You can, because we had a thing called a transition, and that was the idea with Theresa May.
Yeah, that worked well, didn't it? I mean, that really worked well. We have a withdrawal agreement that didn't get through Parliament 3 times, and yet the European Union seems to think that that is the only deal on the table. Well, if it is the only deal on the table, Anthony, I would suggest that we are going to leave with no deal. We've got a new Prime Minister, we've effectively got a new government, and we have a dead withdrawal agreement. So I don't think it would take an awful lot to maybe get that through now, if they were willing to at least make some compromises. But so far, they're not. Now, I understand why they're saying that. I think they are waiting to see what happens in a couple of weeks' time. But after that then it's crunch time. It's sort of put up or shut up.
And the timetable is extremely I mean, it's ridiculous. You've got to get Parliament back, you've got to get the Bass Street kids back. And if it's back to the state antics, then he's never going to get it through. And does he risk this so-called no-deal Brexit economy even more than it is already ruined?
Well,
or does he
first of all, you see again, you exaggerate, but you undermine your own point when you use language like that, because the economy isn't ruined, and a no-deal Brexit would cause some problems. But yes. I don't think it would actually ruin the economy. But, I mean, none of us know. That's the thing here. We can believe, but nobody actually knows. On that, shall we? Good. Anthony, thank you. Hi, Robert.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good. I just was unable to resist picking up the phone after listening to... I don't know who your guest was, but who was on defending or trying to make a case for how Parliament should stop Mr Johnson. And it sort of begins to start to beggar belief. The twists and turns and the interpretation on this in order to thwart what seems to me to be a fairly clear position. And understanding of democracy seems to be sketchy.
Well, he is a very eloquent opponent of his case, and I find him a really interesting person to have a debate. But he will cherry pick all of the bits that will suit his, because naturally will cherry pick the ones to suit mine. So
yeah, but it reaches a point of ludicrousness. For example, I live in the constituency of Hampshire. In 2017, I voted for Joe Swinson. But I voted for Joe Swinson not because I'm a big fan of Joe Swinson particularly, because I wanted to get rid of the SNP, because the SNP were promoting the idea that the Remain vote in Scotland somehow translated into independence, which it doesn't. Turns out, Joe Swinson won, and we got rid of the SNP in Eastern Bartonshire, which was nice. But nobody decided that, I was too thick to understand what I was doing when I voted for Joe Swinson, and everyone accepted the result, and Joe Swinson was elected MP. Now, as it turns out, since then, I regard Joe Swinson as a thing of an oxymoron. She's liberal and anti-democratic. And at the next election, I will certainly not be voting. And that's how it works.
So you help get
them, and if you don't like it, then you can kick them out at a later time. But you have to as a result of the election. It's fairly straightforward stuff. So all these twists that are being done to try and defeat this, and the truth of the matter is this is not about no deal, this is about no Brexit.
Yeah.
Because if you're not interested in the deal, you could have voted for the deal, but it's been rejected 3 times. There's the European Union. In fact, I started as a reluctant, but everything that has happened since has only served to make me think, do you know what? I think we should leave, because this lot are just bullies. They're completely out of order. They have no interest in anything democracy. And it is interesting that your guest, ironically or fittingly, which it is, performed exactly the same kinds of twists and turns and half-truths and whatever, which is exactly how the European Union operates.
Well, you said that, I didn't. Robert, thank you very much indeed. Lots more of your calls coming in. 0345 6060 973. If you don't have time, please do keep trying. It's 8:31. Rachel Gerrish has the LBC News headlines.
All flights remain at Hong Kong's main international airport tonight. Management there say a pro-democracy demonstrations seriously disrupted operations. It says it's concerned about the latest violence. The US Attorney General says he's deeply concerned by serious irregularities at the prison, where it's claimed the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein took his own life at the weekend. He was awaiting trial on sex trafficking and conspiracy charges. The prison and its staff are going to be investigated. Parents who say their babies were damaged by the pregnancy test drug Primados in the 1960s and 70s are warning legal. Lawyers representing more than 200 claimants have accused two drug companies and UK regulators of putting patients at risk. LBC weather, a mainly dry and cool night ahead for most of the UK after any shower. Heavy rain continuing across the rest of England, though, and a low of 6 degrees.
This is LBC.
You know their names. Now, find out who they are. Listen to Full Disclosure with James O'Brien, an insightful podcast featuring rare, candid conversations with the biggest names in politics, entertainment and sport. James gives you a look into their lives. Keep an eye on your wireless home security cameras you can monitor on your smart. Full Disclosure with James O'Brien. New episodes every Monday. Thanks to Blink cameras.
Introducing new TUI cruises. Choose from 19 European cruises, from meandering down the Danube to winding your way along the Rhine. In local cultures with £120 excursions credit per person. Enjoy activities from sightseeing with a local expert to tasting regional wines. Don't be a river cruiser, be a river explorer with TUI. We cross the T's, dot the I's and put you in the middle. £120 excursions credit is per person per 7-day sailing. Booking T's and C's apply. See website for details. Atoll protected.
One who missed out. There's now less than 3 weeks to claim back your missold PPI. Don't be the one who never bothered to claim. Billions are still owed to millions of people, just like you. Claim for free to your lender or save time and let us manage it for you. All it takes is a simple text to Gladstone. You can get started now before binging on your favourite. Text the word CLAIM to 6777.
Gladstone Brooks.
Is on a myth-busting mission. It really isn't cheaper to leave your heating on. But there is lots of smart technology that can cut your heating bills. For specialist heating devices, visit swellheating.com. On us to keep you warm.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk. Cashback on top of your online shop. On top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of back each year on thousands of top brands, including eBay, Hotels.com, Master.com, Just Eat, and many more. So join the millions of members already getting cashback on online shop with Top Cashback.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's RoomSense.
Leading Britain's conversation. Ian Dale. Tweet at LBC.
It's 25 to 9 here on LBC. We're taking your calls on the uncertainty following a no deal be worse than the damage caused to democracy if we don't leave on the 31st of October. Billy's in class. Billy?
Hello, Ian. How are you?
Hi.
All right?
I'm all right. What would you like to say?
Well, I'd like to make it. It's all right for yourself and people, well-paid politicians, people with plenty of, savings, possibly savings in other currencies, so on to say, to take a high moral stance on democracy. I think it is millions of ordinary working people, they afford a no-deal Brexit. I mean, they're saying, there'll be some disruption. But from what you hear, they're only 2 paychecks away from losing their home. Yeah.
So what? I'm not sure what you. Do you genuinely these stories that the supermarket shelves are going to be empty and we'll all be starving?
No, Ian, I don't believe that. What I believe is that a lot of people, not straight away, but over a period of time, a year maybe, they will lose their jobs. And we talk about wrecking the economy of the country. I'm a bit more specific than that. Talk about personal economies. People lose their homes, their personal economies will be wrecked.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely... Well, if that happens, you're absolutely right. And anybody that... Well, whatever the circumstances, whether it's down to any... the globalisation, whatever, if you lose your job, you don't really care about the wider macro arguments that are taking place. All you care about is your own situation and that of your family.
Well, that's it. And so many people I know down here in strongly leave voting. So many people I know, when the referendum was not on, they were saying, yeah, we'll vote leave because we'll be a better country. The place will be nicer. It'll be better. They thought their lives would get better. Now I'm telling these people, I say, look, your referendum is here. If you still want Brexit, you're revolutionaries because a no-deal Brexit will be a revolution, won't it? You know.
Well, I don't know whether it would be. The point is that with the debate you fall on, none of us that we're right. We'll only ever know when it's happened, and if in a year we've Brexit, and if in a year's time there are 10-mile queues at Dover, the fact and doctors can't get GP appointments, and I'm going to look pretty damn stupid. You're right on that. But if there are the problems that people like our previous guest Femi say there might be, I mean, although to be fair to him, he won't going down that road too much. But we know all the people that are predicting that we're all going to hell in a handcart under Brexit. If they are proven to be not right, then I hope at least they will race to a. I will tell you that wrong on this. I will hold my hands up. I mean, big deal in some ways. Who cares what I think about anything? But the point.
But you see, the thing is, Ian, I wish people would stop talking in superlatives. 100-mile queues to Dover and so on.
Well,
just
exactly.
talk about managed decline. Just talk about managed decline, Ian. Just talk about.
Well, I don't.
Services
I don't think it. No, I don't.
The country get poorer.
You see, I don't believe that. I think you'd have had to be a pretty odd kind of individual to have voted for Brexit, believing that we would be a country in decline, that everything was worse. Why would anyone do that?
Well, nobody did at the time. People were told the whole thing was the country will. Remember Nigel Farage?
We haven't left yet.
Yeah, I know. Do you think the Germans to buy their BMWs? Well, apparently it does appear that they don't want us to buy their BMWs anymore. Haven't done. None of the countries, the EU countries, have done what we were told to do. Say, lean on the EU organisation. Look, we still want free trade. Blah blah blah.
Well, that's part they haven't been forced to do. Of the ridiculous negotiating stance adopted by Theresa May's government. Well, we have a different government now. Now, I don't know whether Boris Johnson's negotiating stance is going to prove any more fruitful, but we'll soon find out.
Well, a lot of people are saying, present them with the situation, leave with no deal, go from there. But the point is that is a gamble, and all the point I'm making is people who may lose their jobs in a year's time because their European companies decide not to expand here and so on, they will be the people who've had their personal economies wrecked. They'll be paying the gamble.
Okay, let me introduce a little bit of positivity into this debate, Anthony, because Boris Johnson would be calling you a gloomster. Greenwich says, I run a small recruitment company in the City of London. Absolutely no downturn in the recruitment market whatsoever, not a jot. And guess what? Europeans are still coming into London to work. And this, I think, this is where most people find it know this, because we hear constant bad news in the media, because let's face it, bad news makes news advertising. We don't hear about all of the economic news. There's a Twitter feed, which I now can't remember, something actually lists all the big investments renowned on a daily basis. Very, very different story than you do from all of the newspapers. Just report the bad news. Billy, thank you. Let's go to Matt, who's in Dartford. Hello, Matt.
Hi.
Hi.
I think the impact on democracy is deliberate because you're basically inviting popular step of British democracy. And when you think about the Remain side, if you want to band them together as more politically than right, although I know that there are right-wing and left-wing on both sides. But the point is, if they don't like people like Trump and Salvini and the Hungarian Prime Minister and all these controversial figures, you're literally populism on both sides, on the left and the right, British democracy, because what it will be is someone like Nigel Farage will then have such a mandate on the next election to say, vote for me and I'll take us out, regardless of what Parliament have recently said. New government. And the other issue is when you get to that people, like I've got people in my family who did Remain on the fence sort of thing, but they voted. And actually they're so government and MPs telling them that they can't have something or telling them what to do. They're so sort of anti being told by the government how to live their lives because they're libertarians. They're actually in favour of leaving now than remaining, regardless of whether they thought it was an economic, favourable option to remain. It's like a...
So let me get this right. I mean, I agree with that part of that analysis. There are a lot of people out there who did vote Remain, just come to the conclusion that we have to get out. See, so you think that if we don't leave on October the 31st, that is going to be manna from heaven for Farage, and he will be able to get that. And if you are arguing that, which I think you are, that could lead to the total destruction of the Conservative Party after October 1st.
Absolutely, but also if a populist person next election, and let's say they are a white populist, although we don't always ban with leaving, I think half destroy the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. He's apparently been, almost the messiah, if you like, of being fair to the people and everything, and yet he's lost an election and he's never challenged really for the number 10 spot. And actually, if he then got beaten again by another person on the right or another populist, it as a whole anyway, I think don't leave on the 31st of October. I think politics will just be so shaken up and until I have no idea what will fill the void, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm really glad you phoned in, Matt, because I think that's a really astute piece of political analysis there. I think because of our electoral system, it is difficult for new parties to break through, but I think that would be such a momentous thing that if there was an election following that, which there could easily be, I've said before that I think we would probably end up in a situation where you have roughly 25% for each of the four parties. But it could, I mean, in theory, you could get a situation where the SNP sweep the board in Scotland again, where there are virtually no Conservatives. I think there's only one Labour MP now anyway. So they would get another 10 or 12 MPs on top of what they got at the moment, maybe up to 20. And then in England, you would find the Liberal Democrats probably get quite a few seats. Trouble is, because of the way the system works, if there was 25% each, Labour get the most seats in Parliament. So it would really knock everything up in the air, which some people think, well, that would be a very good thing. It's about time, and it's about time the two old parties got a taste of their own medicine. And Mark says, astonishing, the Tory party used to be the party of economic competence. Now it's prepared to destroy the economy, all because of their hatred of the EU and their pursuit of a no deal. I don't think anyone's pursuing or has pursued a no deal. Boris Johnson is quite clear that he will leave on that basis if we have to. But that John Redwood is the only Conservative MP that I think has said he'd prefer no deal to a deal. Now, if you can come up with any others that have said that, I think Mark Francois is probably on the edge of over time. But I haven't heard anybody else actually say, I think no deal would be better for this country than a deal. But it depends what the deal is, doesn't it? Keep your calls coming, 0345 6060 973. It's 8:45.
Nick Ferrari with Tom Swarbrick, LBC.
Criminals are recruiting children to deal drugs with the free food. Nicola Whittaker, former gang member,
hasn't money to give them back for the chicken and chips of the week. That's when they get lured into, okay, you need to take this bag, you need to commute across the town to drop this A and B to this person, and that's where it all begins.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick.
Xero. Get your business digital ready with Xero accounting software.
LBC.
Get an Ocean credit card. Check if you're eligible in minutes without a credit score. It comes with a credit limit of up to £1,500 too. So get online and check for yourself at ocean.co.uk and get all that from Ocean. Intelligent Lending Limited is a credit broker. Capital One, the exclusive lender. Representative 39.9% APR variable.
Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
Is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me. I forgot to tell you my name. Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I was before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and registered by 31/12.
At Lidl, we're big on summer fruits. Little fruits, big fruits. Fruits. Big on 400 grams of British strawberries at £1.69. Big on the juiciest blueberries at £1.15. And big on the most mouth-watering watermelon for only 60p a kilo. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, excludes NI.
It's your Stand By Me station. Your You to Me Are Everything station. And, of course, your Easy Like a Sunday Morning station.
Easy like Sunday morning.
That's the sound of LBC's sister station, Smooth Radio. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, or ask your smart speaker to play Smooth.
Of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Cashback on top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of pounds cashback each year on thousands of top brands, including eBay, Hotels.com, Asda. Just Eat, and many more. So join the millions of members who have cashback on top of their online shop with Top Cashback.
My mum can't remember my first steps. She can't remember walking me to my first day at school or watching me walk down the aisle. She doesn't even remember I'm her. But I do. That's why I'm walking the Alzheimer's Society Memory Walk for my mum. Join me to help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you walk for? memorywalk.org.uk.
Ian Dale on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:49. I must apologise for spreading fake news. Patrick in Tunbridge has spotted that I said there was only one Labour MP in Scotland. There are actually 7. If we look at the breakdown, it's 35 from the SNP, 13 Conservative MPs, 7 from the Labour Party and 4 from the Liberal Democrats. I think I was stuck in 2015 because after that election I think there was only 1. Or have I got that wrong as well? Let's hope not. Jamal is in Bristol. Hello, Jamal.
Hey, Ian. Thank you for taking my call.
What would you like to say?
I'm fascinated by the question that you posed, actually, about the 31st of October being a touchstone date, that if we didn't leave on that specific date, it would be damaging to democracy.
Well, partly because Boris Johnson has made it a touchstone date.
Would you still feel the same for if we left a month later, on the end of, just before New Year's Eve, say?
Well,
same everything else,
well,
but it's
this
hard Brexit, but a month later.
This is the debate that took place between Jeremy Hunt and Boris Johnson, isn't it? Where Jeremy Hunt said, well, look, if we're near a deal on, say, October 28th, but we're not quite there, but we know we're going to get there, it would be ridiculous to leave on October the 31st. And but of course that made people think that he didn't really mean it. So Boris Johnson trumped that and said, no, we will leave on the 31st of October come May. And I think because he's now Prime Minister and he has made such a big issue of that, I think that it would be very difficult for him personally to survive doing that. Now, I probably, if where you're coming from is where I think you're coming from, I probably wouldn't be as dogmatic as that. Either we get there, and Boris Johnson does say, well, look, we've nearly got a deal. I'm quite happy to extend it by a week or two, maybe even a month. I'm not sure he'd get away with till the end of December, because it just sounds like Theresa May kicking the can down the road yet, isn't it? And we've kind of been there, done that.
Oh, it is. It is absolutely about kicking the can down the road. But to sort of address I completely agree with your analysis, incidentally, but I think that to phrase it in terms of democracy is somewhat troubling, because I personally, in my opinion, the thing that we should do is have a confirmation with a no deal on the paper. It's my preference to have a no deal, a remain, and the withdrawal on the paper, given that it's the negotiated deal with the EU. And
but how do you decide who wins a three-way referendum? I've never quite understood that.
Well, I think the normal things would be a supermajority. And if there is no supermajority, then...
Just define supermajority.
Well, I think it's something like you've got to have 10 or 15% difference. You've got to win by a clear enough margin.
If you've got three options, you could end up having 34, 33 in percentage terms. Now, surely you can't say that that would be a legitimate victory for whichever one got 34.
No, I take your point, though I'm not sure that the current... Okay, let's take that scenario. So you've got a narrow victory. What do we do? Do we throw away the one that got the least votes and have a runoff between the two?
Well, you could actually have two. You could... If there were to be another referendum, which I hope there isn't, but if there were to be one, I would have Leave, Remain... So we can compare it. We can actually test how the British people think compared to 2016. You have Leave or Remain, and if Leave win, you then have a second question, which you could either do the week after or just have it on the same ballot paper. You then have a second question between deal or no deal. But of course, we haven't got a deal to have a referendum on, have we?
Well, what we have is the withdrawal agreement, which is...
But that can't get through Parliament. So there's no point in putting that to the people because it can't get through Parliament.
Well, I think that the argument is sort of almost circular, because if the argument is that the Parliament has lent us and it comes back in a referendum that this is the will of the people, it would then be profoundly undemocratic for Parliament to block it, which I think was the argument that Labour made for saying that Article 50 should be triggered the morning after the referendum. So I think that if you got a clear confirmation one way or the other, it would kind of like... No one's going to be happy to lose a referendum or to lose another vote.
But again, the problem is that even if, under your scenario, there was to be another referendum, that couldn't really take place, I would suggest, before... where are we now? We're at the beginning of August. I would say that couldn't really take place before April or May next year. Do we really want... I mean, bearing in mind that we keep being told that economic uncertainty is a bad thing, do we really want another 7 or 8 months of this?
No, but I think that, I mean, you raise the prospect of damage in our democracy. What is more profoundly damaging to our democracy, an extra few months of uncertainty? Let's face it, we've been in here for 3 years, a few more months, or saying a decision was taken over the heads of a majority of people, festering resentment, because, the day after we come out, everyone who felt ignored isn't just going to be quiet. And likewise, if you just revoked Article 50 now, everyone who voted to leave isn't going to feel particularly like their vote mattered. I think there's going to be a festering resentment, frankly, whatever happens on October the 31st. If we leave 31st, people who want to remain are not going to be happy and vice versa. That is the time Johnson, assuming he stays Prime Minister for a reasonable amount of time, to try and reconcile the people who didn't get what they wanted. And I wish him well in that, but as I've said before, I think this issue, one form or another, is going to dominate politics for the rest. And if I live another 30 years, I still think we'll be talking about Brexit in 49. Will I make 2050? How old would I be then? I would be 80. Something to aim for. Quite a few World Cups. I always think of the rest of my life and the number of World Cups that I will still see. Bizarre. Thank you, Jamal. Jake is in.
Hello, Ian. I hope you do make it to 88.
Well, so do I.
A indictment to the good work in broadcasting that you do. I think.
Did you say indictment? Indictment, but we'll let that.
I kind of pick up democracy kind of completely agree with, but I think you also need to understand that there's a case for the continued uncertainty, and plenty of businesses have got behind this. They're continuing to stay in this purgatory of no decision to be damaging. And the likes of Macron have made it perfectly clear that he will exploit indecision to encourage businesses to Europe. They don't have to go, and they be the right decision to stay within the UK, but to make a decision for continued uncertainty, because in Brexit, even what's the outcome? And I know that the last call it by 3 months isn't going to make it, but it's not going to be another 3 months. Like, how long is the delay going to be for? Initial delay on the 30th, which was supposed to be the only delay, and it's gone further. I just think that we need a line under this and make.
Well, that's the line of the president. Jake, thank you. Let's finish up in Lee on the Solent. Hello.
Hello, Ian. Thank you. We've got ourselves in a riot, haven't we, I think? I just don't understand how it is undemocratic not to leave on the 31st of August. You have another referendum. Nobody knew exactly what was going on. Nobody knew exactly what was promised to us. We
did know.
Well, we didn't. I'm one of these people. I didn't vote. And to say I didn't vote on it. And because I saw both sides of the argument. People said to me, this is going to be good, this is going to be, we're okay where we are now. And I didn't know what to do. So I didn't vote. It's come to pass where the horror stories of what ourselves through for this, for absolute no reason. It fails to come to
Tony,
me.
I wish we could have a longer discussion, because I'm what you're saying. So when we talk about this, do phone in again and we'll continue it, but it's the end of the hour. Apart from this text which says, you Brits, deal is done, that's it. That's Paddy from Ireland. Grow up. You. I always like to leave an hour right. Coming up in the next, children of British stuck in war zones will be left to their fate, the government has decided. Sajid Javid made his last acts as before his promotion to Chancellor. Included dangerous to dispatch military or civilian personnel, babies and minors who have citizenship in northern Syria. Now, this decision is inevitably going to be criticised by charities, opposition who put to protect innocent British Syria. Is it the government's duty to rescue these children from these camps in Syria, or do you think they should be left to their 345 606 973?
On Global Player.
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock, all flights cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports after thousands of pro-democracy protesters crowded into the main building at Hong Kong International. The ongoing actions affecting arrivals into Heathrow, as well as holidaymakers heading for Southeast Asia, used as a connecting airport. Expert Alex Macheras has given an update.
Is the airline of Hong Kong and British Airways, they are having to cancel service. Advice not just to, because of course we know as of today the flights are not running, potentially they could be tomorrow, but it's to make sure that your contact details are correct in your booking so that they're in touch with you in the first place.
Downing Street's appealed for all sides, demanding for reforms and an inquiry into Boris Johnson's review of sentences has been dismissed by campaigners as electioneering. The Prime Minister's ordered an urgent investigation into current policies, which could lead to more time in jail. A meeting with leading figures in the criminal system, including the head of Ambassador Dick. The Attorney General says he's concerned by serious irregularities at the where it's claimed the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein took his own life at the weekend. He was awaiting trafficking and conspiracy charges, and its staff are convicted. A 14-year-old boy has died. He was a plane crashed in southwest London. It happened in Feltham on Saturday. A 17-year-old boy has been arrested. More than 2 who say harmed by a pregnancy test drug back in the 1960s and are preparing to take legal action. They claim Primados was marketed without first establishing if it was safe and that UK were negligent. Chris Gooch from North London. pregnant with her daughter.
Any proper finger. One, her toes are foreshortened and they have them and they're still quite tender. Spinal problems now, exacerbated to the point where she walks with a and she's in pain.
Its manufacturers insist there isn't a link, and research also come to that conclusion. And Crown have seen the Olivia Colman starring as the Queen. As confirmed, the Netflix series is coming back to our screens on the 17th of November. The clip shows the Oscar winner in full royal regalia over the role from Claire Foy. See, she's looking forward to a long reign.
It's a long old job. 2 years of Queen.
The LBC market hundreds ended the day down 27 points at 72.20. Buys $1.20 and a eat. LBC weather and cool night ahead for much after most showers. Heavy rain still in the northwest of England, though, with a low of 6. Tomorrow, drier over the southwest, more downpours elsewhere, a high of 23 degrees Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Garish.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Dale.
Hello, folks. 3 minutes past 9. I wish I could tell you the results of an opinion poll on Brexit, but it's embargoed until 10 o'clock. So I'm going to leave that pleasure to Ian Payne, because I suspect he'll want to talk about this on his programme. But it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in the last hour about what people believe Boris Johnson should do to deliver Brexit, and it's quite a surprising result. I shall forward this to Ian's producer just in case he hasn't seen it. Right, we're going to talk about something other than Brexit now. Some of you may well be relieved to hear. Now, the government has decided that the children of British foreign fighters stuck in like Syria will be left to their fate. It's been decided that it's too dangerous to dispatch military or civilian personnel to rescue babies and minors who have British citizenship from these camps in northern Syria. So the question really, is it the government's duty to rescue these children? Or do you think that they should just be left, essentially, to rot? Because that's what will happen to them, isn't it? 0345 6060 973. Mesa Gifford joins us, former currency trader who left the UK to fight Daesh in Syria. He's been a voice on this programme before. If you haven't heard the hour-long interview I did with him, go to my book club podcast because it's absolutely fascinating. Mesa, welcome back. Do you think the government's made the right decision here?
I don't. I think this is another example of them kicking the can down the road, as it were, in regards to jihadis and so-called in Syria. I think, if anything, we should be coming up with a concrete plan on how to deal with them. I'm not suggesting that the mothers and fathers should come back to the UK, but there should be a plan to bring back perhaps the children and get them into the care system into the UK and allow them to move on, because at the moment they're currently with their parents or with their mothers, and as the years go past, no doubt they're going to be exposed to all kinds of terrible ideology and indoctrination, and we may even be breeding a generation of jihadis. The problem is, though, how you actually go in and rescue them, because I've read accounts here where people said it's just too dangerous to do. It would not be possible to do it. You couldn't send in the SAS to rescue these kids. Well, they've already been rescued. They're currently in, most of them in Al Hol camp, which is very easy to get to. It's near the Iraqi border. It's controlled by the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces. Regularly, journalists are able to visit and walk around the camp, detainees. And there is an ongoing debate around the world on what to do with the female jihadis that are currently in the camp. Tragically, you rarely see the same journalists talking to the young children who are just, there's far more children than there are adults. Many of them have lost one or both parents. If anything, they're the innocent party in all of this. But the article I read, and admittedly I can't remember where it was now because it was quite a few weeks ago. The article I read said it was too dangerous for anybody to go into these camps to effect this rescue. I don't know why that would necessarily be, but that was clearly the case at the time.
Well, there'd no doubt be a riot from the detainees, from the females in the camp, in Al Hol camp. All the men have been separated. There's about 7,000 men in prison along the border with Turkey. They're under a lot more control. There was a breakout about a month ago where 200 tried to make it to Turkey and escape, but were recaptured. The women have a lot more freedom. There's a lot more of them. As I said, there's something like 70,000 women and children in the Al Hol camp. They're not just foreigners. They're Iraqis and Syrians too. But these women are actually just as extreme as the men. And I've written articles about how these children can't be a get-out-of-jail-free card for these women. Many of them are very much part of the ISIS state. They are fanatics who have even fought on the front line. So we should be getting them through some sort of judicial process, perhaps in Syria or Iraq. I'm not saying we should bring them back to the UK, but in terms of the children, they're the innocent party in all of this, and coming up with a plan, whether it's to adopt them out to loving families in Syria or perhaps bring them back to the UK to go to the adoption system, that's a difficult conversation that we have to have, because we can't just allow these young children to stay in Syria.
And what is the situation in these camps?
Well, pretty hard. There is food, there is water, but a lot of children have died from exposure, particularly during the winter months. There is a lot of people. They're putting a huge amount of strain on local resources. You've got to remember that the people of Syria, they're the ones who have suffered under ISIS. They've seen their communities destroyed. They're trying to rebuild now, but they're actually feeding the very people that destroyed their communities. These something like 15,000 women and children are being fed on a daily basis, and it costs something like $500,000 a day. And they're getting very little resources from the governments around the world. So if the British government were to start investing, help the Syrian Kurds actually imprison these jihadis, perhaps create a judicial system to cope with them, then we'll actually have a solution there. But at the moment, we're doing nothing.
So obviously you think the government's taken the wrong decision. So if they were to... what would that actually entail in terms of getting some of these children out of the camps? How would that be done?
Well, very simple. You don't even have to put men or women on the ground. You could simply ask the Syrian Kurds to put all the children onto buses, ship them over to the Iraqi border, where they'll be met by the Peshmerga, the Iraqi Kurds. Again, the British government's got an excellent relationship with them as well, that they'll be picked up. And there's actually commercial flights out of Sulaymaniyah. You could actually have all the children back in the UK within a few days. It is just, I'm afraid to say, an excuse by the British government, who I'm very supportive of. They've done a good job on dealing so far with the jihadi threat coming from Syria. But in terms of actually dealing with the fallout of all this, the innocent party, the children, this is where they're actually they're falling behind, and they're actually neglecting their duty as a government. So I'd hope that, if anything, they listen to sense, they start investing in these camps, making sure these kids get a secular and have an education and hopefully a future outside of their parents' hands. Just a couple of weeks ago, a young girl of 15 was murdered in Al Hol camp. She refused to wear her burqa, and her grandmother murdered her. So that's the ideology of these women who are controlling these children. So allowing them to stay with their mothers is a crime in itself. It's time that we rescued these kids.
OK, Mesa, thank you. That's Mesa Gifford there. We should explain that this Home Office-led review explored what to do with any children rescued from Syria. They looked at options to allow relatives living in Britain to adopt them, as well as provision of a care system. It stated that it was too dangerous to dispatch civilian personnel to rescue children. Well, Mesa gave a different story there, didn't it? Actually, the Syrian authorities to get the children, put them in a bus, take them over the border, send them home on a flight. Is it really that simple that Sajid Javid is absolutely right in his to these children to their fate? 0345 60973, because I find this quite a difficult one, and I put it to you to try and persuade me before the end of the hour which side to fall down on, because I can case it. I can argue that it might be too dangerous to send in to rescue as these. I can quite see that. If you're a citizen, you take protection of the British state. What your parents have done, and surely children deserve that protection. even more so than adults. So can we just watch these people and say evil people, or we're not going to help the children? There is something that feels very that, but some of you will say that's the weak-minded liberal part. Wet lettuce leaf part of Ian Dale. It's rearing its ugly again on LBC. He's right wing, but there's so much evidence to the contrary. 345 973. Robin's in Whitehaven. To say, Rob.
Hello, Ian.
Hi.
I'm absolutely shocked and horrified that the government even suggests such a thing. I would put this up the treatment of the people, the Windrush generation, for the government to even consider leaving children. If the British, we have a duty of care, this country dangerous. We see on the news quite regular TV and camera crews going into the camps. I think all this, the Conservative Party, I think, have gone into election mode, and with the announcement sentences of criminals or prisons, I think they've gone into mode and they're trying to certain part of the society which is a bit embarrassed. I'm a bit there when you're trying to appeal to people who are children that in countries like that are innocent, they've done, they have a duty of care.
I think that's quite a powerful case in some ways, but I think you are wrong in a sense here, because this decision before Boris Johnson, Prime Minister, it was taken by the then Sajid Javid. There was no talk really of an election. I think you are right, though, that I can sniff an election as well. So you might be right that has come emerged today. It could possibly be for that reason. I'd like to think that it's so cynical, but then I'm not as naive as maybe it looks sometimes.
I think they say all the policies are done because he'll have his advisors who were advising him. So I think the Conservatives are trying to get tuned to a certain society which I like to comparison, the same sort of who dealt with the generation, and you know, it's a very dangerous road to go down, Ian, when you're using children as a political tool, and that's all it is, in my opinion. That they're being used as a political tool.
Well, again, I'm going to slightly go back on you on that, because this was a Home Office review. It was presumably civil servants who did most of the legwork on this. And OK, the Home Secretary, he's the man at the top. He will have made the ultimate decision. But if we've really got to the point where civil servants are being encouraged to make these kind of decisions for political reasons, I'm really not sure we're at that point yet. But again, that may be seen as slightly naive. 0345 6060 973. Robin, thank you very much. Do you think that it is the government's duty to rescue these children or not? It's 9:15.
This is LBC.
Hear that? That's how fresh air sounds. Clean, pure air. Like you'll enjoy in your Mini after conditioning refresh. For just $39.99, we'll clean, treat and disinfect your air conditioning, getting rid of odours and bacteria. We'll throw in a summer and vacuum too. Breathe easy this summer. Book online today at a time to suit you. Mini, who's in? Participating Mini retailers only, subject to availability. Health check content may vary. Offer ends September 30th, 2019.
A cat-scratching DJ deck for Tigger. You might not need a credit card to buy that, but for things you actually do need, think about the Think Money credit card. It'll keep you in control with text alerts. It comes with up to £1,500 credit limit, and their quick online eligibility check doesn't affect your credit score. Check for yourself at thinkmoney.co.uk. Think Money credit card. There when you need it. Think Money Limited is a credit broker. Capital One, the exclusive lender. Representative 39.9% APR variable.
Mr Davies, to start your car insurance policy, you're up front £850 for the year in one single payment. How does that sound?
£800?
Yes, Mr Davies.
In one go?
Yes, Mr Davies.
Today?
Yes, Mr Davies.
In one single payment?
Yes, Mr Davies.
With new Aviva Plus, we won't ask you to pay everything up front. Everyone pays monthly at no extra cost. New Aviva Plus. Car insurance the way it should be. Excludes Northern Ireland.
If you get BT Superfast Fibre, go on, and BT Sport together, go on, you can choose tech worth up to £249 on us, like an Xbox One S All Digital Edition or a Samsung Galaxy tablet. Oh, get in! It's $39.99 a month with a 24-month contract and $29.99 setup. Join by 15th of August in time for the new season. Search BT Broadband. BT. Be there.
CPI increase each March in 2020. BT Sport content and price may change. New customers $47.99 a month from month 25. Terms apply.
Hello, I'm Baroness Floella Benjamin. I'm someone who loves chatting and speaks from the heart. I believe in sharing the joys of success. Yet, my time in Great Britain hasn't always been harmonious. I've had to face so much adversity, but I never give up because adversity can break you or make you stronger. And that's what this podcast is all about. Subscribe and rate from the heart on Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do cars have recording may prove conclusive?
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me, I forgot to tell you my name, Fiat Tipo. Hello, I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less than much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and registered by 31/12. T&Cs apply.
Ian Dale. Text 84850. This is LBC.
18 minutes past 9. I would love to bring the children back home, but we would be risking the lives of our servicemen and women. And there's too much risk involved. The areas that the children are in are risky. It's not the same place as a news crews go to. It's Daesh areas. Many people have been captured and beheaded. It's not a decision Sajid Javid would have made lightly. Well, that's the case for the defence for this decision. We heard the case for the prosecution earlier, and I don't like it when I haven't got a clear view on something, and I can see both sides of the argument here. But if you are a British citizen, and I mean, I've got an email here, let me just quickly find it. Somebody says, says, if a baby is born in a foreign country to parents of foreign descent, how does it become a British citizen, other than that certain people will want it to have British citizenship? Point is that the mothers are British, so they are British citizens. And you can say, well, they abrogated their responsibilities by going to Syria, they broke the law, therefore the government should withdraw their citizenship. Well, if that citizenship hasn't been withdrawn, or even if it has, does that also mean that the children of the mother don't have their citizenship taken away? I don't think it does. If there are any lawyers out there who can shed some light on that, do give us a call. So I think any British citizen has a right to expect the British state to defend it or to rescue it if it is in a situation where there's extreme danger. But how far do we go in doing that if it's putting the lives of, say it was the SAS? Do we really want to send the SAS into these camps to rescue these children? Mesa Gifford said, we don't need to do that. You just get them to come on a bus. I'm not sure. I mean, I hugely respect Mesa, but I'm not sure it's necessarily that simple. 0345 6060973. Do you have the same kind of moral dilemmas that you can hear me going through on this, or do you think, no, it's actually black or white? You either think that they should be rescued, or you think that they should be left there to rot in hell, because believe me, these places are pretty hellish. Desu is in Sweden. Hello, Desu.
Hey, Ian.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call. We're in on the subject at the moment. Like I was saying to your research, the children's, we have to take care of the children's, independent of what the mother did. And if it's too dangerous, I think our British strategy or militaries, whatever, they'll be able to find a solution and try as much before just giving up as they did. Is not fair to the children to let them rot it as it is.
Well, life isn't fair, is it? I mean, you think it would be okay to risk lives to save to rescue these children?
I mean, we take risks to save British citizens if they're in a dangerous situation. It's not the first time that we're going to do such an operation, and doing it for kids, I think, is worth it than doing for any other citizen.
So the main argument, effectively, that you're putting forward is, well, we just need to think of the children, to coin a phrase. Look, I can understand why you say that. I think there's a lot to that. Thank you very much. Let's see what John in Helgheim in Norway thinks. Oh, we're going from Sweden to Norway. This is marvellous. A Scandi edition. Hello, John.
Hello, Ian. Thanks for taking my call. There's something that did occur to me as far as I know, is because we are signed up to the European Convention of Human Rights, which I definitely approve of. I don't want the UK out of that at all. But once the kids come later on, they want to reunify the family, then the UK might have to take back the jihadi parents as well. So there's that side of it. Now, legally, I don't know in human rights convention terms what the European Court of Human Rights would think about it or how it would rule. But on the other hand, my attitude is seeing them back and the parents for the simple reason is that we're a big enough country. We should be able to deal with them. And also, it's not fair on the Syrian people or Syria as a nation to have to deal with our radicalised detritus. Does that make sense?
Would you want to deal with them?
No, but as I said, but we have to deal with all sorts of stuff that we've got wrong. It's just part of running a country. I don't know how to do it. It's a very, very tough one. As I said, part of me is thinking, don't go there, because later on these kids can say, I want my real mum to come back. I want my real dad to come back and be reunited with me. So there's that human rights aspect. But as I said, on the other...
Also, I mean, what we would be doing... I mean, I'm just thinking of the logistics of this. What if the mother doesn't want the child to come back to this country? What if she wants to keep the child in the camp? Effectively, we would be kidnapping the child.
Well, funnily enough, you've just come out with an absolute belter there, because...
I thought so.
Separating the mother for human rights issue.
Yeah.
So where do we go on this?
Well, it's actually, though, it's a child abuse issue, isn't it? Because if somebody deliberately keeps a child in a situation which is clear as night follows day, that it's a very dangerous place to be, then if it was in this country, social services would undoubtedly intervene. Now, this is a different scenario to the normal social services situation, but therefore shouldn't an arm of the state intervene, whether it's the army, whether it's the SAS, whether it's special service, other special services?
Well,
I don't know.
States have got into a lot of trouble separating parents from their kids. So whether that happens in the UK or whether it happens in Syria, I can actually understand. The more that you look into it, it's such a can of worms.
Yeah.
I can understand Sajid Javid saying, I'm not a fan of, but I can understand if I was in that situation. No, I said, just don't go there. I said, leave the whole thing, because we don't have a right as a state to go there, separate the mother from the kids. If the kids come back here, then under human rights law, in theory, they have a right to be reunited with their parents, who in theory would then join them. So, what?
I don't know. And I think if we sent members of the armed forces into Syria, these children, we've kind of invaded Syria, haven't we?
Well, not only that. I mean, at least the Syrians invite in theory, unless they invite the British armed forces in to come.
They're not going to do.
We don't even have any rights over Syrian airspace. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't drop them over space, especially the 300 A300 aircraft missiles. Thinking of that, I don't know what we could. I don't know anything, to be quite honest.
Well, you have proved your Margaret Thatcher would not approve of today. Do you remember when about Lord Young gives me solutions? All you phone call, John, is give me problems which I can't solve. I want solutions.
I think I don't think the solution, I think, is to leave it as it is. We don't have any authority to go and in a sovereign country like Syria. And from a human rights point of view, no right to separate from their parents. And later on, those kids have a right to unify their family.
We do have a right to separate from their parents because all the time in this country. It's rather disgraceful. We can episodes in the past where children have been separated from their parents. And I mean, that leads us down a path which we won't go down because Mothers for Justice phone in, because we do that quite often anyway. I don't know. There is to this. John effectively is siding with Sajid Javid, saying he's made the right decision not to. John, thank you indeed. Steve says, when can we expect Ian spends an hour trying to discern the difference between his bleep and his elbow? This is one of those where it is entirely understand the arguments of both sides. And maybe it would be better if we thought about it more and that we did try to understand the debate before making it. And I genuinely, I'm openly no. If I was Home Secretary, I don't know what decision I would have made, which means it's just as Brenda is in St Ives. It's amazing, Brenda. You're not. What would you like? Oh, because our last two callers were from Scandinavia. I thought we were having a Scandi evening.
Unfortunately, I followed this most of the day today, and it is a very difficult situation. But I thought, before I rang you, about Nazarene, who was taken in and separated from her child, and our government very well not about this country, so relate that to these of jihadi women. I don't think there's children, I think, yeah, but I think the parents they were doing, they had the children there, and they should stay there.
I mean, I don't know if you're hinting that you think we should be sending to get Nazanin out. That would work.
Just think the more political. The fact that she was in prison, it's a political firebomb because our government owes Iran a lot of money.
Well, I think it's become that. I don't think it was that right at the beginning, but it certainly has become that.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure you can really make the direct comparison here.
Well, I think she has a much bigger right to be brought back to her country, to be reunited with her family that has suffered terribly through this.
Well, nobody's going to disagree with you on that. Everybody. I can't think of a single person in this country who would not think that Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe should come home. And I hope with all my heart that happens sooner rather than later. Although with the current situation, you'd have to say the odds were, I suppose. Brenda, thank you very much. Somebody on Twitter says, Ian, I dare you to read this out. I'm going to dare. Why not address the obvious hippo in the room? Simply, would we be asking the same question if these children and mothers were white? I think we absolutely would. And for all we know, some of them are. Because, I mean, we know that quite a few, quite a few white Britons have gone to Syria to fight Daesh. So I'm not sure that's the controversial question that you obviously thought it was. We'll take more of your calls in a moment. If you just tuned in, we're asking, is it the government's duty to rescue children from the camps in Syria? Sajid Javid says not. What do you say? It's 9:31. Rachel Gerrish has the news headlines.
All flights are still cancelled at Hong Kong's main international airport tonight. Management there say a pro-democracy seriously disrupted operations. Downing Street's calling for calm over the latest violence. The US Attorney General says he's deeply concerned by serious irregularities at the prison, where it's claimed the billionaire Jeffrey took his own life at the weekend. He was awaiting trial on sex trafficking and conspiracy charges. The prison and its staff are going to be investigated. More than 200 parents who say their babies were damaged by the pregnancy test drug Primodos back in the 1960s and 70s say they're going to take legal action. Lawyers representing the families have accused 2 drug companies and of putting patients at risk. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers in northwest England. A low tonight of 6 degrees.
LBC.
Stay up all night in New York. Live your best life in Miami. Or explore nature in Rio. Whichever type of holiday you're searching for, fly for less, stay for longer. Norwegian, the world's best low-cost long-haul airline. And with low fares to over 150 other destinations, the world has never been closer. Fancy a seat in our spacious premium cabin? Treat yourself for less than you might think. Start your journey at .com.
Hear that? That's how fresh air sounds. Clean, pure air. Like you'll enjoy in your Mini after an air conditioning refresh. For just $39.99, we'll and disinfect your air conditioning, getting rid of odours and bacteria. We'll throw in a summer health check, wash and vacuum too. Breathe easy this summer. Online today at a time to... Mini, who's in? Participating Mini retailers only, subject to availability. Health check content may vary. Offer ends September 30th, 2019.
At Indeed, we believe a CV is a great way to see an overview of a candidate. But you're not hiring a CV, you're hiring a person. That's why Indeed offers tools that help bridge the gap between a candidate and their CV. Like skill tests, which let you actually see a candidate's abilities in action to make you fit for the job. See beyond the CV. Experience Indeed for yourself today and get a free sponsored job upgrade on your first posting at Indeed.com/redeem. Terms and conditions apply.
William, Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett and were able to close of £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, we may be able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text GOOD to 60777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text GOOD to 60777 and we'll call you back.
High quality, affordable kitchens designed in your own home. That's Room Sense.
That's Room Sense.
Book your free Room Sense home design visit and we'll measure up, show you samples, create a stunning kitchen design and give you a quote all before we leave.
Quality at a price you can't afford. That's Room Sense.
Book today at roomsense.co.uk.
Ian Dale on LBC.
It's 9:34 here on LBC. Right, we're talking about whether Sajid Javid, when he was Home Secretary, made the right decision when in one of his last acts in the office, he decided that the British foreign fighters stuck in war zones will be left to their fate. Was he right to do that? We have a lioness on the programme. Hello, that's your name, Lioness in Notting Hill.
Lioness, surname X.
Surname X.
Ian.
Okay, if you say so.
We've met before. We made a little video together. I last saw you in the company of Campbell and David Arovich. I've said his name right.
Okay.
And you were very nice, and I've seen you on the telly since, and I heard you on the radio by accident today, so I thought I'd drop you a line.
Okay, so
and give you some political opinions.
What's your view on this?
So, my view on this is I think the jihadis, the British citizens, to train and do acts, very serious, murderous acts, in the name of the so-called jihad, do not deserve their citizenship. They should not be allowed back. However, their children are also British citizens, and in the same way as we would give children stuck in war zones, like, you know, in Somalia or wherever, we'd give them excuse me, I just belched there. I'm just announcing to the public I just did, Elizabeth.
Oh, well, she not only did that, she's gone. OK, well, that was different, wasn't it? Let's go to Katrina, who's in Javia in Spain. Hello, Katrina.
Hi, Ian.
Hello.
Thanks for taking the call. OK, what I want to say is I'm a little bit conflicted about everything because Those children are totally innocent. If they were able to come back to their parents, grandparents, that'd be fabulous. I don't want their parents back here.
What if they haven't got any? What if they haven't got any grandparents or family?
Hopefully there'd be an extended family.
But if there isn't,
Now,
I mean, should the state look after them?
Difficult one. But the point I rang up about is that, now I'm Catholic, okay? Pope Benedict the 16th was in the Hitler Youth.
Yeah.
Yet he still became Pope. So are we going to say that you are brainwashed by your regime?
And some of these kids are literally babies, so they've not been brainwashed by anybody. I think that the problem is maybe some of the younger teenagers as well.
I totally agree with you. But Benedict was 14 to serve time in the death camps, yet he still became Pope.
Well, I don't know whether he did that. I don't know whether he did. I know he was a member of the Hitler Youth, but are you saying? Do you know factually that he did that?
As far as I'm aware.
Well, let's be very careful allegations that we throw around because.
No, that's fine. That's fine. The point I'm making is sometimes you're suppressed and you have to do rather than want to do. If you go back to the Hitler regime, if you didn't do, we're in trouble.
Yeah, and that's I mean, we're not talking. I mean, I don't think the analogy works here. Frankly, these children are citizens, and it is a simple. Well, it's a simple choice, isn't it? I say simple. It is a choice between whether the British state has a responsibility to rescue them from just be left with their parents.
Personally, I think bring the children back.
And what family support mechanism for them? Then they have to be taken.
I find that very strange because a lot of the children, well, sorry, when I say children, I mean that. A lot of the people that went out there were actually children or very young, so the likelihood of having a support system is quite strong.
Possible, but I mean, there are people whose parents aren't still alive and don't have brothers and sisters, don't have aunts and uncles. It's unclear to me exactly how many children we're talking about here, because we know that around 900 British citizens fled to join the caliphate. 400, we think, have returned. But how many of the other 500 are female and have children in these camps? She say this, which I think is figures to tell you. Katrina, thank you. Let's go to Graham. He's in Bradford. Graham, what's your view?
Ian.
Hi.
Well, Syrian Kurds, the Peshmerga, are running these camps, and they're not getting adequate funding. So that's the first problem that needs to be funding from the Western governments, and it's the whole of Europe who's got people out there. There's a lot of blonde-eyed, blue-eyed children out there. You know, someone commented on the colour of the children. But actually, there's quite a lot of what you would call white Europeans who've gone out there. Now, the thing is that the Syrian Kurd put these children into adoption, either in their families, if they had the adequate fund. And it needs to be done, Ian, because the children at 4 and 5, the Kurds are trying to educate and de-radicalise them in schools, and they know music's banned, education's banned, an absolutely fanatical, indoctrinated radicals.
Yeah.
So the mothers can never come back because they are fanatics, but the children can either be adopted these countries with good parents, or if they have extended families.
Well, the thing is, I come back to the point that does this country not have an obligation to its citizens to keep them safe?
Well, personally, I would like to see them come back, the children. I would like to see them come. Well, I think if they had the resources to do it, it would be a simple matter of taking them off the mothers and getting them to an airport and flying them back. Out of Syrian Kurdistan and Iraqi Kurdistan, there's regular flights going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I know, but the convenience is that if these children are with their mothers in these camps, to just go in and grab them, is it? Because the mothers aren't going to want to let them go.
The mothers probably won't, no, Ian, but the mothers are fanatics and they can't come back.
And Well, indeed, but if they're so fanatical, then logic dictates that surely they would fight tooth and nail and with bullets and were not taken off them.
And stabbings and things.
Well,
but,
whatever. It doesn't really matter if it's a bullet or a knife. It could put anybody that went in there to take the children in severe danger. Point.
Yeah, and Kurds have said they would do that anyway because there were children adopted by good families in those two countries anyway.
Well, we're slightly going round in circles there, I think, Graham, but thank you very much. Let's go to Hugh, who's a first-time caller in Hounslow. Hugh, what's your view?
Hi, yeah, part of our government. We've reasons to fight in another country, and those citizens have been...
Well, when you say we... Hang on. When you say we've allowed... Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't... if you can stop them at the borders, fine, but there's no way that... If you say we've allowed it, you imply that that they can do it, which is not the case at all.
Well, okay, we've allowed them in the sense that they've been captured now by our allies, Kurds, who are pretty much don't really have a government in the North Syria. It's pretty much they sort of cobble something together, and no one else wants to give anywhere else. And we basically just dumped them on the Kurds to look after. How can imagine the Kurds think about us that we just left all these people?
You're blaming individuals concerned. I don't think we've dumped them. We haven't dumped them on the Kurds. It hasn't been the British government that's made a decision to dump them on the Kurds. So they happen to be in these camps.
Yeah, but they haven't taken the responsibility to take them back. So,
well, because they say it's too dangerous.
Committed crimes, they should go through a judicial process. And we're a country of laws and institutions. And if we want our Muslim youth to not become radicalised and to believe in this country and its constitutions and laws, that's to everybody. This is a really powerful Muslim kids. They're going to say, look, this is what they think of Muslim kids. Just leaving them there in camps to die. And they are dying. I don't know if you saw, there was a documentary with Stacey Dooley in she went to those camps and, kids are dying. And the Kurds are saying that they're trying to de-radicalise them and they're trying to re-educate them. But, no, it's our government.
Okay, Hugh, thank you very much. We have there. Lots of calls coming in. We'll take more of them in just a moment before we hear from Ian Payne at 10 in for Tom Swarbrick. It's 9:45.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Ian Payne.
He's been Prime Minister for Les Johnson has spending pledges today. Do you trust him to do his promises?
Ian Payne on LBC.
Some things are just so confusing. Recycling, which bin should we use? Superfoods, what makes them so super? Get past the confusion with the Confuse Renewal Quote Guarantee. If you can't beat your renewal quote on a basis, you'll get the difference plus £20. Tell us what confuses you and enter to win £1,000 at lbc.co.uk. BeConfused.com.
Take one. Unbelievable Super Saver deal this summer with 4 Co-op beef quarter pound, only £3.50. Seriously? No way, we can't record that. Co-op, it's what we do. 330ml bottles, ends 27th of August. £1, subject to availability. Participating stores, drink responsibly.
So, Sean, you did that and been paid yet of order? 8 hours pushing a lawnmower in perfectly straight lines. 2 days spent giving a tree a haircut. Why hang about? With QuickBooks, you can send invoices on the go and automatically keep track of what's been paid or not, all in an instant. Doing accounts the old way?
QuickBooks. Visit QuickBooks.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's RoomSense.
Join me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam.
You were in hospital. You probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or Global Player.
Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me. I forgot to tell you my name. Fiat Tipo. I'm a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,010 less, and I wasn't much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and registered by 31/12. T&Cs apply.
Psst. Did you know that Pimlico plumbers have an utterly service? Drains, roofing, electrics, appliances, carpentry and building? Whatever your predicament, Pimlico plumbers can send a friendly face to your door within the hour. And just between us, their work even comes with a 12-month guarantee. Tradesmen, they're Pimlico plumbers, and they're always available on 0207 928 or at pimlicoplumbers.com.
Leading Britain's conversation. Ian Dale. Tweet at LBC.
10 to 10. I can't say I'm any closer to making a decision as to which side I fall down on this argument. Let's see if Simon in Paddock Wood can help me change my mind. If you just tuned in, we're asking, is it the government's duty to rescue the children in the... Hi, Simon.
Hi, Ian. Look, I don't think it is our duty at the moment. This is just purely a point of view. When a child is born abroad, they have not got an automatic right to become a British citizen. You've got to go to the embassy in the country that you're at, and you've got to register the birth with certificate and your passport.
Yeah, but a lot of these kids that weren't born there. There will be some that are born there. You're absolutely right, but some of them weren't.
The ones that weren't, then, well, yeah, we've got a duty to them. But the ones that were born out there is no duty. They've got to find them, get themselves to the local Turkey or something, and get it as British citizens.
Isn't that splitting hairs, though? If you think, I mean, obviously her children all in the end. But I don't think there was much doubt that they were British or Dutch citizens because her husband was Dutch.
Well, there is doubt. There's proper doubt because there is.
Well, what were they? If they weren't British, well, just mean that you're not a citizen. What
it could be is maybe they're Syrian because they're born in Syria, but they are technically stateless.
But just because somebody's born in Britain doesn't make them British.
Well, you register the birth.
Doesn't make
register it. You choose to where you
doesn't
register.
make them British.
And I wanted them to become British, English, and I jumped through hoops and paid money to get a birth certificate and get passports so that I could bring my own children back to this country.
Yeah, but just because you're...
I'm not saying what's right. I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong. I'm just saying...
No, but I don't think the law in the country does not confer citizenship on that country. Or does work.
Yes, so therefore they're stateless because they haven't got any citizenship, because they're definitely not British, because they haven't been to a British embassy to get a birth certificate and a passport. They've got no paperwork.
Well, a birth certificate...
They're in a really horrible situation.
A birth certificate does not confer citizenship either.
But, well, for my two children, is you go up to the embassy and you say, my kids work at the hospital system, me saying that they're born... I'm a British citizen. There's all my documents. My kids are with me. May I have the necessary, please? They said, hand over the cash, jump through hoops, come back a few times, and I've got the paperwork sorted out. Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but to bring my Thai wife and my two kids over, £1,000.
Do you think it should cost that, or do you think that there should be... Because, I mean, there obviously is, I suppose, a bureaucratic...
Well, do I think, you sort of got to pay something to cover the costs, but I just look at this government are going to nick a penny where they can. All the kids should be separated from all the mothers, because they're all lunatics. Money should be sent out there by the world, countries of the world. Proper prison camps should be built for male and female. The males and females should live in those prison camps until death. The children should be, looked after and farmed out, sort of saying, as a technical point, that are born there, they're in trouble because they don't have papers.
All right, Simon, thank you very much indeed. As you're away at the Edinburgh Festival a couple of weeks, 24 shows with personalities, media personalities, well, all those 20 LBC podcasts called All Talk. If you want to that, you can do so now. It's on all the different the Global Player, and the first episode will be launched, I think, on the August. That'll be the Nicola Sturgeon one, but we had a brilliant evening with him. And if you know more about my blog, diaryeveryday.com. Trevor is in West Sussex. Hi, Trevor. What would you like to say?
The Home Secretary was Home Secretary just before basically removed the citizenship of parents. They can't come back. So therefore, their children are no citizens. Now, you know, some of them were born here, etc.
It's right. Because you remove citizenship of a parent doesn't mean that you remove the child.
Well, it's effectively the way he's played this. And I'm fully concerned, those children, those parents, for their, they've got to live along with us. We've got a lot more children around the world need our attention, deserving families. We try and cut. I'm sorry.
Can't you operate the law? The law doesn't differentiate whether a child is deserving or not. We are all equal to the law.
Yeah, it's more. I'm telling you, this is something we need to harsh message to the rest of the world that we will sort of thing. And this is one way to do it.
Very slippery slope if you're doing that, I have to say. Trevor, thank you. Hello, Evelyn.
Hello, Evelyn. Hello, Ian.
Love it when people do that.
My apologies. Ian, they're talking about bringing went out to Syria to fight. They're talking kids back because now, bring a big example, at least children, if they kids survive and we brought it back, fine. She has more kids. Bringing them back?
I don't know that question.
How many people are out there? 4, 5 still out there? They all keep having kids over there. Else, do them back, rearing for them. That's
a fair question, which I do.
I just.
Well, I know, and this is the thing. What people often don't understand when you, the government, Home Secretary or wherever, you have to make these decisions every single day, and I sometimes people to think a little about the complexity sometimes. And of course, we're having a discussion based on a fairly short newspaper. We don't have details. We don't know what the dangers are. I think we're, don't we?
Anyway, I thought, food for thought, because we can't to keep supporting having kids out, bringing them back here.
And it will be. Even if there was only say that were brought back, and say 30 of them be taken in the system, well, we know what the strains are already.
Precisely.
So this certainly better. Evelyn, thank you. Ben, parents chose to have out of the world. We should respect that. Should we respect it? Is that really the right word? Christopher said, alleged acting big banana. Baby words, don't they? Richard, they have been nurtured on them. They are. That may be the case in their sort of early teens. But what about the one literally baby, 1 or 2 years, being nurtured on terrorism? You wouldn't want a baby to be. Joe on the Wirral. Hello, Joe.
Oh, hi there.
Hello.
I've not long been listening. I've just come to bed. I've only picked up conversations, but I'm just appalled at humanity that these I've listened to far have. These people, the children, separate their mothers. Be doing them back to the country. Make
then you would
parents,
have to separate them.
But then they would be their families, and that they've gone up over here, and then the children, the families that can then be put through the judicial.
Okay, Joe, we're going to have to let you go to reach the end. I'll be back at 1. It's Darren and Payne.
Thank you very much. Diane Abbott, Johnson, of using a spending as a pre-election stunt. She said, the ground for a general election. Some bash the odds for election. Been Prime Minister for less than 3 weeks, but to now a series of promises of money from the North Rail link to Scotland, Wales, Ireland, prison reform, and an increase in research. Personally, I've been very impressed with his. I know of you who don't believe he'll be able to deliver some of them. We've heard it all before from previous administrations. I don't know, I just feel. What do you think?
On your radio, on and
Play LBC.
leading conversation.
From Global's news 1 o'clock, figures released tonight show a majority of the public think should suspend Parliament to push deal Brexit. Found 4% think the Prime Minister needs to deliver the Europe by any means. It's been accused by electioneering by announcing violent offenders for longer. Critics there evidence that long actually work. Prison governors hoping for a genuine overhaul of the system.
Simply to modern version of the warehouse we have at the minute, sufficiently staffed, awashed with drugs and violence, it will be an absolutely futile exercise. We have to make prisons run better. We've got to let prison staff do the job that we expect them to do.
Ian will be leading Britain's conversation on this next. But first, all flights are still cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports after thousands of pro-democracy protesters crowded into the main terminal building at Hong Kong International. The ongoing actions affecting arrivals into Heathrow, as well as holidaymakers heading for Southeast Asia because it's used as a connecting airport. Downing Street's calling for calm on all sides. Footage seems to show the FBI raiding an island owned by the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who it's claimed took his own life in prison at the weekend. The financier was awaiting a trial of sex trafficking charges. But the US Attorney General says there were serious irregularities at the jail in New York where he was being held. Senior editor of The Washington Post, Mark Fisher, has spoken to LBC.
The guards who were supposed to see him every 30 minutes, in fact, did not look in on him for at least 3 hours in the early hours of Saturday. And so there was plenty of opportunity for him to do himself harm. This was also a place where he was supposed to have had a cellmate, which was providing an extra pair of eyes on him, but the cellmate left on.
More than 200 parents who say their babies were harmed by a pregnancy test drug back in the 1960s and 70s are preparing to take legal action. They claim Primados was marketed without first establishing if it was safe and that UK regulators were negligent. As manufacturers insist there's no link and that ministers say the most recent assessments also come to this conclusion. A £10,000 reward's now being offered to try and find a 15-year-old girl from London who's been missing in Malaysia for more than a week. Nora Quarren's got learning difficulties and her parents think she was kidnapped. And in the past few minutes, Andy Murray has lost his first singles match since from his hip operation. He's been playing in the first round of the Western and Southern Open in Cincinnati. He lost 6-4, 6-4 to Richard Gasquet. The LBC Markets report the FTSE 100s ended the day down 27 points at 72.26. The pound buys $1.20 and €1.08. LBC weather, a mainly dry and cool night ahead for much of the UK after most showers clear away. Heavy rain continuing across the northwest of England, a low of 6. Then tomorrow, drier over the southwest, more downpours elsewhere though. A high of 23 degrees Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Garish.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Ian, for the last few hours. This is Ian Payne. I'm with you till 1 o'clock. just taking over from Tom Swarbrick while he does a bit of breakfast for a couple of days this week. So Boris Johnson, apparently, is clearing the ground for a general election with his raft of policy pledges. It's continued today. Every day we've had a daily dose of, this is going to happen, I want this to happen, I'm going around the country, I'm going to give you money. He's promised money to the devolved nations. He's promised 20,000 more police officers. He's promised 10,000 more prison places. He's also promised to expand stop and search, and he's also talked about extra money for the Crown Prosecution Service. And as you cannot be aware, surely, he's made a raft of policy announcements over the past days and weeks. I kind of want to believe him, and I think I do, and I know there's a deep mistrust for anyone who starts a new administration promising the earth. Well, where's the money coming from? I don't know. We can go into the details of that, though. This morning, Labour's Shadow Home Secretary, Diane Abbott, was asked about Boris Johnson's plans to boost the police force and the power has.
This is a pre-election period. Even if he doesn't go ahead and have an election in the autumn, he's claimed that anybody can promise tens of thousands of police officers if you're not saying exactly how you're going to fund it. And there's been a whole series of these announcements, and Boris doesn't quite explain how he will pay for it.
OK, so there we have it. Labour, pretty clear. An election is coming. We don't know where. Ladbrokes has slashed the odds on an election coming. In a similar vein today, a new Daily Telegraph poll has just come out. It was embargoed till now. And it says the majority of the British public would support Parliament being prorogued, i.e. suspended, to deliver Brexit. We can talk about that and all his policy promises with Baroness Patience Wheatcroft, Conservative peer and a former editor of the Sunday Telegraph. Thank you for joining us, Patience. What have you made of Boris Johnson and his raft of promises?
Well, I'd love to know how he's going to pay for them. I mean, it's not often I agree with Diane Abbott, but I think she's right. What we've got here is the typical pre-election promise, raft of promises with no idea of where the money's coming from. Philip Hammond's done a fantastic job in the last few years of putting the country's finances back on track. And this looks to me, if Boris Johnson were to honour these promises, as if we'd be back into very heavily borrowed territory quickly. Of course, the promises themselves do need a bit more verification. Some of them, we're told by those in the know, actually amount to re-promises of money that's already been pledged. Some of them are unworkable. For instance, the number of new border guards that we've been promised, the border guards authority couldn't possibly be in place within the time span necessary before we leave the EU, in theory, October the 31st. So some of these promises don't really bear too much investigation. But what they are doing is pandering to the far right. So locking more people up for longer.
Why is it the far right that want people who've committed crimes to go to prison for longer? More police. That's just the general public, isn't it?
No, it's not. And what the public would like to see is fewer criminals. And that means taking people who are drug addicts, alcoholics, and mentally disturbed, and not putting them into prison, but looking after them. Our prisons are full of people who are inadequate one way or another to live well in the external world. A lot of them are illiterate or innumerate, and often both. But our prisons at the moment are such that they don't improve them at all. They lock them up and then they kick them out, and they're no better equipped to the world than they were before. So, of course, they reoffend. Locking people up and not dealing with the underlying problems doesn't...
Why do you think no one's ever really been able to address that issue properly, about rehabilitation, rather than just lock them up and let them out?
I think it's a question. It's not easy. Other countries manage to do it. Look at Sweden, They take a very different approach, much lower level. In this country, we fluctuate between thinking that it should be about the price of the crime, and every so often we think a bit of would be actually deal with the underlying problems of people in prison. So I think we need a drastic reset and just more prisons.
Speaking to Baroness Patience Wheatcroft, Conservative peer, former editor of Telegraph. So do you think that Boris Johnson is doing this as a so we can get ready for a general election?
I think he's definitely getting ready for it. Winning it is highly debatable.
Will you campaign for that?
I'd find it very for Boris.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Why?
Yes. Because I don't agree with things that are promising. In particular, I don't agree with taking Britain out with no
Brexit
in 2016. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
In Boris Johnson ruled out leaving without a deal. It's a totally different strategy. I'd campaign against it.
Mm. So what, how do you envisage this panning out? I was listening to a couple of sessions discussing what summer recess, and they've basically been trying to work out a no deal. Can you?
Yes, I think when Parliament in September, there will be moves to do sense working across parties to do that. There is a democratic mandate for Britain to leave the EU without a deal.
So what do you make of this Telegraph poll today? I don't know how you believe in polls. Public % of the public agree that Boris Johnson needs to deliver Brexit by even if that means proroguing Parliament. What do you think?
I think polls are all interesting, but I knew exactly what the question was, and I'm clear what that question was, or who comrades are. I think it's indeed, because do people want to see the democratic process undermined to that extent? How was the question posed to them? Did they realise that the executive ride over Parliament, it would be the end of sovereignty, which is what I voted for when they for Britain leaving the EU. You know, it was supposed to be all about parliamentary sovereignty. I've got a degree of.
Okay, I've got a few details of the let's see, 1,311 people agree or statements. One, Parliament is Boris with the British public. 38%, 62%. Parliament with the British public agree. 88%. What do you make of that?
Horrifying. Don't know what to say, quite.
Amazing, isn't it? 80 saying they're out.
If you look at other, they tell you completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is an we have had out for. It's a very for a poll, but the results are astonishing.
145 people were asked this question. Boris needs to deliver Brexit by any means. The spending if necessary. Agree 54%. Disagree 46%. What do you make of that one? Closer.
As I say, I find it astonishing, and I wonder whether it's quite what the implications of that are for a parliamentary, because it actually means that the government override Parliament, and that's tantamount to dictatorship.
So, again, every handle on this, the sands beneath. So I thought the default position It can be made changes to withdrawal. We get no extension. We have how to deal on that. Me categorically that is not necessary. We can
telling you that not that I believe will allow Britain to leave the EU. Do
we have to, or do we have a second?
My would be for referendum, because it's only right that go to the people and say on offer or informed consent to it, because the public have not been able to give consent to any has had a in or out. Now they're going to be asked, or they could be asked, about the terms. So that would be my with the general election stage, is that because of the position, which is so far, it's impossible to treat it as a proxy reference. We don't know what Labour's position is.
Listen, thank you very much for coming on. Thank you for Baroness Patience Wheatcroft. She appears, she's former editor of the Sunday Telegraph. There's a very there. I tell you, the world is just on its head, isn't it? It's campaign for the Tories in a generation. Here we go. So this is the one most amazing. Where's that one that said? Thank you. With the British public, 88% said 12% no, they're not. I think we should that really. And Parliament with the British, they're certainly out of touch with the listeners to LBC. Patience Wheatcroft says, Charles, example of all that's wrong with this country. The Ramonas have had 3 pair. It's clear they will never cynically claim that we'll crash doing the right thing by holding their feet to the 168 countries trade to the declining EU. It represented 30% of world trade, and even though it now represents just 17% of world trade, and it's declining. It's had 46 years to persuade us of its worth, and it's failed. It's time for a change and time for an end. Is Boris planning for an election, and do you believe in his pledges? And do you think that Parliament's out of touch with the British public? I said Coco. It's 10:15.
This is LBC.
Dinner Lady Margaret spent her 25-year career laughing and joking with the school children. Then she received a call out of the blue about her pension from what she thought was a reputable firm. But it was a scammer, and her lifetime savings was stolen.
Yeah, drives like a dream. I'll take it.
Don't let a scammer enjoy your retirement. Check who you're dealing with. Visit ScamSmart from the Financial Conduct Authority.
Hi, I'm back. I just set a personal best on my park run. Feels great.
That's lovely, Mike. I think you've earned the right to put all the bins out.
Eh?
With Vitality Life Insurance, you get properly rewarded when you're active. In fact, you could save over £775 in discounts and rewards from our partners. Join over 1 million customers. Just search Vitality Life. Vitality. Positively different. Annual savings available with certain plans and are dependent on members' usage of rewards available. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Cashback on top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of pounds cashback each year on thousands of top brands including eBay, Hotels.com, Asda.com, Just Eat, and many more. So join the millions of members already getting cashback on top of their online shop with Top Cashback. Top Cashback.
William, Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim back a total of £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, we may be able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text SOLD to 66777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text SOLD to 66777 and we'll call you back.
What would you do if you knew there was a place to learn step-by-step strategies designed to help you make the right moves inside the financial markets? A place to develop lifelong skills that could help you generate income and build confidence towards your retirement goals. At Online Trading Academy, we know there's an investor in all of us, and we know how to teach people just like you the skills and knowledge that could empower you to take control your financial future. Start by taking our free introductory class, where you can learn about the 2 biggest mistakes investors make, as well as that could help you make your money work harder for you. For over 20 years, Online Trading Academy has been teaching students skills designed to help them invest with the confidence of the professionals. To register, visit OTA Class UK or call 020 3893 2622. That's 020 3893 2622. Trading involves risk and you can lose money. Online Trading Academy makes no promises or guarantees of investment performance. The value of investments is variable and can go down as well as up.
Ian Payne on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
So do you believe that Boris will actually come through with all the various pledges and promises? Financial support and more police and more stop and search and more prison reform and more prison places, more money for the Crown Prosecution Service. I mean, it's all designed, I suppose, to make us feel better and safer about some of the things we've worried about under Theresa May and her predecessors. Or do you think it's all bluff and bluster, and as Diane Abbott says, he is merely clearing the ground for a general election? Love to hear from you. 0345 6060 973. That extraordinary poll which has asked, do you believe, I mean, I think it was a Comrades Daily Telegraph poll, and they were asking, I think about 1,600 people, do you believe that Parliament is out of tune with the general public? 88% said yes. Only 12% said no. Anyone of the 12% out there? Anyone think that the British Parliament has not let the British people down? Are they out of touch or in touch? Must be out of touch. Let's go to Clacton, and the first caller of the night is Ben. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Hello.
If Boris Johnson were to say it's raining outside, I have to look outside the window.
Why?
I mean, because his reputation, his record of lying, basically.
Okay.
And most of the pledges he's talking about are years down the road, and will take years to implement. And they're just policies which play to a certain audience. Obviously, he's got to say that because he's going to have an election. I think he's in favour of a no-deal Brexit. He's about to commit.
I don't think he's in favour of a no-deal.
On the financial front.
He's not in favour of a no-deal Brexit. He's said that many, many times. He just says,
well,
get off the table.
Many, many times is often not the truth and what he really thinks. I mean, he made 2 letters out. One to be in favour of staying in Europe, and the other one to...
No, we know that. It wasn't a letter, it was an article.
That's the type of person we're dealing with.
Well, he had to make up his mind. It was a very tough... I didn't vote in the original referendum because I couldn't make up my mind. I didn't know all the details. I still don't, having done this job for blooming 3 years since. Still confused by loads of it.
Any Conservative Prime Minister got us in this sorry mess we're in at the moment, because... it was survival of the Tory party, not the good of the country, because of Nigel Farage barking at their heels. and that's the state we're in at the moment.
But don't you think it's an extraordinary...
America wants our National Health Service, and they were going to take over the National Health Service if we leave Europe. President Trump made a slip, and Theresa May didn't correct him.
Yeah, but what an extraordinary... Did you hear Baroness... Wheatcroft, the extraordinary state of affairs. There you have a Conservative peer in the House of Lords saying, if we have a general election, I will not canvass on behalf of her own party.
Yes, well, that's a minority within the Conservative Party itself. If you look at the votes and the way they vote, and that's what really matters, and not what they say, it's what they actually vote for. And if you look at the voting records of most Conservatives, that's not the... And that's the problem. I would have voted for Harold Macmillan because he was just about the last one-nation Conservative this country ever had. And after that, it was a disaster. But the thing is, that's the problem. It's not about the country or the good of the country. It's about the survival of the Conservative Party. and that's what the whole mess we're in now.
It sounds to me like
they don't care. The National Health Service goes down the Swanee. We're eating meat which is full of hormones. There's a reason why Europe didn't have the food from America, because it was adulterated by all these chemicals and all these chickens and all that sort of thing, and we'll get hammered by that. Plus the drugs in America, the drug companies want to get their hands on the National Health Service generally because of
I think we've already. I think that one.
The drug.
I think we've had that. Donald Trump's his state. Everything's up for grabs, even the NHS. And then the next, it was that evening, Peter interview with him, and he went, "Oh no, so actually, don't know National Health Service. You can't get that. Okay, that's not part of it. Okay, Adam in Westminster, off you go, Mark.
Good evening, sir. Empty my vomit bag after listening to Ernest Wheatcroft leave the statement that this paid lady, no less, should actually suggest 2 in prisons because of problems or numerate. What she forgot to say was there's prison because they're low life. There's rapists who just let people off and causing misery in society. But that's besides the point. We've what's her name? Diane Abbott. Shadow, I believe.
Yes, she is.
To play the policeman 2 pence a week. The last time she spoke to Nick's Variety in. And this is the who says that they can have got some front because they want to spend some time labouring government. They bloody spent what in. And she's the set. They shouldn't become all these. Well, I tell you something. I'm in your camp, sir. I believe that got nothing to lose. Basically, get in this country, shape and price, giving support to the money is a good thing. Labour wants to stop and search. Bet they actually catch someone in.
Man. That's Adam. He's in West. A lot of people finding the whole Diane Abbott thing quite ironic, really. How can Diane Abbott, says Gillian in Darlington, and Labour say everything? Spending pledges. Add up. Diane, Lynn, lectures on money. Hilarious. And Roy, what do you say, sir?
The great mistake that to making is the next general election to work out whether it'll be Conservative, Labour, or maybe Liberal Democrat influence. It won't be any of those things. What they haven't realised, for this next election, they're going to vote because they're Labour or because they're Liberal. We will vote on their views on Europe party, whether it's Remain or Leave. And it won't be until Parliament gets together and they think like this. No party will be able to hold.
This is my thing. This is everyone's talking about general election. Actually slashed this, so they would 19 ballot to 4 on. Election is now 6. The problem is, if hasn't got the line, on earth is he going to win a general election? The Brexit over up votes.
It'll be because of the new up of the next part. The point I'm trying to make, you will 50 there, and I think, well, who's now minister on party line? The party, it will split into
exactly, which is this general election idea. And good, it's all good. Let's get we'll actually get this thing over the line, and Parliament will make a decision. Well, if you haven't sorted out Brexit, if we're not there, the Brexit Party, Conservative votes, there's nothing about it.
Well, you're talking about stealing Conservative. It's not. It's people will for or Remain, as will the M. And there'll be one through them, and then they to party politics.
Really? Two elections.
Yeah.
When's the second?
Probably in about 12 months.
All right.
And I don't think that Boris is fighting to. He's fighting the Leave element of the next Parliament.
I guess that Boris Johnson is doing all purely to try and get us general election. As I say, he hasn't got Brexit over. The Brexit part over up because so many people, 10% of the people asked, 100 of them were asked, a new comrade off poll in the morning, or not, they thought that is part in touch with the British people. 88% they are, okay? People was asked, do MP their own agendas of the voters? 18% said, I do. 0345 973. Boris is ripping up the status quo, a bit like Trump. A patriotic says angry tortoise. So leaving law is undemocratic. The result of the first doubt is, according to Patience Wheatcroft, let the revolution begin, says Paul in Croydon. States we voted leave to parliamentary sovereignty. That is true, but we trust to respect the leave and not to give their sovereignty back to the EU. Graham. Leslie's, I feel real hope with Brexit, but also with the crime. Remember, prepared to shoot an armed terrorist. Said about Abbott, the better. Go Boris, says Leslie in Cheshire. The pro-democracy demonstration has been taking place in Hong Kong over the past few weeks. Today, the region's main airport, leading to it being completely shut. We're going to be joined by an expert in Chinese affairs to find out quite what happened. Protests continue. The Chinese are calling them all. The time is 10:30. How's the headlines?
Peer Baroness Wheatcroft has told the Prime Minister's general that she won't be party under Boris Johnson. He's been a hearing today. Announcement of violent and sexual offenders for long. All flights are still the world's busiest after thousands of pro-democracy protesters crowded the terminal building at International, doing actions affecting Heathrow. Holidaymakers heading for Asia because it's used as a connecting airport. Murray's lost his first since from his hip-hop. He's been playing in the first round of the Open in 6-4 to Richard Gasquet. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers in north. A low for now of 6 degrees Celsius.
This is LB.
High affordable kitchens designed in. That's Room Sense.
That's Room Sense.
Book your free Room Sense home design visit and we'll measure up, show you sample, a stunning kitchen design and give you a quote all before we leave.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Book today at roomsense.co.uk.
My mum can't remember my first steps. She can't remember walking me to my first day at school or watching me walk down the aisle. She doesn't even remember I'm her daughter. But I do. That's why I'm walking the Alzheimer's Society Memory Walk for my mum. Join me to help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you walk for? memorywalk.org.uk.
Buying a new car can be a haunting experience. Is there enough room for the little monsters? Will it be devilishly expensive to run? Will I be haunted by the price? Well, from only $10,995, the Dacia Duster gives you the freedom to get what you want with none of the good. Dacia, you do the maths. Participating dealers only. Search Dacia.
Love your skin, love your hair, love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support from within, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science of beauty, from Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
At Indeed, we understand that when it comes to hiring, it's important to have a large talent pool to choose from. But sometimes, too many good options can be overwhelming. That's why Indeed doesn't just give you access to a large pool of job seekers. We also offer screener tools that let you instantly narrow down your search. Hone in on hiring with Indeed. Experience Indeed for yourself today and get a free sponsored job upgrade on your first posting at Indeed.com/redeem. Terms and conditions apply.
On LBC.
So Boris Johnson has unveiled a host of financial pledges for the future with the police, the prisons, the crime prosecution service, railways, various financial projects in Northern Ireland, in Wales, in Scotland. All of this is happening with Labour saying, well, this is just a clearing the ground for a general election. The Shadow Home Secretary, Diane Abbott, said that these series of pre-election announcements by the Prime Minister just paved the way for a snap general election. Is that how you see it? Or do you believe that he will be able to deliver on some of these pledges? More of your calls, text, tweets and emails in just a second. First of all, though, let's talk a little bit more about what's been happening in Hong Kong. The protests are getting more widespread, more violent, it seems. Erupted in at least 2 underground train stations in Hong Kong. The city's seen its 10th weekend of protests. The entire area of Hong Kong, one of the busiest in the world, was brought to a standstill. What will happen next? Because the Chinese may lose patience soon. Professor Steve is a director of the China Institute at the London School of Oriental and African Studies. What are the possible outcomes of China's response, do you think, Steve?
Well, the prospect at the moment really does not look promising for Hong Kong. We are seeing the Chinese government taking an increasingly hard line over Hong Kong. The language is becoming very violent. And the demonstrators in Hong Kong believe that they are morally and they are staying the course. And therefore, I think we are seeing a slow-motion train crash unfolding in front of us at the moment.
We're not seeing a repeat of what happened in Tiananmen Square, are we? It's not going to get like that, is it?
Well, it's unlikely to be a complete repeat of the Tiananmen Square 1989 when tanks rolled into the center of Beijing and machine guns mowing people down. China does have a garrison in Hong Kong of about over 6,000 troops, but they are relatively lightly armed without a lot of tanks. And they will be the first one that will be called out if it ever comes to it. But there are other ways that they would be deploying forces that can be increasing the use of force in Hong Kong. At the moment, the instrument they will use is still the Hong Kong police.
And what about the protesters themselves? Originally, this was just a protest about a law, about extradition. Now it seems to have gained a whole new impetus. What is the end game? What do they want now, Steve?
Well, what people in Hong Kong are demonstrating is about protecting what they believe as their core values, the kind of democratic values and rule of law that we cherish in this country. And the 2 laws that were introduced were being seen in Hong Kong as laws that would undermine those core values. And then when they were demonstrating the police use of force, which is very unusual in Hong Kong until recently, became something that people saw as a direct assault on their democratic values. And that is where they have evolved, and they are still fundamentally protecting or trying to protect a kind of a democratic way of life, even though Hong Kong is not a proper democracy.
Thanks for talking to us. Professor Steve Tsang, who's the director of the China Institute at London School of Oriental and African Studies. If you've been in Hong Kong, if you've got friends, relatives who are stuck in Hong Kong, love to hear from you. Probably best just to text 84850. Tell us what the situation is. What have they been told? Every single flight was cancelled. Unbelievable. Or you can tweet at LBC. So we're talking, obviously, about Boris Johnson. We're talking about pledges that he's made. There were more pledges today about law and order, effectively. Labour Party, in the guise of the Shadow Home Secretary, Diane Abbott, accused Boris Johnson of using these series of public spending pledges merely as a pre-election stunt. She says he's clearing the ground for a general election. Is he? Or do you actually believe him? And also this poll that says the majority of the public would support Boris Johnson proroguing Parliament, suspending it so they can't stop a no-deal Brexit, if that was the case. 54% of the public agree that Boris Johnson needs to deliver Brexit by any means, even if that means proroguing Parliament. The poll, I mean, has some astonishing figures. 1,600 people asked this question. Are MPs pushing their own agendas rather than the will of the voters? 89% of the people asked said yes. And is Parliament out of British people? 88% of people asked said yes. I mean, if they don't get the message yet, they never will. I'm afraid this is going to run and run because they're never going to listen. Oh, let's go down under to Sean on the Gold Coast in Queensland. What a lovely place. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Ian.
What would you like to... I'm doing all right. You've been listening to Farage, have you?
Marching on together, by the way.
Good lad. Yeah.
Yeah, he's on here last week or so, and he had quite an extensive interview on the TV. I don't know whether it's been reported. He was making noise. Strategic placement of candidates. He favours that, and I think that. Firstly, I think an election is guaranteed.
Right.
I think, and secondly, I think if the Tories come to arrangement in the Midlands, Wales, north of England, in terms of not leave vote, I think, and plus what's happening in Scotland, which the Labour Party's policy seems to change on a daily basis up there, I think they're in a way Labour. But I think if the Brexit Party acts strategically, I think. You mentioned to pick up on, Sean, but one is I don't for a time Labour Party front bench war as they are now. I mean, you only have to listen talking about Scottish independence, let the Scottish Parliament decide if we were in power, and then a couple of leader Tom Watson says that's absolute right. They will not get a second on independence. Guess what the news reporting of Farage's trip to Australia? It's not a general election, I promise you. The papers tomorrow morning are going out on this. No. Farage royal family. He said? Oh, yes, I did.
Prince Harry's
something about Harry's
popularity has fallen since he met his wife Meghan. He said he hoped not become king because of climate change. He said more inspiring and a woman, and the stuff he Queen Mother is quite. I'm not going to. So rude. I'm not going to. Basically,
to be fair, Ian, it was a very relaxed, laid-back interview, which I know that doesn't exist. But I still think, bearing in mind an election without Scotland, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be, the old saying about pushing water uphill. I think they're pushing
pushing water uphill or nailing a jelly to the.
That's right. You've got it.
All right. Do you think we'll get promoted this season? Let's leave.
I'm actually coming over on Friday. I'm going to Wigan on Saturday.
Oh,
I'm going to Brentford next. I'll tell you what, mate. After we played on Saturday, if we replicate that for the season, more played very, very well.
80% possession, and we still couldn't win. Anyway, MOT means marching on together. Wants to kind of get in the United fans. Leeds. Malcolm's.
Is it?
No, it's Tom's on in the morning.
Sorry. Well, question is here. Basically, he's going election. Theresa, let's be. She said he's got money for this. She said money. I don't believe a word. It's not a single word. Where's money coming from, Ian?
Well, there's a reserve, isn't there? When Theresa May talked to the secretary and they suddenly found all that money, the DUP, everyone was like, oh, how cynical. But there's always reserves. It's a question of how much you're going to dig into those reserves and how much more do you want to borrow. There'll always be money. It's a question of whether you want to dip into that fund and whether you want to borrow more money. I mean, Labour will always produce. They say they would borrow more. They really in that. It stimulates the economy, they say.
But, I mean, it puts your mind in doubt then, doesn't it? I mean, 1 minute Theresa May hasn't got it, which is a lot of damn lie, and the next he's got it. He's spending it like sweets. And, you know, and look, he's damned if he don't, if he's damned if he does. Whether he comes out of the EU or not.
Does he convince you? Does he convince you as a leader? How's he done? Give us a sort of 3-week progress report.
Well, I'm going to be honest. 3 weeks or whatever he's been, I'm a Labour supporter. But listen, when I listen to him and that, yeah, it does make sense. You think, oh, it doesn't matter what party he's from, but you'd vote for him. But let's be honest, can you really trust him in his bus, his garden breach? The water cannons. I mean, come on, mate.
Do you know what it is, Malcolm? Is there's part of me that goes, look at his track record. He has delivered on many promises before. He did help the police. He did help with crime when he was London mayor. However, there have been many, many occasions when he has done stuff. I mean, that stunt with the kipper the other day. Did you see that? When someone just gave him a kipper and said this. I mean, it was. And it's all kind of like. Listen, this is not the most accurate man in the world, but you still kind of believe in his enthusiasm, and that's part of the deal of being a leader, is to make the country feel a bit better, isn't it?
Well, he did, Ian, but the thing is, what you've got to remember...
What's that?
When he was mayor, what we were talking about, when he was mayor, how many years ago? Was it over 10 years? Times have changed. I mean, you know, these county line gangs and all the rest of it, they never existed. It's going to be a long time before he, you know, and a lot of money before he sorts that out. I mean, times have changed. Yeah. And don't forget, you've got Khan, it's Sadiq Khan. Now he's now, you know, at the time, you know, and the population of London now is not all of it, but a majority is Muslim.
Well, listen,
I don't really.
I think I don't want to get into that, but I think that the positivity coming out of Downing Street now is a lot more pressured than what was happening before. Whether that's a good... not want to... He said, whether you don't think any of this money will coming through, at least he's sort of confronting things, possibly. Speaking... Did you see the... I can't believe it. Richard Brain has become the new UKIP leader, didn't he, in the last couple of days? You insert pun here. But do you... one of his first tweets emerges saying Sadiq Khan... I can't tell the difference between Sadiq Khan and a Al-Qaeda... Oh, no, it was a ISIS terror leader, wasn't it? What do people think they're doing? The reason MPs are considered out of touch, says George in Black Notley, what a great name for a place, are considered out of touch, is that most of them were elected on the promise that they would implement the result of the referendum. It's more than out of touch, it's deceitful. And Gary's in Kettering, he says, it makes me laugh that Parliament are trying to stop a no deal. If Boris prorogues government to deliver a no deal, then that's against democratic Parliament. What if the EU won't give us any other deal? We'll have no option to have a no deal. But then again, Parliament only want what's good for them. And they're doing everything in their power, just leaving to further their own interests. A couple of people making the comparison between what's happening in Hong Kong, what's happening in here, which is basically that the government is not doing what the people want. It's not quite the same, but I understand where you're going with it. You let me know whether or not... is there anyone out there that thinks that MPs are not pushing their own agendas rather than the will of the voters? 1,600 people asked in a Comres Telegraph poll for the paper tomorrow morning. 89% of the people asked said yes, MPs agendas rather than the will of the people. And when asked, is Parliament out of touch with the British people, a staggering 8% said yes, they are, and I'm one of them. It's 11:15.
This is LBC. I wonder, when did you last feel amazed? When did you last think, I'll remember this forever? Like the day you stepped out of your bedroom only to discover that the Caribbean was sparkling back at you. Or when the Aurora Borealis, reflected in the fjords, was your evening entertainment. Or even the time you were served 7 different pillows as Manhattan floated by. Escape the everyday on a voyage unlike any other. Cunard. Discover more at Cunard.com.
ABTA and ATOL protected.
If you're looking for a deeper dive into the world of politics, then try the For the Many podcast.
Released every week, it's full of political insight.
Co-presented by me, Ian Dale, and former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith.
I would shift power around our society.
I would abolish inheritance tax.
We argued about inheritance tax last week.
Available to download on Global.
Dads. They're often the first person in the firing line when the Wi-Fi isn't working. But with BT Complete Wi-Fi, only we guarantee a signal in every room. Billy can fight ogres in the bedroom, Becky can watch her beauty vloggers in the bathroom, and Mum can do whatever she likes, wherever she likes, naturally. Join today. It's $39.99 a month on an 18-month contract with a $29.99 setup fee. BT upgrade with BT Plus. BT, be there.
New customers, CPI increase starting 2020. $44.49 a month from month 19, up to 3 discs to guarantee Wi-Fi or £20 off your bill.
My mum can't remember my first steps. She can't remember walking me to my first day at school, or watching me walk down the aisle. She doesn't even remember I'm her daughter. But I do. That's why I'm walking the Alzheimer's Society Memory Walk for my mum. Join me to help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you? memorywalk.org.uk.
Betting with a traditional bookie is like an orchestra that only plays the triangle. But on the Betfair Exchange, you have more ways to bet with more opportunities to win. You can even lay a bet, which means betting on something not to happen, or set your own odds and see who takes them on. Why not give it a go? The Betfair Exchange.
Exchange customers pay up to 5% commission. Other charges may apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Silence the squawk. Find brand new cars ready to drive away today with Auto Trader.
This is LBC with Ian Payne.
Just discussing what we're watching. Those discussions that you have, and everyone says, "Oh, it used to be great because in the old days when you only had 3 or 4, 5 channels, and you'd all be watching the same thing." It's kind of not really. All the popular ones we've all seen, haven't we? We've all seen Game of Thrones. We've all seen Breaking Bad and all the rest. I'm watching Manifest at the moment. Anyone watch Manifest? It's a bit like the sort of modern Lost, where basically a plane disappears for 5 years, comes back, and then no one's aged at all. And you can imagine what's happened to the rest of them while I've been waiting. I've married someone else. Oh, no. Anyway, it's quite good. 0345 6060 973. I tried watching the sort of American version of Skins, which is called Euphoria, but it's just too young for me. 0345 6060 973 is the number to ring if you want to talk about Boris and Diane. Boris Johnson has been accused by Diane Abbott of using his series of public spending pledges as a pre-election stunt. She says he's clearing the ground for a general election. And an extraordinary poll carried out for the Daily Telegraph by Comres in the morning. About 1,600 people were asked a variety of questions. 54% wanted Boris Johnson to deliver Brexit by any means, even if that means proroguing Parliament. But the two biggies have got to be these. When asked, are MPs pushing their own agendas rather than the will of the voters when it comes to Brexit, 89% said they were. And when asked, is Parliament out of touch with the British people, 88% said they were. I mean, it is a no-brainer, but really, and we put this to Baroness Wheatcroft earlier, a Conservative peer, and she said she just couldn't believe it. And I was like, how can you not? It's like, you used to be the editor of the Telegraph. Do you not read the papers? Let's go to Mark. He's in Sevenoaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. I think the 88% you mentioned in the poll also includes Remainers from, say, Labour, who are disenchanted that their MPs are not fully supporting Remain.
Hold on. And the Remainers who support Labour who aren't... OK, yep, got them.
Yep. I mean, lots of supporters of Labour support Remain, and Labour hasn't come out for Remain, which displeases them. So they may well have been in that 88%. But in terms of the proroguing of Brexit, there's been a bigger poll recently containing all of the electorate in which there's been a majority against everything. I mean, despite the fact that the people against Remain have gone up from 52% to 58%, 65% are against no deal and 75% are against May's deal.
65% are against a no deal, and yet 54% of these people say they would support proroguing Parliament. Huh?
Well, no, 54% of the people in the survey said that.
Yeah.
65% of the people in the election voted for parties that were opposed to a no deal, and 75% voted for parties opposed to May's deal. At the same time, 58% voted against. So there's a majority against everything, but Remain is the least unpopular. So based on that, the democratic situation is surely that we can't really do anything until a decisive result. I mean, the fact that the result has come out that way may be inconvenient, but it's not undemocratic. It was an election of all the people.
It is. It is. I'm just looking at other things in this poll that might make interesting reading. The chairman of Comres said of the poll findings, with the largest Tory lead over Labour from Comres this year, this poll is a confirmation that the Boris bounce is real and shows no sign of disappearing despite the parliamentary break. So do you feel that Boris Johnson has given us all a bit of a bounce and a surge of positivity, or are you quite cynical and say he's fibbed about these things in the past and none of them will come to fruition?
Well, I'm worried about people saying that they want the leader to make them feel better.
Mm-hmm.
They're virtually asking to be conned. They say that.
That's me then. I like feeling it. I have.
I'm afraid it to be more critical. I'm by the fact that 88% of them are suspicious of them, but on the other hand, that attitude is not a good one.
That Boris can all or any of these?
I don't believe he can deliver a no-deal Brexit because Parliament is more powerful than the government. Parliament appoints the government. Parliament dismiss the government. Could appoint a committee to negotiate an extension. A bit more power than the government.
Why do there are so politicians from all who just they know better than the majority who voted to leave the European Union? What that has to be the simple question. They still better.
This is when the majority voted to Brexit. We did do we have to make a decision now.
Yes.
The situation now, there's a majority against both decisions. And that's people, not the view of the politicians. Politicians may agree in the parliament, but this vote I'm talking about, EU election, which was open to everybody. Now, to be democratic, to proceed with options with two-thirds or more against them. We have to wait to a decision.
Oh, God, that day. Thank you very much for your call. Was that... I forgot. Thank you. Simon in Canada here. We're not all seeing it's all breaking. No one I know who these programmes. They are minority programmes. Really, you don't know anybody who's seen who has. You don't know any bad nor Game of Thrones. God. And as they're rewatching, and someone else says, I've got Amazon Prime and isn't on it. Well, it Brian's in. Hi, Brian. What do you make of what Barrett...
What was that last call? We crossed... No, it shows you Brennus Wheatcroft against.
I know.
I mean, if I had a job right, I'd be getting cards at the end of the week, wouldn't I?
Say that sentence again, Brian.
If I said in
yeah,
the boss would have me cards ready.
Cards ready. Yes, he would. I don't. I mean, to actively say as a peer, Johnson can transfer actively campaign Tories in a general election.
It just shows you. It just shows you. The House of Lords needs reform and sorting out. It's them
I know.
Who think like it, and it needs sorting out. Now, shows you. She said this about the general support him.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to the last general election. let's support Theresa May. It was a big, wasn't it?
Mm.
You know, I happened. You know, didn't seem to try to the big majority to fluff the election. Also, all what have you? They did.
I tell you what, all I'll say is, says, you may not think he can follow through with all these pledges that he's giving here. He may be preparing for a general election, but he's certainly giving the Tories a boost. I'm sorry, I'm going to stick to my guns on that one, whether or not you believe what's going to happen or not. Before we move on, do we really pay people like Patience Wheatcroft £300 a day plus expenses to be so out of touch with the feelings of the people in the country? They are absolutely unbelievable. And Chris says democracy is the founding principle which this country was built on. Brexit must be implemented, or public trust in politics will never recover. Politics and politicians will never gain back that trust, and democracy will be forever dead in the UK. Quite sure it's that drastic, Chris, but I understand your sentiment. Let us move on. The government has decided that children born to British jihadist fighters abroad should not be allowed home. The Times newspaper has learnt that it was one of the last decisions made by Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary. He decided it was too dangerous to send British troops or personnel to rescue babies or children who have British citizenship from camps in northern Syria. What do you think of this? The problem is this is a very complicated issue. Not all children born to a UK parent hold the right to British citizenship. If a mother or father was deprived of their citizenship before their baby was born, the child would not automatically be entitled to a passport.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11. The Prime Minister's been accused by his critics of electioneering as he's announced policy changes, including a review on sexual offenders for longer. Labour says he's clearing the ground for a general election. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC she agrees, but that she won't be canvassing for her party under Boris Johnson.
I think he's definitely getting ready for a general election. Whether he can win it is highly debatable, I think.
Will you campaign for the Conservatives?
I'd find it very difficult to campaign for Boris Johnson.
This as a new Comres poll tonight's revealed nearly 9 in 10 respondents felt politicians ignore the wishes of voters and push their own agendas on Brexit. All flights are still cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports after thousands of pro-democracy protesters the main terminal building at Hong Kong International. The ongoing actions affecting arrivals into Heathrow, as well as holidaymakers heading for Southeast Asia because it's used as a connecting airport. Downing Street says it's concerned by the recent violence by police and campaigners. Professor Steve Tsang from London School of Oriental and African Studies has told LBC he's worried too.
We are seeing the Chinese government taking an increasingly hard line over Hong Kong. The language is becoming very strident, and the demonstrators in Hong Kong believe that they are morally right and they are staying the course, and therefore I think we are seeing a slow-motion train crash in front of us at the moment.
Footage seems to show the FBI raiding an island owned by the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who is claimed took his own life in prison at the weekend. The financier was awaiting a trial of sex trafficking charges, but the US Attorney General says serious irregularities at the jail in New York where he was being held. There'll be an investigation into the prison and the staff. A man has been charged after a woman was crushed between 2 cars near Hyde Park in central London last night. The driver was tasered at the scene. 23-year-old Aid Thompson is accused of driving while driving without insurance, Class B drugs. The victim hospital. £100 their baby's pregnancy test drug. And 70s are preparing to take action. They claim Primados was marketed, establishing if it was that UK were negligent. Chris Gooch from North London took it with her daughter.
She doesn't have any proper fingers. Her hands are foreshortened and webbed. They have them and they're still quite... And her spinal problems have been to the point with a stick. She's in pain all...
It's manifest. There's no link. And we are just hearing Murray will not at the US Open tennis after losing since coming back to operation. It's round of the western and southern Cincinnati tonight. 6 LBC and cool night ahead for much of the showers clear away. Heavy rain west of England, a low of 6. Tomorrow, drier over more down, a high of 20 Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, Rachel Garish.
This is from leading British station with Ian.
Good evening, this is Ian Payne. I'm sitting in for Tom Swarbrick tonight, and tomorrow it's coming up to 4 minutes past 11 o'clock. It's a Monday evening. How's your week been so far? We're going to talk about the government's decision not to allow any children born to jihadists abroad back to the UK, even though their parents may be British. Now, the Times newspaper, and remember it was they that first had one of their journalists interview Shamima Begum in one of those refugee camps. She was a jihadist bride. She married a Dutch jihadist. She said, though, that she was innocent of any violence, and she basically went there to sort of live the life of an IS bride and have children. And unfortunately, all 3 of her children tragically died. But the Times has learned that it was one of the last decisions of Sajid Javid, the then Home Secretary, who decided it was too dangerous to send British people, be it citizens, civilians or military personnel, to rescue babies or children who've got British citizenship from camps in northern Syria. So I'm wondering whether is in serve them right. Is it too dangerous to send people out? Is it worth it? Is it too expensive? Labour have previously criticised the government's jihadist policy, and I'm sure they're bound to again. They say it's inhumane. They actually said that the death of Shamima Begum's children, particularly the last child, was at their door. Children's charities have also objected as well. What idea you want? Should we be more humane and allow these children back? I mean, they are blameless, but if so, how do we get them back? Do they reap what they sow? Do you think that the people who have gone out there have therefore forgone the rights of their children, or of their children blameless? And do you think we're just being too harsh? I want to speak to Sam Armstrong first from the anti-extremism think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. What do you think of the government's decision, Sam?
Well, I think it's absolutely right. At the end of the day, we're talking about risking the lives of British soldiers or potentially British diplomats to go and fetch children whose parents have made a decision to go and join a terrorist force. And the question is not, are these children British and have the right to remain or to come here? They do. This isn't what this is. It's whether we should put lives on the line in order to go and fetch them. I think that it would be completely wrong, outrage, if a British soldier was to die fetching the child of a terrorist who'd sworn to defeat them.
Do you really think that our military personnel would be in danger? I mean, these are people in camps.
Well, great swathes of Iraq and Syria are still, to all intents and purposes, lawless. ISIS may have been defeated as a territorial force, but they remain a guerrilla force. And I just don't think it's a risk worth taking. The government that have their intelligence made their decision. I happen to agree with them. OK, stay there, Sam.
Let's bring in Ivan Sampson, who's an immigration law specialist. What do you think of the government's policy, Ivan?
Well, I can give you my legal advice, and that's it's unlawful. It's unlawful because if the children are indeed British, and they're British if their parents passed on their nationality because they themselves were British citizens, otherwise than by descent, that means they were born in the UK, so they're British. And if they are British, does the British government have a duty of care towards them? And I would argue they do. Fundamentally, the relationship between a citizen, a British citizen, and the state is that the state provides and protects. Those are the two fundamental.
But what about Sam's argument that it's basically, it's still a war zone, and sending out British personnel would be dangerous? It would be a threat to their lives.
Yes, No, I agree. But is the value of that British life less than the value of the life of a soldier? They both have value. Now, we're not sending Sunday school teachers out there to rescue these children. You're going to be sending trained personnel, trained for that purpose. I mean, if you saw a child drowning in the middle of a pond, you wouldn't carry out the risk assessment, would you? You'd jump in and save, because that's the very moral of this country. And we have to remember these children are British. They have the right for protection. If you were in a foreign country, as a British citizen, you have a right that if you got into trouble, you'd expect your government to pull out the stop sale.
Go on, Sam.
It's just not true. The Foreign Office has said not to go to Syria and Iraq. If you do go to Syria and Iraq, they won't come and fetch you if you get into trouble. It's simply not true to say the government is going out there all the time picking people up. It's not.
Yes, but your very argument falls flat, because these children choose to go out there, did they? So if that's your argument, then surely we must help them, because they're innocent of any blame.
No, my argument is that the government simply does not go out to war zones and pick people up. It doesn't do it for children. It doesn't do it for adults. People have to have a degree of personal responsibility. And in this case, yes, the children are suffering for the acts of their parents, but it's a question as to whether a Home Secretary is prepared to risk further lives to go and fetch them.
Well, what happens if it can be proved, Sam, as Ivan says, from a legal point of view, that what is illegal by not bringing them home?
Well, if it's unlawful, a court will overrule him. They won't, because it's not. The British courts will not go out and up. But there is also the point that often these children are not just British citizens. People like Ivan would like them to be just British citizens. Often we're talking about children being born with 4 or 5 different nationalities, including either Syrian or Iraqi, as well as, Shamima Begum's child, a great case. We're looking at a child here who's probably Syrian, Bangladeshi, Dutch, and British. Why is it the British government that has to go and pick someone up every time that a child gets into trouble?
Ivan?
We don't have a two-tier British citizenship. Either you're British or you're not. And if you're British, you're entitled to protection. And I disagree with what the gentleman said about the British government don't have a responsibility to pick citizens up in a war zone. We've done it many times. Where there's been conflict, the government has sent out ships and troops to collect British nationals. It's happened many times. And it seems to me that because the parents of these children have done things that we don't agree with, then we're punishing these kids as a result. Here's your difference. It's pure discrimination.
They are, Sam. It's discrimination.
Well, it's discrimination, but it's discrimination in a wise way. We will go out and pick up a missionary who gets picked up who gets lost in the Amazon, of course. Are we going to rush into a war zone, risking British boys and girls in uniform to go and pick up the progeny of terrorists who often are the result of 2 terrorists from all over the world coming together, having children in a war zone? I mean, why actually is that child any more deserving of a rescue from British forces?
Where do you think...
Yazidi women who are raped by a British terrorist who goes out there.
Looking at it from a practical point of view, though, Sam, you say they shouldn't come home. What should they go? Where should they go? What should they do? Just stay in a refugee camp all their lives?
Well, the UN has resettlement programs in the refugee camps, and I'm sure that in time, travel for British nationals facilitated back. The question is, do we rush in troops now while it's dangerous? I say we don't. Ivan says we should. It comes down to whether you're prepared to sell British troops' blood that cheaply.
Ivan, final word?
If you don't send army per war zone, you send them. I mean, the whole point of an army, and having trained personnel, is to go into war zones. That's what army personnel are there for. So it's quite ridiculous otherwise we'd never have gone to war anyway, because it's too dangerous. It's a war zone. We mustn't send our army to war zones because it's too dangerous. I mean, it's just a ridiculous argument.
We'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Ivan. Ivan Sampson, who's an immigration law specialist, and Sam Armstrong from the anti-extremism think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. So, two polarised views. What do you think should happen to these children? So the government has announced that any child born to a British fighter or mother abroad should not be allowed home. The Times has learned that it was one of the last decisions of Sajid Javid before he left the Home Office. He decided it was too dangerous to send British military personnel or civilians out to the Middle East to rescue babies or minors who've got British citizenship from the camps in northern Syria. If a mother or father was deprived of their British citizenship before their baby was born, the child would therefore to citizenship as well. Do you agree with the government? Do you agree with Labour, who says that effectively the government's got blood on its hands? They've criticised their jihadist policy as inhumane, and children's charities such as Save the Children have also objected. So whose side are you on? Give me a call and tell me what you think should happen to these children. They are blameless, but should they be allowed home? 0345 60 6097 is the number to ring. You can text us 84850 or tweet at LBC. And rather than make this just a we don't want them home hour, how about some constructive discussion on what happen to these children if they're not going to come home? Should they be part of some UN humanitarian scheme? Should they spend the rest of their lives in a refugee camp? Or don't you care? 0345 6060973. At last, our government has grown a pair, says this texter here. I say thank goodness. We don't want their offspring back here. They are being raised by the same people they were, because that would make a lot of sense. Sajid Javid is totally right, says Sarah. None of these brides or children should ever be allowed back. Liberal snowflakes who wet the bed over this can go over there and care for them themselves. And children, says Speakeasy English, shame on the government. I'm ashamed to be British today. Sad, sad day indeed, says Lee. I feel sick. What should we do with the children of British jihadists? They're blameless. They're British, aren't they? Or are they? And should they come home? And if they can't come home, according to you, what should happen to them? The time is 11:15.
This is LBC.
LBC, together with Transport for London, are looking into the issue of air pollution in the capital, one of the most significant challenges facing inner and outer London. This week, Sheila Fogarty was joined by Dr. Will Norman, London's Walking and Cycling Commissioner.
Walking and cycling was massively important in terms of tackling the air pollution crisis, mainly because they're both forms of transport that don't give out.
Watch the full interview and find out how you can help clean up London's air at lbc.uk.
When it comes to cruising, you don't want to feel like just another number. Thankfully, the new boutique cruise ships by Saga offer a more personal service.
Good man.
Oh, hello. Giving you flexibility and freedom. What about off-roading on a volcano? A taste of Bordeaux's finest? Or fancy a bit of flamenco? Lovely. Well, thanks to the new Explorer Shore Concierge, no ask is too big. And the smallest ships dock closer to port, meaning more time ashore rather than getting ashore. It's a boutique cruise experience personal to you. Boutique Cruises by Saga, for your spirit of discovery.
Save up to 35% on our all-inclusive cruises. Search Spirit of Discovery to find out more. Over 50s only.
In 1972, Swale Heating was born. Since then, we have sold thousands of boilers from top manufacturers like Worcester Bosch. This year, we will sell our 250,000th boiler for free. And you could be the lucky winner. Visit swaleheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
For all our sleep outers, we're proud of you. For the cycle to workers, thank you. For the step up to the platers and the always parters, we know to be good, but it's good when we try. At the Cooperative Bank, we're playing our part too, raising over £1 million with our customers and colleagues to help Centrepoint put an end to youth homelessness. Search Cooperative Bank for people with purpose. Join us.
For a deeper dive in politics, then try the podcast.
Released. It's full of political.
Co-presented by me, former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith.
Power around our society.
Abolish inheritance tax.
About inheritance this week.
Available to download on Global.
Yes, this line stands for many things, like sporty, stylish, refined, and seductively priced. The Audi Q line, which you can now 1,000 towards your 6.7% APR representative. I've won at your local Audi, but you'll have to be swift. Soon. This line. Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik. With track plan registered by 30th of August 2019, 18 and stock vehicles only, subject to status, indemnities may be required. Audi.co.uk information.
C with Ian Payne. 0345 60973. Tweet C 84850.
Yeah. Tom Swarbrick, it's minutes almost on a morning. Before he left the Sajid Javid ruled, it's been revealed, that children of foreign fighters stuck in war zones, like in Syria or Iraq, will not be home. Lots of discussion about this. It's a difficult decision to call, but don't think you can be responsible for how they behaved. The government is far right, and Tories pandering to the far right. So, consensus there. I think that we should reconsider this. Is actually something safety of our bringing someone home. I don't that argument. I understand the argument that you've basically and I'm the children necessarily. If you've had your British citizenship taken away, then stop as well. It's a difficult one. 035 6073. Our men lives by trying to bring these home. Says you can't separate them from their mother. They have to stay. Oh dear. And Kentish Town in North London says unarmed workers in the camps, they made it safely. I've interviewed who've been to these camps. They survived. Terrible precedent. Leave there. If the mothers have committed a crime, get them home and let them face punish, says Joe in Kent. So Sajid Javid, before being home, ruled that children of British foreign fighters stuck in war zones will not be brought home. What do you think of that? Let's go to Sam, who's a new caller in Leeds. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, thank you. What do you think of this?
Really, there is a view of home, will parents, or is the British, subjects, do we bring them home? I'm mixed reviews. Depending on how old they are, they might already have not a hatred, but an idea, terrorism. That's if they're young, they have a.
Are they British?
If leave the country as your group, then so then British to the. If they are, you're stripping them from a life there.
Yeah.
Life to live.
But if a parent lost their British before the baby was born, the child wouldn't automatically be entitled to. That's that I got here. What about just the humanity, even the legal aspect to this? Is it legal? Just.
I don't think it's the law that's stopping this. It's more, like you said, is it humane? I think it comes from, not the legal side.
Which?
I'd probably say what's the more human.
Bring them home.
On a base,
we've got
if they are quite young.
Yeah, sure. No, I get that, and I think here. I think we put our troops in is a bit. I don't. We're not talking about having to some sort of raid on Entebbe, SAS in and out type of. I think there are better ways of. If your argument is that they're British, or are there problems in the future, or who do they live with when they come? Then that's a completely different argument. Let's go to Robert. Robert's in North London.
Yeah, all right, good evening.
What's your view?
Actually really depends. And on the parent identity, because we have a problem in the Western world, late national and ethnic identity.
Okay, go on, give me an example of this.
Old Shamima Bangladeshi, born in Britain.
Well, I mean, her parents are Bangladeshi, but she was not here. She can't speak Bangladeshi. She's never been to Bangladesh. I mean, you know, is she British? Where were you born? Oh, I was. No, where were you really born? You know what I mean?
Not really, no.
No?
She weren't British, no. She was Bangladeshi. She's all Bangladeshi.
No, you see,
Bangladeshi
she's not. No, she's British, you see. She's not.
Conflating national identity, ethnic identity. There is a specific ethnic group of people from this.
What about someone like...
And
so
there's a difference in right and privilege. For only a certain ethnic, and it is a privilege for everyone else. And a privilege is something that can...
All right, what... Jack.
Against this
privilege. Jihadi Jack, the guy from Oxford, white, the white guy.
Yeah. So
But what about him? Is that
definitely different because he has ties to this country.
Oh, Rob.
Different.
Come on,
But
man. That's
bring him back to this country. We persecute.
You're saying so you
completely lock the rest of his life. Let him see a
you're perpetrating. Shh. You're perpetrating the idea that colour of your skin, whether you're British or not.
Never said,
yes, you did. You said ethnicity.
Identity.
Oh, what's the difference?
My youngest brother is half Pakistani, half British, half Pakistani. So brown-skinned. He is not white-skinned like I am. British identity to this country. His mother is an English woman.
Okay, can an English woman be brown?
It depends. It's dependent on who her father is, who her mother is.
Right, okay. But can you see where this is going? I mean, if you take this argument to its logical extreme, you are basically saying that the races, the ethnic, whatever phrase you use, shouldn't mix. This is what we were talking about last night.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't mix. I'm not saying that. I have a half-black son myself, so I'm not saying that.
Right.
I have a half-Pakistani Muslim brother.
Okay.
I'm not saying they shouldn't mix.
But you're saying that Shamima Begum is not British.
Circumstances where pardon?
You're saying Shamima Begum is not British.
No, she was a British citizen. A British citizen.
And the difference between a British citizen...
heritage. What? She decided that she did not want to keep her British citizenship anymore and go and join a violent, aggressive, terrorist group. So she's given up her British citizenship.
And so the same thing should be for Jihadi Jack. Is he a British citizen? What's he?
He's ethnically British.
So he's ethnically British.
If he's ethnically British...
He's not a British citizen, he's just British.
Yes.
So there's a distinction between British and a British citizen.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, Robert, thank you. Let's go to Hayden, who's in Southwark. Hi, Hayden.
Hiya.
Should these children be allowed home?
So I'm not particularly an expert on all this, but I just think that one day those kids are going to grow up, and if they're left to grow up camp, knowing that their parents or their dad was killed by the UK military, they're going to kind of grow up with resentment, and some of them more than likely will have, like, kind of adorn those views of hating the UK, and we're going to then have a whole kind of group of children that have got
so what do we do?
views against.
So if they come back to this country, will they still not harbour that resentment?
I'm sure. Surely there's programs in place that will de-radicalise them. I think the only thing that I can see with them coming back to the UK is who looks after them, because then maybe there's an wives shouldn't come back, but then if the kids come back, who then looks after them? I think is the
I think you'll find there'll be grannies and grandpas and aunties and uncles, cousins. They'll all join in. The families will still. I mean, even the Begums have a very extended family here. I don't think we need to worry about that. I suppose all we have to worry about is whether or not these people I mean, do you believe it would be dangerous to send British citizens over there to bring them back?
No, not at all. That
nor do I.
argument's a joke. No.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, good. I'm glad you think that. So we have to. So basically, we need to talk about the welfare of these children. They are blameless.
I think it's thinking about their future and what might happen to their views, because you don't want a whole generation of kids who are kind of a second generation of IS fighters or whatever.
Okay, well, this is... Let me read... So, this is Labour... This is the death of Shamima Begum's third child. The baby's subsequent death was the result of a callous and inhumane decision by our government, and the international charity Save the Children said his death was avoidable. Do you agree with that? Do you blame the government for the death of this child?
No.
No, nor do I. Should children like that, if they'd survived, be allowed home, and should the mother come with them? It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what should happen. I just think it needs to be considered how these kids, when they grow up, what their views will be and the actions that they may take.
Yeah, well, Mr. Javid...
Also, I think, for example, like a kid that, if both their parents have died and they're an orphan, then I can't see a reason that they couldn't. But then how can you be selective like that? I think it's a tricky one.
I don't know. Anyway, listen, you pointed out the conundrum here. Sajid Javid said, the loss of any child is a tragedy, but said to the Commons, I do not want any more children brought into a war zone because their parents think that they'll be automatically bailed out. I don't think they went in there thinking they're going to be bailed out. 900 British citizens fled to join the so-called caliphate in Syria and Iraq, of whom 400 were thought to have returned as of March this year. At least 10% have been prosecuted and about 150 are thought to have died. A government spokesman said, since 2011, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office has advised against all travel to Syria, and there is no consular support available to British nationals from within Syria, which seems to be, we warned you, now you have to make your own bed. It's 11:30. Rachel Gerrish has the news headlines.
Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft has told LBC she thinks the Prime Minister's getting ready for a general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under Boris Johnson. He's been accused of electioneering today over policy announcements, including to jail violent and sexual offenders for longer. All flights are still cancelled on one of the world's busiest airports after thousands of pro-democracy protesters crowded into the main terminal building, Hong Kong International. The ongoing actions affecting arrivals into Heathrow, as well as holidaymakers heading for Southeast Asia because it's used as a connecting airport. And Andy Murray will not play in the singles at the US Open tennis tournament later this month, after losing his first match since coming back to tennis from his hip operation. He was beaten tonight in the first round of the Western and Southern Open in Cincinnati, 6-4, 6-4 to Richard Gasquet. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers in northwest England, a low of 6 degrees Celsius.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up on Nick Ferrari at Breakfast with Tom Swarbrick tomorrow, a new poll out shows 3/4 of British people back giving the police increased stop and search powers. So why are some campaigners opposing the idea? Tom will get the very latest from Hong Kong and whether flights are able to resume at its international airport. Plus, he'll be asking if drivers should be banned from using their phones whilst behind the wheel, even hands-free units. That's all on Nick Ferrari at Breakfast with Tom Swarbrick, coming up tomorrow morning from 7, right here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, weekday mornings from 7. LBC. This is LBC.
This year, an explorer descended almost 40,000 feet into the Pacific, breaking the record for the deepest ever dive. It's amazing what we can do when we think beyond limits. That's why Vodafone are giving small businesses what they need to reach their full potential with their new unlimited 5G data plans. Plus, with Rapid Insurance, get a replacement phone within 4 hours if something goes wrong. Go beyond limits and see what your business can achieve. Search Vodafone Business Unlimited.
William, Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim back a total of £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, we may be able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text GOOD to 60777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text GOOD to 60777 and we'll...
It's your Stand By Me.
So, darling, by
Your You to Me Are Everything station. And, of course, your Sunday station.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
Sound of El sister station. That's the sound of smooth radio. Listen radio on player or ask your smart speaker. Stay smooth.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? We take care of everything. Hiring ideas and to know how to design your perfect kitchen. And right now, there's up to 50% installation in our great summer sale. For minimum spend exclusions, see wix.co.uk.
I have definitely sent last-minute flowers before. What's great about get them sent quite swiftly, and then they never know that I got flowers their letterbox and look in zingflowers.com every time.
LBC with Ian Call 0345 6097. Tweet at L. Text 84850.
Yeah, I wanted to talk just about, while we're also talking about called terrorist children, should allow them back to this country. Sajid Javid decided he doesn't happen. That was his sort of he left the Home Office. So I want to continue on talking about that. A couple of people have got in touch about Hong Kong. A couple of texts. Sad chapter in Hong Kong's history. My family, when they're fearful of the going about their normal daily life. A small group of extremely violent within the protesters have been behaving more like terrorists, setting fire to and their living quarters, beating up protesters side who don't support them. I agreed with the professor who was on earlier. It's like a slow car crash, as violent police handed, and then it's a downward spiral. Dave's on the line, Wilkinson. We're talking to him from Bangkok, trying to get back to Hong Kong. Is that
right? Yes, we responded. My daughter was standing on the run yesterday to disembark, and I'm trying to, and now me and my wife back to Hong Kong. And take her on the flight back to the UK.
Have you'll be allowed to get back? Will this?
The certainty of the air in terms of when it's normal. But that's to be honest. I stay here until it all wasn't the fact that my daughter had to get back to school.
All right. Yeah. No. So you've lived in Hong Kong for how long?
27 years.
And what do you make of these texts that I read out? Someone saying that infiltrated by violent terrorists, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a peaceful protection for 25 years. You don't have a, this is destined by a very society in mainland China. So listen to them. What do they do?
Yeah.
The more had options on the business market felt it was easier. It's another thing for themselves in Hong Kong. It's never for the people.
Sure.
So, it's supposed to do.
Listen, that's like, if I just ask you one more question, can you give us an example of how life has changed since the British protection, or at least did ban the Chinese? Because there seems to be a feeling here that becoming much more authoritarian there. Of how life's changed.
The local government are massive change. Civil servants, or the public civil servants, mainland Chinese. So it's clearly been divided. And do the same, by the way. So I'm not fighting that. It's a very slow burn, and all that happens. But it should be a city. That's handover.
Good luck getting back, and hope to school as well. That's Dave. He's in Bangkok trying to get back to Hong Kong until things calm down. As I say, if you have in Hong Kong, back to Hong Kong, or if you've got a view on why society is so much. I mean, when the Chinese took over, they Hong Kong to continue the same quasi-capitalist system still operates. It does feel like the sort of encroaching authoritarian and from within Beijing is beginning to creep its way over Hong Kong. So no more situation than that. I'd love to hear from you. 0345 609. You got an experience of... we're talking about when children, British jihadist fighters, should be allowed. Well, the government has decided that they should not be allowed home. Papers learnt that was one of the ones made by Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary. He decided it was too dangerous to send to rescue and minors who have British citizenship from camps in North. Again, it's two different arguments. Because it's too dangerous. I don't think it would be dangerous to bring them back. I think they should be back here socially. What happens? Should we just rub our of them? We can't women's lives trying to rescue and let a safe passage. One texter here. Shame on the government. Says another texter here. These children back in a short time. Lawyers, says Leslie, who will say it's unlawful for them to be separated. It's a ruse for others to come back. And Hester, I believe we should, France and Russia parents desire it, bring the children home. But on no should we welcome back the... Let's go to Craig, who's in Glasgow. What do you...
Oh, hi, Ian.
Hi.
Well, listen, I think should be... I can't believe that what we are doing as a country that, prides itself on being a morally decent society more often than not, that puts herself on a pedestal above countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran and, these eastern countries and even countries like Russia. And what we are saying is, because their parents are terrorists, therefore we must punish the kids and not bring them back. That is unacceptable. You cannot tell me that those kids deserve to be left in a war-torn country where they will grow up to be worse than what they would if they come up. We do have a fairly decent care system. It has its issues, but we've got a decent care system. There's no for us to leave those kids there. And the caller you had on a couple of calls ago, frankly, was racist, because what he was suggesting and what he was saying was that you are not British unless you are white and British. That, I'm sorry, that's Tommy Robinson, EDL type language. That
it was pretty, wasn't it? Yeah, I know.
There are plenty of people who are black who are born in this country to two parents who are potentially black who are also born in this country.
Yeah, no.
If you look far enough in anyone's heritage, you'll find someone who's not from Britain.
Exactly.
That's just the way heritage works.
It was a strange sort of... But what... Do you think there's any danger to our society if we allow these children back? Are they in some way indoctrinated to the way of thinking of their parents?
I don't think so, because the reason I say that, when you look at it, right, if you said that, you would have to say to someone who is the child of a serial killer, for example, that means they'll grow up and be a serial killer, so they'll be a danger, so we must therefore walk them away, or someone who was a paedophile, for example. We know actually the majority of the time, people who are children of people who commit the most heinous crimes, such as being serial killers or paedophiles or whatever, actually the majority of the time do not grow up to themselves then be what their parents are. Yes, there's always risks, but actually there's a higher risk of that happening if you leave them in a country where they will get zero education, where they'll get, the bare minimum in terms of care, and they'll be fed, this poison from people over there who do have, agendas against the UK and say, well, this is how you breed more terrorists, because by abandoning these children, is you solidify the views of the extremists over there who already think the worst of us, and it just proves what they say by us abandoning them.
So what would you say
well,
to a texter here, I think it's a tweet actually, from Mel, who says, look, I'm sorry it's harsh, but it would be even crueler to take kids away from a culture they've known since birth, i.e. bring them back here from the Middle East where they've been brought up for, say, the last 5 years?
Well, what I would say to that, again, I would simply say to that the way our social care system works, children can be removed from an environment and a culture that they have known their entire lives in this country, because there are different cultures in this country and there are different ways people deal with bringing up their children. Our social system doesn't look at, well, if we take the kid away from this culture, will it be bad? It looks at what is going to be best for the kid. Yes, could it have an impact? It might take a bit of adjusting. But the fact is, we have to look here at what is best for the kids. See, obviously, I'm in Scotland, I've worked in the social care sector, and your whole job is about what is best for the child, even if doing what's best for that child may sometimes actually involve doing something that could have a detrimental impact on the child in the short term, but long term is the best decision that you can make.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm kind of more, thanks Craig for your call, I'm siding more on that argument, which suggests that they should really be allowed back here. I think it's just cruel, in a way. Sharon says, my grandkids had an addict for a mother who went to prison after leaving them. I'm just grateful they were not punished for her deeds. As a grandparent, I can't imagine not fighting to protect them and keep them safe. Even with such a challenging start, both now are at uni. If we don't strive to protect innocent kids, then what's the point? Well said, Sharon. It's midnight.
This is LBC.
Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim back a total of £5,500. At Goodwin, we may be able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text SOLD to 66777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text SOLD to 66777 and we'll call you back.
My mum can't remember my first steps. She can't remember walking me to my first day at school or watching me walk down the aisle. She doesn't even remember I'm her daughter. But I do. That's why I'm walking the Alzheimer's Society Memory Walk for my mum. Join me to help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you walk for? memorywalk.org.uk.
Hi, I'm back. I just set a personal best run. Feels great.
That's lovely, Mike. I think you've earned the right to put bins out.
Hey?
With Vitality Life Insurance, you get properly rewarded when you're active. In fact, you could save over £775 in rewards from our partners. Join over 1 million customers. Just search Vitality Life. Vitality. Positively different. Annual savings available with certain plans and are dependent on members' usage of rewards available. Terms and conditions apply.
For the Many, a podcast full of political insight, co-presented by me, Ian Dale.
And by me, former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith. Available to download on Global Player.
Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plain. How rude of me. I forgot to tell you. Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I wasn't much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and registered by 31/12. T&Cs apply.
Days and weeks can fly by, but if you're worried it's cancer, time can slow down and almost stop. That's why, with Bupa Health Insurance, you can call us about any symptom of cancer without seeing your GP first. Depending on your cover and your symptoms, we could even refer you to a consultant there and then. Bupa Health Insurance. For living. To find out more, search Bupa. Direct access services may not be available for some underwriting methods, and you may need to provide evidence that conditions are not pre-existing.
Nick Ferrari at Breakfast with Tom Swarbrick, LBC.
Criminals are recruiting children to deal drugs with the offer of free food. Nicola Whittaker, former gang member.
The young person hasn't got that money to give them back for the chicken and chips they bought throughout the week. That's when they get, okay, this bag across the town to drop this person. And that's when...
Nick Ferrari at Breakfast with Tom Swarbrick.
With Zero. Get digital right. Zero accounting software.
LBC. Ian LBC. Call 05600973.
So it's been revealed in the Times newspaper that the government has decided a child born to a saddest fighter abroad not to be allowed home. I think that's... I think every story investigated separately. It was one of the last decisions made by Sajid Javid when he was military, because he decided it was too dangerous for personnel to rescue babies and who have in northern is a simple issue. Not every child born to a UK parent holds the right to British. If the mother or father of before the not automatically entitled born. However, I just feel it just blaming the kids sins of Labour's previously criticised had his policy. They're bound to criticise this again tomorrow. It will be raised. They've said it was inhumane. Charities like Save the Children did as well. They said Begum's daughter's avoidable. That was the third she'd had. Basically, the sort of blood was on the... I think that was going a bit... The more I just think this is not humane. This is not legal. These kids have done 456097. They don't... This texter, they're not British. They're pennies of the... They're children subjects who... says Richard, and when they're adults they could they though really? Dave's in Northolt.
We have an absolute obligation to bring those children back if they're British citizens. Reasons. Firstly, we have an obligation. No two ways about that. Secondly, we have a obligation. And thirdly, we do not in this country of the parents onto the children. That's exactly what this government is proposing to do. Okay, when Boris Johnson said he wanted spaces, that would be millions, because everybody going to prison would have to get them, because we would be passing the sins onto the children. We
pose a risk. There's a risk to
left out there and out there. When they eventually came, it should be done as soon. How can we pass of parents on?
Okay, so what if they're in a refugee camp with the mother? Oh, so maybe allowed that.
She for treason and have to take the consequences. I'd say yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. The parents of these children, says this texter, whether they want to be better to be with a parent regardless than to be in a place where they don't know anyone and care system. No, we're not saying that. We're saying particularly if they're with the mother kids home, the kids be with extended family or whatever it happens. They need to be here to be looked at, and has to therefore go on trial because they have treason. They taken up the residence with the enemy. Way of putting it, really. Speak to Irene. What do you think, Irene?
Do you think that the mothers are going to just watch them take the children?
No, we're not saying that. We're saying they could come back with them.
Well, I thought that had already been decided. They weren't going to let the other.
Well, I know they've taken away from her for means. I mean, children now. She had 3 kids. But
the thing is, I was listening to it was Sheila's show. We'd actually been out there. I think he'd been fighting with the Peshmergas, And he was counts. There are still a lot of people, a lot of the women that have actually been front line. And he said that if in and tried to take the children riot.
Really?
So you're wrong about it not being dangerous.
Right, so you basically wouldn't allow any of them home?
Done safely, and I don't see what right we've got to take the children from the parents.
Oh, it's such a difficult one. So
Yeah, it is difficult to understand everybody saying, oh, they'd be better off over here. Say.
Well, I don't know, it feels...
Being very morally judgmental of us.
You don't think
they want to be with their mothers, why not?
Yeah, but... OK, so, just an example of somebody... If someone like... So, if... saying someone like me... I don't know how many people like that... children with them, because with them, is the case from Shamima Begum, or do you... It's a blanket ban on anyone, anything to do with ISIS, whether you've got a partner...
I don't see any other way round.
Really? That's it? You're not coming home?
I don't think you keep children away from the mothers.
OK. What about...
Oh, different. Orphans... Oh, different, my grammar. No, orphan. Children have got...
Mm.
And I think another thing as well, when a older than 6 or 7...
Yeah.
Start children their ways that early.
I don't think any influence on these children in camps anymore, has it?
Well, the guy was saying still in there.
Right. OK, fair enough.
They're fighting a guerrilla.
It's so. Every time I think I've made up my mind on this, I think you just got to treat every on its merits. Just guide you to the website LBC.UK or our Twitter feed, which is just LBC on Twitter. We've put up that interview earlier with a Tory. Her name is Baroness Wheatcroft. She's a Tory House of Lords, former Sunday Telegraph as well. Extraordinary, saying Boris Johnson election, she won't campaign for him. She'll be campaigning against. She actually vote Tory or not. She would find it very difficult to campaign for Boris Johnson in an election, which she says the Prime Minister is definitely going for. She sat in the House of Lords since 2010. And she said to me she doesn't agree with a lot of things that Boris Johnson is promising, including taking Britain out of the EU with no deal. So effectively, we've got to the stage now where Tory members, I think in the Commons as well we're talking about here, but certainly in the House of Lords, won't be voting for Boris Johnson if the election. I mean, it's just an extraordinary state of affairs. Go on the website, have a look at lbc.co.uk, or you can go on the Twitter feed at LBC. And have a listen to another day. I'm trying to think of another phrase, but terrorist children.
Yeah, the problem, I think, is that I don't care if they're coming here or staying there. What we need to do is to try and fix the countries where they are at the moment. Because so many want to come over to our country. But I think what we need to do is to work out how we can make that country better and remove terrible regimes that are running in their country.
It's a hell of an arse to try and save a whole country's doctrine and regime. It really shouldn't be for our country decides to be...
Bush and Blair...
Yes, no, of course you can say that. But that doesn't mean we necessarily have to try and save the whole country, does it? We just need to leave, don't we?
I mean... I would argue against that, and I think we need to help out other countries, and they will start helping us.
Get through as many calls as I can before midnight. Loads of you want to talk about this. Let's go to Newcastle and speak to Matt, who's a soldier. Oh, goodness, so you got some of all this?
Yes, I have.
Go on, what have you done?
Right, I have done... OK, I'm not trying to... But I've been involved. I've been part of rescue missions in Iraq and Afghanistan, both.
Rescuing who?
Rescue missions. We've got some Secret Service rescue missions that we do that it's kind of classified. We can't say that.
Can you tell us exactly? I mean, are you rescue personnel or what?
Civilians.
Civilians, really?
Yeah, civilians. We've got both civilians and military personnel. And my point is, for the Home Office, Sajid
Javid.
I can't even pronounce it properly, sorry.
Right.
For him to say it is so dangerous for British troops to go, it's a whole lot of nonsense.
Yeah, I do too.
Because it is not, they are in a refugee camp. And these are one of the simplest things everybody can do. Any soldier that is trained to be part of the rescue mission can do.
Yeah. Okay, so what would you do? Would you allow them?
Yes, I will allow them back. Those can come back home and to England and finish. I feel a bit disgusted about it. Some people call him saying the kids haven't done nothing.
I know.
And there are programs in this country that can de-radicalise them.
Matt, I've got to go. I'm doing in. Do call again. Yeah, I agree. I think about all this. OK, let's move on and talk about saving the planet. A London college has banned the sale of to fight global warming. Goldsmiths College is also charging 10p on a levy on a bottled water in a sink cups. They're going to install more solar panels. Anyone not think?
On your radio, on Global and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midnight, cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports this morning after thousands of pro-democracy protests crowded into the main terminal building at Hong Kong International. The ongoing actions affecting arrivals into Heathrow. Makers heading for Southeast Asia because it's used as a connecting airport by the recent violence by police and campaigners. Sangs from London School of Oriental and African Studies. He's told LBC he's worried as well.
Seeing the Chinese government taking an increasingly hard line over Hong Kong. The language is becoming very strident, and the demonstrators in Hong Kong believe that they are staying the course, and therefore I think we are seeing a slow motion moment.
The Prime Minister's been accused by his critics of electioneering as he's announced policy changes, including a review into jailing violent and sexual offenders for longer. Labour says he's clearing the ground for a general election. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft's told LBC party under Boris Johnson.
I think definitely getting ready for a general election. Whether he can win it is highly debatable, I think.
Will you campaign for the Conservatives?
I'd find it very difficult to campaign for Boris Johnson.
Nearly 9 in 10 respondents felt politicians ignore the wishes of voters and push the footage seems to show the an island owned by the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who is claimed took his own life in prison at the weekend. The financier was awaiting a trial of sex trafficking charges. But the US Attorney General says there were serious irregularities at the jail in New York where he was being into the prison and the staff. A £10,000 reward is now a 15-year-old girl from London who's been missing in Malaysia for more than a week. Nora Quarren's got learning difficulties. Her parents think she was kidnapped. A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. Reports warned it's just as distracting as if we're holding them. That is already finable by 6 points and £200. Daniel Zeichner's the MP for Cambridge. He's told LBC he does want the law changed.
It's difficult because some people do need to communicate for work. But the recommendation of our committee is the law should be changed, maybe with limited exemptions. But one death is one death too many. And it's so much better to keep people safe.
Lost his first singles match since his hip operation and himself at US Open later this Western and Southern Open in the first round by the Frenchman Richard Gasquet 6-4, 6-4. LBC weather mainly dry and cool but heavy rain continuing across the northwest of England. A low of 6, then drier over the southwest but more downpours elsewhere. A high of 23. Newsroom for LBC. I'm Rachel Garish.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
Good morning. It is a Tuesday past midnight. I want to talk about the way universities are leading the way in trying to fight global warming. So this is part of London University. It's called Goldsmiths College in University of London. It's in the I think it's Lewisham. I think it was. I did apply there. I should know. And they have basically said, right, we're going to try and do our bit to combat global several ways. One, we are going to remove all beef products from sale on campus. So if you go to the canteen, you can't have a burger, you can't have a steak, you can't have spag bol. You know, the list is endless. 10 pence levy on bottled water and on single-use plastic cups. They're going to install more solar panels across the campus. It's in New Cross, isn't it? Not quite Lewisham. South East London. They're going to switch to a 100% clean energy supplier as soon as possible. It's going to spend money on its allotment, where presumably it grows vegetables, very good, and identify other areas where planting could help to absorb carbon dioxide. The university worked this out, but they've worked out that the university emits 3.7 million kilograms of carbon every year, but they're hoping to become carbon neutral by 2025. And it'll try and increase the number of students studying climate change. So, first question, is there anyone out there who doesn't think this is a good idea? Or do you think freedom of choice should still remain? Because that, when it comes down to it, whether you believe global warming is happening or not, well, you have to believe that what we're doing is not helping the planet. So whatever we can do, whether it's saving ourselves or saving the planet or making things better, whatever we do cannot do any harm. We certainly can't do any more harm than we're doing. So we have to do something. Beef, according to scientists, is more damaging to the environment because of the cows that they use for beef production, the grazing, the deforestation that comes with making grazing land. It produces more methane, which is dangerous. It requires more land, more water than any other livestock. The head of Goldsmiths College, she's new, Professor Frances Corner, said, the growing global call for organisations to take seriously their responsibilities for halting climate change is impossible to ignore. Though I've only just arrived at Goldsmiths, it's immediately obvious that our staff and students care passionately about the future of our environment and that they're determining to help deliver the step change we need to cut our carbon footprint drastically and as quickly as possible. Declaring a climate emergency cannot be empty words. I truly believe we face a defining moment in global history, and Goldsmiths now stands shoulder to shoulder with other organisations willing to call the alarm and take urgent action to cut carbon use. It comes on the same day, or is it the same day in Australia? I can't remember. When Nigel Farage has gone on. It was a very relaxed interview, and he had quite a go at the royal family. And he said, I hope Charlie doesn't become king, because he said, because of his views on climate change. And you just think, oh, Nigel, stick to the politics, man. Don't start talking about climate change, because he's a bit of a... Would you call Nigel a climate change denier? I mean, he's kind of wavering, isn't he? He's definitely not in the Thunberg camp. So I want to know whether or not you think. I mean, we've all got to do something for it. But should we go to the stage? Should we be so draconian where we say we are going to make a difference, and to make a difference, we are going to ban certain things that we all take for granted. We are banning burgers. We are going to making things more expensive. I can. So the levy, the 10p extra you pay on a bottle of water or single-use cups, that I accept. But actually banning something as common as a burger, as beef, is that the way forward? Maybe it is. I'd like to know your thoughts. Give me a call. 0345 6060 973. If you ring now, you get through. It tends to get a bit busier later, but at the moment, it's fairly quiet. So give me a ring and you'll definitely get through, even if you've never rung before. Now's your chance. 0345 6060 973. Have we got to the stage now where we need to actually take affirmative action like this college is doing, or are they a bit... what's the word? Lefty's not the right word, but are they being a bit too progressive? You don't need to ban the sale of beef to save the planet. Or do we? 0345 6060 973. Student Union President of Goldsmiths is a man called Joe Leam. He said, our house is on fire, because those were the very words of the teenage climate activist Greta Thunberg, the Swedish 16-year-old. Joe said, I believe that our new dean, Frances Corner, and the university management are realising this and making these changes to put their part of the house fire out. The Students' Union will be a part of this process every step of the way to make sure this stays true, seeking to speed the process up wherever possible, and will keep the college community updated out. Greenpeace have commented as well. Rosie Rogers is a member of Greenpeace, saying it's encouraging to see an institution like Goldsmiths not simply declaring a climate emergency, but acting on it. From energy use, sales and plastic pollution, all universities and organisations with campus sites can make changes across their facilities that are better for the planet. It comes down to this. Do you do something as drastic as this university, where you actually ban something as common or garden and as daily available as... They have banned burgers. They have banned the sale of beef completely. Is that going too far? Tell me what you think. If you want to text, 8485 0. If you want to tweet, at LBC. But do give us a call. There's a couple of slots left. 0345 6060 973. Making things more expensive? Yes. Making them more rare? Yes, but not too rare. If you start to ban things, do you not create some sort of black market? I know that sounds ridiculous. It's like in Prohibition. You know, you've got a speakeasy, but someone's saying, "Psst, want a burger?" I don't know. Is that where we go from here? Should we be banning it? Should we just make it more expensive? What should we do? Make it less available? Can't ban beef just like that. It seems a bit drastic. Don't have so much of it. But banning it? 0345 6060 973. Text us 84850 or tweet at LBC. So, Goldsmiths College, University in London, is banning the sale of beef to try and fight global warming. Is banning substances the way forward? Let's go to Ranjit, who is a new caller in Virginia Water. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on, Ian. Thank you very much, buddy.
No problem. What would you...
Well, I just want to say, right, you know, the way the world is going at the moment, right, yeah, I just feel that, you know, everyone is, a lot of people that I know, right, are just eating, like, obviously, eating meat, eating beef, all this, right. No one understands how it feels like to have an animal being slaughtered and actually seeing it, right, physically being slaughtered, right, and where it goes through, what the smells are, and how you dissect the animal, and why it's... the only reason why I'm saying this, right, because a lot of the abattoirs that I actually know, right, yeah, are halal, right, yeah?
Yeah.
And the animal is still half alive while it's been slaughtered. Do you know what I mean?
That's a separate argument, isn't it? This is about deforestation. This is about patterns. This is about the release of methane, the fact that this intensified farming of cattle, of beef, harms the planet and the CO2 emissions, rather than issue.
All it is, right, yeah, so grazing. Why are they grazing? Because they want to be for human consumption. They eat the meat, but the thing is, right, people have never actually seen. Like, if people were killing an animal, a cow, a boar, they would think twice about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the McCartney. People would stop eating meat. They would all be if that last.
All it is, right, yeah, it's taking a bit of in your Tesco's or your Morrison. You think, yeah, nice, I'll have that. But no one actually knows, yeah, or where it went through, or how it came, was slaughtered.
No, Randy, I know, I agree with you. I think it's a separate argument. The it's been there. I've been in an abattoir. I was working on a farm, and they were selling to the halal market, and it was pretty gruesome. I mentioned this: the sheep would get stunned, shock, and then cut facing back. Well, I can imagine. And the beef as well. It was just pretty put me off wanting to eat a burger. Tom's a new... all a bit nonsense.
Yeah, nonsense. What's the beef with beef? It's been proven again. Prohibition just simply doesn't work. It does not work. It sounds stupid, but beef totally possible. Even to do with university politics. They drive them, bring in beef burgers. They're going to throw them everywhere. You can just see it happen.
I think that they will ban of beef products on really would. They're just not going to sell.
Yeah, but I think one thing just leads to another, doesn't it?
What does it lead to? Secret beef meetings.
Look, put it this. I used to have a pet dog. It died, and I'm still a meat eater. That's going on. Animals are going to die. So, eat meat that
Look, no one is disagreeing with the fact that, you know, the meat is out the... No, everyone wants to eat meat, wants to eat meat. The problem, it's harming... So, some way, the stand that is taken. Why do you think they're bonkers?
Look, this is the thing. Selling beef, people are still going to buy beef. Maybe might feel even more encouraged. I can't do it anymore. I mean, like when you're a kid, you're told you can't have...
Even if we realise this is leave us all in the end.
Dead by the time, but anyway, isn't it? Like, it doesn't really affect anyone.
What a gloom you have on the world, Tom, for your input. Serious. It's literally banning, a harm going to actually work. Banning things the way forward. Understand not eating so much. I think if you say you can't have recalcitrance of things is, what do you mean I can't have that? What? I'm going to get that. Secret beef societies happen. You'll create a class. Don't just slightly more a rarity. Make it something that you have a special occasion. You know? Don't 6 days. The time is 4:15.
LB
Business. Ian Dale. The evening from 8, answering questions from new startup, established companies.
When it comes to selling your business, nobody can passion that you've got for it. That's why the start rate is high, because the market themselves and we don't have a business.
LBC Business Hour. Phone business. Unlimited data plans specifically for small LBC.
Good afternoon. In changing energy.
Do 100% renewable electricity?
No, but...
Where?
Well...
How about program?
Who with?
Shell Energy. Maybe energy...
Where does your home energy... Search Shell Energy Switch. Energy. Home energy matters. And supply. Visit Shell Energy.
Join me, James O'Brien, podcast Disclosure, speaking to the author Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
The last time in hospital, you probably couldn't of different nationalities encounter. That's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on app or global player.
Station. Your youth everything station. And of course, your easy Sunday mornings. Sound of L sister station. That's the sound. Smooth radio. On your radio, global play, or ask your smart speaker to play smooth.
Pay on L. Call 03 6060973.
So, has the right are they bonking university the sale of on campus to try and fight Goldsmiths, University of London, in London, beef products from sale, a charge heavy on bottled water and single-use. I agree with that. I agree with the idea that it's going to install more panels, like the idea on its and the idea that other ideas where planting could also help to absorb carbon dioxide. However, actually banning beef, that's a step to going to if you do that. But if you'd like to tell me I'm wrong, please boo-hoo in some bad for you anyway. For a unit, rid of it is great. The better. It's the thing. It's the right. Don't worry, McDonald's will street corner until over in Surrey. About Goldsmiths, beef eaters at the tower. Their name. See, already rebelling. Doesn't seem to me if the college, says Peter Lewisham, to take away shots within a 2-minute walk. It's the stand. Do you admit they're taking? Well, yes. Actually banning completely? Really see how... No, reduce the carbon footprint. That's fine. They will be feeling virtuous about themselves. But I think that is not the way forward. Ban things. History has taught us if you try and ban things, it doesn't actually work. Paul, hello, Paul.
Hi there.
What do you think? Should we ban burgers? Ban beef?
I think they're putting out completely the wrong message, in my view.
Okay, why?
Well, because it's not the solution to the problem. Even if everyone did what they are recommended, it won't resolve the issue.
Right. But do you admire the stand they take?
No, because it's completely the wrong message.
Go on then. What should they be doing?
Well, the message they should be doing is the underlying problem, solution to this problem is population growth.
Yes.
The population, even in my lifetime, has doubled. The world population. That means there's so many more people, like 3 or 4 billion more people in the world that want cars, that want to eat meat, that want to grow food, that take up land, take up from all the other animals that need to share the planet with us. If we restrict our own population growth, the Chinese did it, and there's 3 billion people less in China.
I got this wrong, and so I'm happy to repeat. Yeah. I don't want to repeat the lie, but the Chinese never actually banned having more than 2 children. They just said if you're going to have more than 2 children, you'll be fined.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
But what they did, most of the people only had 1 child. And in that 50 years, since Nixon went over there, when they had that policy, about 50 years, they had 1.5 billion people there.
Right.
And now there's 1.2 billion. So they've dropped 300 million.
How do you stop that? And I'm not trying to be racist here, but how do you stop that in some of the poorer communities of the world? How do you stop that in a village where most people are used...
They are going that way at the moment. A lot of countries that you think have 6 or 7 children now only have 2. The population of the world is growing at 1 point something percent. Within my daughter's lifetime, the population is going to grow from 7 billion to, I think it's going to top out.
So what would you do? Would you literally put a limit on the number of children you're allowed?
I think humans have to. If we don't, nature will. Nature's already doing things like, we're kicking it more. It's not the animals that are letting out all these methane. It's the problem is we're burning CO2 that nature's buried underground in the form of oil and coal.
Well, we're also
that.
if you graze, if you cultivate too many times in the same area.
Yes.
You ruin the soil. It turns into you can't ruin
yes.
anything. I was seeing this fantastic program the other day. It was what's the island that's got 2 halves? One's Spanish and one's French. It's Dominica, is it? And I'll look it up anyway. One was sort of Spanish, French owned because one of them kept using the same the same crops over and over and over and over again. It just became infertile, and the poverty in that place is horrendous. And then literally just over the border, is it Saint Dominica? I think it is. Anyway, Haiti?
Yeah, they did a rotation system.
It was amazing. They did a rotation, and they were much better because they used this one, then the rotation system. There you are, you see, perfect.
But
and the land's still productive.
Yeah, but you see, the whole thing is humans make all these demands on nature. It's humans that are causing the climate change, the added bit that humans put in, that put the CO2. Now, if you've got an animal, it's eating grass. Grass is a plant that absorbs CO2. Animals, like us as well, we emit CO2. When we breathe out CO2.
Yeah.
And plants breathe it in. So there's a limit as to how much extra CO2 you can put in the atmosphere. So a cow eating plants can only emit the CO2 that it's eating, emit extra. So it's in zero balance with nature. It's the extras that humans do that makes the difference. And all climate change really is an intensity and a frequency
so banning,
of climate.
Banning beef is not the answer, yeah?
Banning beef, they should be spending loads more money promoting young people, when they grow up, have one child.
Okay.
Do the planet a favour, have one child.
Brilliant.
And that's the best they can do, because that extra child that hasn't been born will consume so much food and oil and petrol and all the other things that we all enjoy. And China all growing, you know, like in the last 50 years, 300 million Chinese have become middle class. They are all demanding cars and roads, everything that we have. And there's another billion to go there. India, their population in that 50 years, without the one-child policy, went from 800 million to 1.5 billion. They're now bigger than China.
Yeah.
And no one's stopping it. Nature will, eventually.
Okay.
Nature will give us a virus and wipe half of us out in a couple of years.
All right. I've got to leave it there.
Humans can deal with it.
Paul, I've got to end it there. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. Thank you to those of you who immediately, every time I go, I think it's, and you get loads of texts. Yeah, it's actually, well, it's the island of Hispaniola, I think it's called, isn't it? In the Caribbean. So it's Haiti to the west, and then Dominican Republic to the east. And the contrast between the two countries in terms of, I'm sorry to say it, poverty is unbelievable. It's all because of the farming system. Ian, it'll be if we stop eating meat. By stopping consuming a farmer in Dumfriesshire, we will wipe out hundreds of thousands of animals which will become extinct. It's not the right of humans to wipe out these animals. We must keep the food chain and circle of life going. Without animals, the landscape will overgrow and become not the lush green fields of free, happy, dancing animals that vegans desire. It's important that we eat meat. I see the Trump administration has put out more legislation, actually, which is kind of going against the preservation of certain species of animals. It's just unbelievable, some of the things they're doing. 27 minutes past midnight. It's a Tuesday morning. We're talking about the fact that Goldsmiths College, a part of London University in southeast London, has banned the sale of beef from the campus entirely to try and fight global warming. I haven't found many people so far who've said, yes, this is a good idea. 0345 60973. They've put a 10p levy on bottles of water. I don't mind that. Someone's got really upset saying, hey, you mean allowing people to charge us more for drinking water? I'm saying, get it from the tap. Karen's a new caller in. Hello, Karen.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be on your show.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be presenting it and to talking to you. What would you like to tell us?
Well, I'd like to say that can't we reach a compromise? People never just go straight into something. They have to be coaxed. And I think we should ban barbecues. Why can't we cook inside?
Ban barbecues?
Yeah, it's a lot more environmental friendly to have your food cooked in an oven and go out as you usually would. Use the barbecue.
I don't know. As soon as you say something, people deliberately use it. You know those hosepipe bands? I say,
I understand that. So in a better way.
Yeah, just make people understand. Someone was telling me, by the way, that if you was telling me that if food meat, if it's like charred and black on the outside, that's the worst type of cooked meat, particularly if it's red meat. But anyway.
That's I was going to
slow cook it. Don't just fire.
Barbecues are bad.
Good for you,
Why do we have to cook outside? Why can't we cook inside?
It's a tradition, and it's like, the barbecue. British summer. I saw an advert about it today on a billboard. Enjoy the British summer. Doing a barbecue, even though it was raining. Then he was wearing his galoshes. The rest of it. So would you actually?
We've got to change that, haven't we? We've got
most people. Too much meat, the environment and the farming and the meat, but also for that I understand. But to say to someone you're not allowed beef again is just going to cause trouble.
I wouldn't say that.
No?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'd cook it indoors. That's what I'm saying.
All right, we'll ban barbecues instead. Thank you, Karen. Let's read out a couple of texts. Ryan said the amount of water of beef uses is incredible. You will drink less 40 years. No one can say to save if they amount of beef. Loads of places don't have the menu. It's not as crazy as you make out. I'm sure they don't have beef, but if there's going to be an appetite for that. Students who want a burger will just go to Burger, says Dermot. I don't think that making it more expensive is the... Why make meat a preserve of the elite? People educated rather than restricted. More you won't eat so much of it. It doesn't only for posh nosh beef. Scots in in steps should be taken in order to get results. Might be extreme, but so is the state of the planet if we don't act. Check out the burger. Looks promising. Ooh, okay, I will. I've never heard of it. Exactly 5:30 is Rachel.
The Prime Minister's announced £100 million of boost security and cut crime in prisons. Wales cannot for making bad people worse. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC for an early general election, he won't be canvassing for the party. Boris Johnson. All cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports. Thousands of pro-democracy protesters crowded in the terminal building at Hong Kong International. The ongoing arrivals into Heathrow, as well as holidaymakers, East Asia used as a connecting airport. The Committee of Ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned. Driving, even it's free mode. Reports warned it's just as if we're holding them. LBC weather mostly dry. Showers in a low of 6 degrees.
BC.
This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, is plentiful, but how rude of me, I forgot to tell you my name. Hello, I am a giver, so now £4,110 less than much before. Maybe I will see if £4,110 less makes that would...
Fiat from 10,795 after customer saving. Offer valid and register 12. T&Cs apply.
Paprika burger.
Big day today. Jamie and results. Okay, he's worked so hard. I'm making burgers for when he gets. They were like I add red onion and peppers. Then I top onions. Well,
Make your own burgers with our Tesco finest beef. Love stories by Tesco.
So it is quite with anybody with about, and then I wasn't honest about where it was coming from or what I was doing.
Yeah, I suppose we were kind of really questioning if we could afford it.
The whirlwind romance.
It isn't easy talking to your money, but it is important. Word from Lloyd's. Good to talk about.
This is LBC. With call 060 9. Tweet at LBC 848.
I do love this job. I love our listeners because you're always in the direction I've never heard of. And I the Impossible Burger. Impossible Whopper. Anyone heard of that? Yeah? Blank stares through the glass. Oh, yeah. So, has a meat-free burger. Track the climate conscious, says this Guardian on Sunday. Up to date we are. So, these burger chains, they're all jumping on the meat substitute. And some experts say vegetarian options could be a boost to sales. Okay, so top of this article in The Guardian on Sunday. I would have been the Observer, wouldn't it? At the moment I walk out of Burger King with a warm bag of veggie Impossible Whoppers. A picture is thrust into my hand. Have you tried Dunkin' Donuts Beyond Sausage Breakfast? A woman asks. This. Dunkin' Donuts its meatless sandwich in using Beyond Meat protein. Was a brand ambassador handing out gift cards, buying Burger King vegetarian menu edition. Might want to take their taste for meatless food to rise. A development and the fanfare accompanying the would have been unimaginable in America and ubiquitous industry. Forward to 2019, every employee inside a Midtown Manhattan Burger King is an Whopper shirt. There is an Impossible Whopper-themed photo. Customers can try the Whopper, an Impossible side by side for $7. In this, it is imagine a fast food future, meat inverted commas based menus of and the footprint convenience foods significantly reduced helped stop a climate crisis scientists warn we've only a year to tackle. So, very apt article about what is happening in the meat industry, if indeed we call it the meat industry. It doesn't actually say what it tastes like. One is assuming that sales are going well. But a lot of these things are... I was just looking at what does the Impossible Burger taste like? This is from the BBC Good Food Guide. What does the Impossible Burger taste like? Oh, can I find it quickly? Does it get a thumbs up? Get rid of the cookies. It says... Yeah, they like it. That's about it. So had an Impossible Burger. I know all about it now, and it seems to me there are all different types. Even Dunkin' or Dunkin' Donuts are doing it. So this idea of banning beef from the campus at Goldsmiths University in southeast London maybe is a goer. Has anyone been convinced by that? Let's go to a new caller. It's John in Manchester. What do you think, John? Have you ever had an Impossible Burger?
I haven't, but
No.
I do think it's a good place to start.
Sounds good.
The only reason mainly is I'm a geography teacher, 11 to 18 up in Manchester. But beef, well, the cow's methane, for example, it's 4 times as harmful as carbon dioxide. And it takes up to about, I think, 20 times less land to feed someone on a plant-based diet compared to someone who...
OK, so listen, if we get rid of... Because a lot of these burgers that we're talking about here, or the Impossible Burgers, are plant-based, they're sort of soya-based, they're oil-based. Are we saying we're going to have to deforest to grow the soya and the oil plants as well, or not? Or is that completely different?
Well, potentially even if we did, but it's going to take a lot less land compared to if we were going to kind of do beef or ranching, for example. And excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold.
Oh, don't worry about it. If I was in the beef industry, I'd be really worried, because this is going to curtail their sales massively in a very short space of time, don't you think?
It will, but it's something that eventually will have to happen economically or through consumer choice.
Yeah. I've never known such an attack on a food industry so quickly and so violently. If you work in the beef industry, I'd love to hear what you make of it all. It's unbelievable.
Well, you say this, but we've been teaching this in school for around about 4 years now.
Have you?
It's something that's been huge. It's been rammed down our throats to tell children as well.
How old are your children that you teach?
From 11 to 18.
11 to 18. So what kind of response do 11 to 18s get? Are they pretty sort of sympathetic to this idea of less meat? Are they prepared to do that?
To be fair, yeah, they've been pretty blasé about it, but more open to it, I would say, probably than older, I've got to say.
OK, fair enough. And as a geography teacher, you know all about the division of the island of Hispaniola, didn't you?
Yes.
Knew you would. Thank you, John. Another new caller is Liv. Hi, Liv.
Hello.
What do you think about this ban on beef?
Yeah, well, I used to go to Goldsmiths actually in the 90s, and they always come up with good ideas.
Yeah.
But I sort of think that it's not such a bad thing. I think these an influence on young people. Young people going to an institution. They're not going to be able to eat beef there, but if they want it, there's enough places in New Cross to go and have a fry-up.
Oh, I don't think anyone's going to be, poor old, student John won't be able to go and find a burger somewhere. I'm just wondering whether this is the shape of things to come, literally banning something, or should we limit it or make it more expensive? I think this is where the argument's going to go, isn't it?
Well, I obviously because it is having such an effect, globally, I think we do need to do it. And they're by doing what they're doing, they're reaching out to younger people. And I think what the last caller said was quite interesting in the fact that it's more to do with younger people, and it's probably going to influence less older people who are used to having meat and beef or whatever on their plate. But this is about future generations, and if we're going to help future generations in the world that they're going to live in, then maybe this is one of the ways to do it.
Have you changed your diet, Liv, in the last few years?
Well, actually, I still eat meat because I think it is important, but I do try and, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, I try and have two vegetarian meals in a week.
Yeah, no, I try and do that too. I just have I'm prepared to put my hand up and say, I feel like I should go to Lamb Curry Anonymous. I just have a problem. Right. I have a problem with lamb curry. But apart from that, oh God, isn't it just the best? Anyway, listen, let's not make ourselves too hungry before we go to bed. Nice to talk to you, Liv. Ring us again. Dave's in Harrow. Dave, have you changed your diet?
You know what? I have a bit. I mean, I definitely, I think, I get the argument. And also, from a personal point of view, I think there are arguments, the one thing I think is, I just feel that this is a bit like, there's a big issue, right, is climate change. And I just think this is another kind of attempt to kind of duck the elephant in the room. Which is basically, it's still us, but it's not so much what we eat. It's the way we, the way we live our lives energy-wise. The cruises, which, there was never a problem in the past.
The cruises? What do you mean?
Pardon?
The cruises, did you say?
Yeah, it's fossil fuel burning. In the quadrillions of tons of fossil fuels that are being burnt, cruise ships, planes, billions of motor cars all around the world.
How do you put the plane genie back in the bottle, though? Everyone's still going to want to fly.
Do you know what really bothers me is that we're talking about animals. In effect, what we're really saying is, we don't need these animals anymore because global warming, and let's stop eating them.
Yeah.
Guess who's next? Because we can't those. It's next us, folks. You've got to stop breeding so, Johnny Big Balls can carry on in his 4x4 producing gazillions of gas, It's like, hello, I think life comes before the motor car, don't you?
I think I know what you mean, Dave. Just sort of paraphrase that philosophy you've just said there. So we have to look at what we're eating, but before that we need to look at how we're getting from A to B. Transport, did you say? I don't understand.
Yeah, I just think, it's a bit like, I'm into bicycles, and a guy was saying to me the other day, how, you can spend quite a lot of money on a bike, get the frame lighter, an even more expensive bike is, you can live in it's like a feather, but obviously it costs a lot of money. You spend thousands of pounds for getting a very light bike. And he was sort of saying to me, but hang on a minute, I could save pounds in weight just by losing a bit of body weight. You know what I mean? And it's like we're ignoring the central fact here, which is it's a bit like people who go to the gym. I'm not decrying that, but they'll get in their 4x4 and, travel 100 yards down the road, producing loads of...
It's important to sort of say, you can't say it's just one or the other. They've got to do both, haven't we? We've got to look at what we're eating.
A coordinated approach. So far, I've not heard anybody produce fossil fuels. It's like we're still doing the cruises.
No, but
we're all eating.
I'm not sure. I think the government's plan to reduce emissions does include transport. Of course it does, but it takes a whole nation's habits. A long time to say to everyone who drives a or a black or a tractor or whatever happens to it, you're not allowed to buy any of those ever again. It takes time. Any up in Lancashire?
Well, I think here actually because it's consciousness. Although I think people are much more concerned about and older people. I disagreed with one of the earlier callers who was saying that all we do is just have one child each. It's not how many children you have, because, in the West here, we have a lot less. In the developing world, we cause more carbon emissions. Say a family in Africa who consume like as much as we do, consuming the way we live. I'm not just talking about everything, driving big cars and flying all over the world needlessly, and eating so much meat. And actually, I was going to say that I'm in my 60s. When I was young, people didn't used to eat as much meat. As people who were quite middle class and could have afford to eat meat, we didn't eat anything like as much, Do
you think we eat more meat now than we did, say, in the 80s?
Oh, definitely. And certainly when I was a kid in the 50s and 60s, for example, were very, and they were just, but you just had as a dinner, like every other day or every day.
I think it's definitely reached a peak, and I think we're getting to the stage where people are having too much meat. Although I've certainly changed my meat. I try and eat loads of tuna and everything, but as I say, it's just, especially when I'm working, I can't work on. Talking about breaking news, a man has died following a stabbing in North. Police were called to Munster in Camden about 11 last night. The victim, whose age has not been released, dead at the scene.
This is LBC.
Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial clerk at Goodwin Barrett to claim back a total of £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, we may you too if you've lost investments sold by, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork. Good to 6 for a free assessment on how to be owed. Text good 777 and we'll call you.
Meeting face to face, and there's nothing like Zoom to make that happen. Connect and do business or around the world. Gather all of your into one easy platform. Phone, chat, webinars, and your conference rooms. Connect from anywhere. Your mobile phone, your laptop, or Zoom is how business gets done. Get your at zoom.com to meet happy.
Superfast Fibre Essential and BT Sport to go on, you can choose tech worth up to £249 on a Xbox One S or Digital Edition and Galaxy Tab. Get in! $99 a month with a 24-month $29.99 setup. Joined by 15th of the new season. Search BT Broadband. BT.
Increase each March from 20. Content and price may change. New customers $47.99 a month from month 20.
Ian Payne on LBC.
If we're going to heal the planet, stop global warming, climate change, or not help climate change, should we actually really quite draconian things now? At the moment, in advisory, it's been that it would be better if you did this, recycling, try not to use the car so much, don't, all those things. Have we got to the point now where we need to say it's allowed to have that, eat that, whatever it happens to be? So I'm wondering whether a university, and their office is to be in the vanguard here, Goldsmiths University in South East London, and all beef products from sale is straightforward, is actually banning things, because we're not doing it for, and we need to do it immediately. I'm not sure banning, dear, making it more expensive or rarer, or try and tell people till you're blue in the face, do this, don't do this, but personally, in an adverse way, they won't. I'm not sure. Restrict it, people will get used to it not being. Surely. Stephen, what do you think?
Hello, I can sort of carry on from what Annie left off, in that we do eat an awful meat than when I was growing up in the 70s. And I think perhaps younger people, what meal is very different to what I was given on my plate for a
What was the difference?
school dinner. Children what they want, but we were given a meal. We had no choice to use what was on our plate. A very small portion of protein, meat, portion of carbohydrate, and lots of and we were used to seeing what would be served at school. But whether we should ban it or not, you were just talking I thought, no, it's a bit like cigarettes. Banned because it would have started. You couldn't ban. I think the government cigarettes. It would have created a market.
No, exactly.
They have made it unacceptable.
They've made it unacceptable, but they've also. Well, I don't think being an ex-smoker, and I'm proud to say.
Yes, and I am too.
Good man. So this idea of putting, horrible grotty lungs on the packet of cigarettes made any difference. I think everybody knows that smoking cigarettes is a horrible to do, and it could lead to a very slow and painful death. And I think they reckon we'll be smoke free by 45.
I do hope so. But I think the way that they did it was to make it sort of rather antisocial. I can remember when you used to be able to smoke on the tubes.
Yeah.
And on buses.
Yeah, in the office.
Yeah, and I would say a good 60% of the pop smoked. Yeah, I couldn't work without an ashtray on my desk.
Yeah, me too.
And gradually we have re-educated ourselves and
do you think we can do that with meat?
Hopefully, yes. If we could get back, and I think with everything, it's all about a bit of balance in life, like having a balanced meal. And one of your earlier callers says we need to have balanced sort of meat farming and agriculture,
and does this need to
balance each other out.
Right, and does this need, with cigarettes as well, does this need to be governmental and population-led, or does it need to be led by the manufacturers?
I think with the cigarettes, a lot of it over time has been sort of peer pressure.
Yeah, I agree.
That it's become very unacceptable to
smoking.
smoke.
When I was at school, smoking was what you did because it's cool and it was illegal. Now I look at my kids in their 20s and they're going like, well, we used to occasionally have one at a party, but we all know that they're horrible.
I know younger people, it's sort of less than 20, who are like that. Yeah, I'll have one when I'm enjoying myself, but they don't drink as much as I used to.
Don't they?
No, and they certainly don't smoke enough. No. So in some ways they do know moderation.
Fair enough. Stephen, I've got to go. Thank you very much for your call. From Tottenham to Wigan, and Tony. Hi, Tony. Should we ban meat?
Just a quick point there about the kids smoking and drinking and things. Well, obviously, I'm from Wigan, and I live on a council estate. I live on a council estate, got my young lad. I've brought my young lad up on my own since he was 4, so for the last 12 years.
Good boy.
He actually thought it was his 60th birthday party. There was only that lad who never had a drink or a smoking stuff, apparently.
Sorry? He was the only person drinking?
No, he was the only person not drinking.
Oh, not drinking. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. So,
no, I don't think drinking...
I don't want to get all sort of anything about that, but it's not all... people got this thing about they go out smoking, they go out drinking. So now, I mean...
But it's just there's less places where you can smoke. You can't, if you go to a football match, you can't smoke inside the stadium, you can't smoke in a bar, you can't smoke in a pub. I was at a railway station the other day and I got a spot fine for smoking outside the station.
You never threw your cigarettes on the floor, did you?
I did, yeah.
Well, is that what the fine was for?
Yeah.
So it was a littering fine, not a smoking fine.
I know, but it seemed a bit harsh. If he just said, pick your fag up, mate.
It's very harsh. You should have just said, do the favour, mate, pick that up.
This was when I used to smoke, obviously, Tony, not anymore.
Well, obviously, yeah, because you haven't smoked a bit. But now, just ban smoking. They won't ban smoking because...
No, they won't ban smoking. It's like they won't ban beef. Do you think that the idea of banning something, as they're doing at this university, is the way forward? Because I don't.
I think the university thing is absolutely ridiculous, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
I actually went through a little bit of old mail that I was sorting out earlier on. I had a letter off the school because the pupils were going out on strike for climate change. And the letter was to say that any parents that wanted their child to be allowed to go out on strike for climate change, we back them 100%, but you've got to give them permission.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that idea of the kids going on strike on a Friday, sorry to say it, is a brilliant idea. Let's go to, what's the time? Nearly 5 to 1. Wow. Let's go to H, a new caller in Bow in East London. Hello, mate. Why are you ringing in? Hello, H.
Hello, yeah. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
But the thing is, we are leaving the euro now.
We are, yeah.
European Union.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is because we are back up. This country belongs to me, you, and everybody else.
Yeah.
Who's living here? Who's paying the taxes?
Right. What's this got to do with global warming?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
What's global warming? I don't get it.
That's what we're talking about, H. We're talking about global warming and banning beef.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. Do you want to talk about something else, or do you want to come back tomorrow?
No, I'm not coming. I just want to. Okay, fine. Global warming.
Global warming. Okay, off you go. Global warming.
What are you doing about global warming? Tell me honestly.
What am I doing about global warming? I am. What am I doing about global warming? I'm eating less red meat. H. How about that?
Eh?
I'm sorry. I'm just too busy polishing my halo. Just a minute. No, I'm eating less red meat.
No more red meat. No more pigs. Nothing like that.
Well, a bit of a pig every so often, little bit of beef every so often, but not much, apart from the curry thing which I mentioned.
Like me, vegetarian.
All right. H, give us another call. Dale's in Hartlepool. Hi, Dale.
Hi there. I'm a little bit puzzled by this idea that methane is causing global warming. We've been told that it was carbon dioxide. Most of the carbon dioxide has been increased lately over the last few years. It's been from wildfires or volcanoes, which has pushed up the carbon dioxide. So I'm not sure we're being told the absolute truth.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but almost every scientist you ever hear says methane is worse in terms of CO2 emission and the ozone layer and pollution.
There's a lot of methane produced naturally.
Of course there is.
Yeah, so why are they blaming cows?
Well, apparently, without being too in-depth, they open up the sluice gates at both ends,
well,
frankly.
Are the cows the only ones that do that?
No, but they do it in quite bigger proportions.
All the wild animals that are producing...
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But we're encouraging them to...
Are we going to kill them off?
No, but by grazing and the way they eat and all the rest, we're encouraging them to poop more.
What about all the wild animals that graze?
Well, I know. We could definitely do something with them. Definitely. Do you think it's a good idea to ban people from doing certain things or not?
Well, certainly not to ban them from eating meat, no.
But
no way. Beef, no.
So what would you do to discourage people from eating as much beef and meat as they do?
Well, the main problem is the stuff they're eating. It's the fast food and processed meat. It's the big problem, I think.
I know. Have a word with those manufacturers. Dale, I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to pinch all... I don't want to pinch all the time I've got left. Just reading one on the hoof here. Here we go. Malcolm says, on the menu for exotic fruits from all... I can't do mashed avocado. Should we go back to think food miles? I guess we could. Well, the computers and plastics, including that they use in their bars, then believe it. But probably I will still eat the odd burger. I don't think anyone's saying don't eat burger again. Anyway, I'll be back tonight at 10. One more time, if you missed it at the start, don't go to the LBC website or our Twitter feed, which is at... To hear the moment, Pia told me she wouldn't in a general election. She's a Tory at lbc.co.uk among our, quote, top... You can always listen back to anything on LBC by downloading the Global Player store on your iPhone or from Google Android device. Come up at 4, it's Steve Allen, but right now, here's Dan.
Thank you. Later this morning, MPs say that a ban on using hands
should be considered. Current laws only ban the use of devices held by drivers, and that gives the misleading impression that hands-free use is safe. Transport Select Committee, they say it creates the same of a collision. Does it? MPs also say there would be practices enforcing this. Insisted it doesn't mean we should not do it. So is banning hands-free a step too far? First this morning, children of British foreign stuck in war zones will be left and not taken back to the UK, say the government. But isn't that punishing these children for the crimes of their parents, and is we should be doing?
On Global Player and
See.
Britain's Conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1, Prime Minister's £100 million investment in security and cut crime in prisons in Wales will not become factory bad people worse. The Ministry of Justice, the money's going to be spent on scanners and metal detectors. Boris Johnson says he wants drugs, phones getting into jails. But prison safety expert Ian Aitchison says the producing violence.
Prison staff will be assaulted. Those assaults from punches to skull, concussion, and you expect broken staff in those sorts of conditions to be in the task that we expect them to do.
Labour says the measures are fully short of what's needed and already called the Prime Minister's pre-reform announcements. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft. She thinks he is getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing under Boris Johnson. In the past few minutes, we've heard a stabbing in northwest London. Police were called to Munster Square in Camden after 11 o'clock last night. No arrested yet. All flights are still cancelled at one of the world's busiest airports after thousands of protesters crowded into the main terminal at Hong Kong. Ongoing actions into Heathrow, as well as for South, because it's used as a connecting air. Downing Street's concern between police and campaign. Footage, FBI raiding the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein is claimed in prison at the weekend. The financial trial on sex trafficking charges. The US Attorney General says there was serious irregularity in New York. He was being held. Investigation into the prison and the staff. A group of MPs are suggesting drivers in the UK should be banned from using their hand in hands-free mode. 2017, there were nearly 100 casualties, including 43 deaths, following crashes in mobile. Chair of the Transport Select Committee and Labour MP wants Minister at the end of the year.
Launch a public consultation that should look at them and consult about how possible it is to introduce such a ban. Recognise that there are practicalities around that, but just because it's difficult doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it.
It's showing Paddington Bear visiting the Tower of Paul's Cathedral, turning up in our loose change. The new 50p design relation from. They can also be bought on the site. A gold version costs £800. LB dry and rain continuing. Northwest low of 6. Then later, drier over the southwest, but more downpours elsewhere. 23 degrees Celsius. Newsroom for LBC. I'm Rachel Garish.
This is from Global, leading Britain with Darren Adam.
Morning, it's Tuesday morning, it's the 13th. This is LBC leading Britain's. Darren Adam with you till 4 o'clock this morning. Many times on this radio station, more generally, about of mobile phones behind, of course, illegal and has been for a significant period of time with a mobile phone in your hand. However, MPs are saying on any use of mobile phones behind the that even without a device, the current laws, which only ban the use of devices being held by drivers, gives the leading impression that hands-free uses commons transport creates risk. I'm surprised by that, because it doesn't feel to me that when I'm legally using a hands-free device driving, making a call. It doesn't feel to me as if the collision is being created. So we'll get to that later. Is banning hands-free calling behind the wheel a step sometime to avoid it wherever time some of our callers actually join us here on LBC while using a hands-free device, something which may be if the Commons Transport recommendations are enacted. We'll get to that later on. The show is 0345 6060 973. You call that number from a hands-free or ideally not when you're driving at all. You can text 848 at LBC. Email Darren at lbc.co. But I want to the ruling, the final rulings made by Sajid. He became Chancellor. This is when he was still the Sajid Javid ruling. The British foreign fighters stuck in will be making this decision before he became the Javid concluded that it was dangerous to dispatch military and personnel to rescue babies and minors who have British citizenship from camps in Syria. So we'll see the legal implications of repatriating the of jihadists and sides. The concerns that to do so provide a legal route for parents who have had their citizenship returned under human rights laws. Now, as things stand, not every child born to a parent from the UK necessarily has the right to hold British citizenship. If, for example, a parent was deprived of that before their baby was born, or if indeed the parent was a naturalised British citizen, then the child would not automatically be entitled to UK citizenship. But we're talking here about the children of British foreign fighters stuck in war zones left to their fate. There will not be the dispatch of military personnel or civilian personnel to rescue babies and children who have British citizenship from camps in northern Syria. And what this feels like to me is that we are seeking directly or indirectly to punish these children for the crimes or sins, if you will, committed by their parents. And that to me feels entirely wrong. That feels to me as if it's something that we're better than. You know, we're better than this. I would have liked to think, because a 2-year-old child in a camp in Syria is not responsible and cannot be responsible for the crimes committed by their mother or father or both. It's a 2-year-old child. And if that child has British citizenship, then our duty becomes a legal one as well as a moral one, doesn't it? That's what I think anyway. 0345 60973 84850, tweet at LBC, email Darren at lbc.co.uk. Because it's never the fault of the 2-year-old or a 5-year-old. And I think the idea that were we to bring back a very young person, a very young child from a situation such as this to this country, I don't believe that that child will have been seeded with evil in some way. I don't believe that a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old child will be intrinsically evil because its parents, one or both of its parents, have made a dreadful and probably evil decision to go and fight for the so-called state in Syria or another part of the world. I think we have a duty to recognise that none of this is the fault of a 2-year-old child in a camp in northern Syria. Now, you'll recall after Begum gave birth to another child who died. She, of course, ran away at 15 to join ISIS in 2015. She was discovered back in February by Anthony Lloyd, journalist for The Times. She had pleaded to come home to Britain and to keep her baby. Sajid Javid revoked her citizenship. Labour said the subsequent death of that baby was the callous and inhumane decision by the government. Save the Children said the death of that baby was avoidable. Now, I remember saying at the time, and to be fair, I was away on holiday just after all of this. I personally didn't get into these conversations as my colleagues because I wasn't here for 2 weeks, but I do remember absolutely being very firmly of the belief that the presence of this baby or the presence of this imminent baby, because she was heavily pregnant at the time, really did change the calculation. It meant we had a duty primarily to that child first and foremost. And, of course, the child did subsequently die. 0345 6060 973. Brian's in Washington. Hi, Brian.
Morning, Darren. I was just thinking, right, if I was born in Karachi, I would be Pakistani. If I was born in Mumbai, I would be Indian. If these babies are born in Syria, they're not British, mate. Honestly, they're Syrian babies. And I don't care whether the parents come from London or Bradford or wherever, Birmingham. It doesn't mean that their children are British citizens if they were born elsewhere.
So it's the place of birth that matters to you.
Well, yeah, you can't. If I was, what I'm trying to say to you is, wherever you're born, that's who you are. It doesn't matter whether your parents or whatever. That's how it should be, and I don't think we should be bringing them back.
Do you think that, I don't know, for example, someone who is not British could ever be the British Prime Minister?
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm saying, do you think that, for example, I just wonder how far that would go. So, do you think that somebody who isn't British could ever be British Prime Minister?
To be honest with you, I have no idea, Darren. I know that's the same. That happens in America. If you're not born in America, you cannot be president. So I don't know whether... I don't know how that works here, to be quite honest.
Do you think there should be such a rule in place?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. You've got to be born in the country. You know what I mean?
Right. So do you think that Boris Johnson then is an illegitimate Prime Minister?
Well, I know he's born over in the States.
Right. So he's not British, is he, according to what you're saying?
Well, he's not British, no.
Right. So you don't think...
running for president.
You don't think Boris Johnson is British?
Well, no, he's not British. He's American. He was born in New York, wasn't he?
Right. He's renounced his American right and claim to citizenship, however.
Oh, I don't know how he's done that then, because obviously there's not money behind him, innit?
You don't need no, you don't need money to do that, Brian. It's a decision that you can make. The point I'm trying to get to is that if you have such a strict interpretation of nationality as to be based entirely on where someone happens to be born, then you are ending up in some very strange logical places.
Yeah. It does go further out, though. When you think about Donald Trump, if you've got, Mexican children who are born in the States, if they were born in the States, that makes them, that makes them American, not Mexican. I mean, they have a right to live in America, and he's thrown them out. So it turns you away. Do you know where I'm going?
Well, that is the law of America, one that he would probably seek to overturn. He of course, himself is a second or third generation immigrant to the USA from, I'm ashamed to say, this country. But anyway, Brian, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. It's plainly not the case that we determine nationality simply on the basis of where somebody is born. That just doesn't make any sense at all. Someone who is born to British parents while one or both is serving overseas, would we say that person is not British? No, of course we wouldn't. 0345 6060 973. Let's get back to specifically what we're talking about here, which is the fate of these babies, these children, the children of British foreign fighters stuck in war zones, the government ruling that they'll be left to their fate. This was one of the final decisions made by Sajid Javid just before he ceased secretary, before he's promoted to chancellor, concluding essentially it was too dangerous to dispatch military or civilian personnel to rescue babies and minors who have British citizenship from camps in northern Syria. So what Brian said notwithstanding, right, leaving that aside for a minute, these children, the ones we're talking about here, do have British citizenship. Do we not have a duty to, do we not have an overarching duty to British who, by of the fact that they are children, are blameless? 0345 6973. You can text 50, tweet at LBC, email Darren at .co.uk. Some more of your calls. A moment's time. It's and it's past 1 o'clock.
LBC.
You get BT Essential. Go on. And BT Sport together. Go on. Use tech worth up to $249, like an Xbox One S or Digital Edition or a Samsung Galaxy Tab. Get in. It's $39.99 a month with a 24 and $29.99 setup. Join by 15th of August season. Search BT. BT. Be there.
March 2020. BT. Change. New customers forward. 25 terms apply.
I'm back. Personal best of my park run. Feels great.
That's lovely. I think you've earned the right to put all the bin. With Vitality Life Insurance, you get properly rewarded when you're active. In fact, over £775 in discounts. Partners. Join over customers. Vitality Life. Vitality. Positively different. Available with dependent on rewards available. Supply.
The Audi S-Line stands for many things, like stylish, and now actively priced. Like the Audi 5 S-Line, which you can now have with an extra £1,000 to your finance at 6.7% APR representative. Local Audi centre, but you'll have to be. The offer ends soon. Search Audi S-Line. Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik. With Solutions Personal Contract Plan registered by 30th of August, 18 and over, on only, subject to status, indemnities may be required. Visit audi.co.uk for more information.
Darren Adam on LBC.
Spokesperson for the government. Since 2011, the Foreign and Commonwealth has advised against all travel to Syria, and there is no available to British nationals from within Syria. A problem that ultimately solves itself going forward because of legislation criminalise a citizen who travels to designated areas as the so-called state, for example. There are no people to be there, other than in extremis, I guess, humanitarian reasons. So going forward, this becomes less of a problem because one of the we've had is executing people specific offence back from one of these. Begum was a good example of this. You know, how do we to successfully prosecute Shamima Begum? What is the charge her with? How do we know that she come back into the and run? Well, as that problem probably goes away because in the future someone such as Shamima would be guilty by definition because they had such an area, a prescribed. About this morning is the children, British foreign so-called fighter zones, they'll be left according to the. You can take a view, as we have done, on him as a character, pretty reprehensible character in all sorts of ways. But the children of people such as Shamima Begum are blameless. You can't be intrinsically evil. You can't genetically inherit the tendency to criminality from your parents. If that were provable, if that were doable, then we would simply do as North Korea does and lock up entire generations of families for so-called crimes. And of course, in North Korea, that which is considered criminal would not be considered criminal in vast other tracts of the world anyway. But it is part of the, what one might call with a grim laugh, legal system of North Korea that entire generations can be punished. 3, I think it is. Is that really a principle that we want to be moving to? 0345 606 0973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC. Email Darren at lbc.co.uk. Daz Madison says, jihadis, it's their fault. Why should we be responsible for the children they raised to wage war on us? Because, Daz, if we do become responsible for them, it enormous the possibility that they will wage war on us, doesn't it? We're talking about 2-, 3-, and 4-year-olds in some cases here. I don't think any 2-year-old has a clearly formed idea that their purpose is to wage war on anyone or anything. Isn't it better that we raise such people in this country rather than have them continue to live out their miserable, dangerous lives in war zones where there is a possibility that they might grow up to, in some way, try to wage war against us? Sonny in Maidenhead. Morning, Sonny.
Hi there, morning.
Hi. What do you think, Sonny?
Yeah, I think, I just got a question for you. So basically, we bring the kids back over here, and then in another year, they will have more kids. So just keep bringing them back, all of them here?
So your concern would be for children of couples who are together in these camps?
Well, together, or they can be single parents. So if you bring a kid back over here, the mother decides to have another one in 1 year or 2 years, and then another one, then another one. So we just keep bringing them back over here.
Why would anybody want to do that? Why would somebody in a war zone want to keep having children which would then be taken away and sent to another country?
Well, that's what's been happening, isn't it? So why did they have the kids earlier? So why
would someone in a war deliberately have children only for them to be sent back to the UK?
But why are they having kids? Have kids? That means they just want to have kids, send them, export them here.
But hang on, but they're currently not being exported here. I don't understand what your point is.
My point is, the people who want them to back over here,
yes.
Okay, we bring them, and then if they have more kids, so should we bring them all back over here? Like they can keep having kids.
Why would they have more children if that's what's going?
Why wouldn't they?
But what would be the point?
The point is because they know their kids are getting safe, so just keep having kids.
But why would you keep creating children just to in the hope that they will be taken to a place of safety? Why not create them in the first place?
Well, that's what they've been doing. If there's a war going, they're creating the babies already. That means they'll keep on doing it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that at all. Look, if someone is in a war zone, right? And they already have a child, and that child is taken back to the UK. Why on earth would they then feel to have another child simply so that it could be taken back to the UK while they stay in the war zone? That doesn't make any sense.
They were not in the war zone. They decided to themselves to go in the war zone. So if they can have when there was a war zone, they one, isn't it?
Yes, but if they have another one, if what we're talking about is that we have a policy of bringing children of such people to the United Kingdom, then it doesn't matter how many children they have, they're never going to be together because there's a zone and the children will be here. I don't see what the motivational mechanism of your concern is, Sonny. Thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. Let's go to Paul in Sunderland. Hi, Paul.
How you doing?
Hi, Paul. What do you think?
Well, I would have thought, I was listening to your caller who was in Washington, and he said that any kids born in a particular country that of origin that's the nationality of them. I disagree with that. I mean, if someone who's British has a child in Germany, that child's British. I would even go as far to say that child may be entitled to dual nationality with being born in another country.
Yes, where you are born plainly cannot be the only determination of someone's nationality.
No, it can't. And as far as these kids in war zones, I mean, there should be some kind of humanitarian thing for people to get them back to the country. But, I mean, realistically, we couldn't keep to these countries and just to collect kids.
So, do you think that the reason given by the government, which is that it was too dangerous to dispatch civilian personnel or military personnel, is that a good enough excuse, a good enough justification for not doing this, do you think?
I don't really know, to be honest. I've never really thought about it, to be quite honest.
Right, well, that's what's given as the reason. Now, I don't know as much about, the consequences of dispatching military personnel to these zones as presumably Sajid Javid did when he was Home Secretary. I'm going to assume that he knows more than this about me, but I just wonder whether you think that's being used as an excuse to hide behind.
I don't know, Darren, both of the coin. I mean, this country equipped for what, to get involved in wars, etc. And, I mean, can we afford to deploy these troops in these countries, these children? I don't know.
No, I don't know either, but I think we can certainly make a moral determination as to whether it's the right thing to do or not. And then, having decided whether it's the right thing to do or not, we're then in a better position to determine whether or not we're able to find the resources to do it, aren't we?
Well, as I say, I mean, it just boils down to humanity. But, I mean, I've got the troops spare to deploy to these countries.
All right. Thank you. 0345 6060 973 is my number. You are calling that number, by the way. Do hang on. Lots of calls on this. We'll try to get to as many as possible. But if you do get the ringing tone, do hang on. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Children are a parental responsibility, says Joe. Twitter. Well, that's fine as far as it goes. But if you stick entirely to that, the child who is in a dreadful position, any 2-year-old that finds themselves in the most depraved circumstances, you're sort of washing your hands of any responsibility for that child. Where does that end? Where do you draw the line on that? We say that children are always the responsibility of parents, then that means that collectively as a society we have no responsibility for any young child who's being failed by their parents. Dave is in Stockport. Morning, Dave.
Good morning, Darren. How are you?
I'm very well, Dave. I trust you are too. What do you think, sir?
Well, I think we've moral compass somehow, because the misdemeanors of the parents and the crazy attitude they have in terms of ISIS and everything cannot be sort of landed back at the kids. As you said earlier, a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, it shouldn't really bear all that sort of suffering, really. Now, I think they should be brought back to this country, but bear in mind, those kids will still be damaged, but they'll be less damaged in our country if we can sort of care for them. We've got a moral duty to care for them, I think, a duty of care, and therefore we should be bringing them back. Now, if on the flip side of that it means that the parents have to come too, then we get into a bit of a problem with that, albeit that maybe they should be coming over, because at the end of the day, going back to the Begum situation, she was a very silly girl and really needed a bit of PR support, really, because it was a bit of a car crash, the whole thing.
Well, I mean, that girl, that woman is plainly as dumb as a brick. And
Absolutely,
it's obvious when whoever was advising her, presumably someone was, but whoever was advising her, even dumber than she is, quite frankly, because, as you say, it was a car crash.
You're right.
But then again, these people who are plainly not very bright, they are still somehow able to get to the likes of the so-called Islamic so-called state in the first place by evading airport security. So they somehow prove themselves brighter than the security systems that we have in place in our airports.
Very, very true, very true. And as I say, going back to the situation with the children, they need to be protected from that stupidity in a way. But then again, they're probably looking at a life of institutions. And no, that's not true, actually, because hopefully there should be still some family in this country, grandparents, aunts, uncles, that might not be as daft as the parents, who maybe could look after them, So there's those sort of issues. It's a big, big can of worms, this. It's not a simple thing.
No.
But the general point I'm making is that this country has got to look after those kids. And the guy who said that, wherever they're born, that's their nationality. That's my son and daughter-in-law have served overseas. I'm half Irish myself. I've got an Irish passport, but I was born in Britain. So there's a lot of dynamics involved in that. Yeah. But generally, we have to sort of look after those kids because they're innocent at the end of the day.
Well, let me just read you this, Dave, rather. It's from Chris in Clapham. It's directed to me, but it might as well be directed to you as well, Dave, given what you've said. Chris says, Darren, you're talking dangerous rubbish. Why on earth should we take in the children of people who hate us? Let Saudi Arabia, or one of the many others that hates us and our socially liberal way of life, take them, says Chris.
That's appalling.
Well, where do we start with that, to be honest? Well, I would start by suggesting, firstly, we aren't talking about the people who hate us, we're talking about the children of the people who hate us, who by definition can't hate us because they're children. That should be an obvious starting point, shouldn't it? Really?
Absolutely.
All right, Dave, thank you for that. And on the question of Saudi Arabia being one of the many other countries that hates us, well, Saudi Arabia don't really seem to hate us terribly much when we trade arms with them. And we don't seem to hate them very much either, Chris, when we do that as well. And personally, I would be in favour of not trading with Saudi Arabia in the way that we do. I think it is reprehensible that we treat that regime with kid gloves in the way that we do, because they have things that we want. And I want to credit that view as well. If you are ready to condemn Saudi Arabia for being illiberal, while at the same time, I don't know, are you also welcoming of the trade that we have with that country? Because I'm not. 03456060973. You can text 84850. Tweet at LBC. Email Darren at lbc.co.uk. So the babies of British-born jihadis will not be allowed to enter the UK. This was one of the final decisions made by Sajid Javid as Home Secretary before he became the Chancellor in the reshuffle. Is it fair to punish these children for the crimes of their parents? And do you even accept that characterisation? Do you accept the premise of that particular question? Because I think that is absolutely what we're doing. I think in this case we are seeking to punish these children for the crimes of their parents. And I just don't believe that you can blame a 4-year-old kid for anything, really. You certainly can't blame a 4-year-old kid for being a jihadi, because they aren't. The chances are they have precisely no concept of any of that at the age of 4. They are simply the parents of people who have behaved in a reprehensible fashion. 03456060973. You can text 84850. Tweet at LBC. Email Darren at lbc.uk. Just gone 1:30. It's news time. Here's Rachel Garish.
The Prime Minister's announced more investment for prisons, £100 million to boost security and cut crime in jails, to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under him. Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man's become the 49th fatal knife crime victim of in the capital. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. Flights have now resumed at Hong Kong's international airport after thousands of anti-government protesters brought it to a standstill yesterday. Many were angry about how police handled a demonstration when they fired tear gas and rubber bullets at close range. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy northwest England. A low for now of 6 degrees Celsius.
LBC.
Join me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
The last time you were in hospital, you probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities you encountered. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or Global Player.
Stay up all night in New York. Live your best life in Florida. Or road trip across California. Whichever type of holiday you're searching for, fly for less to America with Norwegian, the world's best low-cost airline. And with low fares to over 150 other destinations, the world has never been closer. Fancy a seat in our spacious premium cabin? Treat yourself for less than you might think. Start your journey at Norwegian.com.
Silence the squawk. Find Brandon ready to drive away today with Auto Trader.
Will you be the one who missed out? There's now less than 3 weeks to claim back your missold PPI. Don't be the one who never bothered to claim. Billions are still owed to millions of people just like you. Claim for free to your lender or financial ombudsman, or save time and let us manage it for you. All it takes is a simple text to Gladstone. You can get started anytime, even right now. Text the word CLAIM to 66777.
Gladstone Brooks. Darren Adam on LBC.
0345 6060 973. Sajid Javid, in one of his final decisions as Home Secretary, ruling that children of British foreign fighters stuck in war zones should be left to their fate. Now, various people, various children's charities, opposition politicians, not least the Labour Party, have put pressure on the government to look after innocent British citizens in Syria. And a 2-year-old kid in that war zone who is a British citizen is, as sure as anything you care to name, innocent. Sajid Javid was also looking for advice about the legal implications of repatriating the British children of jihadists and so-called ISIS brides, because of concerns that to do so might provide a legal route for parents who've had their citizenship revoked to return under human rights laws. Graham's and Ely.
Hello, sir. Hello. What a dilemma. A real dilemma. You can see both sides of the story. The one thing that hasn't been said yet, I think, is that the then Secretary may have been thinking ahead. Isn't that an inevitability that sooner or later there'll be a claim from one party or the other, or both, for being reunited in Britain? As the child grows and becomes aware of its natural parentage and its background, or indeed sometimes the mother might, well, you know, this is against my human rights, surely I can appeal, and I need a lawyer, and I should be reunited with my children. And there's another thing. Are we just going to round up these children? Is the mother going to sign away her rights? Or is there going to be some legal authority for the troops to round these children up? You know, there are all kinds of difficulties.
Well, there are all sorts of logistical problems which you correctly identify. That doesn't really seem to have factored into the calculations made by Sajid Javid. He was simply saying that this would be about a question of it being too dangerous to dispatch military personnel. But on the first point you raised, Graham, I think we did touch on that. Sajid Javid looking for advice about the implications of children coming back to this country on the basis that it might end up providing a route for parents who've had their citizenship revoked to return under exactly what you said, human rights laws. Now, that opens up a conversation about what we do with the mums and dads, the jihadists and the so-called ISIS brides. I always thought that one reason for getting someone like Shamima Begum back to this country, leaving aside the fact she was pregnant when she made this particular claim on this desire clear, another reason that you might want to consider bringing such people back is that potentially they have intelligence about what's going on in those parts of the world that could be useful. So some sort of deal could be struck.
Maybe. I mean, they claim that they cook the food and wash the dishes and know very little about what's going on in the strategy of the fighters. And there's also said somewhere in one of the newspapers, some of these women are anything housewives, jihadists.
That is why they haven't. Potentially, it could be useful.
Yeah, maybe. But, you know, you really do need those Solomon. It is a real dilemma. And other than you have heard that an election is being planned and a clear, fairly approach to Syria and their offspring required some time. I didn't think true at that time. I think that's some buzz started, wasn't it?
Well, yes, he was still Home Secretary, so that was Boris Johnson became Prime Minister.
Yeah, quite.
All right.
Goodness. I'm with the last person on the subject, so I'm with at the moment.
All right. Graham, thank you very much for that. Graham, 4560973 is my number. Says on the text 50, of necessity, children would have to be brought up as Muslim in a Muslim family. As such, they will eventually learn about their own beginning, and from puberty, we continue to pursue the aims of their parents, says Anna. Well, that's a bit of a non sequitur, isn't it? Might learn about their aims, find those as reprehensible as most find them. Yeah, they'll be brought up as Muslim. They might well be brought up in the Islam. That does not. And I'm sure you're not suggesting it follows that up in the Islamic faith that they will be under pressure to continue the terrorist aims of their parents. 6060973 is my number. I mean, let's not forget as well, the only reason that people want to return to the UK is that the so-called state has failed. It is not winning. It is not, thankfully. It really hard to believe that were I prospering and bestial intent was bearing fruit, that we would have a whole line of these kind of kingdom. It's only set out to do is faith that they want to come back. It's saying entirely these people who say, "Oh, I just made the tea. I just looked after the home," or whatever nonsense they come out with. It's garbage. They have information about what's happening in the so-called Islamic so-called state. And if we can use that as leverage, perhaps, you can come back to this country, but it'll be on our terms. We'll extract intelligence from you. Is that something worth looking at? I think it is. 03456060973. A text says, how on earth are we punishing them by not allowing them to be brought to the UK? They can be well elsewhere. Honestly, your attitude baffles me. Well, we are punishing them by allowing them to continue to live in a Syrian war zone. I think most people would consider that to be quite punishing. Alan is in Romford. Morning, Alan.
Morning, Darren. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
I've heard you mention so much I could say several times about duty of care. Yes, the government do have a duty of care for its citizens. That goes both ways, but primarily the first duty of care to that child is from her parents or from that child's parents. They've totally neglected their children, put them in harm's way through their own choice. It's not ignorance, it's choice. Now, as regards to children, I watched that Stacey Dooley thing, and there's a child there that had trouble breathing, and they said it could possibly die. That's tragic, and I ain't got a problem with that baby coming back here. But the problem is them children are now being used as bargaining chips. The women there are very guarded. They know exactly what they've done and what they're doing, and they're using them children as bargaining chips. The only reason they won't surrender them, because they could surrender them children, and they could go to care straight away. Whether it's in this country or any other country, there's people waiting to help them, but they will not surrender them because it's their bargaining chips. As regards to the duty of care from the government, the duty of care for the government is for every citizen in this country, whether they're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Hindu, or whatever religious base you want to nominate, or race or creed, their duty of care is to the British citizens of this country. And not one of us should ever be put in danger from them monsters returning. Right. Never, ever should them people be returned to this country. As for punishment being in Syria...
Of course no one should be put at risk by people returning to this country. But when you say there's an absolute duty of care, as you do, to British citizens, the uncomfortable truth is that some of those people are British citizens. And the children who are British citizens, what risk do they pose?
I'll tell you for that. They turned their back on British citizenship. They only want to come back because their caliphate failed.
Correct.
If that caliphate was succeeded and expanded, and that isn't too far from Turkey, and Turkey is the link to Europe, and it expanded and expanded and expanded. Do you think them people, knowing what we know and what they've done, would show you any mercy if they expanded into this country?
Well, I certainly don't think they'd be trying to come back to the UK. I've just said that a few moments ago. But tell me what risk you think the children are posing. What risk does a 2-year-old child pose?
Well, during that documentary that I watched, and I don't know whether you watched the same one, there was a Muslim teacher teaching children alphabets and numbers using music. Children as young as 2 or 3 were shouting at him, haram, 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 which meant forbidden. Then, even at that young age, they've got it in their head that the West is not correct. Now, I'm not saying them children can't be turned round, and they should be helped and assisted. But we can't do that unless they are surrendered by the children. They shouldn't.
But we also can't do that unless they come back to this country.
That's fine, but not the parents. They can surrender them children to their grandparents. And in Bacon's situation, that child's grandparent brainwashed his own daughter. She's out there because the father took her on all these rallies and preached to her in her own house hatred. He's responsible for their daughter.
Alan, thank you. 0345 6060 973. Zoe on the text 50 says, would it be traumatic for the child to be taken from their parents? And Andy says, Our parents swear allegiance to a country other than Britain. Bringing the children here would split up the family. They need parental love. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Right, tell you what we'll do. Let's take a quick break. We're going to break in a moment to talk Brexit with Politico's chief UK correspondent Charlie Cooper. So we'll get to that in just a moment. LBC at 1:44.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick, LBC.
Boris Johnson's personal pledge to get tough on crime, one of them being around stop and search. The Secretary of State for Justice, Robert Buckland.
An intelligence-led stop and search system actually does result in a higher level of arrests. That's
yes,
the
so
key
why would you remove
figure.
the intelligence target and allow police to stop and search whenever they fancy?
Nick Ferrari with Tom Swarbrick.
With Xero. Get your business digital ready with Xero accounting software.
LBC.
It's never nice missing out. But millions are doing just that by having a current account that doesn't pay them any interest on their hard-earned money. TSB is here to help. They offer interest to all their Plus account customers for no monthly fee. So if you're one of the millions of people who are missing out, talk to TSB. Terms and conditions apply.
Dinner Lady Margaret spent her 25-year career laughing and joking with the school children. Then she received a call out of the blue about her pension from a firm. But it was a scammer, and her lifetime savings was stolen.
Dries like a dream. I'll take it.
Don't let a scammer enjoy your retirement. Check who you're dealing with. Visit Smart from the Financial Conduct Authority.
A Vauxhall test drive? There is absolutely no reason not to. With a free Amazon Alexa-enabled device when you take a test drive, whether you buy a car or not, you might just change your mind. Vauxhall, British brand since 1903. T's and C's and exclusions apply, subject to availability, participating retailers. Test drive must be completed by 9th of September and gift claim by 13th of September 2019. No purchase necessary. Vauxhall.co.uk/test drive T's and C's. Search Vauxhall Test Drive.
Radio, playlists and podcasts.
Where it's all together and all for free.
Global Player. Download it from your App Store now. This is LBC with Darren Adam. Call 0345 6060 Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Actually, we'll have that Brexit conversation with Charlie Cooper from Politico in about 45 minutes' time, because I want to speak to Shaz in High Wycombe first, who has been waiting to talk to me about this, what we're discussing in this hour of the show. The children of British foreign fighters stuck in war zones will be left to their fate. Shaz, what do you think? Morning.
Morning, Darren. How are you?
I'm very well. I trust you are too. Thanks for your patience.
No problem. Well, I think the children should be brought back. I don't think they should be punished exactly the same way if, someone like me who lives in the UK, born and bred here, if I was to commit a crime in the UK and I went to, I ended up in prison, you wouldn't put my child in prison. You wouldn't be punished for that, or, because they had no choice in this. Equally, I don't think the parents should come back. They made a choice, a conscious choice. One, as you put it, dumb as bricks, like Shamima Begum.
Yeah.
Whether she fell through the net and the security system, didn't stop her or whatever the reason, she should have known better and she shouldn't have gone. And she's done what she's done, and she's got to pay for her sins. But the children should be brought back. They don't deserve this. They didn't make this choice. And I do feel that you're right. If they come back here, they'll have you can change their mind. One of your callers made a comment. They said, if they come back, they'll go to Muslim households and they'll be raised. And that's a load of nonsense, because I'm a Muslim. I'm a practicing Muslim, and we're not raised that way. That's not our belief. Yeah, there's a select few people who do believe that the West is the West, and it needs to be attacked or whatever. But that's a handful of people. That's not Muslims or every Muslim.
No, and I think it was an interesting text, because it got there very quickly. It was like Hang on a minute. How do we get to a place where simply because a child is brought up in the Islamic faith, it's going to be trying to pursue the terrorist aims of its parents? That escalated quickly, didn't it?
That's like saying every murderer's child is going to be a murderer, and every
Exactly.
bank robber's child is going to turn to bank robber and stuff, and then we might as well do what the North Koreans do. But it can get very silly very quickly. These comments and these calls.
Well, let me ask if you think this tweet that's come in from Anne Hornigold fits into that category, Shaz. I certainly do. Anne, and there's lots of capital letters in this tweet, I should warn you. Naive. The children are born only to attain the caliphate in the West. No human feelings or love. They are tools, a means to an evil end.
This is ridiculous. At the end of the day, another call, the first call, I think his name was Sonny, he made a call, and he said, well, if they keep popping out children just to bring back, and you very, quickly responded that just doesn't make sense. And 100% it doesn't make sense, because if I felt that my children were going to get taken away from me and I was in such a situation, I would no longer have children. If I had them, I wouldn't be interested in sending them away. I would, look to go down that road. So that doesn't make sense.
It only makes sense if you do genuinely believe that, as Anne seems to believe, these children don't have human feelings or love and only to attain the caliphate in the West. Now,
well, they will have that.
That doesn't make sense.
No, they will. If they grow up there, they will have that. But that's the way they'll be brought up, right?
Yes, but Anne seems to think that the children who are born there and come back to this country, even if they're brought up in surroundings, will instinctively, genetically.
It depends how you raise your children and how you channel their energy and stuff, and whoever raises them, they'll have a natural attachment to whoever raises them, especially from a young age. They're not 16, 17, 18-year-old children. These are babies who don't know any better. After spending a few months with whoever they spend, they'll be none the wiser that these are our parents and so on. And if the parents or the guardians choose to, let them know that, their situation or their history and stuff, I feel that they'll be even stronger on the path that their parents made a mistake, and this was the result of their mistake.
All right, Shaz, thank you for that, sir. Hussein in Woodford. Morning, Hussein.
Morning.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
My point is, I believe that the children are innocent, obviously. I'm a prime example. For example, I was born in Turkey. I came here when I was 10. Now I've got two kids here who are British citizens, and if I commit any crime, my kids to be punished for what I have done, because it's very unfair on them. At the end of the day, and their minds, we can change them. We can give them a completely different. However, this is where I think we're making as a society. I think we're way too tolerant with Islam, like background. I'm sort of down when. We just recently celebrated Eid with my family and all together. Right. But, even with my family and with other Islam tends to idea where they want to. In the minds of Muslims, they convert people to Islam, religions as well. But if my shift in started when I started the Quran, for example, and because people will know, but most people read in Arabic. Turks, which is my nationality, my first nationality. I'm Jew. I don't understand what it writes in the Quran. And when you start what's written in passages and some of those verses, so you think just be the word of God, because there is violence in there. There is in there. There is man over women written in the Quran. And
well, look, I'm an person of faith. Isn't the Christian Bible also full of the most absurd? If enough.
Exactly, definitely. So we need to educate about this. Like even my fellow, Pakistani people here who are Muslims, they understand their religion, including the Turks. I understand. Now, when you look at Arabians and, like, you can understand live is on the Quran. So do what the Quran tells them to do because they understand firsthand. They're not actually true. If we, Islam, if we don't take and get these people to read understand the Quran, understand what their practice, I think they'll be able to stop these people from
right. It's not reading the Quran in any language. 2-year-old kid.
Yeah, definitely. They've got that. But either way, we're going to have those people who are Trafalgar Square wanting in the UK. I mean, look, we all because our nations are ruled by Islamist politics. We fled that. We won the country properly.
Sir in Woodford, 03469, who has texted 84850. This attitude of letting bad people into the UK could to the Brexit vote. Allowing them entry, message that we've gone soft again. The bio, I'm diagram it here on a bit of paper. I'm trying to get from us having let bad people into the UK to Brexit to the implication that somehow allow bad people into the UK. Firstly, we're talking about children who, if you wish, a child is probably incapable of being bad, maybe. Don't want to sit next to a plane, certainly. What does with Brexit? Brexiteer, if you are a Brexiteer, you probably is with their hands in their now at the fairly naked display of racism given us here this morning. That Brexit happened, we let bad people, by implication, they weren't British. And if we do so, in your words, it means again, it has something to do with Brexit. Okay. Hi, Joy.
Good morning, Darren. Now, understandably, you know what? Because I have children of heart. But do you seriously think I'm going to put myself in that situation? If I was, and you want to take my child away from me already, you want to take my, exactly what, to me, being on this once you love, then there's any point if that child have that child. I'm going to have, oh my, every lawyer on, like when I say on your back on this country, years, and the money on earth, we have children who want us to, but the notion that we're going to take the children away from the thing, we sometimes men like you even that well. Women, we can be very, you have.
But some of these children might be orphaned, and they might be with parents who care about them. These, I mean, we're not necessarily talking case about
take care of them. They usually can chose to leave them alive. What could have dealt with them, and I some of those. And I don't exempt the women because women power than people give. You think a lot of worst men on the planet who do horrific things, they just silent, they just sit on the side. No, have a role in innocent. Punish the children because they.
The children are innocent, aren't they? The either in many cases, but the
he keeps somehow gets fed up with a 15-year-old girl. We've got 15 who are locked up in. No one put 15, 16 of them.
Thank you. I just want to do some text and tweets ahead of the news, and then we're going to move on. Ready. The child didn't ask to be born, but nor did any of us. Pool, whatever heart be a reason to never care about any child ever, but okay. We have 23,000 jihadis on a watch list in this country. Men what's trying to make us slaughter, let the deceiver mum lay in hers, as the tweet is. I do going a 2-year-old child who is British back into this country, and indeed way the parents makes us a lamb to the slaughter. There's not a great that makes any sense at all. Thank you for the calls and the texts and the tweets on all of. We're going to just a few moments' time. We will, as I say, check 2:30. Charlie Cooper from Politico. It looks as Downing Street looking at early September in terms of expecting a rebel attempt to stop a no-deal Brexit. What do we understand? Number 10, Downing Street to understand on that. We'll get to that after 2:30. But in the next hour of the show, I want to talk about this proposed ban on drivers using hands-free phones. That is, hands-free phones. Should it be illegal for drivers to make telephone calls behind the wheel, even if they are not doing so with the mobile phone in their hand? We'll get to that after 2.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, the Prime Minister's announced more investment for prisons, £100 million, to boost security and cut crime in jails, to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under him. The former Telegraph editor's sceptical of his cash pledges.
The promises themselves do need a bit more investigation. Some of them, we're told by those in the know, actually amount to re-promises of money that's already been pledged. Some of them are unworkable. For instance, the number of new border guards that we've been promised, the border guards authorities tell us couldn't possibly be in place within the time span necessary before we leave the EU, in theory, on October the 31st.
Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man's become the 49th fatal knife crime victim of the year in the capital. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. He's been arrested. British and Irish police are now joining search teams looking through a jungle in Malaysia for a missing schoolgirl from London. It's now 9 days since Nora Quarren disappeared while she was at a holiday resort with her family. A £10,000 reward's been offered for information that could help find her. Flights have resumed at Hong Kong's international airport after thousands of anti-government protesters brought it to a standstill yesterday. Many were angry about how police handled a demonstration when they fired tear gas and rubber bullets at close range. China supported the tactics, though, saying protests showed signs of emerging terrorism. A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. A report's warned it's just as distracting as if we're holding them. That's already finable by £6 points and £200. Daniel Zeichner's the MP for Cambridge. He's told LBC he wants the law changed.
It's difficult because some people do need to communicate for work. But the recommendation of our committee to the government is the law should be changed, maybe with limited exemptions. But one death is one death too many, and it's so much better to keep people safe.
Darren will be leading Britain's conversation on this next. But first, Andy Murray's lost his first singles match since his hip operation. And now he's ruled himself out of the US Open later this month. He was beaten in the Western and Southern Open in the first round by the Frenchman Richard Gasquet 6-4, 6-4. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been split up by Madame Tussauds in London. Waxwork next to showbiz royalty instead, like Tom Hardy and the Beckhams. They say it's to reflect her independent celebrity status. LBC weather, mainly dry and cool, but heavy rain continuing across the northwest of England, with a low of 6 degrees. Then later, drier over the southwest, but more downpours elsewhere. A high of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Garish.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
Is it really 10 years since I got my 3 points for using a mobile phone behind? I think because I was one of the first people to be caught. Now, before the law changed to forbid the use of a mobile phone while driving, we all did it because it was legal. And because it was legal, we all thought it was perfectly safe. And then the law changed. And, of course, for a while, behaviour doesn't change because that thing that you've been doing, which has been previously believed to be safe, well, you still think it is safe. And you just think laws changed, but the intrinsic safety of this act has not changed. And I put my hands up, no pun intended. I was caught. I was spotted by a police car. This is not to defend what I did. It's to maybe try to explain it a little, try to explain my thinking. I was in very slow traffic, driving through Edinburgh. Stop-start traffic, doing maybe a couple of miles an hour at a time, and then sitting with the foot on the handbrake or the car in neutral or whatever. And so I made a phone call, believing myself to be perfectly safe while doing so. And what I hadn't seen was about 3-4 cars back, maybe, there was a police car. Traffic shifted in such a way that allowed the driver of the police car and his colleague to see that I was 3 cars ahead making a phone call. So it was, as they say, a fair cop. Once the traffic shifted a bit, I was pulled over, and I was told that I was being charged with that particular offence. I can't remember the exact legal procedure, but I do remember I was asked what mobile network I was on, presumably so that if I tried to challenge this, they'd be able to say, well, we've got evidence that you made a phone call at 2:38 in the afternoon on the 29th of whenever it happened to be. I imagine that's why that question was asked. And so my, at that point, clean driving licence became soiled. It became encrusted with 3 points, which stuck there for, I think, 4 years and probably made a difference to the insurance premium that I had to pay as well. And there was a fine on top of that too, I think 60 quid fine and 3 points on my licence. That was then, and this is now. In those 10 years, I've never repeated that particular offence, and offence it is. I've only ever made calls behind the wheel on a hands-free basis, on Bluetooth or using a headset in the slightly older days. And that's fine. And I find it better anyway. I mean, leaving aside the fact that it's unsafe, plainly, to use one hand to hold a mobile telephone and the other hand to do all the functions of driving. It's just better. It's more convenient, apart from anything else, to use a hands-free handset. It's more natural, too, to have a conversation on that basis. So I have never felt that my driving has been compromised by me performing this perfectly legal act of using a mobile phone on a hands-free basis while driving. That doesn't feel any different to me to having a conversation with a passenger in the passenger seat, or perhaps someone on the back seat of the car that you can't see other than in the mirror. It doesn't feel any more dangerous. It doesn't feel any more distracting to me. Conversation. And anecdote, data is not the plural of the empirical evidence from my life is that I've never had a crash or a bump or any sort of using a hands-free mobile device while driving a car legally. But MPs from the Commons Party have said that a ban on drivers using mobile hands-free should now be current law. Only ban the is being held by drivers. That gives a misleading impression free use is safe, despite it creating same risks of a collision. It doesn't feel to me that if mobile phone legally basis while driving, it is as dangerous as, clamping between chin and your shoulder, cheek and your car. I just don't see it as dangerous. This is across the city. There would be practices to criminalising hands-free enforcing. That, they say, should not do issues with that. When I was caught by the police, visible, plainly possible. I had a mobile phone in the other. If I on a blue, how alone would it be possible I was committing an offence? If it were now, as I say, the difficulty in this it should, but equally there aren't difficulties. 0345 60 973 485 BC. Email Darren at LB UK. Now, the fine, of course, has gone up in 2017. Been using my mobile first time behind the wheel and prosecuted for the first time after 27. I would have got 6 points on my life than. So I'd have gone from 6 points. I would have been fined £200 instead of the £100 that I would have been fined. I must have, but I thought it was 60. The recommendation is that the government options for extending that current ban, that they should be public consultation at the end of 2019. Question to you this morning, responding to that consultation, what would your response be? Do you think that we should be back hands-free mobile behind the wheel? 345 6060 is my number. If you're calling that, you are driving this morning, the policy that here on LBC is that often you are to make sure, firstly, that you pull over. Of reasons that firstly, it sounds better on the radio. If you're using something hands-free device, just better audio quality for the radio. Sure that even if you are compliant with that, you are still driving safely. You are driving this morning. Do that for a living. The only way that you can, then you will get on, but it'll most of us having a conversation about the possibility of banning hands-free. Well, if you can pull over, so much the better, and if you're calling from not behind the wheel at all, 45973, you can 850. Email .co.uk. I can't head round the dangerous of a drive a hands-free device and for a conversation with somebody in the car with you. 345 973. I've got a passenger, half is in the car, whatever. If I have a conversation driving, I don't turn around to look at him. I don't take my eyes off the road to have. I'm speaking to someone he can't see along, and I hesitate to calculate just miles I have driven in that particular situation. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands, probably over the years. And morning.
Yes, they're going mad. Possibly. I mean, they're going to tell us not take a car, not travel with anyone in the car. At the rate, because again, you're going to have a conversation. Hands-free, yeah. I mean, when someone's holding a mobile phone, at the line sending text messages, whatever, dangerous. I mean, I've seen it. Be honest with you, I've done it. It is dangerous. In hands-free.
This is where the law hasn't kept up with technology. Those years ago, Andy, when I got it's back in 9, a mobile phone was pretty much just a mobile. It was really would make a telephone call. You could probably play Snake or you could send a text message, but you certainly couldn't use it for all the things you could use it for these days. So, Candy Crush. Exactly. So there's all of these different things you can now do with a mobile device, and the law pace. Technically, if your mobile phone, clamped to the and saying function, not using and they, but you aren't specifically phone in a way that's prohibited. You would rightly be living without tension. The point I make, the law hasn't with the reality of smartphones, it can do so much.
So what are you saying to me? You can clamp a phone onto a dash and still to do something on the phone, speaker or free, so to speak.
Could not be in that circumstance charged with using a device that was handheld, because it
you're playing candy. No. Well,
that is where the more general living without due care and I think that's being used more. But back to this original function phone, which is to make phone calls. I really struggle. Andy, I struggle with the idea that is somehow less safe than talking to a passenger in the car.
Yeah. I mean, how many times do you see people turning around and screaming at their kids in the car?
Yeah.
I mean, that happens, but I don't know. I mean, I think they're taking it a little bit overboard where, communication between two people in a vehicle is any different communication to two people on a device through a speaker. I mean, I was in a car yesterday going up to the airport. And the woman was driving, and it will come up on a screen in the car. There was no telephone. It was on I think a telephone was attached through a cable into, I presume, a USB. And she was having a conversation with somebody on the phone.
Yeah.
And but then she was having a conversation with me. So what's the difference with that? There is no difference, really.
No, I can't see the difference myself, and I certainly can't see why it's less safe to have a conversation on the phone on a hands-free basis than it is to talk to someone who's in the car with you. Andy, at Mile End, thank you, sir. 0345 6060 973. We have travelled some distance though, because I can remember. Well, in fact, if you as I do scour the darker corners of Auto Trader and various other car purveying websites, and you find yourself looking at old Jags, which I do probably more than I should, you will find lots of old Jaguar Sovereigns, the old XJ, you can pick them up for about $4,000 now, probably less than that. But a lot of the really old ones and the high-end ones will come with fitted telephones. Now, if you are a millennial, you probably think what I mean by that is a Bluetooth connection. No, I'm talking about an old-fashioned telephone that sits in the centre console that's connected with a curly cable to the car itself. And that was something that you used to see on high-end vehicles. In fact, it was seen as the epitome of class and good taste and refinement, that you'd have your own telephone in the car. So we've definitely moved on a lot from there. 0345 6060 973. Mark is driving hands-free. We'll speak to him in just a couple of minutes on LBC, 17 minutes past 2.
This is LBC.
Swill Heating is on a myth-busting mission. It really isn't cheaper to leave your heating on all day, but there is lots of smart technology that can cut your heating bills. For best advice on innovative heating devices, swillheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Dads. They're often the first person in the firing line when the Wi-Fi isn't working. But with BT Complete Wi-Fi, only we guarantee a signal in every room. Billy can fight ogres in the bedroom, Becky can watch her beauty vloggers in the bathroom, and Mum can do whatever she likes, wherever she likes, naturally. Join today. It's $39.99 a month on an 18-month contract with a $29.99 setup fee. BT customers can upgrade with BT Plus. BT, be there.
New customers, CPI increase starting 2020. $44.49 a month from month 19, up to 3 discs to guarantee Wi-Fi or £20 off your bill.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Love your skin. Love your hair. Love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support from within, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science of beauty, from Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
If you're looking for a deeper dive into the world of politics, then try the For the Many podcast.
Released every week, it's full of political insight.
Co-presented by me, Ian Dale, and former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith.
I would shift power around our society.
I would abolish inheritance tax.
We argued about inheritance tax last week.
Available to download on Global Player.
Darren Adam on LBC.
So we'll get back to this conversation about mobile phone use in just a few moments' time. MPs from the Commons Transport Select Committee saying that a ban on drivers using mobiles in hands-free mode should be considered. This would have seemed inconceivable just a few years ago because we all moved from using mobile phones in our hands to using mobile phones on a hands-free basis. And even before the law changed, it was the safer thing to do. MPs now suggesting that we should be banned from using mobile phones in hands-free mode as well. 0345 606 0973. We'll get straight back to that in just a few moments' time. But first, let us find out what's been happening in Hong Kong. On Sunday, the police there deploying officers disguised as anti-government protesters. More mass unrest rocking that particular city. Let's cross to Erin Hale, Hong Kong correspondent for the German press agency DPA, joining from Hong Kong. Erin, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How has this escalated since we spoke last, which I think was just a few days ago?
Oh, wow. So on Monday, thousands of people went into the Hong Kong airport to occupy it, to protest against police brutality over the weekend. And basically they brought the airport to a standstill and they canceled all flights for the rest of the day. And today, as the morning gets going, it looks like even more flights are canceled. So there's a lot of traffic chaos, and protesters have promised to return at 1 p.m.
Now, this has generally been a series of weekend protests until now, hasn't it?
Yes, except for last week when there was a general strike called on Monday, but that had really been the exception. But now it looks like big events are going into the week.
Now, the last time we spoke, we talked about this extradition law, this treaty with China, which would permit the extradition of people from Hong Kong to the Chinese mainland. That was suspended by the chief executive, Carrie Lam, but not ruled out altogether. And the last time we spoke, we talked about whether or not that would be something that she would be able to completely take off the table, and if she did, whether that would quell this disruption. Any movement on that?
No, as far as I can tell, she's pretty much been holding the line. She said that, and she's like, protesters should go home. But even at this point, I think the protests have really moved beyond, and they have become extremely focused on police brutality. So in addition to that, she would need to set up an independent commission looking into police violence because people are very angry. That's what yesterday was about. It wasn't really the extradition bill. It was people very upset about police tactics. This one woman who lost an eye when police shot her at close range.
How is this going to end, do you think, Erin? How is this going to proceed? Because it seems to be escalating fairly consistently.
It is very worrying right now. Yesterday, China's Hong Kong Affairs Department, the protesters as terrorists, and they've issued a number of editorials in China, which means really, really losing patience in Hong Kong, especially as they're still fighting the trade war with the U.S. So people are definitely starting to worry, although I think they're taking some hope in the future. It's still a very important city to China economically, so maybe they wouldn't want to tank the economy by sending in, military or police.
Is a real hub in Hong Kong as well as being a hub route longer intercontinental flights. It's a place that people want in right. Tourism affected by.
Yes, have dropped a bit. So many mainland from China who come over that I think the drop was about 300,000. That's millions. So it's not completely affected in that market. But yesterday, international tourists were very, very upset with the Hong Kong airport, completely abandoned by the airport and also airlines. Many were left stranded for days. airport's full. It has given Hong Kong quite a hit reputation.
Flights are booming once again. Obviously, there'll be a bit of a back. National flights, all flights will slowly get back to normal.
They were set to resume at 6 a.m. today, but it looks like airlines have still installed quite even though the airport opened. So it looks like that story is still developing as to how many flights will be, how long the backlog will take to clear.
All right, Erin, thank you. That's Erin Hale, London, for the German agency DP this on those protests. He is flying out to Hong Kong for a week to see his brother and his new family. And they're going to meet in Hong Kong. His brother lives in Melbourne. They're going to meet in Hong Kong because none of them have ever been there. And that trip is looking, well, if you will, my partner's brother has already cancelled and rebooked the hotels in Hong Kong for that trip. They're about half the price that they were when he booked them. Was one to spot a bargain. He has certainly done that. But of course, there's a question mark. That trip can't happen at all if the indeed be open in a couple of weeks. Anyway, back to the UK. 0360973. MPs say that drivers using hands-free mobile should be considered. They think it's an erroneous belief that we have that to use a phone while driving is entirely safe. They say that's not the case at all. 2017. 773 casualties on Britain's roads in crashes where a driver mobile was a contributory factor. No indication as to how many incidents took place because people were flouting the law and using their mobile phone and how many as a mobile phone use generally, even on now is in or near you down on the system, Dewsbury, Mark, but you could be absolutely anywhere because you drive up and down the country for a off you. Where are you right now?
I am.
You're in Tamworth. Okay, so not miles away, I suppose.
Not really. Is your partner's relative a mild-mannered janitor by any chance?
No, Hong Kong Fooey. just to be clear, I'll have to explain that. Behind the glass. Never mind.
Oh, yes, I should have realised, shouldn't I?
Yes. Anyway, so you are a lorry driver, Mark, and the motorways in this. Often listening, often LBC, which is fantastic. You're now mobile phone.
I am. I prefer the wire because I don't have to charge it up. I kind of have to charge everything up that I don't, so I prefer the. So just to answer all your first call, answer him. Hands free. All right. Candy Crush, but if you will be pulled over for care and retention.
Yeah.
I used to call you stop on a regular basis because accident. A lorry driver who was hands-free, who sadly caused, and because he was again charged with care and retention, his hands found guilty, off he went to prison. So that was kind of like a wake-up. Say, well, hang on a minute, that I make absolutely because you are actually radio station in my absolutely necessary.
And yet you are doing that.
I am, because I think it's important, because ever since invented going around killing each other, you can pick any sort of technology, 8-track tape, cigarette lighters, cause people to kill. It's caused accidents. I don't believe you can legislate away. You can minimise them, but you'll never end them. And I think value our freedom. So I think it is a step, even though I can see the logic that's been said, step too far. I think I would much rather see a laws and the police then upholding the laws we have.
Yeah. Now, very important point, because the number of traffic police officers, I mean, all police officers have seen numbers, of course, since 2010, but traffic police hugely reduced as well, replaced in many cases what are euphemistically cameras. And of course, what they really are is speed great at detecting people who've broken the speed limit, not particularly good at detecting people that you care.
Well, that's true. But the other thing as well is they've introduced smart cars, and they're trying to advertise you don't know or not. They're trying to give you that wary factor that, they could be there, they may not be there, I think. But we all know that they're hardly ever there. I mean, I see thousands on a month, thousands of people using their phones. I mean, not for making calls, for using for text messages, social media. It's epidemic levels, and that is pure fact that they're not going. So you can bring in a law that says, use a mobile phone while driving hands-free, but no one's, because how would you ever find out if a police now and said, "Well, I just myself, you're the burden of proof." You proved that I was using a hands-free phone.
Well, quite, and the committee, the Commons Transport, said that this is a concern. There would be challenges in. They also say it's not a reason not to do it.
Well, I mean, I also know people who, such as solicitors and lawyers, who have phone calls for when they're in meetings. That's the practical use of their time. So it's a big impact today's way of living. But again as well, there has been studied. I read a lot. I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to cars. I mean, I have a lorry. My licence is my living. I drive a car. I tow a caravan. I've got a Vespa scooter. Spend a lot of time on the road. And there has been studies that does show that when you're having a conversation hands-free, your attention is taken away from your driving. And so I've tested this myself. When I've talked to my wife in the car, it's true. I'm more observant than when I'm talking to her on the phone. I'm having to concentrate more on thinking what she's saying, because I can't hear the tone of the voice. I can't see the scowls or smiles on her face. You just do have to concentrate.
But if she were with you, in the vehicle, you'd presumably you should have your eyes on the road anyway, rather than on your wife's scowling face, shouldn't you?
Yeah, but you get well, I prefer smiling face, to be honest. But you do look and glance. There's nothing wrong with glance. Because I don't know how many times I look in my mirrors when I'm driving, so I'm not straight forward. So, you can glance while you're driving and not, No,
that's true, but if glance at, and more people should use their mirrors, don't get me started on that. If you glance at your mirrors when you are driving, then that is you taking your eye off the road in the service of driving safely.
No, whereas I'm looking as a lorry driver. I mean, all lorry drivers, apart from the one that nearly knocked me off my push bike, I think his guide dog didn't bark when it needed to. We look as far in advance as we possibly can. I'm looking about a mile up the road now, taking as much in as I can. So when I glance, provided nothing runs out in front of me and everybody does what I expect them to do, there's no danger there, because I know what's going to happen in the next, say, 2 seconds.
Sure. But I mean, and we'll get into this with other callers, but, if you're driving around a city or whatever, you do need to look around much more than you might if you're on a clear motorway with a clear line of vision. Mark, thank you for that. I'll speak to Michael in Liverpool as well in just a moment. Also, Nick, who is in Norwich, you too, on 0345 6060 973. We're going to break for a conversation about Brexit in just a few moments. Much to come in a couple of minutes on LBC, where it's news time. It's 2:32. Here's Rachel Garish.
The Prime Minister's announced more investment for prisons, £100 million to boost security and cut crime in jails, to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcrofts told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under him. Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man has been stabbed to death. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. Reports warned it's just as distracting as if we're holding them. That's already finable by 6 points and £200. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers in northern. A low for now of 6 degrees Celsius.
This is LBC.
Betting with a traditional bookie is like an orchestra that only plays the triangle. But in exchange, you have more to bet with more opportunities to win. You can even lay a bet, which means betting on something not to happen, or set your own odds and see who takes them on. Why not give it a go? The Betfair Exchange.
Exchange customers pay up to 5% commission. Other charges may apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Join me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
The last time you were in hospital, you probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities you encountered. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or Global Player.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say it to you, but maybe not Mum and Dad. I don't think they'll be able to do that. Really? I think Mum will help us. I spoke to her about it before. Really? What does she say? I just think she will help us if she can at the time. If she can, though? Yeah. I don't know. Getting onto the property ladder seems like a million miles away.
It isn't easy talking to your family about money, but it is important. The M word from Lloyds Bank. It's good to talk about money.
Darren Adam on LBC.
0345 6060 973. We'll come back to our conversation about hands-free mobile phones in just a few moments' time, and the suggestion from the Commons Transport Select Committee that driving a car while using a mobile phone, even in a hands-free mode, could be and should be made illegal. Back to that in just a few moments. But thank you to Charlie Cooper for his... He is Politico's chief UK correspondent. We're going to catch up with Charlie now for a few words on Brexit, because it appears that Number 10 Downing Street are looking at the 9th of September, early September, in terms of the expectation that there might be a rebel attempt to stop a no-deal Brexit. Charlie, for your time this morning, we say thank you. Is that what you understand Number 10 to be thinking as well?
Well, that's the understanding we have from government officials. Yes, that is the date that's now being talked about, another date for our Brexit diaries. It's dictated by this legislation, which you may remember from before the summer recess, backbench MPs forced the government to a statement about efforts to create a new government in Northern Ireland every 2 weeks. That's in law, and the timing on that means that any debate on a motion relating to that would have to come by the 9th of September. So that's why that date has suddenly sort of come up. Downing Street reckon that could be the moment that the rebel MPs, who of course want to stop a no-deal Brexit, will strike. We don't know for sure if that's the case, but that's what the government's briefing out.
And this does all move absurdly quickly, so yes, let's just remind ourselves of what happened just a few short weeks ago. The government is, as you say, now compelled to come back to Parliament and report on the progress towards devolved government reassembling once again in Northern Ireland. But of course, this isn't about devolved government in Northern Ireland. It's simply a way, isn't it, to ensure that Parliament can't be out of session for long enough to let no deal happen by default.
Exactly. We may remember during the Conservative leadership debate, one of the hot topics was whether Boris Johnson was prepared to suspend Parliament, or in the that archaic word prorogue Parliament. This whole thing about making a statement on efforts to form a government in Northern Ireland is, as you say, just a means to make sure that he can't do that. Now, whether or not there really is a clear plan yet from these anti-no-deal rebels about how they plan to go about blocking it, I'm not so sure. Let's remember a lot of them are on holiday. The former Justice Secretary David Gauke was tweeting a picture just at the weekend of himself in a swimming pool with a big inflatable unicorn, making a joke about Brexit unicorns. Jeremy Hunt, I believe, is away. Rory Stewart is away. Keir Starmer is away. I'm sure they're communicating on WhatsApp and via email, but I've not yet seen evidence of a real concerted effort to sort of put together a grand strategy. So we'll have to wait and see.
And you're right, something has to happen. The very fact that Parliament is sitting, plainly not sufficient. MPs who wish no deal to be prevented have to arrange themselves in such a fashion as to prevent it. How might they even be able, in the time that is left, were they so minded, to assemble themselves in a deal?
So there's a few options, ranging in to the simplest one. Well, the least extreme one is to legislation forces the Prime Minister seek an extension from the European Union. So bear in mind, it takes two to tango for there to be who has to. MPs could, in theory, amend the legislation Parliament in Opinions vary about what legislation does still need to happen, but most agree that at least something has to come make Brexit viable or not. So that could be amended. The emergency debate procedure be enabled. You could probably create time for legislation via that. So they could legislate the minister go and seek an extension from Brussels. That then requires Brussels to agree to that extension. The other option is to revoke the legislate again by the same. That'll be more extreme. It would be going against the referendum result, and I'm sure there is no majority for that at the moment. There might maybe do that, but most will be pretty queasy.
Okay.
Third and final way is, of course, a vote of no confidence in government, possibly to call an election or to make way for another government.
Number 10 Downing Street, that come this parliament intervention and the aftermath of whatever does or does not happen, they think that is what the EU are waiting for before they start bringing everyone back to the table to negotiations again. Now, Brexiteers have been saying since the referendum that the EU would be itself to offer Britain a deal because they need us, need them. This is just you wait moment 9th of September thereof. That is now what Brexiteers are belief on, that the EU will come back to us and say, OK, we fold, let's do a deal.
It's a terrible interpretation, but one could perhaps read it that way. Dan has had two goals this summer. It is a no deal thing to force it to the table. The other, I think, to try and that MP is going to be able to block. There's one Downing Street knowing for the night to their act are going to talk up this date. MPs will then not quite manage it by that, but they won't be able to kind of get their act together in terms of the ranged against the uniting. And this date will pass with no block to no deal, and Downing Street will hope that the EU, in this deadline, this so-called deadline pass, and come to the table. Convinced, I from EU officials, they really are staunch line on this. This is a pretty powerful Boris Johnson might say. And there is that why would they force a no deal, thus creating a hard border on the island of Ireland, the exact thing they're trying to avoid via the back. But there was a very interesting piece by the Centre for European Reform think tank's Charles Grant today, which made the point, and I think he's right, that the EU think that, sure, a no deal will cause that scenario, but a no deal would then be temporary, they think, because they're pretty sure, they're convinced that Britain will be in such a difficult situation after a no-deal Brexit that they'll come to the table again after a few weeks and then probably have to be offered terms very much like those that Theresa May accepted, if not slightly tougher terms. That's probably the reading among some of the more hard-nosed in Brussels.
We've also heard that there might be a general election this year. And if that happens on a date which has been speculated, let us say, for example, the 1st of November, which is the day after we fall off the cliff, but before the damage of hitting the rocks below has become apparent, is it possible for Boris Johnson's government to win an election in a campaign which would be dominated by having to reassure people that a no-deal Brexit won't be as bad as it's plainly going to be?
Yeah, there's been some tough talk from Downing Street, particularly from Johnson's de facto chief of staff, Dominic Cummings, we've heard a lot about in recent days, about this idea of, having an election within days of a no-deal Brexit, which could, in theory, convoluted means if Johnson loses a vote of no confidence, but no other government can be formed, it's up to him to set a date for any election that would be called, and he could, in theory, do that for after a no-deal Brexit. I'm slightly sceptical because it's not a political point to make to say that no-deal Brexit in the days immediately after look like it will cause really economic disruption. It really is with economic gravity, the gravity of trade rules that the EU will inevitably impose because they need to make an example of this situation. Well, they don't need to, but they feel they need to. And I just do wonder if it really is a smart strategy on Downing Street's part to have an election in that context. Even on the 1st of November, it could still be a chaotic day, and equally, I think the civil service would have some pretty serious qualms about it as well, because there's this rule around making major policy decisions during the pre-election period known as PERDA. And many civil servants, I think, interpret committing the country towards no-deal Brexit as a policy decision, even though some would argue it's just allowing the law as it stands to play itself out.
But there are some fairly significant policy decisions which are already flowing from the proximity to a no-deal Brexit, not least the pledging of £6.5 billion to mitigate all the problems which we were told that a no-deal Brexit would not cause. So plainly there would be active policy flowing from a no-deal Brexit scenario.
Well, I think that £6.5 billion is for preparations for all kinds of Brexit over the past 3 years. But yes, the government up spending for no deal since Boris Johnson came to power. I'm a little bit sceptical of the very recent ramping up of preparation for no deal, the real scale of it. Again, I think a lot is also part of this, convince the EU we really mean it campaign.
How are Conservative MPs getting on, in as much as they interact with him at all, with the aforementioned Dominic Cummings, the defensive staff for Johnson? This man, of course, who was the campaign director for Vote Leave, an organisation that broke electoral law, a man who has been found to be in contempt of Parliament. How are they reacting to him essentially being the boss?
Well, Cummings came in shortly before, when Johnson came in, and shortly before MPs all went on their summer holidays. So not many of them have had much of a chance to interact with him, to get called in for a sort of Downing Street briefing or anything like that. He's certainly got no love for some elements of the Conservative backbenchers. If you look through his blogs, he's pretty disparaging about some, not all. I mean, he does say quite some Tory MPs, but yes, some will have reason to be quite suspicious of him. The main people he's currently ruffling for is government officials and ministerial aides as well. He's quite contemptuous of the Whitehall system. He thinks that Whitehall is pretty slow, pretty bureaucratic, and get things done. And he has come in with a real agenda to shake that up. One official I spoke to said they were very impressed by him, but found him, in short, quite scary.
Well, we remember Nick and Fiona, the terrible twosome who resigned the day after the catastrophic general election in 2017. They worked for Theresa May. I wonder whether those people who criticised Nick and Fiona might indeed be looking back rather fondly once Dominic Cummings gets his claws into everything.
Yeah, we've had a string of prime ministers bringing in interesting advisors, haven't we? And I'm a little bit sceptical, again, about, whilst Cummings is a fascinating person, it's undeniable, and whilst he is very powerful, he has a very powerful position within the government, let's not forget that in after the referendum, and when, as you say, May came in and brought in Nick Timothy and Fiona Hill, everyone was saying, these guys have got the magic formula. The Conservatives are going to get a whopping majority at the next election, and they'll rule for decades. I genuinely remember sitting down with the Conservative MP who said, well, it's not the 2020 election we have to worry about. 2025 we've probably got in the bag. It's the 2030 election I'm thinking about. And that was 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago.
But I remember the conversations we used to have on this programme about whether Theresa May's majority would be closer to 100 or 200.
Exactly. So all I'm saying is we need to be cautious about this idea of sort of messianic figures coming in and sweeping people to power for a generation. We live in a very volatile time politically. No one needs to be told that. And maybe Cummings has the secret to make Tories win the next election handsomely. Maybe he doesn't. It's really, really hard to predict at the moment.
Thank you, Charlie. That is Charlie Cooper, Politico's chief UK correspondent, joining me to discuss the latest political news and that expectation on the part of Number 10 Downing Street that they are expecting a rebel attack, at least in terms of rebel MPs politically attacking their plans for no-deal Brexit on or around the 9th of September. So make a note, we are. 0345 606 0973. MPs on the Commons Transport Select Committee saying that a ban on drivers using hands-free mobiles should be considered. Current laws only ban the use of devices being held by drivers. They say that gives the misleading impression that hands-free use is safe, when in fact using a hands-free mobile behind the wheel creates the same risk of a collision. I do find that hard to believe, I have to say. Gary, though, says on phones in cars, imagine you could be in two places at once. Imagine you could also be the driver of the vehicle behind the one that you're in while you're on the phone. You'd be amazed to see how much your driving is affected. As a motorcyclist, it's simple to identify car drivers who are on the phone. They're the ones wandering in their lane, not looking around them, making hand gestures while moving. They're also the ones making slow or odd decisions at junctions. It has to be said that some drivers drive like this normally, but they're just naturally incompetent, which is what you become when you take the call in your car. After the ban comes into force, we need bigger fines, say £500 and 11 points. Well, this is just a proposition of a consultation at this point, Gary. It's certainly something that the Commons Transport Select Committee think should be considered, but there is no firm plan. There are no firm plans to introduce this as legislation anytime shortly. I think that the number of drivers who make slow decisions, odd decisions, who don't look around them, who wander in their lane, the proportion of drivers who do that, who are terrible drivers, is much higher than you think. I think being bad at driving can explain a much bigger percentage of all of those drivers than simply driving while making having a conversation on the phone could explain. 03456 973. I'll speak to Michael and Nick in just a moment. LBC, it is 10 to 3.
Eddie Mair, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
What do you think of having another EU referendum?
A very, very, very bad idea.
But people can change their minds, can't they?
I don't think people have changed their minds. Everyone
have.
I have, that's true.
Eddie Mair, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. LBC.
William, Pamela and Anthony were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim back a total of £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, we may be able to help you too. If you've lost it, to 60 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text GOOD to 60777 and we'll call you back.
When it comes to cruising, you don't use smaller boutique ships from Saga. Offers a door-to-door chauffeur to take you to and from the ship.
Bon voyage, Mr. Goodman.
Cheers. The cabin has a balcony with a sea view. Beautiful. Dine at one of the intimate speciality restaurants. Delicious. And each ship has to match your mood. And guess what? I'm in the mood for dancing. It's a boutique personal to you. Boutique Cruises by Saga for your spirit of discovery.
Save up to 35% on our all-inclusive cruises. Search Spirit of Discovery to find out more. Over 50s only.
Stay up all night in New York. Live your best life in Miami. Or explore. Searching for less, stay for longer with best low-cost long-haul airline. And with low fares to 50 other destinations, the world has never been closer. Fancy a seat in our spacious premium cabin? Treat yourself for less than you might think. Start your journey at norwegian.com.
This is LBC. We call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC.
Warren on Twitter at LBC saying concentration is the key to safe driving. Talking hands-free is a distraction. It's the conversation, not the physical action of using a phone that causes that distraction. Well, that presumably would be true. You were having a conversation even if they were in the car with you, wouldn't it? Liverpool, hello.
Hello, Darren.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
Not bad, how are you?
Very well, thanks. You're a taxi driver. You must see people... Well, actually, do you see people, firstly, still continuing to break the law as it stands?
Darren, today I'll see people at least with the phone in the hand driving.
30?
You see it all the time.
So these are people who are blatantly driving with one hand on the wheel, the other hand holding a phone to their ear.
They're not even holding it to their ear. They're texting while they're driving. Most of them are texting while they're driving. To go on the police station.
Well, it's a text. Exactly that. What would a lone police do when he or she is driving a police car and an emergency call comes in. Actually, I think that's in reference to how a police officer might be contactable or otherwise. London also talks about the police giving up their handsets as well. But on this question of people texting or perhaps updating social media, you're right, this can only be stopped by police spotting what's going on and intervening.
But I think you can't just rely on the police, though, Darren. It's got to go. I know for a fact, right, and my pass his test, and I could. Why don't they just, like, they've introduced the sat-navs into the test.
Yeah,
why don't they introduce the phones on the test as well?
So you think being able to conduct a conversation on a hands-free device should be part of the driving test?
The driving test, anyway, without using a mobile phone, people are bad drivers anyway. They don't know where they're going, and 9 times out of 10 you're thinking they're on the phone, that driver. Sometimes they're not.
Does the driving test still involve specific instructions? I mean, it's been 25 years at least since I took my test. Does it still require you to examiner? Do you know?
Well, so that's the same thing, isn't it, Darren? If someone's talking to you and telling you to do stuff while you're driving, but what's the difference with someone talking to you on the phone? If I ring my passenger and say, whereabouts are you? The meeting's on the phone compared to
the sat-nav is now part of the driving test as well, being able to safely follow instructions from a satellite navigation unit, which I think is perfectly reasonable because that is a part of driving for so many people. Michael, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. Actually, it's 29 years I've been driving each there, but no, 46. Nick in Norwich. Morning, Nick.
Hi.
Hey, Nick.
Hi. Yeah. For me, they're proposing that this law is changed just so that it makes it possible to police it through, because if you were to do people for just being on their phone, then you'd be able to work out whether they're on the phone and then take a picture of them. To my mind, mobile phone law has as it is now, it started off as a noble idea, but I'm wondering whether the state spreadsheet and said, hang on a minute, this mobile phone law as it stands at the moment is costing us more to enforce than it's getting in fines. So we like to run motoring law like a business. So what we'll do we'll twist the law so that by cameras, and then they're not worried about whether that actually makes the law nonsensical, because now.
But how could this be enforced? How could it be enforced by cameras?
They've trialled like they put up little signs, flashy signs that could detect if you're on your phone through your mobile network. You know how you get that bleep bleep bleep? You get that sort of buzzing sound if someone's on a phone near a radio.
Yeah.
Well, it can detect.
But can't you get that even if a phone is switched off? Even if it's not making a phone call.
It's receiving a signal. It's receiving a call.
And if it's a passenger who's on the phone in the car.
Well, they can. Well,
that's the first problem, isn't it? Because if you employ a technical solution to detect if someone is making a call, straight away that impacts on passengers. Because some people talk about a technical solution to this, which would be to essentially perception in all new cars, but straight away passengers would be impacted by that. So that's the issue there, I think, or an issue. Nick, are you still there?
Yeah. Well, maybe they'd be able to attach the mobile. Maybe they'd be able to. Well, that mobile phone didn't belong to you.
Yeah. Again, the select committee say that there are challenges enforcing this, but it does not mean not do it. However, if the level of harm that's being caused by people making perfectly legal hands-free calls caused by that is so relatively small, and the difficulty of those different cases is, then you might just run the numbers, quite frankly, and say, is it worth the candle? We'll carry on with this in just a moment. 0345 606 0973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, email Darren at lbc.co.uk. MPs say a ban on drivers using be considered. Currently, laws only ban the use of devices being held by drivers while they are. A proposal to ban the use of mobile phones, even hands-free. 03456060973 is my number. We'll carry on with this after the news at 3 o'clock on LBC, and that happens now.
On your radio, on Global Player, and leading Britain's conversation. This LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, the Prime Minister's announced a £100 million investment to improve security and cut crime in prisons in England and Wales, warning that jails cannot become factories for making bad people worse. He wants to stop the flow of drugs, weapons and phones getting into jails and going to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. But prison safety expert Ian Aitchison says the priority should be reducing violence.
27 prison staff a day will be assaulted. Those assaults range from punches to scolding to concussion, and you simply can't working in those sorts of conditions to be engaged in the task that we expect them to do.
Labour needed and already called the Prime Minister's previous prison reform announcements electioneering. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft, she thinks he's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under Boris Johnson. Police have started in North West London after a man's become the 49th fatal knife crime victim of the year. Were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. Disruption is still expected at one of the world's busiest airports today after protesters yesterday brought Hong Kong International to a standstill. Campaigners are angry at police for firing tear gas and rubber bullets during earlier protests. LBC's Hong Kong correspondent Erin Hale says flights are meant to be. Campaigners have promised to return.
China's Hong Kong Affairs Department referred to the protesters as terrorists, and they've issued a number of editorials in Chinese state media, which is not a good sign, which means China is really, really with Hong Kong, especially as they're still fighting the trade war with the U.S. So people are definitely starting to worry, although I think they're taking some hope in the fact that Hong Kong is still a very important city to China economically, so maybe they wouldn't want to tank the economy by sending in, military or police.
It's claimed half of hospital doctors in England are fully prepared to respond to a major incident. Researchers say there's still no major incident plan after the Manchester Arena bombing and the Grenfell Tower fire, and that since this survey was last carried out in 2006, doctors say they're less prepared. A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. Reports warned it's just as distracting as if we're holding them. That's already finable by 6 points and £200. Darren will continue leading Britain's conversation on this next. But first, coins showing Paddington Bear visiting the Tower of London and St Paul's Cathedral are about to start turning up in our loose change. The new 50p designs enter circulation from today. They can also be bought on the Royal Mint's website. A gold version costs £850. LBC weather, mainly dry and cool, but heavy rain continuing across the northwest of England with a low of 6. Later on, drier over the southwest, but more downpours elsewhere. A high of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Garish.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
Morning. Driving while using a mobile phone behind the wheel, it is perfectly legal to do so as long as you are hands-free. So if you've got a Bluetooth set up in your car, or what might have been the case until a few years ago, perhaps with an earpiece, legal, perfectly legal. The question is whether you think it is safe. The Select Committee, the Commons Transport Select, says no, there's the same risk of a collision as if you were using a mobile phone in your hand. I'm not sure I believe that. I don't want to be old Michael Gove, who needs experts post-fact. But it doesn't and has never felt to me as if the unsafe act of using a mobile phone in your hand while driving has the same level of risk as using a hands-free mobile phone. It just doesn't feel like that as a driver. Gary says perhaps the difference, thank you for this, Gary, perhaps the difference is that your passenger might actually stop talking to you in high-stress or decision-making situations because they can see that you're fully occupied. Your phone correspondent can't do that. I appreciate that as a man you might think you're a perfect driver and this doesn't fit with your worldview, so you'll... But not everyone is as good or as safe as you are, says Gary. Well, you're quite right, Gary. Not everyone is as good or as safe as I am. Seriously, though, firstly, I don't and I know you've got your tongue in your cheek, I hope you do, at least to a certain extent. I don't think that being a man makes me a safer or better driver. I don't know whether it makes me more likely to think I'm a perfect driver. But as for the idea that whoever you're talking to on the phone is unable to see that you're in a high stress or decision-making situation particularly, you can always tell them. If I were driving through an area that I'd not been in before, or if I was in, I don't know, I probably wouldn't, for example, if I was driving across London at rush hour, I probably wouldn't use that moment to choose to have a conversation on a hands-free device. If I were driving, say, from Edinburgh to London down the M6 on a Sunday afternoon, as I've done a few times, that actually, by and large, wouldn't be a bad time to have a conversation on the hands-free device. I remember I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's very chatty and had lots of gossip to impart. So this was not a stressful conversation. This was not a conversation on which there was terribly much hanging in terms of importance. It was just myself and him basically gossiping. And the conversation took, I think, from sort of Carlisle to, where could you get 2 hours south of Carlisle? Certainly past Wigan, I'd say, in the M6. To the M6, maybe not. But, you know, I was chunk of the M6. And 2 hours engaged in this conversation. A very different situation. One thing to have a sort of conversation, stress-free bit of road. It's one thing to do. Another thing, I don't know, getting a contract for your new job while driving across London at 5:30. I've never done that, just an example. Do. So, you know, the of the conversation mind as well. I think some conversations are permissible on a hands-free if you are driving a car. The difference is that even in that much less stress, even then, now car in the mobile phone to my ear using my hand because it's illegal, and it's illegal because that's been shown to be dangerous. Much also 45606 Speak to Gary. We've got you down here as being in it. Where are you? Morning.
No, I'm anyway. I just travel. I think this about these little vehicles going to bring with all come in with technology, mobile hand devices, whatever, and the engine, unless everything's switched off and concentrating. It's that they're not allowed to think, and we think time. This is how the world's, and another that will be enforced through a back door, really.
Well, I takes us against that. The fact that's technically thing because traffic. They used to say on the American road reports bumper to bumper, then presence of phone in an adjacent car might be enough to disable a vehicle. There's a technical issue with there as I can see. And also, again, passengers, would they not have the right using car journeys?
Considering banning those mobile devices.
Maybe. Yeah, go on.
I the seatbelt properly. I can't use the radio. So, you know, my seatbelt. Listen to you on the radio.
We should, unless you're listening to LBC, like your vehicle. How about that?
Yeah, Darren. What? Alistair Campbell out of the Labour Party voting.
Yes.
Do you think whatever her name is, Baroness, she's not going to campaign
Patience Week?
Conservative Party.
Are we? Because we know Klein lost. Exactly. He did exactly as Al. He said that he voted Liberal. He lost the. So, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. It's great times for you guys in the media. How much work you're going to be getting over the next few years, just having all these wonderful people in power.
I mean, it's okay. It's great. It's a great time for us in the media, but the country's on fire. Unfortunately, that's the downside, Gary. It's all fun and games till someone loses an eye and all that. Gary in Ipswich, thank you for that. 03. Well, you're not in Ipswich, wherever you happen to be this morning, Gary. Thank you. 0345 6060 973 is my number. I want to speak to. Is this Simon we've got in Harlow? It's Simeon. It is Simeon in Harlow in a few minutes' time. Before we get to that, I just want to break away for a few minutes because a rather radical idea has emerged in the world of funerals. Now, funerals aren't things that this sounds like the start of an advert you'd see on daytime television now. Funerals aren't something that we think about, but they are expensive and they're usually chosen by people who are going through a lot of stress in their life at not very happy times. So it's important the right decision. The problem is that at that time in your life, it's difficult to get it right. It's difficult to know who to trust. It's difficult to know which company is better because you don't really have the time to think about it and you've not really wanted to think about it. So it's been proposed that funeral directors will come with restaurant-style ratings so that at a glance, it'll be possible to tell which funeral director is best and which one you should give your money to ensure that your loved one gets the send-off that they deserve. Joining me is David Barrington, who is the president of the National Association of Funeral Directors. David, thank you for your time this morning. This plan then to have restaurant-style ratings for funeral care providers. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, this is one of a range of suggestions that has been discussed by a group called the Funeral Standards Consumer Services Review, which is a bit of a mouthful. And it's led by a gentleman called Lewis Shan-Smith. And what's happening is lots of people, lots of influencers from the funeral sector and from outside of the funeral sector are coming together to think about standards and codes of practice and with lots of ideas and looking at all sorts of ideas. And one of them is a star rating system. Of course, there are already star rating systems out there. There's Google reviews. The NAFD, who I represent, has a website called funeraldirectory.co.uk, which uses Google reviews for our members, so the public can compare them. And it's a really sort of good way of people being able to assess the quality of a funeral director.
When someone has to make a choice of funeral director, it's obviously not the same as when people might choose to go to a restaurant because they'll have heard good things. It's a happy thing they're planning when they go to a restaurant. Plainly, when a funeral director is selected, it's in very unhappy, very stressful circumstances. I myself, David, thankfully, in my life, I've never had to call upon the services of a funeral director. What sort of criteria do you think people currently use and apply when they make that selection?
I think in lots of cases they use someone that they're familiar with, that maybe that they've used before. Obviously, if that's not the case, if they've never used somebody before, they may ask friends or relatives for a recommendation. It's a really good idea to have a conversation with the funeral director that you're thinking about using, and seeing if they match how you feel. We regularly have conversations with relatives, and sometimes it's not an immediate relative, so it might be a son-in-law or a brother-in-law who comes in, has a conversation with us, tells us what they're thinking about for the funeral, and we are happy to say, well, yes, or no, that's not possible, and they get a feel for what we can do, and that's a really helpful thing to do. It's also a really good idea to have a conversation with your family before something happens, so that they know and have an idea of what you want for your funeral. In lots of cases, families sit with us and they've got no idea what parents or relatives or brothers or sisters want for a funeral service.
And that can be actually quite distressing for them to have to think.
Now to that scare at a mall in Houston, sending panic crowds running into the streets. People are especially shooting glass. And Lindsay Davis is here.
Talking about it doesn't mean that you're going to fall over tomorrow. But what it does do is it gives them the information that they need when the time comes.
Now, obviously, in such stressful, unhappy circumstances as a bereavement, if you are employing a funeral director, then you want everything just to go perfectly and smoothly. You don't want the additional stress of having to deal with something having gone wrong. You are the president of the National Association of Funeral Directors, but you must nonetheless have heard some fairly unpleasant stories, David, perhaps from funeral directors that aren't allied to your organisation.
Sometimes things go wrong. With a funeral, you only get one chance to get it right. So, of course, that makes it so much worse if something does go wrong. I would suggest that people look for a funeral director that's in one of the trade bodies. We are the National Association of Funeral Directors. Our members are inspected on every 2 years to meet our code of practice and also to meet certain standards within their own premises, with procedures and such like at their offices. And there's one other trade association as well called SAFE. They have an inspection regime as well. So that's really important. People outside of the trade bodies, there is no inspection regime, so you have to rely on the consumer protection laws.
For a lot of people, finding the money, even for what you might the basic funeral, is going to be very difficult when someone reaches the end of their life. What happens if someone comes to you or someone comes to one of your members and says, I don't have any money?
There is some assistance from the government. There's a social fund which helps people who are on certain benefits and provides contribution to funeral services, but the government hasn't increased that amount for over 10 years, so that it's not adequate. It doesn't meet the cost of a funeral, so there will be a balance. The funeral director will try and work with the family to ensure that whatever they choose is affordable, and hopefully be creative within that, and have creative ways of accomplishing what they want, and ways of reducing costs. And there is, of course, if a family have no means at all to pay, then there is some help from the state in that there are some social services funerals available.
Sure.
But generally don't want to go down that avenue.
How much does a funeral on average cost?
On average, a funeral costs between £4,000 and £4,500, I would suggest.
As well as being something that for all reasons people would want to get right, they would want to see that their loved one has an appropriate and dignified, indeed memorable funeral. The cost is significant. If you're spending £4,000 on anything, you want to make sure, don't you, that you're getting a good service, you're getting essentially what you pay for. So to go back to the new idea of restaurant-style ratings, do you think this is going to be useful as a way for people to ensure that they're getting the best service?
I think as I say, it's one of a number of measures that will help people compare the different services that funeral directors provide. And I think that preparation and before we pass away is really important within that. The making sure that you've funeral plans can help with that as well. Prepaid funeral plans. So visiting a funeral director yourself and deciding whether they're appropriate and offer the appropriate service that would fit in with your requirements can be really helpful. You can take your go along with a family member, have a conversation. Emotional pressures aren't pushing you one way or the other. That's a really important thing. Obviously, emotion can change the way you think about things.
And again, to get back to this idea of making things as simple as possible for people at a very stressful time in their life, the Competition and Markets Authority inquiry that we've been discussing one of the ideas coming from that, this idea of the restaurant-style ratings, but also the interim report saying that funeral directors, many at least, do not publish prices online, which makes a price comparison more difficult for people to make, and they could indeed save up to £1,000 in some cases by essentially shopping around for those who want to do such a thing.
The funeral directory website that I've mentioned before is the NEFD's help to its members to put prices online. We're about to go into phase 2 of that, where the members can log into their own area and put their prices on, put a simple price list online, so that that family members who are looking for a funeral director can compare funeral directors within their own area. Yes, we have a bit more work to do with prices online. I've had my prices online on my own business's website for over 5 years now, and there is nothing to worry about from the funeral director's point of view of doing that. In fact, the families who we look after welcome it. They found it really helpful in when they're researching whether they want to us or another funeral director.
All right, David, thank you. That's David Barrington, who is the president of the National Association of Funeral Directors, joining me this morning here on LBC. Restaurant-style ratings for funeral care providers. I have to say, it sounds to me like that could be pretty useful if you need to make a quick decision and you don't have time to, research and compare all of the different options, and you don't want to be ripped off at a time of tremendous stress and grief and unhappiness. Being able to determine at a glance which funeral director is the best option for you might be something that would make a difficult time in someone's life just a little bit easier. Right, 3:22. Let's get back to what the Comms Sports have said, which is not an exciting way to start a sentence, quite important. They're suggesting that a ban on using free mobile phones should be considered, that it should be legal to drive a car using a hands-free mobile phone. Now, of course, the current law, which has been in place for about 10 years, ban of handheld mobile phones. Is it a step too far to propose hands-free mobiles? 450-973. I'll in Harlow in just a LBC 322.
This is LBC.
You don't want another number. Thank you. Boutique Cruise Lager offer a more personal service. Oh, hello, giving you and freedom. Loading on a volcano. A taste of kindness or fancy a bit of flamenco? Well, thanks to the ashore, no ask is too big, and the smallest to deposit more time ashore than ashore. It's a boutique cruise. It's personal to you. Boutique cruises by your spirit.
Save up to 30 all-inclusive. Search to find out more.
For Mum, one for Becky. For me.
Pretty generous, Dad.
Well, and your you get two as well.
Thanks, Dad.
Shh, your mum will hear.
Shell Energy. Favourites with everyone. Energy customers can get exclusive, like money off fuel at Shell service stations. Shell Energy. Home energy matters. Terms and conditions apply. Visit co.uk.
William, Pamela and Anthony were husbands but ended up. Luckily, they contacted financial claims experts at Goodwin Barrett. To claim back a total of £65,500. At Goodwin, we may be able to help you too. If money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment to work, just text SOLD to 6633. Assessment on how we owed. Text SOLD to We'll Call.
Darren Adam on LBC.
56060 Simeon in Harlow. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hi.
I'm a first-time caller. Against I'm a lorry driver myself, as you can probably tell.
Yes.
And when I drive, about 4 drives each time. And when I'm doing my drives, I get a little bit. Now, if I'm getting a little bit tired, twinkle on the hands-free, it'll keep me awake because I'm acting.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean that I'm not paying attention to the road per se. That more active, I'm not as tired. And nowadays, there's and cars nowadays that drive themselves. I mean, they brake, they turn for you, they pretty much do everything for you. And if you can't even have hands free, you're not really doing anything else.
I think that, you know, to have a conversation to alleviate boredom, that's perfectly fine. But one be driving a lorry, be tired enough or sleepy enough, that kind of stimulation.
Sorry?
Well, I'm saying if you are, as a lorry driver, you called to make yourself more alert, you be driving in need of something alert?
But to be honest, I've already had enough sleep. It's just the motion of the road. At night time, you can make you tired. The roads that you're doing 56 miles per hour on for 4 hours, for example, will make you tired because you're just looking at the same thing over and over again. For example, if as a vehicle, you tend to be a lot more tired than the driver. Looking at just driving, you're not really doing. Now, if in a lorry, if the lorry starts itself to drive for itself, to accelerate for itself, you still have to be alert for in case anything happens.
Yeah.
But you tend to look on the passenger. Now, if this happens, you're more tired. Now, if you was having from the beginning of, for example, you wouldn't feel tired because you're joined into conversation while looking at the road and attention to all everything.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and this is a station, automated vehicles, they just fill me with horror, Simeon. Not because I'm scared of them, because I really like driving. I don't want to take away sensation of a machine to take away even my choice to be in. I don't even like automatics. Of course. I want to keep away from that. Inevitably, that technology and the use of that technology increases. We will need basically more things to do, won't we, to keep us alert?
Exactly. And exactly, just to stimulate ourselves. I mean, if everything for you, I mean, you just have to make sure that it's doing everything correctly. Well, I mean, nowadays, a lot of cars, like, so if someone emergency brake, the car will brake forward. Again, it's a lot safer for all of these, but it's not doing much.
Yeah. Well,
so if you start banning everything you can do, I think personally, eating a sandwich driving is a lot more dangerous than you having a phone conversation while using hands-free.
Yeah, and it isn't typically forbidden in a handheld phone. Obviously, you could be charged with driving attention, but there isn't currently a charge of driving a twig, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Simeon, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973 4850. Email Darren at lbc. A ban on using mobile phone hands-free mode considered. This according to MP. Only devices being held by drivers that select misleading impression that hands-free use is. They say it creates the same risks of a collision. It's a cross-party committee. There would be practical changes to making this and indeed to offence, but they insist that, quote, this does not mean with current held mobiles public consultation by the end of 2019. Don't panic. This isn't something that's going to be introduced by the weekend or anything. There's consultations of hands-free mobile phone telephone calls or making mobile phone telephone calls behind the wheel of the car. I'm not persuaded. I'm not convinced. I don't feel that my driving is compromised when I make a hands-free telephone call in the way that it plainly will have been if I've devoted one of my two hands to holding a mobile phone while having that conversation. It has to be about as dangerous and no more dangerous than speaking to someone who's in the car. Or for that matter, and we had a text about this, making this particular point, which I'll get to in just a few minutes' time, but learning a language, or listening to an audiobook, or listening to LBC, anything that's engaging and stimulating, potentially, one might argue, takes away attention and focus and concentration from the very important job of driving a vehicle. But we aren't suggesting that it become illegal to listen to exciting music, to listen to LBC, to listen to an audiobook or a language program. Anything that's intellectually stimulating, that requires the use of some spare brain capacity. You could make the case that all of that brain capacity should be dedicated entirely to the driving of a vehicle. I don't think that's realistic, and I don't think it's necessary. 0345 606 0973. You can text, you can tweet, you can email. More on that in just a few moments, but it is Tuesday morning, which means that we shall speak to LaDonna Harvey in just a few minutes. She'll be joining me from San Diego, taking a look at some of the other stories making the news this week. Hey, if you are a stray dog in Delaware, it's a good news week for you. LaDonna Harvey will tell us why in just a few minutes after the news on LBC 3:31. Here's Rachel Gerrish.
The Prime Minister's announced more for prisons, £100 million to boost security and cut crime in jails, to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under him. Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man has been stabbed to death. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. Reports warned it's just as distracting as if we're holding them. That's already finable by 6 points and £200. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers in northwest England. A low for now of 6 degrees Celsius.
This is LBC.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Buying a new car can be a haunting experience. Is there enough room for the little monsters? Will it be devilishly expensive to... Will I be haunted by the price? Well, from only $10,995, the Dacia Duster gives you the freedom to get what you want with none of the ghoulies. Dacia, you do the maths. Participating dealers only. Search Dacia.
Join me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
The last time you were in hospital, you probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities you encountered. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or Global Player.
Quick, put these tights on and grease yourself up.
Tights, grease? Why?
It's time for your match.
What are you on about? Who's he?
The heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Hammer Johnson. You asked me to book you a fight.
A flight? I wanted you to get me a flight.
Oh. Good luck. Should have gone to Specsavers for £400 off selected hearing aids. Offer ends 30th of September. Ask in store for details.
Darren Adam on LBC.
0345 6060 973 is my number. We are going to get straight back to our conversation about the use of mobile phones behind the wheel of a car once we've spoken to LaDonna Harvey, for it is Tuesday morning. It always seems like such a quick week when we say, here's LaDonna. It never feels like 7 days since I spoke to you last, but it has been. Good morning.
I know. Good morning to you.
The passage of time. Are we just getting old? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
To be blunt, yes.
I thought there might be a more hopeful or optimistic answer. Didn't sugarcoat that one, did you?
No, I pretty much don't sugarcoat anything, as you know.
All right, let's much to discuss this week. Some really interesting stories which might not have been completely apparent to anyone who wasn't following the American news agenda acutely closely. But one story which has dominated, and this is the death of Jeffrey Epstein in prison. Now, let's talk about that briefly. Let's be obviously mindful of that which we need to be mindful about. Just remind us who this person was and why he was in prison.
So Jeffrey Epstein is a multi-millionaire financier who has run in very, very high circles for a long time among presidents, leaders of countries around the world, Europe, America, etc. He is also a convicted pedophile. He was given 10 years ago a very very sweet deal, a sweeter deal than any sex offender I have ever seen in the history of the United States. He was jailed, but he was allowed to leave his jail cell 6 days a week to go, and I'm going to air quote here, work. I don't know what work he does. Almost no one does. But he handled money, and we don't really know how much. Fast years later, the state of New York, that was in Florida, the state of New York started looking into it, and the federal offices in New York started looking at it and went, well, wait a minute, but he did this here too, so let's prosecute him for it. He was jailed for it when he came back from an out-of-country trip from his private island, pretty much, and has been on suicide watch since something happened to him in his jail cell about 10 days ago. For some reason, he was taken off of suicide watch, and now he has died by his own hand without having to face his accusers.
Now, when we say he's a paedophile, we aren't just saying that because he's dead and we now can. As you say, that refers to the original convictions for which he did serve a very relatively short period of time in prison 10 years ago.
For which he pleaded guilty.
For which he pleaded guilty. So there is no doubt about the convicted nature of his paedophilia. However, inevitably, Donald Trump's intervention has moved this story in a strange and disturbing direction. He has tweeted a conspiracy suggesting that Bill Clinton predecessors involved in the death of Jeffrey.
That's a bit I would think. I'm not happy about that at all because it didn't add something to the doesn't need to be added. We need to figure out who and what allowed Jeffrey Epstein away things with for as long as he did. Prosecute. We don't need to muddy the waters with theories that have no basis and they have no basis in reality.
This is not being tweeted from repugnant cell in an airless basement somewhere. Tweeted President of the United States of America.
Yeah, and I'm just on a couple of different. Number one, suicide rates in our jails are extraordinarily high, and the fact that you have a crime that you have been your safety should be paramount. You are in the custody of any police department or federal in the United States of America. You are thinking, I don't care where you are, you needed for that wish for self-harm. We are not doing that. So that's one level of this that's appalling, absolutely appalling. The other part of it is this theory, whatever it is that we want to call it. Again, it's not based on fact, truth. We have overworked federal authorities who are to ride herd on this jail, and a psychiatrist who somehow was contemplating and attempted and decided that himself. He may be the person in the entire history of the who would have thought that of Jeffrey Epstein. A sane human being would have said this man is a dick himself and must be protected from that.
For Donald Trump to tweet a conspiracy theory about Bill Clinton, it's as ridiculous as me coming. I think Donald Trump was responsible for the death of Jeffrey Epstein, who had been photographed and had disgraced paedophile. Completely baseless, and what is no more ridiculous or no less baseless than that hypothetical suggestion I've just made.
Yeah, and you are correct. It would be just as basic. I had something of, and I've never met the man. Got into that jail and did Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to harm himself. And the overarching question there is who else was harming him while
All right.
It's a answering and
Texas, of course, it's not terribly the dreadful, avoidable tragedy in El where people were killed. It is understandably nervy after it happened. The Memorial City Mall in Houston, in Texas. Ever jumpiness at the weekend, isn't it?
It was basically chaos when a mask on a table in the food court. He was going to kill himself and sent hundreds of people running for their lives. Unfortunately, when somebody decides to go out in that, they generally, as we going to take a whole lot of other people with them. Good reason that anybody can fathom at all.
That was not the outcome here.
No. Put on this half mask. He came down the escalator into the food court. He frightened a bunch of people, and then eventually just made his way out. But it's something that a whole lot of people for no good reason.
The chief of Cheryl Victorians, we don't type of thing lightly, plainly not, saying the suspect remains at large. Possible charges of terroristic, that's the word they've used, terroristic threats.
And catch him, and they will, because most of these mall video, they have CCTV, like, most of London does. They'll find the guy with, and who he is, and we'll find that he's been disturbed for time, is my guess.
Just looking at video of the panic, I mean, this was a full scale. There was, and perhaps with some justification, all plainly believed that they were about to potentially another mass shooting.
Sure. I mean, I think that anybody of sound mind would think that. If you see somebody to camouflage themselves and make sure you can't see their face, you're going to get, I think, anywhere in America.
Now, to go before we came back to you after the news there on LBC this morning, I said that if you are a soul in, then it's been a good news week for you, hasn't it?
It has. Delaware has the first state to have no animal shelters. Here's no kill doesn't necessarily mean no kill, but it does mean that taking everybody as animals. I have two cats. It is adoptable, then will live until they are adopted, and I think that's the thing.
So this is as for strays or animals that have been abandoned, possibly animals the owner or left the country, whatever it happens to be, they go into the, and the policy now is that in that state they will euthanize, not be disposed of until they are rehomed.
The way it should be. Humans that are for the breeding of animals, if we don't get a handle on ourselves, learn that we our animals, then to take responsibility for what happened. We try to take responsibility for babies when they happen. It's up to us too.
Well, and Delaware Estate, where activists have plainly been successful, they're looking at other states to try and bring in this change. Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, all states where the horses and, well, frankly, too many pets. And so I guess in those states the temptation is to euthanize.
Well, I think the necessity to states is I don't say necessity. They would justify it. They say, we can't take care of these animals, but they have to. And if you have to, just fly them out. We have a here that constantly flies to Mississippi to take from Mississippi to here so that they aren't killed. It's called Rancho Coastal Humane Society. If you want to look them up, they're really, really lovely people.
And your own cats, then, have they come from a rescue situation, or have you had rescue animals before?
I have only had rescue animals. I have never bought a pet, and I've never owned a pet that wasn't either abandoned. One of my cats, the owner died, and I took him on. And the other cat was found as a kitten in my backyard in my house here in San Diego. And so I took her on. Both fixed.
Well, you'd think that the cats would be rather more grateful, because there's a story coming out of Pompano Beach in Florida. Have you heard about this? The Florida Humane Society was rather puzzled as to why it had sustained £5,000 worth of flooding damage. They thought maybe it was a burst pipe, until they discovered it was one of the cats that had turned on the tap and left it running for 17 hours.
Yes, well, cats kind of have their own thing going on, and all you can do is just serve them like a good little master.
Yeah.
You let them do what they do.
I'm certainly not going to do that local radio question of cats versus dogs, but come on, it would be dogs, wouldn't it? Dogs are just better than cats. They just are.
I like cats better, but I do like dogs too. So I find myself in a conundrum. I'm like, well, I kind of like everybody.
Yeah, we agree on so much else, but I'll tell you what, the marriage is off between us. That's it, because it's dogs all the way for me. But you're a cat person. Oh well, and that's the only thing that's stopping that working, of course, isn't it?
I think there are a few other things, but you know what? We can remain friends. How's that?
We can. I just want to touch on something else briefly, something we've talked about before. One of the things that we do share a love of course, is cars, not cats, but cars and driving. We've been talking this morning about the where is it now in this country, the Select Committee of MPs, Commons Transport Select Committee, who suggest that using a mobile phone behind the wheel, even on a hands-free basis, should be made illegal. This, I guess, firstly, would be a state-by-state issue in America. I think I'm right in saying there's not a federal law prohibiting the use of mobile phones in one's hand behind the wheel?
No, it's generally a state-by-state issue. I live in a state that doesn't allow you to use a mobile phone behind the wheel unless it is hands-free. And I've never found any trouble doing it at all. So everybody should just shut up and let me alone behind the wheel of my car.
Right. The other story I wanted to get into, which of course is connected to this, because a lot of people have been calling LBC this morning, LaDonna, to say, as cars become more autonomous, the driver basically needs something to do to keep them alert, to give them something to do in the cabin while the car drives itself. Now, a Tesla vehicle, American company, of course, but in Russia, a Tesla vehicle reportedly burst into flames on the side of a highway in Russia after colliding with a truck. And it was in semi-autonomous auto mode. Now, I'm not scared of the technology. I don't think the technology will fail. I just don't want to lose that sensation of actually driving and controlling a vehicle. And again, this is where I think you and I will be in agreement.
We will. I will be in control of my own car. Thank you. That is all.
That's it. You're brooking absolutely no possibility of dissent on that question whatsoever.
No, I am not going to be in a semi-autonomous or autonomous vehicle ever in my life, and I'm 52, so I'll be dead before they finally get this all together. It's not happening.
So if in 10 years, because I'm exactly the same, so don't imagine I'm coming from anything other than a place of complete support on this, but hypothetically, if in 10 years' time we get to a place where the presumption is that vehicles are autonomous and it's just much more difficult or expensive to use or tax or drive a non-autonomous vehicle, you will still hold out against them? You will still resist?
Yes, I will resist. I will have an underground railroad of fully, completely controllable vehicles by human means, and most likely also internal combustion engines, and everybody else can fight me, honestly.
And like me, then, you'll have to prise the steering wheel from my cold, dead fingers.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we ended on a note of absolute accord. We usually do.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. LaDonna Harvey joining us again next week on the show here on LBC 4. Let's get back to that conversation. In just a few minutes, the Commons Transport Select Committee saying that they should, or MPs and the government should consider a ban on drivers using mobile phones hands-free behind the wheel. Francisco is in Bristol and on the radio next on LBC, 9 minutes to 4.
This is LBC.
This year, an explorer descended almost 40,000 feet into the Pacific, breaking the record for the deepest ever dive. It's amazing what we can do when we think beyond limits. That's why Vodafone are giving small businesses what they need to reach their full potential. Their new unlimited 5G data plans. Plus, with Rapid Insurance, get a replacement phone within 4 hours if something goes wrong. Go beyond limits and see what your business can achieve. Search Vodafone Business Unlimited.
Will you be the one who missed out? There's now less than 3 weeks to claim back your missold PPI. Don't be the one who never bothered to claim. Billions are still millions of people just like you. Claim for free to your lender or financial ombudsman, or save time and let us manage it for you. All it takes is a simple text to Gladstone Brooks. You can get started anytime, even right now. Text the word CLAIM to 66777.
Gladstone Brooks. Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me, I forgot to tell you my name, Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I wasn't much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid 09 and registered by 3112. T&Cs apply.
This is LBC with Darren Adam. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Here's Irene who says, why don't we just all go back to using horses? No mobile use, it will satisfy the obsessed climate emergency Gretas. Except it won't, Irene, because when they were by the predecessors on the basis didn't leave stinking ordure in the streets. To say, hey, diesel, it's great. Fewer CO2 emissions. And the Gretas changed their mind on that. So I would suggest that you satisfy the climate emergency Gretas because they're never satisfied. Right, 7 minutes to 4. Let's go to Francisco in Bristol. Morning.
Morning, Darren.
What do you think about this idea and free mobile use behind?
I think it's not really a good idea because all of them need when they're alone, like police, if they're not double man police, they have to take calls. They have to deal as well. They even much more. They drive quicker than or emergency calls. And then if they ban us to use then they as well.
But there'd probably be an exception for them in the same way emergency drivers, police drivers, they can go, they can break the speed limit, they can drive on the wrong side. Obviously they're trained. Would there not be a continuing exemption when it comes to using?
Yeah, that's not fair. Why? I don't know. On an ambulance, on a call, this driver is calm driving through.
Yeah, but he's got a more it though, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think probably in a compared to will and actually or an having taking some details, location or whatever. What is much more focused conversation rather than who actually is.
All right. Thank you for that. Here's Darren. I felt like when driving, listening to something is okay, but not speaking more because it's a thinking process, but it's a bit more of a the hands-free. It's a similar case when a driver speaks in the car. listening, thinking, responding, maybe a bit more involved. Shall cats also be banned? Robin, don't give 5 to 4. Here's Harry in Portsmouth. Morning, Harry.
Yeah, morning, Darren. On the cops, they happen to kill a few people chasing over 1 year. Although it's radios and everybody knows what's going on, they have to listen to very, very intense instructions late at night. If you're having a light-hearted with a friend driving on the motorway, or you're in a jam in free, the are different. They don't take your mind what's happening out of that window.
Sure, but emergency drivers, police drivers are highly trained, and I take on board what you say. Of course, that have happened as a consequence, but those drivers are very highly trained to drive at speed, to be able to basically break the road, and presumably to listen to relayed to them over the radio in a very high situation.
Yeah, I tried this bit about music in the car ago. You know,
yes.
The boom boom music.
The boom boom music
in cars. Sorry,
the boom boom music. Who have you got in mind?
Yeah, thud as a window hatch crawls by.
Can you name any artists?
It's just got boom boom on it.
Okay, fair enough.
I tried music about 20 years ago, and it affects drive. This talking about him the motorway and the conversation stop medium. I figured out that certain will make you drive in a certain music. Talk, when they interviewed people, the Volvo estate driver, the V70, what the current model is,
yes,
who went music, and they would other side would be playing it, and winding down. Telephone conversation keeps you animated. It keeps you alive.
But again, it depends what sort of opera you're listening to. Wagner, you might find yourself stimulated than if you're listening to, I don't know,
No, Darren, that's boom again.
Back to boom,
that's the wrong way.
Right,
Sorry?
so is a noted composer of boom.
What it amounts to, but I'm not an expert on Wagnerian.
Right, Harry, listen, that we need to Steve in just a couple of moments' time, but Ready Mix has tweeted at LBC, shouldn't they hands-free use before production? And also, people, I was touching on this earlier, people were in diesel cars, and yet again they're being punished. The pollution tax, the London life is at the moment, mathematician could not work out. Finally, is from folk singer, his responsibility to drive with consideration for safety. Hands-free is fine. Stances. And again, conversation that has come down to the simple sense, probably. Ferrari with Tom 7 this morning, but right now, here's
Yeah, I hope you've got your winter woolies out. Definitely, we're definitely getting colder out there. I'm telling you, I walked out I thought to myself, I should have put a coat on. Be bothered. So, summer is filtering out. September, that's nearly October. That's Christmas. That is Christmas. How fantastic. Anyway, they using hands-free for a country where people up television, snowflake, naked tea, sinister FBI, Mr. Epstein's pedo island. Not going away, is it? It's getting worse and worse. And in at home. Oh, and Dame Julie Andrews, country in November.
On your on Global and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4, ministers announced more for prisons, £100 million for X-ray scanners and metal detectors to boost security and cut crime in jails. Boris Johnson said he wants to see serious criminals spend longer behind bars. Shadow Justice Secretary Richard Bergen reckons it's not enough money, but he also thinks this spending spree is only one thing.
The government seems to be preparing for some sort of general election campaign by chasing headlines and not really looking in detail at the things that need to be done to turn our prison service around.
Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcroft told LBC she agrees that Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party under him. Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man has become the 49th fatal knife crime victim of the year in the capital. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. Suggestions of post-Brexit trade with America have been boosted after a meeting between the Prime Minister and the US National Security Advisor in London last night. John Bolton's in line for a trade deal and that there could be sector-by-sector agreements done quickly. One of the world's busiest airports is struggling to reopen this morning after protesters yesterday brought Hong Kong International to a standstill. Around 200 flights were cancelled when pro-democracy campaigners crowded into the main terminal, angry at police for firing tear gas and rubber bullets during earlier demonstrations. LBC's Hong Kong correspondent Erin Hale has more.
They were set to resume at 6 a.m. today, but it looks like airlines have still in fact cancelled quite a few, even though the airport is reopened. So it looks like that story is still developing as to how many flights will be cancelled and how long the backlog will take to clear.
A cross-party committee of ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even when they're on hands-free mode. Reports warned it's just as if we're holding them. That is already finable by 6 points and £200. Daniel Zeichen is the MP for Cambridge. He's told LBC he wants the law changed.
Evidence given to my parliamentary committee shows that hands-free is a distraction as well. I'm surprised to hear that this in fact is the same as if you're at the drink-drive limit.
Andy Murray's lost his first singles match since his hip operation, and now he's ruled himself out of the US Open later this month. He was beaten in the Western and Southern Open in the first round by the Frenchman Richard Gasquet 6-4, 6-4. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been split up. Two swords in London. Meghan's waxwork's going to be put next to the showbiz royalty instead, like Tom Hardy and the Beckhams. They say it's to reflect her independent celebrity status. LBC weather, mainly dry and cool, but heavy rain continuing across northwest of England. A low of 6. Then later, drier over the southwest, but more downpours elsewhere. A high of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Garish.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Cold, freezing cold outside. Soon be snow. We'll be fighting our way through the drifts and all the rest of it. So the First Lady of Strictly, loads of publicity, very little action as far as I'm concerned. Dame Julie Andrews, she's appearing at the Royal Festival Hall in November. Don't bother, it's sold out already. There's an opportunity of seeing her. I mean, she's so fabulous, isn't she? So that's what we like about it. I think it's November the 2nd. I think it's November the 2nd, so even I can't get seats for it, and I can pull a few strings, let me tell you. Nigel Farage launches an attack on the royal family. I didn't know the Queen Mother chain-smoked. That's what he said. He said she was a slightly overweight little woman who chain-smoked and enjoyed gin. I mean, I thought she liked gin and Dubonnet. That's what I thought the Queen Mother's. And she was famous for saying that thing because most of her staff were gay, and she was apparently sitting in there one day waiting for a bevy. Until the end, she'd had quite enough, and she got up, opened the door, and said, wait for it, when you old queens are finished out there's an old queen in here who'd like a gin and it. Rumour has it she used to skateboard up and down the corridors at Clarence House, but I don't see that at all. She walked round the garden once, I think with Alistair, somebody, a newsreader, who did a thing on the royal family, and he walked round the garden, and it was the funniest thing ever, because he used to say, tree, and that's what she used to say, and he'd go, yes, tree, your majesty, as if she'd never been outside before. She liked a bit of gambling, you know, I could see her on a one-arm bandit and stuff like that, but old Farage has laid into all of them. He doesn't seem to be... I thought he'd be a fan, actually, of the royal family. But, an overweight drinker... to do. That the only woman in living memory who's managed to get the name Queen into her title, Queen Elizabeth, Queen's mother. So she got the word Queen in twice, whereas in fact there were quite a few queens at Buckingham Palace who we're all well aware of. In fact, there were some members of the royal family we thought were queens. That came as a bit of a surprise when it turned out they weren't. But there you go. It's always So for early days, as we say, early days. But it's definitely cold out there. Did you bring a coat? Well, don't blame us if you go down with something. It's not warm. It's chilly out there now. Look, I'm telling you, it's cold. Is it 12 degrees? Oh, well, it's definitely colder. I think we can have snow this year. I quite fancy a bit of snow. I can bring my little toboggan in, drag it down. I quite fancy doing that. I feel doing a bit of sort of Dickens. Because every Dickens book, as Stephen Fry will tell you, it was Christmas. In every Dickens book, they'd weave in Christmas and the snow, and you imagine the stench in London. Almost as bad as Thomas's food last night that made him ill. I mean, when will he learn about food? He's had food poisoning before. It's not the third that I should point out my producer Thomas and Darren's producer, as he came in all bursting with the joys of spring and within a matter of minutes was ill. So, was it really awful? Well, I wonder whether do you think he made it? Or, he made it. But do you think the meat was off? Or I've never heard of somebody being that sick that quickly. Normally fish reacts with people, but, I mean, did he change colour? What was in it, I wonder? He must have put something in it that affected him quite quickly. Was it really... it's that bad? It was noticeable. He doesn't learn. I've said to him, don't make anything yourself. You can't cook. Accept the fact. Yeah. Oh, God. Of course, he's still got some left. Oh, no. I bet he's made it and he's put it in the fridge, thinking if you leave it in the fridge, it'll be fine. No, it just ferments. Should be in the bin. Because he did send me a text earlier on saying, I hope to be back with you tomorrow. Bloody well better be, pal, I tell you. Start messing around like that anymore. That's the second time. Yeah, we've got Glorious Ollie, which is nice. I'm feeding him, as you can well, obviously all of you. And so I'm feeding him. He got very excited. I said, would you like popcorn? Yeah. I said, do you want some grapes? Yeah. He said, I don't think he's ever seen food. And I said, would you like some frutellas? Thinking by that time he would go, no, not really. And he went, yeah. Everybody got very excited. He's easily pleased. And that's sober. You've not eaten all day. I wish I had a kebab. I wish I had a kebab. Do you know in where is it? Iceland, they do kebab meat. It's a bit processed, but if you're really desperate, it's kind of nice. Best hot dogs. I love hot dogs. Are they the ones in the jar? Do some in a jar. Yeah. I don't like hot dogs. Called what? Pilsu. Oh, right. Very expensive? No, obviously not. Must be very... Right. I have to be... Oh, you went Iceland... Shop. I'm talking here and you're talking about the... I was thinking... Products in Iceland. And you go... Thinking, I've never... Bizarre. Why do you think of the country? I understand. Darren, as you know, Iceland a lot. He's Icelandic. That'll be London, won't it? Because Icelandic restaurants. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, what is the particularly attractive as a nation? You know, it's very, very over there. I mean, it really is expensive. It's quite pretty, and it's a bit sort of going back, isn't it? And it's dark. Is it fun? Is it? Oh, right. You know there. Oh, lovely. Well, yet to meet. Adverts in phone boxes. You sort of let's have a look who we got in the phone box tonight, because called April and Angie and things like that. Yeah, but they obviously are carpenters. Most of them have got large chests for sale, and I was thinking, so if you're making, who's buying the blooming thing? We had one round our way, a large wardrobe for sale, and she's been out months. I'm thinking, what sort of clothes? Dressing up. Love a dressing up. Not looking very good. For anybody who's been reading the Epstein diaries, looking very firmly convinced he was. I don't understand. They don't see Suicide Watch. He's supposed to be on Suicide Watch. We're apparently very tired. Enough time to get in there. The autopsy's proving a bit of a... I want to know his name. Too many this thing. I mean, it really is of, you know, the rich, which I think interesting. I just think there's something odd. Why would you want to? I mean, getting I can't see how they managed to get less inside the sort of complicit. It's odd, isn't it? There's something about it. Buckingham Palace issuing a statement, print out about these with him after his paedophile conviction and then Sarah worried about making phone calls to Epstein. What was going on, is it? Yeah, Fergie apologised. Seen her on YouTube where on an Australian programme to talk about her book, and he brings a fake and she sits there and she visits. I'm sorry, can we stop the interview? She goes, I don't want to do that. And he said, but it's yes, well, that's been done and done. Talk about that. And he continues pushing with it. She says, the microphone off. He said, well, I'm just taking. She said, edit that out. And I thought, you're rather pushy, aren't you, really? I don't know if she is an ambassador. She's certainly just been money from all sorts. They're very odd. She through her rock. At the moment, it looks as though it's sliding into oblivion. It's not looking very promising. I mean, he had to get a picture taken with the Queen going to church. How often do you see Andrew going to church? He must be praying to the Almighty. Like there's no doubt, make it go away. Because it's not going away. This is day 5 of this thing. It's terrible, really. Terrible. But anyway, we live to fight another day, as they say. Well, some of us do. So Noel Gallagher's leaving London over his children's safety. The house where George Michael died at Christmas all those years ago, they've just sold it. 3.4 million. I wouldn't have thought the family needed the money, but what else can you do with it? It's just they don't want the house. It's of no use to them whatsoever. But I thought that as a museum kind of piece for the family to know that George. Oh no, perhaps I'm getting the wrong end of the stick. But because George died there, I would have thought they would want to keep that for sentiment. But they've sold it. Obviously, 3.4 million. Bit more of an interest to them. Although the fans are not happy about it at all. Steve, the Spikers badges that are meant to be coming, right? Will they be simple button badges or proper enamel jobs? There won't be either actually at the moment. Labour facing accusations of class war, and the what was this? Oh yes, Lucy Donlan, the one who sobbed all the way through Love Island, a bit boring, has just signed a deal, because she's like hugely internationally famous, to promote a hair care product. And to be honest with you, judging by the state of her hair, which we only talked about yesterday, I would think that was probably a very good idea, because her hair is in a dreadful state, split ends and everything. And even my hair doesn't have split ends. I think I'm looking quite attractive at the moment, actually. I'll probably end up having a little trim for the weekend. One of my favourite things. Paul Hollywood has forked out for a new Aston Martin, but hides it from his ex-girlfriend. Not if she can read. She'll open up the papers and go, he's hidden it, where it's in the pub car park. Because apparently she's saying he promised her a new Aston Martin. What for, dear? I mean, at the rate they're going, it would have been cheaper for him to pay on a daily basis. Really, it would have been a lot cheaper. But it's not going away, this one. The pub's gift, a pub of an early crimbo. And because a lot of pubs are doing Christmas dinners, it's ever so expensive. But if you can't... What? They're doing it now. Yeah, they're not the first pub to have done Christmas. I've had a Christmas... Itchy back. I've had a Christmas pub before, and they do it. There is that one man, isn't there, who has Christmas every day. He eats his sort of Christmas dinner and his cards up and his decoration, which I go for. Darren, probably Darren and me. It's amazing the amount of people that used to say to me, oh, I can't believe I've turned on the radio and Steve Allen's talking about Christmas again. And you think, do you know, you must be tragically lonely. Everybody loves Christmas. Everybody. Including that nice old man who comes down your chimney with the white beard. That's the one we like, isn't it? He's our favourite. He's St. Nicholas. He's Santa Claus. He's lovely. And I've met him. Just in case you were thinking it's not real, he's fairly old by now, as you can well imagine, but he's still got the old white beard. Looks very good. I think no, he's not slim, no. Although you never see him eating, do you really? I've never seen Father Christmas sitting down there stuffing food into his gob. See, no. We don't. Oh, did you leave stuff out for Father? Oh, we never did. Supposed to leave a carrot out for the reindeer, and a mince. Apparently a tot of whiskey, brandy. I mean, by the time he gets through about the third house, he must be, welcome in the hillside, hark the herald angels sing, chucking it down the chimney. Anybody gets a present nowadays. Good old Father Christmas. I can't. And, of course, Selfridge's Christmas department is open already. You can go down there and stock up. Somebody says hot dogs are phenomenal when cooked on a barbecue. Takes them to another level. Yeah, burnt. You're not supposed to do hot dogs in that. You're supposed to do them really on a very slow... In America, they've got all these things for cooking hot dogs, and it's a spike, a heated spike, which you push your baguette onto, and it makes a nice hole in the middle. It's heated, and then you just drop your sausage in. That's lovely. I tell you, Ollie, you should try that. I mean, I don't think it would probably reach the bottom, but I mean, at least you make the effort, wouldn't you? You put a little bit of mustard in there, a little bit of sweet mustard or tomato ketchup, or both. And then when you squeeze the bottom of the baguette, it all comes over the top. It's lovely, I tell you. Some of my favourite moments have occurred with a hot dog sausage. And I buy them all the time. Not good for you. But the most money in Vienna and a lot of German cities is made through people having the Wurst stands, which you find on every street corner. Some are open 24 hours, some aren't. They make the most money. And I like the ones with cheese in. The Käsewurst. Actually in the sausage, yeah. So you've got to be careful eating it, because when you bite into it, it can go all over. And it's like, and it's hot. It's hot, yeah. Käsewurst, they're called. And it's a bad one. You really don't get out, do you, honestly? I can't believe we have to educate you about sort of cheese and a sausage. It's lovely. I'm going to take you out one day and sort of treat you to a... Because I can imagine you'd be just happy with a tin of beans, wouldn't you, really? You're not really that fussy. Let's go to the Ritz and... Beef burgers. OK, that's fine. He gets excited this morning over Frutellas. I mean, Frutellas, it was like I'd offered him the Holy Grail. Do you know, we have so much fun here. I don't care about other radio stations. I've just said, yes, keep away the scurvy. Actually, I tell you what, it reminded me of, actually, I like lime juice. And lime juice was used on ships years ago to keep away the scurvy. And that's why we're limeys. Is it? That's why we're limey. I tell you, though, I'd have hated it in those days, because in those days they had the press gangs. And so you'd be drinking in a pub, just ordering a sweet sherry in the gay bargier, and, and all of a sudden this gang of ruffians would come in, pick you up and cart you off to the ship, and that'd be it for 2 years. You'd be all of a sudden... I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Get your hands off. Climb up the rigging? I don't think so. I've got vertigo. I shall sit down in my cabin, I shall have a manicure, and I might have some lunch at around 11:30, 12 o'clock. And that's as far as it goes. Anyway, nice to have your company this morning. To have your company nice. Who can't bear to go nude? This is Anna Richardson. Because a lot of people... I don't know how they persuade people to go naked on a television... I really don't. I can't think of anything... It's all right if you're doing it naked in a... in a bar or something like that, but not to actually go on television. And they go on television and then they sort of raise the tube up, and I look like everybody else. I thought, embarrassing. If you were that tiny, why would you go on television? Now... And some of them have got, like, normal jobs. So-and-so works in a veterinarian's. I thought there must be poodles that got bigger. And then other people, so-and-so works in a hospital. And you think, everybody in the hospital's going, isn't that Trevor from A&E? You go, blimey, why do they want to do it? Is it because people haven't got any shame? I can understand it if you're hung like the proverbial donkey, but I mean, if you're Mr. Average or Mrs. Average, why would you want to do it? And some of them are covered in tattoos. And piercings. Piercings like I've never seen before. Honestly, I could never operate in a nudist club or anything like that. I'd be too embarrassed. I have sat on a nude beach in my time, but it's only because there was nobody there. Brighton it was. No, I was with a friend of mine. We thought we'd just do it just for a laugh, because there is a nude beach in Brighton, but there's no sand, it's all stones. So you've got to be very careful. If you breathe in, all of a sudden, half the beach can vanish. You've got to be very careful. But anyway, look, 4:20.
This is LBC.
Use Swell Heating's online tool to find the perfect boiler in under 5 minutes. Visit swellheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Looking for your perfect kitchen? Visit roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you want. That's Room Sense.
If you're looking for a deeper dive into the world of politics, then try the For the Many podcast.
Released every week, it's full of political insight.
Co-presented by me, Ian Dale, and former Labour Secretary Jackie Smith.
I would shift power around our society.
I would abolish inheritance tax.
We argued about inheritance tax last week.
Available to download on Global Player.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Cashback on top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of cashback each year on thousands of top brands, including eBay, Hotels.com, Asda.com, Just Eat, and many more. So join the millions of members already getting cashback on top of their online shop with Top Cashback. Top Cashback.
Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me, I forgot to tell you my name, Fiat Tipo. Hello, I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I wasn't much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and registered by 31/12. T&Cs apply.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
So interesting. You read what Nigel Farage has been saying about the royal family. This is actually he's been accused of trashing the royal family. Well, you know, support for the royal family has dwindled in recent years. Everybody loves the Queen. Unfortunately, the heirs are awful, says Nigel Farage, because once the Queen goes, I see them descending into chaos. I can see it. At the moment, they're trying to hold it together because of Her Majesty. Harry was so popular, says Farage, until he married Meghan, and then it all started. He says he hopes that Her Majesty lives on to keep them all off the throne. Well, I mean, I'm not even sure that Charles is going to get there. But to call the Queen Mother slightly overweight, chain-smoking gin drinker, I wasn't even aware that she smoked, to be honest with you. I mean, she might do, I don't know. Well, might have done. But he says, I want Charlie Boy to live even longer and William to live forever to stop Harry becoming king. Well, there's no chance of Harry getting anything at all. He's going to end up being a Princess Margaret character. But the royal family are not as popular as they were years ago. And I don't know what that is, whether that was the slide down, Andrew and his shenanigans all over the place, Sarah Ferguson, who just behaved badly, Diana people liked, but then you'll find just as many people who didn't like Diana and thought she was an exhibitionist and embarrassed the family, which is exactly what Prince Philip described Sarah Ferguson had with the toe-sucking with Johnny Bryant. And we all got treated to pictures of Sarah Ferguson. I mean, she'd been with Paddy McNally for years, so by the time Prince Andrew got hold of her, it was a little bit late. The Queen always rises above everything, and she tries to smooth it all over, but even she must despair at times. There was that famous scene on the balcony that had a fly past, and William sitting down, and you can see her quite clearly saying, William, stand up. You know, and he sort of got her. I mean, they don't respect her as much as you think. But they're sort of above it, and they're sort of marvellous, and they all wear their medals and all the rest of it. It's just play acting. It's play acting. But God save the Queen, absolutely. Also, gamekeepers have defended grouse shooting following calls for a review into the practice. Apparently they're not doing it at Balmoral. The reason, there aren't enough grouse. So you want to come down the motorway near our way. You can find it there. And there's the glorious 12th, because estate owners and gamekeepers say they were hoping the new season will be better. At Rothall Estates in Glen Clover, Angus, owner D. Ward, said he was fully booked for the next 3 weeks and hopes are high. I'm just not... They all wear funny clothes, don't they, when they sort of go out shooting? They all look like sort of throwbacks from Tom Brown's school days. The British Shooting and Conservation spokesman Duncan Thomas says grouse moors are biodiverse and shoots create vital jobs. So let's not worry about shooting birds out the sky, shall we? Let's worry more about the jobs, mate. But they claim that rare birds such as hen harriers are illegally culled. But it's the clothes that they wear. I'm looking at Archie Ward handing gamekeeper Jack Turner the grouse he bagged yesterday in Angus. What do they do? Do they eat them, I suppose? I don't know. Do they eat? I've never eaten grouse. Don't really want to, actually. I don't know. Somebody asked me the other day. They said, you know, would you ever go grouse shooting? Absolutely not. I don't see the point of it either. I mean, it's like sort of releasing chickens into a field and then making them fly. We all know that chickens don't really fly. The airport that was shut down as the protesters swarm into the terminal, they really are putting the cat among the pigeons, aren't they? And it's amazing. One young woman who is reportedly offering first aid to demonstrators outside Tsim Sha Tsui police station was shot in the eye with a beanbag round by officers attempting to disperse the crowds. They're losing big time. Losing big time. Also, the jilted mum who put naked pictures of her ex online. This is a dumped girlfriend, mum of 3. Poor old Sarah Davis. And she shared the 2 images of Luke Akalina using fake Facebook profiles. Rule number 1, don't upset a bitch, basically, is what she's saying, but with rude words. And he broke off. He found her controlling and obsessive. She's quite clearly peculiar, that's a fact. Quite clearly. And so the images appeared on Gumtree in a listing for a pet dog. She admitted disclosing private sexual photos without consent and was given a 6-month suspended jail sentence. You know, to be honest with you, she's quite clearly a bit balmy bonkers. You know, it's not normal to do things like this, and that's why I didn't want to go out with her, because she was mad as a broomstick. Now everybody knows. Now everybody knows. What else we got? Something from the NHS. Out of all the people to steal from, the NHS would be the last one. The last one, but not so in the case of Jodie Hanna. Jodie Hanna is a GP surgery finance manager. She nicked just under £69,000 worth of money from the NHS, you thieving old baggage. You thieving old baggage. She transferred funds meant for staff wages into her own bank accounts for 5 years. 5 years she got away with it, until a new manager discovered the deceit. She'd worked at the Woodstock medical practice in Lanarkshire and had sole responsibility from the books. That's why she was a thief. She was a thief. Wherever there's money, there is thievery. You know, you could guarantee, I should imagine, if you dropped your wallet on the street, first thing somebody do is pick it up, look around, look inside. If there's money in it, take the money out and then go and hand the wallet in, or just leave it where it was. That's what people do nowadays. But she made excuses about having forgotten the passwords, but got the bank's permission to gain access, and it turned out she was a thieving old trollop. At Airdrie Sheriff's Court, Hannah, who comes here, admitted embezzling funds. Apparently, defending her, the bloke said she'd bought things she couldn't afford for her daughters. Well, what do you think the rest of us do, darling? We have to go out and work. You know, we don't go and thieve. And the sheriff said it was a breach of trust and must face jail. Thank God for that. Perhaps we could put Sarah Davis in prison as well. Goes out with somebody for 4 months, and he ditches her because she's mad as a frog. Barrel load of frogs, I think. And she only gets suspended sentence. I think we're wasting our time. The sooner we start building more prisons and start going, no deterrent. They were talking about it on Loose Women the other day, saying you can have 3 incidents and nothing will happen to you. You go to court and basically you laugh at the judge and go, up yours, and all that kind of stuff, and you go, okay, suspended sentence. Only on the 3rd one do they, because obviously the message has come down for them not to jail people. So let's build jails for short-term people, you know, a year, 2 years. Also, let's see whether Boris is the man that we think he is, and he can actually put people in prison. When it says life, let's make it mean life. You know, life nowadays means you can murder somebody, you get life, but you can be out in about 4 or 5 years. You know, it's fine, isn't it, really? We are a bunch of snowflakes. Perhaps we should be more like Russia. What's happening in Siberia? I don't know, there's a prison there. How many people are in it? I saw the documentary. They treat them like, you know, you're in prison. You're in the middle of nowhere. Ice, snow, and they get them out there. They're all... I mean, obviously, homosexuality is rife in Russian prisons. The only good thing about it, the only gay bar you'll ever find in Russia, I should imagine. And they treat them badly because they're prisoners. They're prisoners. People were getting up in arms, weren't they, overnight? I think, actually, it came down firmly on the side of after somebody had made this decision that children born to terrorists abroad who are British and things like that should be allowed to come to this country. And I kept thinking, OK, that's very laudable, but we don't want Shamima Begum back here, thank you very much indeed, anytime soon. And then I couldn't understand where all these kids are going to go. Who's going to look after them over here? Do we look after them? Is there going to be a special place to go to? Didn't make any sense at all. LBC News Time, 4:30. The headlines with Rachel Gerrish.
The Prime Minister's announced more investment for prisons, £100 million to boost security and cut Dales to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcrofts told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson's getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing under him. A murder investigation started in northwest London after a man has been stabbed to death. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. Hong Kong leader Carrie Lams defended police actions that led to protesters storming one of the world's busiest airports, causing major disruption yesterday. There could be further flight cancellations today, and campaigners want an investigation into alleged police brutality at pro-democracy demonstrations. Ms Lamb said dialogue will only start when violence stops. LBC weather, mostly dry and cool, but heavy showers, particularly for the northwest. A low for now of 6 degrees.
LBC Radio and podcasts.
Where it's all together and all for free.
Player. Downloaded from your...
Pimlico Plumbers have an utterly fabulous 24-hour service for plumbing, drains, roofing, electrics, appliances and building. Whatever your predicament, can send a free door within the hour. And just between us, their work even comes with a guarantee. They aren't just any, they're Pimlico Plumbers. Available on 0207 98888. PimlicoPlumbers.com.
Do you get BT Superfast Fibre Essential? Go on. And together, go on. You with up to 240 on us, like an Xbox One Edition and Galaxy tablet. Get it? $89.99 a month with a 24-month $9.99 setup. Joined by time for the new season. Search BT Broadband. BT. Be there.
CPI increase each March from 2020. BT Sport content and price may change. New customers $47.99 a month from month 25. Terms apply.
Feelings. This inclusive.
My space is plentiful. Of me, I forgot to tell you my people. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker. So now you can £1,110 less and before. Soon, if £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available for £195 saving. Offer valid until 30/09 and 112. T&Cs apply.
Lee's Conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, proving were needed that the house prices in London have gone through the roof. That's in the One is for Invest in the Heart of the City, EC1. Here we go. This is the refinery in Silvertown, E. These are impressive 1, 2 and 3 bedrooms and duplexes. In the heart of the city. A combination of tranquility and urban convenience. If you're looking for something a little... These are spacious. To be quite honest, I'm looking at the pictures. Their idea of spacious are two different. Designed for the discerning buyer. Okay, so the one in, which is E16, a 2-bedroom, is from, wait for it, 157,500. Also within London, and an E number. This is EC1. Prices go up quite considerably. So Silvertown, 2-bedroom from 157, a 1-bedroom, 120,000, bedroom, 184,000. Over in EC1, a 1-bedroom, £125,000, 2 bedrooms from £900,000, and 3 bedrooms from 995. I mean, it's called taking the Michael, isn't it? £900,000 for a... I thought ours were bad enough around our way. 2-bedroom flat, 700,000 quid in Twickenham. But mind you, we are well serviced, as they say. And that means we've got great train links. We're near Hampton Court Palace. We're near the motorway. It's all lovely, actually. All lovely. But 700,000 quid. And when I bought 70 grand. Admittedly, it was a long time ago, but 70 grand. Oh, it was a long time ago. But it seemed ages ago. But my mortgage is just finishing. Literally just finishing. Because what I did, I remortgaged, as you all do. You go, if I remortgage... And they do a drive-by to go, yeah, it's worth that money. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm sitting on a heap of gold. That's the only thing now. They always say, don't... I remember my parents saying to me years and years ago, don't bother renting. But, of course, if you're stuck in that trap of you can't afford to buy, you imagine poor little Ollie, bless his heart, if he was living in a £900,000 flat, they'd be looking for a 250 grand. He hasn't got 250,000. Have you? Have you got £2.50? He hasn't got anything like that. Why do you think he's re-wrapped tweets I gave him to go and sell on the streets? That's what he's going to do. I mean, you suddenly realise that young people like him, there's no chance of getting on the ladder unless you share with somebody else. So they have to rent. And renting is you're giving money over to somebody but not getting anything back. You can't save. It's just not physically possible. Thomas told me that ages ago. He said saving is really difficult. And I said, well, I'm in a fortunate position that I do save. I mean, well, I don't. Somebody does it for me. But it just means that you put some money away. Because if you haven't got it, you can't spend it. But I don't go short for anything. It's just that, as you increase your salary over the years. But, I mean, I wish I'd done it years ago. I wish I'd save up when I was younger. That was the only thing I regret. I don't have any regrets, apart from if I'd bought 4 flats years ago, it would have cost me 280 quid. And now that I'd be looking at less of $1 million. I mean, you just think about it and you think to yourself, God, I wish I'd done it. But nobody does. You ask people, like all the Love Islanders, do you think any of them put it in property? Of course not. Of course not. They're far too stupid. Far too stupid. So I would like to put, now I'm going out on the town tonight. Hire a limo and all the rest of it, going to fly around here, fly around there. They don't think about the future. That's why you get somebody as disastrous in the business sense as Jordan, who is scraping by. Literally. I mean, her dump of a house, the council about to plonk her with a 20 grand bill because she hasn't got planning permission. And you think to yourself, and you think you're a businesswoman. Unfortunately not. It's all just pie in the sky. Holiday snappers going to places like that, putting wildlife in peril. Because, I mean, there's a lovely picture in the paper. I thought that when you went over there and you went on safari, that there'd be just you and then there'd be wild animals. But this is a case that there's about 100 people in lorries and tour buses and everything else, and a lion's walking across the road going, oh, here we go again. OK, I'll pause, look at you, take the pictures. OK, now carry on walking over. But there was a dreadful thing a short while ago. It's on YouTube, and they're all sitting there. There's a couple in a thing, and this deer jumps out of the bushes and leaps into their car, hotly followed by a cheetah. You can imagine, can't you? The family went, get it out! Luckily, it did actually make its escape. But they do things like that. Because the only animals that give up after a while are lions and cheetahs. Cheetahs have got the speed, but lions have got the power, but they run out of steam very quickly. The only ones that don't run out of power are wolves. Wolves keep going for hours and hours and hours. So once they've started tracking an animal, and they did track one, and it's on YouTube, the only way that the animal, this huge deer or whatever it is, I don't know, could get away from them was by in a lake, because they won't go in water for some, I don't know why. I would have thought it was fairly easy for them to jump in, but they don't. And it was freezing cold. There was winter. I think it might have been in Yosemite National Park. And this thing's standing in there, and there's sitting around the outside. Then eventually they get bored. They go, sorry, the food's not going to come out to us today, so they have to go elsewhere. It's the only way it could get away from them. It was just terrible. Oh, awful. Awful, awful, awful. Lions sleep about 23 hours a day. Yeah, if ever you go to the zoo and the lions are asleep, they will be, because that's what they do. They sort of wake up, because once they've eaten, they might not want to eat for another 3-4 weeks. But they do sleep. Or somebody said, why are they not? Come on, wake up, wake up. And they go, oh, go away. We're having a sleep. They don't do anything. If you're in that sort of heat, all you want to do is lie down, don't you? Cheetahs lie down as well, but they're on trees. They very rarely sort of lie down in the grass, because if they have a kill, they drag it up a tree to stop the lions. But, of course, now lions climb trees. Cheetahs are terrified. It gets awful, doesn't it? What else we got here? Oh, a mum's brain tumour went undetected for 10 years. She thought it was her having 4 children that made her tired. Well, I get tired occasionally. In fact, yesterday I was very tired. A friend of mine phoned me, and I said, forgive me. I said, I'll have to speak to you tomorrow. I said, I'm too tired tonight. And I climbed into bed, gone like that. I know some people who especially listen to overnight radio are insomniacs, and they find it really difficult to sleep. Me, no trouble at all. Thomas is going to be in a terrible state tomorrow. You know why? Because he's gone home because he was not well, food poisoning. We think food poisoning. Made him sick, whatever it was. So he'll go home, he'll climb into bed, he'll sleep now, and then he's got to come into... So he needs to go back to bed again after he's been out for a walk or something to get back into the sequence for tomorrow. I knew there was something wrong. I was checking on the internet, seeing... Because he normally puts his name up and the guests he's booked for Darren, and there wasn't anything, and I thought, that's a bit late. Normally he would tell me if he's ill, but if he's being sick, he's not going to have time to go, I must text Steve. What have we got? 20 to 5. Doesn't make any difference. And Warren says, I can't believe I can't have a ticket to your show. We haven't got any tickets. We sold out more than 2 weeks ago. Literally, there is not a ticket to be had. They've all gone. Even I haven't got... Well, actually, I bought some tickets, but only because I was sort of fairly lucky, because I was checking on it, and then somebody said, the tickets have nearly all gone. I said, well, in August? This is for a show on the 21st of December. And so... I checked again, and then a friend of mine phoned me, said there's only four tickets left, and then he said, no, they've just gone. And that's it, because you can't stand or you can't sit in the aisles. You can only sit in the theatre because of fire regulation every day. So we didn't have any. They always sell out, these shows. I don't think we've had a year to sell out, but this is the first time they've sold out really quickly. So this is Christmas Magic Show, which is lovely. Oh, we've got all sorts of lovely people. What you do is you can go into the Magic Circle and you can go and visit the museum as well. So you can have a small sherbet and a packet of crisps or nuts. And then you'll see close-up magicians. They'll come and work your table and show you things right under your very nose that you'll go, how did he do that? Because we always get that. Everyone we have about close-up magicians working the room. And that's nice. Then you can go up and you can see all the stuff in all the cabinets. The Houdini's stuff and Chung Ling Soo, very famous Chinese magician who wasn't Chinese, but he pretended to be Chinese because everybody thought magicians emanated from China. And so he used to speak through he would whisper to the... He was English, British. And so Chung Ling Soo, you can see some of his costume, shot dead at the Wood Green Empire by the bullet-catching trick. And we've got the original Sooty in the museum. There's loads of things. And you'll see stuff from your childhood. You go, I had one of those magic sets. And then we have a little break, and then you come up to the theatre, and we have a stage show for you with normally about 6 magicians on stage, different from the ones that you've seen. But every year it sells out, because every year it's different. Every year different lineup of magicians, and it can be anybody. It can be we have people who juggle, because that's part of the performing arts. People who do. We had a lovely lady who folded paper just to music, very pretty, very pretty. We've had shadow puppets and all sorts of things. We've had people with boxes and all sorts of excitement. But unfortunately, while it sells out really quickly, there's not even any house seats. I wish I could have seats, but there aren't. Everything is gone. They've gone. And we only do the one show. I mean, there are other shows at the Magic Circle. You can find out by going to their website. Just that my ones sell out. They always say, suitable for fans of Steve Allen's radio show. There you go. Very exciting. What have we got here? Oh, yes. I wanted to do this story. I can't imagine why. It's a Met cop. Here she is, PC Kafi Karim, promoted diversity and recruitment, but bosses to take part in Nigeria's version of Big Brother. Obviously not fit for purpose. So she's now facing the sack after she had steamy bedroom romps on television. And there's pictures of her. She appeared on the... She was told not to go on the Big Brother show, but she went anyway. Basically stuck 2 fingers up. Now she faces the axe. Good. Good. I mean, she's completely screwed her career. What a stupid copper. Silly copper. And she's told producers, asked what she would do with the money. She made no mention, if she won, what she would do with the money. Made no mention of talking about returning to the Met. I'd actually charge her now for all that time we wasted on trying to sort of bring her up to speed. I mean, she actually at one time side Cressida Dick to promote female and black recruitment. And then, shallow as ever, let's go on to Big Brother. And she romps in bed, beneath the sheets. I mean, we don't want somebody like that in the police force, thank you very much indeed. Let's hope they come down good and hard. 4:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick, LBC.
Criminals are recruiting children to deal drugs with the offer of free food. Nicola Whittaker, former gang member.
The young person hasn't got that money to give them back for the chicken and chips they bought throughout the week. That's when they get lured into, okay, you need to take this bag, you need to commute across the town to drop this A and B to this person, and begins.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick.
With Xero, get your business digital ready with Xero accounting software.
LBC.
Use Swell online tool to find the perfect boiler in under 5 minutes. Visit swellheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude. I forgot to tell you my name. Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I wasn't much before. Maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, that would be nice.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer valid until 30/31/12. T&Cs apply.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Cashback on top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of pounds cashback each year on brands including eBay.com, Asda.com, Just Eat, and many. So, members cashback on top of their online Top Cashback.
My mum can't remember. She can't remember me to my first day at school or watching me walk down. She doesn't even remember I'm her. But I do. That's why I'm a society memory walk for my help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you walk for? Memory.org.
Alan on LBC. Text 84.
Yep, definitely. Property you never lose on. In America, you can. Easy. Properties over there. At any one time, he had one. But he never made any money on them. Never made any money. Does property go up in a phenomenal way? So you ladies and their husbands who pass their way round. And they're in these houses that they bought years ago for nothing, threepence. Now it turns out, they're worth £4, £5, £6 really. Of course, the worst thing is that if you need major medical, sell the property. We had that the other day, didn't we? Which was so awful about Tim and Prunella Scales. He's got dementia and it's advanced. Going to need to sell the house they've lived in for 50 years. I mean, it's just absolutely dreadful, really. Here we go. Steve tried to get tickets for gutted. In fact, here for the whole 3. Woo! It's chilly this morning. Bring on Christmas. Not the only one who likes people who, occasionally get some miserable, like clearly don't have any. Oh, celebrating Christmas humbug and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going, I'm lucky at Christmas. I like it now. Somebody said to me, on a Christmas, yes, please. Yes, please. Costco, the other day, give us a ring, Steve, and let us know when Costco Christmas stuff in. Because it's October that it starts. Thing about Christmas. Thing about memories. Because I'm a bit too old to get excited over Christmas. But as a child, I can remember the tree. I can see it now in one of our houses. I can't in some of the other where the tree went, but in our house that we had in Berkshire, you can see the tree, sitting room door, and it was outside. With my dad decorated with Mum, but it never went up too early. We were families where up till about a week. Whereas now, I mean, people have got trees up already, and set a Christmas. Which meant you had to stretch them all out on the floor. Go, don't work. And go individual bulb. Now they're all. You don't need to. If the LEDs go out, throw the thing away. Seriously, gone are days of faffing around with sort of, which bulbs I had fantasy lights. He said to me, you need to buy these lights. They're fantasy lights. And they were screw-in bulbs, but they were very fiddly. But you could... And they colour change. Not colour, they sort of did all the stuff these do. But this was like flashed, and then they waved. Came with a little controller. And I paid a fortune for them. £100. They were... Now you get these things. Most of your lights don't remain static. Wave, chase, twinkled, all sorts of things. And like those. And then you come in the morning before your parents were awake, and you don't know. Twinkling on the tree, and there your presents. There they were, the presents, the thing you'd waited for. And you'd be, quick look at the label. Look, and you go, oh, that nice, interesting looking for me. Which is a shame. In fact, the worst time I went to my Auntie Ivy, who lived in Park, and 3 families all came to sisters. So you can imagine how many presents there were under the tree. There were tons of presents. But as I got a bit older by this time, all the aunties were buying you presents when you were in. So there was hardly anything under the tree. All of a party were going. In fact, I remember somebody saying, can somebody find a parcel for Stephen? In there for an hour and he hasn't opened anything yet. Seriously, it's no worry at all. So it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me in the slightest. I just went sob. But the Christmas dinner I loved, and we've actually done it both ways. We've done it at home, and we've done it out. We've done it at pubs. I think the hotel was about the most expensive. It worked out something like £90 each. All of Christmas dinner for 10 people. But people like doing it because I suppose any argument. Really, people argue about it. So I can picture in my mind walking in Yorkshire, in a little village that we lived in, along the country road, nothing. Never saw any cars. Never saw any cars. Might have seen the actor. And you just have to walk all the way along. The snow had come in Yorkshire. The snow came down. School bus in. Something out of an old movie from donkeys years ago. But I loved it. The thing that was nice. But tree was in our house in York. I remember the house very well. It's still there, built in about 1600, and we had the thing, Smuggler's Tunnel, so the smugglers would come and pop up under. I mean, they didn't up, but you could follow it all the way back to the coast. We had servants' quarters in the room, where people who looked after the house, and we didn't have a bathroom. We didn't have this house. It was so old; it hadn't been mobbed, so we had an outside. I mean, seriously, when the snow was down, tomorrow didn't want to hang around. And then come out. No, we had a tin, what they call a copper, and it was water, and then she would put it into the tin bath, sitting room, dining room, in the bath, having a bath once a week. Nowadays, I mean, people have baths and showers every day, don't they? But no, our week. You wash your legs. I knew you would. I've started going mad washing my legs. Oh, seriously. This stem, following night, in the shower or in the see in the because you up and you can wash it. If you're in the work on the assumption that once you've soaped yourself up, get that image, and you're covered in bubbles and all the rest of it, off it goes down your legs. But of course, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to. Well, not sounds a bit. You sort of vigorously rub them. That sounds even worse. You soap your. I love a good flannel. I tell you, you get the flannel wet, and then you put on the shower gel, and then you rub it all over your body. And so not only does it have the effect of exfoliating you at the same time, but it also then smooths. And I've got some Fen Gel shower gel, which is a foam. And you squirt it on your chest, or wherever else you want to, and it's fab. And you could do your whole body on a little squirt. I've still got the gloves, yes. Not very often, actually. They do, well, they're out permanently. But it's flannels. I've got a thing about flannels. I sometimes go into John Lewis and I buy 20 flannels at a time. Because after a while, flannels go off. And so I buy them in all different colours. And, I love a flannel, but you have to wash your legs. You did it earlier. Do you feel better? Yeah, it's something about it, isn't it? You feel cleaner, don't you? You feel like, I've cleaned all those little bits and pieces that we've got. You know, because sometimes, I mean, here you can have a shower in this building. They're very good, the showers here. Oh, there's 2 showers. Yeah, you never discovered them? Oh, my goodness, Ollie. Go to the end of our floor, OK? You go down a floor. This is over on that side of the building. And first little door on the right, there's a toilet, longest toilet you've ever seen. And next to it is a shower. A shower with heated towel rail, hairdryer. Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic, and you have to lock the door, and unless you want visitors, and the shower is mirrored. There's a huge mirror in there. Have you Yeah, power shower. Yeah, and downstairs for all those people who cycle in, they're very well provided here. For all the people who cycle in, there's a shower when you come through from the reception. You turn right for the lift, go straight ahead as if you're going to the post room. First door on the right. There's 2 showers in there. Oh, showers everywhere. Our boss has got his own shower up there. Seriously. When I say our boss, the big boss, he's got his own personal private shower. You know, I can't believe you've never seen the shower at the end there. Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It really is brilliant. Quite a lot. Steve, I thought you might like these taken in Helsinki, says Andy. From the Christmas shop. Oh, don't. See, it's not too early, is it, to enjoy these things? Please. Steve, you live the moment. Spend your money and enjoy life as it comes. £2 million at 50 is no good if you're unfortunate to die at 45. It is true. But I don't think that it's a case of spending your money and getting the best out of it. I just sort of think you have to live each day. There's always something, though, isn't there? Something that happens, and which sort of gets you through life, which is quite nice. Jack says, who's your best LBC presenter? Would you mean, who is the LBC presenter I'm most friendly with? Or do you mean, who do I think most talented presenter? Because you're listening moment. Da, 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 da. Who is my... I don't know. I think they're all good in their own way. I mean, there are presenters here who can do things that I can't do, but on the other hand, there's loads of presenters who can't do what I do. If you say to somebody, you're sitting down for 3 hours and you're just talking, you're not taking any phone calls, and they go, yeah, how does that work? I go, very well. Thank you very much indeed. Just look at the figures. You only have to look at the figures and the spike. But if you're talking about best presenter, I couldn't possibly say that there was one presenter who was better than anybody else. Listen to Majid, and I quite like the arguments, but the trouble is what he's forgotten, and I have to tell him now, is because sometimes the person at the end of the phone who is calling in cannot hear the presenter. So that's why they keep talking, and Majid and quite a few other presenters will go, listen, will you let me finish? And you think, they can't hear you. That's why. But I like that. I love a good argument on the radio. I love a good argument. So I like that. I think everybody's very, very good. Everybody's very... I don't think there... well, we can tell from the figures that there aren't any weak points, even at 4 a.m. You know, I mean, you would think, oh, it's 4 a.m, nobody's listening. Let me tell you, lots of people are listening. I'm in for a voiceover. I'm checking out the shower, said Stuart. I'll show you where it is. I'll show you where... seriously, we've got quite a number of showers here. The only thing you have to bring your own shower gel and a towel. Not a hardship, is it, really? But the shower's fab. And a flannel, yes, and a flannel. But the shower's fab. It's really, really good. Very, very good. So that's wash with a soap and towel. Well, I dry with a towel and a hairdryer. I don't know why. It's just one of those things. You've got the hairdryer on and you're sort of rubbing yourself. Sorry, you're sort of patting yourself down and you're using the hairdryer. Always works. I mean, who you're friendly with, says Jack. Everybody. I mean, you know, all the presenters I've known for quite some time. I've been here the longest. So, all of them. I don't think there's any presenters... No, I can't think of any presenters I don't like at all. Let's have a think. No, nobody at all. Everybody's happy at LBC. Everybody's happy. It makes it sound a little bit twee, doesn't it? You go, is it really that cool there? Yes, it really is that cool. It really is. And somebody says, thanks, Steve. I now know where to shower when I pop into town. They used to have open shower. Not here. bathhouses. If you watch the film Quadrophenia, you'll see Phil Daniels using a bath place which existed in Ealing up till only about 10 or 15 years ago. Oh, look, news at 5. Wonder why the orchestra was here.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, the Prime Minister's announced £100 million to boost security in prisons in England and Wales. Boris Johnson says he wants to stop the flow of drugs, weapons and phones from getting into jails. And the Ministry of Justice has confirmed the money's going to be spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. But prison safety expert Ian Aitchison says the priority should be reducing violence.
27 prison staff a day will be assaulted. Those assaults range from punches to scolding to concussion, and you simply cannot expect broken staff working in those sorts of conditions to be engaged in the task that we expect them to do.
Labour says the measures fall woefully short of what's needed and already called the Prime Minister's previous prison reform announcements election. Conservative peer Baroness Wheatcrofts told LBC she thinks Boris Johnson is getting ready for an early general election, but that she won't be canvassing for the party with him as leader. Police have started a murder investigation in northwest London after a man's become the 49th fatal knife crime victim just in the capital. Officers were called to Munster Square in Camden around 11 o'clock last night. No one has been arrested. Suggestions of post-Brexit trade with America have been boosted after a meeting between the Prime Minister and the US National Security Advisor in London last night. John Bolton says the UK will be first in line for a trade deal and that there could be sector-by-sector agreements done quickly. Disruption is still expected at one of the world's busiest airports today. Protest brought Hong Kong International to... Campaigners are angry at police for firing rubber bullets during earlier pro-democracy demonstrations. LBC's Hong Kong correspondent says flights are meant to be getting back to normal and have promised to return.
China's Hong Kong Affairs Department referred to the protesters as, and they've editorial Chinese state media, a good sign, which means China is losing patience very quickly with Hong Kong. They're still fighting the trade war. So people are definitely worried.
Hong Kong leader defended the police actions and said dialogue will start when violence stops. The Party Committee of Ministers is calling for phones to be totally banned while we're driving, even free mode. Reports warned it's just as distracting them. By and 2 and Paddington Bear, Tower of London, and St Paul are about to in our loop. The new 50 to circulate today. They can also be bought on the Royal Mint. A gold version costs £800. The LBC Markets report the FTSE 100 is going to reopen at 26 after closing down at 20 today. The $1.20 and €1.08. Another shine and scattered, mainly in the north, start in the west, though of 23 degrees Celsius. From Global BC, I'm Rachel Garish.
Is from Global, leading Britain's with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 5. You good today? Tuesday, 13th. Oh, thank God it's not Friday. I'm superstitious. Can you imagine Friday the 13th? Be a very, I think, very short show. He says, oh, for goodness sake, I'm 81. And down. I'm always worried about falling. That's the only problem I have in showers. I sort of... Oh, thank you very much indeed. Christmas says, Ron, are you turning on the light this year? I don't find saying to them every year. I mean, I've turned the lights in Twickenham about times. I mean, 6 times. I did it 1 year with the rugby, and I did another year by myself. Go, oh, switch on the lights. It's them. I don't. I'm really. They need. They've got. Well, there are other people out there. I did with Jane Horrocks, absolutely fabulous because she lives the other day actually. But I mean, I'm unrecognisable in a baseball cap and dark glass. Unrecognisable. People who know me walk past. It's fantastic. Seriously, I love it. soap and dry, lose those germs and smell. It doesn't even rhyme. I'm Donny, I don't know. Towels. But I big bath towels. You know when you're little, you know, and wrap yourself in the towel, and then it's and it's great because a towel envelops the child completely. Your mum sort of takes it, you know, and then you powder. Now, I find a fairly small one is very vigorous. You can get as much effect on a small one. The dressing. Oh, a toweling. Oh, no. I have to be honest, really, really good. Put out the shower, put on the dressing gown, and you just sort of dry. I sort of thought, I don't think this is any good, actually. I really, it's normal doing that. But I have to be honest, that my idea of luxury, feet in the shower. So you can reach your feet with their feet, do they, nowadays? Like that. And has ended a parent. And the reason is because he thinks they might die without having made up their ages. Ages and ages. And I've always said to people, when people have said to me before, oh, I've been so for ages, I would say, listen, speak to them. Because you, especially parents, you not talking. And you wouldn't want something awful to happen and you haven't made up and they then pass. I would have thought, well, that'd be my worst night. I've got no ticket, however, I don't need one as I'm visible to gain, says, and Jane, it's for Christmas, and the gift because you have so many spices to gift. Cash only, please. I don't know why. I think it's because it's older and you start losing the family. That was, you know, part every year. I've got sort of the godchildren and their respective boyfriends and girls. And we've had some really good Christmas at home. You know, about 13 of them, which is fine. But Christmas will be different because my brother gets married on 7th of December. It's going to cost me an arm and a leg. And, or possibly two. And then we got the Circle 21st, and then I'll do Christmas. I remember who it is. And then with my brother, one on the godchildren Boxing Day, the following brother. I always end dinners. Small boy I am. King, leave on hands-free, and then talking. Maybe they should ban passengers. What a brilliant idea. Banning smoking in cars. You know, acting, cigarette window and all the rest of it. With you, I think it's a bit ridiculous. I understand about being in a car if you're holding the hands-free. In the car, always frightens me. I don't know why. It's a and it rings on the car, lights up, and it tells you who it is. Do I answer it? And wheel, I've got the picture of it, and it comes. I don't know how it works. Bluetooth apparently, and it only took a minute. And it in there and everything else, and then you have a chat to somebody, and then you click the phone handle thing with a cross through it, and that's it. That's the. Why would that be any more than having somebody in the who you're talking? Car, which like anybody, commonly. No, I'm not a snob or anything like that. 30 people sitting on it. Indeed, I want a gene certificate goes on in that department. And cream tree. And because I don't think they do it with anything else. It's hardly, is it? Let's face it. Like Matt Goss's hair. His hair looks like Beckham's new hair. Odd. Jamie Lang's hair just looks quite realistic, actually. It looks like candy floss. Looks like it's come out of a can. So that's why he always wears his hat, because he knows that when you see it close up, you're going to be going, what are you wearing on your head? You're going to go, what? His hat on. Even when he's at home, he keeps the hat on. It's like Michael Fabricant. No, he doesn't wear a toupee. He's already said he doesn't wear a toupee. Is that the one with a blonde? It's the most dreadful wig you've ever seen, isn't it? But he doesn't refer to it as a toupee. In fact, for some peculiar reason, he refuses to admit that it was a toupee. And I'm thinking, perhaps you're not looking at what we're looking at. It doesn't suit him. It's completely wrong. Although there was... Terry Wogan used to have 3, so the apocryphal story used to go, and each one was slightly longer than the other one. And so he would sort of change them over the course of a week or 3 weeks, and then somebody would say, gosh, you need a haircut. So he'd then go have a shorter one, and then go in, and people would go, oh, you had that haircut I asked you about. And I remember thinking, you can always tell, can't you, because hair sticks up at the back. If it's your own days stuck to the back of your neck, but if it's a toop, or a toop, and I know a lady who listens to this programme a lot of the time, and her parents own a big wig place in the East End. She used to be the Cadbury's flake girl. Do you remember? Used to sit there and peel the paper off the Cadbury. I don't know why, he doesn't do it normally, but anyway, she peeled the paper down and then popped it in her mouth. And she right, because we go back many, many years, because she fellows in the early days. I was a celebrity member. Make a big deal about it, but the Page 3 girls flocked around me. Not for too long. And anyway, so I used to go there and eat with Samantha Fox and Linda Lusardi's and Maria Whittaker's and all the rest of it. It was a bit like... But we didn't treat it as Stringfellows. We just treated it as somewhere to go and have a drink. That's all I thought it was. Somewhere to go and have a drink. And I quite liked it, actually. We nipped to the Hippodrome, which Peter owned. His will, as I say, we were horrified the other day, only left $1 million. 2.5 million. By the time they'd taken off debts, it was $1 million. I thought he would have left more than that. He must have got through a fortune in his time. But always, I used to love Peter. He was great. Deaf in one ear. Deaf in one ear. And you... sorry? Pardon? Yeah, thank you. It was like that. Or you sat on his left-hand side, he'd have a conversation with you, but he couldn't hear a word that you said, which I used to quite like. What do we got? Pub's gift of Christmas. Oh, and a lot of people getting a bit irate about what Nigel Farage said about the royal family. His Meghan and Harry blast has been labelled racist. No, he just said that Harry changed. What's racist about it? Nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. They married out of the royal family. That's not the first one. He said that Charles, when it comes to Charlie Boy and climate change, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He talks about Harry. Here was this young, brave, boisterous all-male getting into trouble. Then he met Meghan Markle and it's fallen off a cliff. And that's it. But then... that's what Harry fell for. I have to be honest, there was a story in the paper the other day. You might have read it. If you haven't, I'll tell you. Harry's friends have stopped inviting him round for dinner. Because when you go for a dinner party, I don't know if you've ever done this before, but you have boy, girl, boy, girl. And if you arrive as a couple, you don't put the couple together, because that means they're boring. And I should imagine they would... And they said these public displays of affection really distract it, because they only wanted to sit next to each other, which, of course, is a bit... You know, we must have gone past the holding hands stage, for goodness sake. But they hold hands all the time. Whereas if you're in the royal family, that's what I say. And this is while the Queen is alive. You can imagine how he's going to go off the rails when the Queen dies. I mean, and Philip shows no sign of slowing down. Although he can manage to get rid of old Sarah Ferguson out of Balmoral very fast, can't he? Philip's at the end of the drive. Oh, my God, get the bags in the car, out. Why? Because he hates her. He does not want to be under the roof. He blames... her for bringing the royal family into sort of disrepute. That's what he says, because of her sort of tackiness. Because she is tacky. There's no two ways about it. I mean, she's sort of... I remember seeing her on... She was on Des O'Connor show ages ago, and she thinks she's royal, whereas she's not. She was married to Andrew, the least interesting member of the royal family. Air Miles Andy or Randy Andy. How that one's come back to bite him on the bottom. You know, with the two ghastly daughters who don't really do anything. It's like sort of Cinderella with the two ugly sisters. They both have jobs, but we don't know when they go to work, because they spend most of their time faffing around. Embarrassing. What's your favourite brand of tea, says Noah? I don't know. Tea. I don't know. This here. This tea. I don't know what's other... I drink Earl Grey mostly, but that used to be considered a bit sort of airy-fairy, wasn't it? I think. Posh tea. Just a matter of interest, when you do that, that's how you're supposed to drink tea. You're supposed to slurp it. So that it infuses... crap, in it. Absolute rubbish. Nobody believes that. But I've seen people slurping when they do the wine stuff, and then they spit it out. They spit it out. What a waste of wine. I'm going to try whiskey. Into a spittoon. was a woman on one of the aeroplanes in America. When somebody becomes disruptive, the crew come up and they go, we need you off the flight. And this particular woman, she had a dog with her on the flight. And she was an American, so I feel fairly confident I could say this. She was a horrible old bag. And they wanted her off the plane. She was being very aggressive to other people. She was quite old. She wasn't she could have been 50s, but looked 70. And I don't want to be rude about her, but frankly, she was a pain in the rear end. And the stewardess came up and said, listen, I'm terribly sorry. You know, you have to get off the flight. We're not going to fly with you. And so she said, well, I'm not moving. I want my money back. As if the stewardess is going to go, wait a minute, let me get the pound notes out for you, love, and start counting them out. And in the end, they picked up her dog, but she went mental. Mental. I couldn't believe it. You know, she was, don't you touch me. That's what they do in America now. Even shoplifters. There's one who wrestles the store detective to the floor and she starts kicking him and everything. Of course, he can't kick her back. And so he's sort of holding her at arm's length, but he pins her to the floor. She's spitting on him and everything. Really vile shoplifters. Oh, and then there's a whole spate of them in India. I'd have thought, why would you shoplift in India? It's cheap enough as it is. But they've got all these people shoplifting, jeans and stuff like that. Over here, there was a department store, and they had them on the cameras. They're watching them all the time. And then they just sort of chase after the store, and they bring them back in again. Oh, dreadful people, dreadful. Shoplifters, bane of everybody's life. 5:15, do you want to check on the road and the rail this morning? Of course you do. The LBC Travels with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. In Bayswater, Westbourne Grove is closed in both directions. That was after that fire yesterday, and Queensway also remains closed. All the buses that usually go that way, including bus route 70, are right version. On the A5 Edgware Road northbound, just before Parade Street in Paddington, there's been an accident. So our restrictions northbound and on Parade Street westbound, and at White City only is open on the A40 westbound just before the northern roundabout, and that's for the emergency repair works.
This is LBC.
Choose and you get a lot more boiler from top manufacturers like Quist. There are warranties of up your boiler, a twin centre, and advice on smart heating technology at swellheating.com. Rely on us to keep you warm.
Global Player.
The brand new app.
Playlists.
Where it's all and all for free.
So, whatever your mood,
Or whatever you're doing and wherever you are going. Tackling the biggest stories and matter.
Global Player. From your apps. I'm on top of your radio. Visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Cashback on top fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Cashback members £100 cashback each year on thousands of top brands, including eBay, Sales.com, Asda.com, Eat, and many. So join the millions of members already getting on top of their online shop. Top cashback.
Radio's 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mark. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mark. Whenever you're ready. You're going to...
Some mornings just call for a sausage and... Served before 10:30am, except in select... We'll serve this until 11am.
Steve at LBC.
Only every minutes past 5. Hands free, says ignore any phone calls. In the late 80s, my car had a phone, and whilst explaining a location, I get a 30-mile-an-hour bump. 80-month-old daughter was in the car. Never again. We ever had Kathy Burke on in conversation many years ago. Many years. You mentioned, says Sabrina, Friday the 3rd coming up next month, and I recently booked my boss on a trip on it. She wasn't keen. Also, on airlines don't have a row 13. Well, I thought that as well, but in fact, they do have a row 13. They do. I've sat in it. Why would you sort of jump them? There's no... People aren't really that superstitious, are they? Superstitious? To say, you're not supposed to walk under ladder. I thought it was a bit stupid. Ladder anyway. That the buffoon might be sort of claiming very shortly. These, according to the Mirror, are calling diary royal link to this perv. I mean, what is on? It's not a difficult question. People want to know about it. After Take You Back, on a winter's morning in 92, York joined the bowel room and realised it was over. Sideboard were the morning papers with photos of Sarah Saint-Tropez having her toes sucked by American advisor Johnny Bryan. She was booted out of the firm. She and Andrew divorced in but Andy could never let her go. She'd had an affair with a tech Steve while she was pregnant with their daughter Eugenie, secretly filmed selling access to her ex-husband to a fake $1 million. And years after her toe-sucking shame, Sarah and Andrew have been handling their romance. Well, she's got nowhere else to go. Until Sunday's headlines about another wealthy American saw Fergie fleeing the royal fold in Paris because paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, the pal who helped clear her, had killed himself, leaving secrets through deep sordid sex scandal in teenage girls. I mean, when the Yorks divorced, Fergie's profligate spending saw her rack up £5 million in debts. Not a clue. Not 11, convicted of soliciting underage girls for prostitution, revealed he'd paid 15 grand personal assistant. She said, "I deeply regret that Jeffrey Epstein became involved in me. I abhor paedophilia, any sexual abuse of children, and know that this was a gigantic error of judgment on my behalf." Her father believes Andrew's relationship with a gigantic error of judgment too. Used to have any dealings with her since the Bryan scandal. Andrew's been taken for a fool over liaison. Arrived in Balmoral in a foul shortly before Fergie fled. And then, of course, to make it look as though it was all family, they then had a car with the Queen going to church. Bought into that? I don't think so. It's just been an embarrassment after an embarrassment for Sarah Ferguson. She was the face of churches or anything else like that because she wanted. She'll go anywhere. And then they've just found something where she did some PR work for somebody and got paid £200,000. The trouble is, because she's still a member of the royal family, she thinks she can behave badly without having a thought for her. But they do. They do have a thought. You know, Andrew, as we know, can't be earning any money, so he gets it from the Queen. She gives him his turn, hands it out to the ghastly daughters, and Sarah Ferguson lives with him. It's a very strange relationship, but with... Connie says, your story brought back memories. We lived in a bathroom and a communal toilet. We had a tin bathtub as well, so it was heaven. Flat with a bath inside the bathroom. So your story brought back memories. Alex said, baths you mentioned, behind the old Marks and Spencer's in West Ealing. The entrance explaining gas masks. I love Christmas too. Brings back memories of childhood when all the family used to get together. We're going to York again this November. Should be lovely. York. Have you into the? Is it called the Shambles? Up there, the That's full of students. I went out with somebody who was a student in York. Memories like the corners of my mind. Harry Potter. No. The Shambles are these that are in a covered sort of area. Very old shops. Yeah. Well, I mean, it might look a bit like Abbey or Alley or Diagon area. I always wanted to go there, but I didn't shop with all the wands in, which have throwing themselves all over the place. You can go to the Harry Potter experience, can't you? Which is somewhere. What else? Simon Amstel admits to naked jungle dancing. He says, I danced like a lunatic whilst high on a psychedelic drug. He said, I ended up taking all my clothes off. That's what hallucinogens you do. Steer well clear of those, ladies and gentlemen. Well clear. Also in the paper for today, Barbara, the dementia has taken hold. I know this for a fact from other people. She'll ask the same question about... He said, the thing to do is you just... the answer, he said, and then fine with it. More on Epstein's in every single paper here. Every single paper. Plus Katy rocked. Katy Perry, they say, an actor claimed that he exposed his willy at a party. I have no comment on that whatsoever. There must be many an actor who's been to a party and, you know, things like that have happened. I should imagine. I'm only guessing, of course. I don't know. Ollie wanted to go to the parties. Looking forward to meeting new friends. So Paul Hollywood has forked out £2,500 on a new Aston Martin, but he's hiding it from his ex-girlfriend. She's turning out to be a bit of a pain, really, actually, isn't she? I had a little bit of sympathy for her at the beginning, you know, because he wanted her to sign this non-disclosure thing. And then all of a sudden I think he was very wise to ask you to sign it. She didn't sign it, so, you know, let's hope she doesn't sell stories, because she wants to sue him for claiming that she has been selling stories. And I'm thinking, well, you know, I should imagine he's probably feeling that he wasted his time with you, because she's called him an old man and why she bothered and all this kind of thing. I thought, this, darling, is why you bothered. This. So now people know you're that woman who worked as a barmaid with 8 horses. What they were paying you, I've got no idea. You could buy 8 horses, could you? And then they had a picture of her mother. Don't know what sort of family it is, but the horses look a bit ropey. Very ropey. Never seen such awful horses. Well, the one I saw in the paper looked like an awful... There's also here... Ruth Langsford. She walked off set yesterday when a viewer's call triggered memories of her late sister, because, you know, she was very upset, as indeed people are. You know, it takes a long while to get over things like that. So she walked off set, and then Eamon said, this is why she's walked off set. As long as they explain to us why somebody's not there, we're all fine with it. Thousands of families are switching back to glass milk bottles. This will please all my milkmen listening. Over 20,000 people made the move in 4 weeks after the BBC's War on Plastic documentary. Milk and grocery doorstep service Milk and More said 75,000 signed up to its reusable scheme. I used to love a milk bottle, a proper milk bottle, which we used to have to rinse them out. And we used to save the bottle tops for a guide dog. You'd say, do you ever do that? No. They used to do these metal tops on the top of proper glass milk bottles, and then you'd save them and wash them, put them in a bag. And then you'd send them off and somebody would give you money, which went to the guide dogs. Yeah. Did you ever do that? Oh, right. Yeah, that was quite normal, actually. Glass bottles are reused about 20 times. So you'd finish having the milk, and then you'd put because the milkman wouldn't take a dirty bottle back. He would leave it there. And so you had to rinse them. We used to rinse our milk bottles out, and they got reused again. Now it's all plastic. Even that lovely milk that I buy in Waitrose, it's all creamy, Guernsey milk, which is, can't remember who it's called now, but anyway, it's somebody's name. And that's plastic. The bottle is plastic, which is a shame. I'd love it to be... But, you know, you have to wait till Kevin pops around. We've had glass here when he's come and delivered milk for us, when we haven't had any milk in the building. Kevin's always the first one. He'll always go, I'm round your area, and he'll drop in a few pints of milk. Gold top and stuff like that. It's nice. Glass bottle? I don't know, actually. I should imagine in Guernsey, you probably just go round there and you fill up your jug. Yeah. They have, and on some farms in this country, they have milk machines. Milk machines, and you go there and you put a jug underneath and you put the money you've got, and then it fills up your jug with fresh milk. And we used to have a milk machine. You put in whatever it costs, and you get a little carton of milk out. And you drink milk. Not like nowadays where, you know, you stagger onto the train with a gin and tonic in one hand and one of those burgers which is dripping with all sorts of revolting sauces and everything else, which you bought because it looked good. How drink. It's the only time they look appealing, isn't it? Why is it they don't do kebabs on the station? Because they don't. They don't do kebabs. Why is it there's not a Greggs on all the mainline stations? I mean, that's what people want to buy, isn't it? Greggs very, very popular. And you could have a pasty or something like that. You know, I always have a bacon sandwich, well, a bacon roll every morning. Extra bacon, because I'm rich. And that comes in at... How much do they charge for two? For two of them, I think it's £4.20. So it's £2.10 for a bacon roll with extra bacon, if you're feeling particularly flash. Sometimes you can have an extra sausage, which is very nice. I like an extra sausage. They're not very big. They're only about, what's that, 6 inches? That's what people tell you. And then you see them and they think, no, I used to call them... They're bigger than cocktail sausages. Aptly named. And if you buy the baguette, you get 2, and if you order an extra one, which is 25p, you get 3. Which is lovely, isn't it? Not that it makes any difference. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. because it's 5:30. The latest news on LBC with Simon Conway.
Boris Johnson has announced £100 million of funding to improve security and cut crime in prisons in England and Wales. The money will go to like X-ray scanners, but Labour says it's not enough to reverse years of Conservative cuts. Donald Trump's national security advisor says the US is ready to negotiate a trade deal with the UK on a sector-by-sector basis. John Bolton has met Boris Johnson in London and says Britain will be first in line for an agreement after Brexit. MPs are calling for the ban on using mobile phones while driving to be extended to include hands-free mode. The Transport Select Committee says current laws give the misleading impression that hands-free use is safe. LBC weather, another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east. Elsewhere largely dry and a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
LBC, together with Transport for London, are looking at the issue of air pollution in the capital, one of the most challenges facing inner and outer London. This week, he was joined by Dr. Will Norman, London's Walking and Cycling Commissioner.
Walking and cycling was massively important in terms of tackling the air pollution crisis, mainly because they're both forms of transport that don't give out any emissions.
Watch the view and find out how you can help clean up London's air. lbc.co.uk.
For the Many, a podcast of political insight, co-presented by me, Ian Dale.
And by me, former Labour Home Secretary Jackie Smith. Available to download on Global Player.
Hi, I'm back. I just set a personal best on my park run. Feels great.
That's lovely, Mike. I think you've earned the right to put all the bins out.
Hey?
With Vitality Life Insurance, you get properly rewarded when you're active. In fact, you could save over £775 in discounts and rewards from our partners. Join over 1 million customers. Vitality Life. Vitality. Positively different. Well, with certain plans and are dependent on members' usage. Available. Terms and conditions apply.
One for Becky, 2 for me.
Pretty generous to yourself there, Dad.
Well, I am the chef, and you're helping out, so you get 2 as well.
Thanks, Dad.
Shh, your mum will hear.
At Shell Energy, we like to play favourites with everyone, so our home energy customers can get exclusive rewards, like money off. Terms and conditions apply. Visit shellenergy.co.uk.
Britain's Conversation, LB, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Hope you're well, says little Julie. To me, even the cats pulled the duvet over. She did yesterday afternoon. Not round my way. Not round my way. I mean, I'm look at that, quite close to each other, and yet not. Thank you to Mary, to her lovely group card and organising the virtual group picnic yesterday. A virtual group picnic. What a lovely idea. We did have a picnic one year, and we did 35 years ago, and a load of listeners had said, why don't we have a picnic? Cool. So we went to Syon House, which is just down the road from me, just out of Brentford. There was only about 20 of us, and we're all sitting down having the picnic, and one of those security guards comes over. Loads of people set up a mission. That's what, to sit on the grass. He said, well, you look like a large group, should have sought permission beforehand. I thought, we're just having a picnic, you know, it's nothing, no big deal, dear, we're not going to leave a load of mess for you. Anyway, he then toddled off, seemed fairly happy after that one. Apparently you can buy 6 pints in a plastic bottle, says Dorothy in Wales. Leighton Buzzard. It's got a collection of milk bottles from the 80s with adverts. Well, very rare, very rare. I did have a coat with my name emblazoned on it, which was very nice indeed. Here is the pub. I was going to mention them to you earlier on. It's come about 135. That's Christmas in this pub. Have the real day off with their loved ones. Nearly 50 regulars at the Maple Leaf in Worcester. Turkey dinner with all the trimmings. They always say that, don't they? Ooh, turkey dinner with all the trimmings. Well, like a plate. Landlord Dave Davis says we don't open on Christmas Day, and one of the regulars joked about an early Christmas party. Staff wore Christmas jumpers, and we had festive songs. In other words, no effort at all. That's what you get anyway. Get that, it's lovely. Listeners, the fire in the chimney must be out. Fire anymore. Nobody has fires anymore. Where are you from? Nobody has fires anymore. Far too dangerous. It's a wood burner, isn't it? Which is the late. Or failing that, down the they do gas living flames. But so, nobody has another fire. Oh, apart from my godchildren, they have chimney swept, and they have logs which they put on. It's quite nice actually. I'll get hot though. I'll get hot. Yeah. Don't sit in front of it. The Sun Gardening Guru. This is Peter Seabrook talking about his lovely wife Margaret who's got dementia. He says, my beloved Margaret's lost all her inhibitions. I can't bear her to lose. And it's amazing. You look at somebody and you can see dementia. I think you can spot dementia. She's got that, it's a sort of wild but vacant look in the face. It must be absolutely getting on a bit now, Peter Seabrook. He said she's had Alzheimer's for the last 10 years, but we don't know how old she is. But he said 59 years ago, in front of the altar, my wife Margaret and I promised to look after one another in sickness and in health. You know, we need to sort this dementia thing out because it's going to affect you. You're going to know somebody who has got dementia and who is suffering, and who the people around them are exhausted and they need help. And the death of us funding other countries, you know, the money that we give to places like India, who blooming space race, and yet we need people. I mean, if that money came back and we didn't bother giving it, I don't know why we give it to them anyway. They don't give anything to us, do they? Probably not. And then we could sort of give pensioners their free TV licence, and we could pump a load of money into dementia. No, to another country, nothing. We're having a space race. Can't think of anybody who would sort of want to deny money going to the NHS. Julie says it only rained on Feltham about 3:30 p.m. You can get kebab meat from Iceland, cook it in the oven. You don't need to cook it. It's already cooked. You just need to heat it up, really. I have had it, Clem, thank you. Not for... Nice past the World Sign House. I always enjoyed visiting the garden centre when I lived in that neck. You sort of walk round the... plus Emmerdale and press releases and Andy Hall's bizarre column, but I edit the things down. Lucy Donlan, the one who sobbed all the way through it, was a complete waste of space without a boyfriend. But then hair product, nice consolation prize. The Surfer is the face of some trendy brand. His exclusive pic promoting the Beach sea salt spray. State of her hair. I'd go and get your hair done properly, love. Split ends. I mean, a really bad. Never. But, I mean, she was a bit of a waste of space in the house. Nobody really bothered with her. What are you doing, dear? That's all they do nowadays. That's all they do. And then they need therapy afterwards. They need therapy because they couldn't find a boyfriend. The barge pole. Right, here we go. Oh, I love this. Have you ever read your star signs? What star? Gemini. I'll just give you a line of it. A rich travel moon puts a one-off journey back on, even if the is a success. Oh, my God. Trust yourself to take the right steps. In love terms, here we go, the important bit. Communicate won't break as long as you remember why you are together. Single, new neighbours meet up. It's going to be in the funeral home. It's going to be in the funeral home. You have to go down there. You can catch up with people. My one says so many people are keen to share their deepest thoughts and feelings with you on a day where you really understand others and can be the best friend, workmate. I'm friends with all the presenters. I don't know, I'm not friendly with any of them. A little bit of the stardust on me, they want to rub up. I know they do. I know they're always bigging me up. I get bigged up on James O'Brien's show. I get bigged up with Tom Swarbrick, which I will this morning because he's on breakfast again. And I get it from Mr. M round the corner. I get it from Ant. Bigged up by Darren. Bigged up by Matt Staddon. Well, he'd like to. And... good Lord, it's a fun business. It's a fun life. It doesn't matter when you get old. I think with sort of age comes experience. He says, trying to convince himself that that's the real reason. Fury over Farage's scathing rant at the royal family is front of the Daily Express. And Christopher Biggins, I put on a brave when I see battling Barbara. Yes, it's over Scott. You know, Scott, who's just, you know, you can't even put a name to it. Just too brilliant. Shocking rise in police has got any respect now, have they? Not. Paddington Bear coins. I think I bought some of these coins. I bought them ages ago, months and... I bought, I think, a couple of £60 ones, coloured. I gave them to my brother ages ago. Doing it now. I suppose because it's to celebrate the coming weeks when the first Paddington of the town be placed in Tills at the Royal Mint Experience. So it followed two others in 2018. They were those ones. We still love Paddington, don't we? And it's been moved from the royalty to celebrity section. Oh, God, that's bad news. She won't like that. So she's now with Tom Hardy. She's not with Prince Harry. Oh, dear. They've moved her into the... oh, dear. Oh, they won't like the heads rolling on that one, I'm telling you. 2 weeks of rain, hours and more on the way. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Also, Joanna Lumley. The lovely Jo Lumley. Do you know she's 73? 73. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Need to tackle the scourge of plastic waste. Certainly will. And Burger, Goldsmiths University in London, to limit its impact on climate change. Oh, you bunch of snowflakes. Oh, and that. So they banned them. Students also face a 10p levy on bottle and single-use plastic cups to discourage their use. Students' Union President Jolene, fantastic. Just, oh, God, honestly, what? But Stuart Roberts, Vice Chair of the National Farmers Union, wanting to help our planet, should buy British beef. Don't take it in, President. Who cares what he thinks? Thank God we're all in the real world. You go and eat your burgers. Don't go to Goldsmiths. Oh, I couldn't eat burgers. Mamby-pambies, aren't they, really? I mean, singling out one food product, it's simplistic. Apparently, our standards grass-based systems, meaning a greenhouse gas footprint 2.5 times smaller than that of beef production, are among the most in the world with British livestock. You can't have beef burgers. Drive me mad. You imagine going there, I'll have beef burgers. I mean, you can't have beef burgers. We don't do beef burgers anymore. Well, I'll make me cook them myself in my room. Terrible, isn't it, really? What else we got here? The Queen's dutiful wisdom shames the politicians. I don't think she says as much as people think she does. She's very good at keep stum. Why would she worry about it? Underage drinking has declined. Yeah, right. Where did they get this one from? Apparently, the proportion of 11 to 15-year-olds in England who drink alcohol once a week fell. They don't drink it once a week, they drink it every day. Once a week. I watched this programme last night, and it's something like famous... whatever... Gordon Ramsay. The other night, it was Mel B's daughter, called Phoenix. What a pain in the rear end she was. What a stuck-up old bag. Honestly, she didn't want to spend the night in it, because the idea is they take you back to your mother or father's house where they grew up. And they took Phoenix back to this house, because she's sort of Americanised, kind of talks with an American accent, very boring. And they take her back to the house, and there's two people in it, and they go, oh, so we don't actually know who the famous person is who used to live here. So who, or mother or father? And she said, oh, B, Spice Girls. And this girl said, I can't believe we're living in a Spice Girls house for the place. And anyway, she didn't want to stay there. The room, she decided that she was going to go and stay with grandmother, who she's not seen for ages and ages and ages. Currently, oh, you're doing a show from the Algarve. This is my friend. Are you running in Amsterdam? You're running in Amsterdam. He says, currently bugging you up here in Portugal, setting up for our first show from the Algarve. Bless him. You know who that is. Don't you? I'll tell you. We need to travel again, don't we? It's still Joanne Webb, and she's still checking on the road and road.
Thanks, Stephen. Bayswater, Westbourne Grove and Queensway are both still... That's after a fire that happened yesterday. Only one lane's open on the A40 westbound at the northern for emergency repair works. In Paddington, there's been an accident on the Edgware Road northbound at Parade Street, and as a result, there are restrictions on Parade Street as well. And those roadworks do continue and Leybourne, so do expect.
Eddie Mayer, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
What do you think of having a referendum?
A very bad idea.
But people can change, can't they?
I don't think people have changed their mind. I have, that's true.
Eddie Mayer, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. LBC.
Looking for your perfect kitchen.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. Sense.
When it comes to cruising, you don't want to feel like just another. Thankfully, the new smaller boutique ships from Saga offer a more personal service. Or chauffeur to take you to and from the ship. Mr. Goodman. Cheers. Every cabin has a balcony with a sea view. Beautiful. Dine at one of them's delicious. And each ship has a match. And guess what? I'm in the mood for it. It's a boutique cruise experience personal to you. Boutique Cruises by... for your spirit of discovery.
Save up to 35%. Inclusive cruises. Search Spirit of Discovery to find out more. Over 50s only.
Is she coming over? Play it.
Oh, some mornings just call for a sausage and egg McMuffin. Served before 10:38 in selected restaurants, which will serve this until 11 a.m.
There are few greater joys in life than a sumptuous hot. Let the stresses of the day just melt away. Goes. That's a round. But trusted trader are always on hand to help.
Just a really lovely tradespeople who are vetted, reviewed and reliable. So if you need a plumber or other professionals in their trade, just relax. Trust a Trader are only a click away.
On LBC, text 84850.
And morning to my friend. Actually, do you know, I must be psychic, or I must be sent happened. Firstly, Stuart Manning, I saw he tweeted somebody else earlier on. I thought, I've not heard from him for a few days. Blow me down, he tweets this morning. And then my other friend, Chris, I was literally only this morning, I was thinking, I wonder where he is. I'm sure, because there's a page in one of the, I'm sure or something like, I'll find it. But it's age on raising money, which is good news. So I hope you're all well. Family looking forward to Christmas. So I talk about get a whole heap of abuse from people going. Do you know George home has sold the one where he died 3.4, and they were hoping it was going to be helium, but of course it's not. Flowers and to George. It's been sold. It was sold about a month ago, I think. And 3.4 million. I mean, obviously, perhaps the memories were too painful for the families, and they decided they didn't want to keep. In China, they've got. We had a typhoon when we were over there. 45 dead, thousands, and the floodwater reservoir in the wake of this typhoon Lakima. Also, Die Hard. Is it children and adults who go on roller coasters stick their hands up in the air? Grim death. So also, at first engagement doesn't mean that Boris has. Tip to light green when the evenings grow darker. The Lost Jane Austen, a World War tale, an Irish psycho thriller. Was the home of. I understood that, actually. I didn't quite sort of understand why it just couldn't. Yeah, really. But, I mean, it used to a few years ago. You could see the brothels a mile off. Those girls hanging out. Oh, hello. Hello. In fact, I told you the other day, Leicester, there's a woman solicitor. I thought, don't talk, because then you've conversation. That's how it starts. But obviously people wander through this particular alley looking for a bit of father. Not me. Not I couldn't get out there quick enough. Picked up my skirt. Do you wake up early? Noah? Yeah. Again. Walking. Wake up early. Always manage to go back to sleep. Steve says, Dad, me. What has happened to the top of the milk? My brother siphoned it into a jug to pour on syrup. These days, the plastic bottles cream top, even though the milk is cream. This other milk that I get, is it Martin's? I can't remember what it's called. Full cream milk from Guernsey. It comes in a plastic bottle. The cream, but they do it with cream. And is it Martin? Full cream milk from Guernsey cows. It can only be called that, I think, if it's actually Guernsey cows. I have bought it for some reason. Like not this. No. Full cream milk, wait, let's see what you get. I'm about things. And that's cream, I couldn't remember what it was. Graham's all over the place in the supermarkets. That's lovely. Lovely. Steve, Magpie, sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret never to be. Yeah. £1.10 of it, I think, or something like that. It's very. It's very. I mean, seriously. I mean, that's the bit I like, though. Tanker driver Phil says, I saw beans on Line Street station and it seemed huge and all bright. And it was the shape of the cartons. They were triangular, like a jubbly, and had a outside, see? If nothing else, Christmas shopping on QVC today. Oh, good. I mean, I tell you what, can somebody explain to me what groupie is? Have you heard of groupie? I didn't know what it was. I keep getting things from Go, okay, and they have a special, and it'll be something. Today's on Go Groupie, luxury advent calendar for £20, and it comes with all these gifts, and it's normal price 9 for 99. And I'm thinking, Dickens is Go Groupie. Is it a saving discount place? Is it, I mean, on 60 quid, Cisco. And they've got 6 or 12 luxury Christmas crackers. Whoopee! £24.99. They've got a mattress topper for £14.99. Super dry watch, £99. And a 10 brushes, quid. And I keep getting these things all the time. Perhaps I went to buy something at some point and I didn't. There you go. But if anybody knows more about it, do please point me in the right direction, because the dead financier's friends, the leading Epstein Island, he was so rich. Mixed with Prince Andrew. I don't really know what to talk to. I cannot understand what the connection is between Jeffrey Epstein, paedophile, Andrew, but here they park, literally come out of prison. What were they talking about? You know, was he going, oh, well, thank you for looking after Sarah Ferguson, or what was it? What was it? More meets the eye. It's very strange. It says here, there is a locking bars. They've got locking bars. He said, what makes it peculiarly placed in the building, but the locking bar is on the out, as if it were intense, a lovely resort. It looks all... He's obviously got loads of money, or he had loads. Going to, I've got no idea. You know, I mean, it's just bizarre. It's the oddest with all these famous people. Everybody. They've got, you know, the yachts and all the famous people who went there in party in 2001. And I don't quite get the connection. I know that Andrew is strangely people, but what makes it even more normal, ask Buckingham Palace for a quote, they don't have any quote on anything. They've, you know, all the members of the royal family behind down with them all and told them exactly what went on. Because I just... Also, we told you about the Soham killer. That's, he's got a transgender jail girlfriend called Luna. He's obviously in the wrong place. And a 15-year-old poised to represent her country dies in a riding accident the other day. Absolutely terrible. The trouble is, going once, and my goddaughter, till a horse fell on her. And these things, I mean, it was dangerous. It got tangled up in its reins and everything else. Absolutely dreadful. And she was very ill for a long while. So her father said, I think no more riding. You know, it all looks very nice when they're little kids, when they get horses. Steve, there's no cream. All the cream up. So no, Steve. No cream at the top. You can see it at the top. It's lovely. Delicious. Now we joining in the conversation. Oh, dear. He's got a new book out. I'll tell you now, it comes out very shortly, and it's vegetarian. I don't think he's ever done a vegetarian cookbook, but he says here, hope you're well, mate. Mate. Seriously. What's the best start to the day? Guy's question. Steve, because you do really every single morning, does that mean when you go to Australia you don't get jet lag? I wish. Actually, funny thing is, somebody told me the secret to jet lag, and I can't remember what it was. Well, we've been keeping up with things going on, but the book sounds great. Vegetarian book. Perhaps we'll have to arrange something. I'll get my producer Thomas to maybe sort out. You can come in and we can do you for the vegetarian cookbook, because people like things like that. There's more and more vegetarian. In fact, my producer Thomas, he's a bit of a lapsed vegetarian, Jamie. He's a bit of a lapsed vegetarian. He does do vegetarian, but then occasionally he does meat. And so as far as I'm concerned, that's not being a vegetarian. I mean, at the moment, I'm eating normal, but I wouldn't class myself as vegetarian because I like a bit of meat. And the one thing I did for ages, I haven't had any steak. I don't know. I normally buy a little piece of fillet steak, which is like an arm and a leg, and I cut it up and with rice and everything else, but I haven't had that for a long time. Funny. So I do have it. I haven't had it for weeks, I've just told you. No, I don't. I'm a well-cooked boy, I'm afraid. Hate me in restaurants. Chefs and cooks hate people who go done. When I go into a restaurant, if I go somewhere and they've got liver, they would say, cooked, and I go, cremated. And they look at me like, you can see, chef's going to have a bit of a mare of a day on this one. But I like it cremated. Only because my mother used to do it with crispy edges. And it was lovely, and I don't want to see any pink. It makes me feel as though it's still pulsating. Do you have it rare then? Do you have it very That's still moving, Ollie. Oh, no, I've got to... And they all know now, if ever I have it in Joe Allen's, that if it isn't cremated, it goes back. I've sent back 3 times before now. In the end, the chef's going, what, back in again? What now? He says it's not cremated enough. And I have to explain to the waiter or the waitress, absolutely cremated. But I have to be honest, me, liver, bacon, mashed potato, onion gravy, yum. But vegetarian cookbook sounds a winner, Jamie. So he'll be in the gym at this time. He'll be in the gym. He works out, he goes to the gym. I'm still loving your house. Just the Tudor one. Love the Tudor one. Anyway, we'll take a short break for the news. Tell you more about Julie Andrews. When she made her first appearance back in 2010, they gave her 2 stars, and she wheeled out support singers because she'd had a problem. But anyway, 125 for her November the 2nd. A conversation with Julie Andrews of an English show. It's not with Dame. We've done it with Jamie on the press. People bring a bit excited, or as I prefer to call it,
on Global Player and
Play.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Boris Johnson has announced £100 million of funding to improve security and cut crime in prisons in England and Wales. The money will go towards equipment like weapons and phones into jails, not enough to reverse years of Conservative cuts. Shadow Secretary Richard Bergen says it's just more electioneering from the Prime Minister.
The government seems to be preparing for some sort of general election headlines and not really looking in deep at the things that need to be done to turn our prison service around.
In London, police were called to Munster Square lately. No arrests have been made. Donald Trump's national security advisor says the US could strike a post-Brexit trade deal with the UK by sector basis. John Bolton has suggested there should be a focus on areas where there's broad agreement, like manufacturing, and more complicated sectors should follow later. A new poll suggests a majority of the British Johnson should suspend Parliament in order to push through Brexit. MPs are calling on using mobile to be extended to include hands. Select Committee says it still creates the same risks of collision because of how distracting it can be for drivers. Labour's Daniel Zeichner sits on the committee and has told LBC the current law gives the misleading impression that hands-free use is safe.
Evidence given to my parliamentary committee shows that hands-free is a distraction as well. I'm surprised at the drive limit.
Hong Kong's airport is struggling to reopen after thousands of protested into the main terminal. The against alleged police brutality forced all to be cancelled yesterday. The territory's leader, Carrie Lam, says dialogue will only begin when protests stop. And he decided not to play in the singles at the US Open later this month. The former world tennis number 1 lost night's first competitive. The LBC markets report the FTSE 100 will 22.26 after closing down points yesterday, and the pound buys $1.20 and €1.07. LBC weather: another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east. Largely dry and a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon.
We're big on getting the day off to a great start. Big on packing in the protein for just 95p with something 39, and at 55p, big on a litre of orange juice that won't squeeze the budget. Now that's big on quality and always little on price. Availability selected stores exclusive.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation.
Tuesday, 13th of August. You know, I mean, it is nearly... Well, it's cold this morning. It's a bit... it's cold in the studio. Seriously, it's... brought a blanket in. You know, the Queen sits in the back of that huge state limousine thing with a blanket over it. I'm like the same. I need to bring in a hot water bottle. It says, from lucky 13 comes from the Bible, with 13 at the Last Supper, but walking unlucky, a wonderful childhood, wonderful wife, and 6 after my love passed away. I'm loved by another wonderful woman, and I'm a retired fireman. And I'm many ladders. I suppose you'd have to fireman, weren't you? Any portable hot dog vans go forth to Goldsmiths. Any residents locally have a barbecue, says Sue Ann. Can you imagine? You put a burger van right outside Goldsmiths. How funny. Better. Much better for you. Being dictated to by people who are saying, I'm sorry, because I believe in this, you're not having it. I mean, that drives me mad, actually. Steve, I get my raw milk from at a dairy. They wean the cow don't remove the cows from their mums after a couple of days. Great taste. Says Ingrid. I love ice cold milk. I've got a thing about it. Every time I ice cold milk, I always think we were in the middle of years back at the it was great fun actually, but it was boiling hot, and the person who had the biggest queue was the ice cream man in the middle of the field. He was doing ice cream. We queued up with the rest of them to go and get an ice cream. But the interesting thing was, I've always fantasised that I was selling milk there and selling ice cold milk, you know, on a boiling hot ice cold milk, and I thought you could do really well on that. My ex-hubby used to want his steak cremated times, whereas my uncle used to say, just take off its horns and wipe his bottom. I don't know why. The key to cooking steak is 3 minutes on top, 3 minutes over hot platter from the oven, and rest for 6. I can't do the resting. I've seen them doing it. Jamie's done the yeah, but I don't want to do it. Listen, I want to take it out of the frying pan and eat at home in one piece. I cut it up. I live with a pair of scissors. I don't use a knife because I'm too worried I'm going to slice. But I use kitchen scissors for cutting bacon, steak, vegetables, everything. Makes me somewhat... You've heard of 3 minutes on top? Yes, I thought you might have. Just back from Las Vegas. Let's not talk about it. Steve, better in glass bottles. The milk draws all the toxins from plastic, says Marilyn. And Steve, who used the milk machine? Do you remember Mickey, a sort of chocolate milk drink it could dispense? Oh. I remember chocolate milk. Now we've got Phil Vickery. Phil Vickery said, is it to do with the sinews in it? It's supposed to make it bend. He did apple crumble the other day, Phil Vickery. I was only talking about apple crumble the other day. He does apple crumble on the television. What's going on? It was delicious. Although, this was in Bill's, which, to be honest, the service was getting the food out of the kitchen was a nice Saddle as Wells around the corner, so it was local. And apple thing, but it was an unusual topping, and it came with a pot of custard and ice cream. And I said yesterday, who has ice cream and custard? You don't. Apparently, he said, you have to rest it. He says it just relaxes the meat. And then he sent me a photo of... don't show me apple crumble. I'm trying to be good with my diabetes, and it's not going so well at the moment, and it's... why? Probably because I'm eating the wrong rubbish. But this morning, I didn't do particularly well, so should we do this morning? There we go. 11. It's supposed to be about... I mean, I can get away with it just about, but... And then looks delicious. Wonder why we like apple... Mind you, I like stew, full stop. Phil on this one. I've seen such shiny apples. He said, oh, yes, hot and cold combination, boss. I get captain from my friend, boss from you, and from Jamie Oliver I get mate. You know, you're in good company on this programme, I tell you. They're all listening. Everybody's listening. Have you tried cold brew coffee? Yes. Yes. When you say cold coffee, I've tried this I wonder what it is today. Try sucking 3 polo mints. When finished, try a glass at Trucker Chris. Oh, right, OK. So, not another picture from... Oh, another picture. Oh, don't. I'm a diabetic. I get upset seeing this. I saw some chips the other day. They were cooked by another chef on the television, and he doesn't... It comes out, so it looks like a little tube of potato, and then he deep fries it, but they're triple. I mean, to be honest with you, they look like slightly smaller and thinner. And I love a potato croquette. I have scampi today, but I don't think fried is going to be any good scampi. But I could have scampi and a couple of croquettes. God, honestly, it's so depressing being a diet. And it's getting worse as it heads towards Christmas. People will be tempting me with sort of stuff like the rice pudding. Rice pudding made with cream, one of my favourites. All the best chefs, says Pete, especially Italians who use scissors for pizza and not those daft wheelie things. Well, you see, I've been using scissors for ages, and people say, didn't you have a set of knives? I said, I've got a set of knives, but I just prefer using scissors. And once they go a little bit blunt, I throw them away and go and get another pair. Room temperature is key for frying a good steak. Jane says, when I was pregnant, ice cream and custard was my craving. What, together? That is really odd. Little Julie says, please wish Spiker Maria and hubby a very happy 50th wedding anniversary. Both are listening together, so I'm sure, as Steve mentioned, it'll be the icing on the cake. What are my brothers having for his wedding? What if they're having they must be having a cake, mustn't they? one of my former producers, Giles, years ago, he had a cupcake wedding cake. So it was all different cupcakes. And I haven't eaten cupcakes. They don't well with me, but I do like them. They do really... You only do... The ones in Costco are huge. They're really big. Big. We love a big cake. I'm still wondering about this sucking 3 Polo mints and then drinking a glass of ice cold milk. How does that work? 3 Polo mints. Those Hubble 5 years ago. Off trolley. Seriously. I might as well have sort of just girded to people. Hello. You know, I had to sit in a bath afterwards. I was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. People go, oh, did you enjoy that, Steve? No, I didn't. Steak is an arm and a leg. I thought it came from the flank, says Taff. Thanks. Says, I have a glass of cold milk at bedtime and have done since I was a child. Is that okay? Is it okay to drink cold milk? I hope so. Photograph, puffing a cigarette, Joanna Lumley has nicotine. She's always smoked. It was sort of built into the part, wasn't it? I just loved her, and she's great. I think she's still fab. Whose birthday we're celebrating today? Alan Shearer, the striker turned TV pundit, and also, who's your hero? Alan Shearer is so boring. And why is he your hero? I mean, oh right, okay. He captained it 4 times, and he remains top goal scorer. Interesting. In fact, he used to do headers 100 a day in practice. So he used to worry that he might have been left with an increased risk of dementia. So he's 49 today. Hard. Good. Friend of mine in Twickenham, his name's Tim. He celebrates his birthday today. I'm led to believe and I think he's going to be down the Barmy Arms this afternoon, being 50. Honestly, it makes you feel, when they go, somebody's 50, and you go, is that all? Perhaps I should start going backwards. I did try that for a while, and then people are writing going, you're not 39. I go, I can be whatever I want to be, but it didn't well with people. They thought I was mad. Ever have warm milk on cereal? Only in the winter. In the winter, warm milk on cereal. I don't like soggy. I noticed that your grandmother had fruit juice on a cereal. She's fruit juice on... That's a bit... She doesn't like milk. I doesn't drink anything like that at all. So she puts fruit juice... What sort of cereal does she put fruit juice on? Cornflakes. We actually, when I went to prep school when I was a little boy, when I was about 9 years old, one week they actually... we'd been naughty. All the boarders. They had boarders, day boys, and then, us. And on Sunday, it was our treat. It was the only day of the week we never had haddock. And we used to have on Sunday bread rolls and cornflakes, which we only got once a week on the Sunday. And they didn't give us any milk. We'd been naughty. So they said you can have them dry. So we poured coffee on our cereal. Didn't go down well at all. But we were so excited just to get a bread roll. Easily pleased. And milk is so... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Oh, yes. Moment. There's so many things I want to do, and we don't have enough time on the programme at the moment. It's just racing through. Because born on this day, Alfred Hitchcock and Annie Oakley. She was the 5-foot-tall American sharpshooter, made her name with Buffalo Bill. Well, not with him. I mean, they might have, I don't know. But she performed for Queen Victoria. But she was riveted. Because they brought over Wall's Buffalo show over here with real American Indians. They brought over here, and it's fantastic. They had all sorts of things, pretend shootouts. The British public loved it. But Annie Oakley died in 1926, so you won't have known her, but I'm just mentioning it now because I feel duty-bound to mention these people. And 1964, young Chris will know this, the recorded Baby Love, which would be, on August the 13th, their first UK #1. And in 2016, Kenny Baker. Remember Kenny Baker? You do. What was he? Come on. You're thinking of somebody else. OK, he was the actor who played R2-D2 in Star Wars. He was 81. 81. Quarter past is the time, the LBC News with Simon Conway.
Boris Johnson has announced £100 million of funding to improve security and cut crime in prisons in England and Wales. Donald Trump's national security advisor says the US could strike a post-trade deal with the UK on a sector-by-sector basis, and MPs are calling using mobile driving to be extended to include hands-free mode. LBC weather, sunshine and scattered showers, mainly east 1 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb in Basebourne. Queensway are both still closed, and that was after the happened yesterday. Lanes open on the A40 Northern roundabout, and that's because of emergency repair works. In Paddington, still restrictions on the Edgware Road Street after an accident. Woolwich Ferry can't because of the ongoing. And that's likely to be suspended for the rest.
LBC.
You know now who. Listen to Full Disclosure, an insightful podcast featuring rare, candid conversations with the big politics, entertainment and sport. It gives you a look into their lives. Keep an eye on your wireless home security. You can monitor Full with James O'Brien. New every Monday. Thanks to Blink Home Security Cameras.
Little in the day off to a great start. In the 95p yogurt, big on a kilo of the crunchiest cola for 49, and at 55p big orange juice that won't. Now that's big and always little on price. So selected stores.
There's nothing like meeting face to face. Like Zoom to make that happen. Zoom lets you connect in town or around the world. Zoom type your communication needs. Easy platform for video conferencing, webinar, conference room. Easily from anywhere. Your mobile phone, your laptop room is how business gets done. Get your free account at zoom.com today. Meet Zoom.
Be the one who. There's now less than claim back your missed. Don't be the one who never bothered to claim. Billions are still owed to people just like you. Claim lender or financial ombudsman, or save time and let us. All it takes text to Gladstone Brooks. You can get started even right now. Word claim to 66
Stone Brooks.
High quality, affections designed. That's Room Sense. Book your free Room Sense home design visit and show you samples in kitchen and give you a quote all before we leave.
At a price and afford. Room Sense.
Book today at room.co.uk.
Silence the squawk. Find brand new cars ready to drive away today with Auto Trader.
Is she checking me out? Surely not. Here we go. She's coming over. Play it cool, Josh. Play it cool.
Excuse me, you dropped your card?
Oh, some mornings just call for a sausage and egg book. Served before 10:30 a.m, except in selected restaurants. Serve this until 11 a.m.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. Hot milk and shredded wheat. Darkest winter food. And then Josh says my grandmother had dry butter on, and I did too. I'll tell you, it was blooming difficult to butter Weetabix. Very difficult, because it used to crumble and you'd end up with a right load of old mess. Mike says, I've got a veggie cookbook, and the last chapter explains, if you don't know what is, how to eat the book. Thank you. Kevin the Milkman says, our silver top and gold top milk homogenised and still has cream on the top. Our sales are going up as customers want to go back to how milk used to taste. Most, if not all, whole milk in the shops is homogenised nowadays and just doesn't taste the same. Speaking of taste, I'm having liver, bacon and mash now. When I get home, you've got my hunger pack overdrive. It's delicious. Liver, bacon, mashed potato and onion gravy. Delicious. Ollie in Purley. Milk, and I put orange juice on muesli or cornflakes. Add orange juice on muesli because you don't like milk. I've been told that resting meat stops it bleeding juices all over the dinner plate, especially annoying when they blend in with the mashed potato. Oh. Yeah, but it must be fairly rare, mustn't it? It's got juices bleeding out all over the place. And Steve, heading back this afternoon from a fountain in Edinburgh, must have put on half a stone. Food has been amazing, as well as the shows. Also bought Christmas from the Royal Yacht Britannia. If it's good enough for the Queen, says Elaine. Yes, a show up. Ian Dale has just finished doing a show up there, and I think they're all coming out as podcasts. There'll be a lot of podcasts somebody will have to put together. And all that's coming up as well. But Biggins has got his show there, interviewing various people. I think it's a version of his one-man show, which is very good indeed. Face of the fearless PC run down with his own car. This is what's happening here. This is suffered a broken pelvis and other injuries, and it's dear. There's a story here: the hounding of a hero. It beggars belief. A British officer who's Oh, thank you. A British... Obviously, Ava joined... Not Ava, what's it called? Siri joining. I've got it on the brain now. It beggars belief, it says here, a British officer who's defused bombs, been crippled in battle and decorated for valour, is now being investigated for the 8th time over the death of an Iraqi 16 years ago. Under Army recruitment is in crisis. Also, this is... oh, dear. A Tesco worker sacked for chasing a thief. Weeks later, he killed himself. I don't think you're supposed to chase thieves, are you? I always thought it's a case of, listen, they're insured for certain things, so it doesn't matter. I mean, if someone's off with a bottle of whiskey, who the hell's going to chase after somebody for something worth about 10 quid? And so they always say, don't bother. Don't bother. You know, so if you're in a bank, it's no good being a hero. You know. Steve, I get nagged more green veg. It's a bit boring, so try and fail. Go back to the fry up. Hey, that has fresh tomato. See, I don't like grilled tomatoes on a fry up. I'm not good for things like that. No, I just fried bread. Yeah, but I'm not fussed over them. I can do without much. I do like tinned tomatoes. I can do tinned tomatoes and fried bread. Fried bread is yummy, yum yum. And hash brown, yeah, hash brown. And then I like beans on top of the fried bread with some nice bacon and maybe 1 or 2 sausages. There was that. Did you see that that breakfast the other day? Had 15 sausages, 15 slices of fried bread, 15 rounds of toast, 15 slices of bacon, 15 eggs, 15 black puddings. It was something like 13,000 calories. If you finished it, you got free breakfast for a year. To be honest with you, I sort of looked at it. That looks doable. And then I thought, no. You know when you eat something and you think, I had a zip down the front of my tummy. And you just go zip and open it up, take all the food out, put it in the side, zip yourself up again, and then carry on. I can't stand milk, Steve. We're finding loads of you this morning. Coconut milk is the best substitute. Is it really? Is it really? And what have they got now here? And control diabetes to lower dementia risk. Oh, God, that's all I need to look forward to. Diabetes could lower the risk of dementia. Well, I'm doing my best. Doing my best. I mean, it might not be as good as we think it is. Lots of people, well, in fact, all the papers are today covering Nigel Farage's rant at the royal family. I think he did it overseas. I'm pretty certain. And I was thinking to myself at the time, well, you know, that's what he does. He comes up with controversial things, and it's obviously what he was sort of thinking about at the time. 1930s peaky plots reflect the splits we see again today. And parents' legal battle to save a child. Hopes are dashed as the Scots reject a deal on wonder drugs. It's so expensive, isn't it? And Biggins. I've known Biggins for quite a number of years. I promise you, he is most entertaining you could ever go out with. There's a lovely picture of him and Barbara, and I think they went out for a lunch. And because he's been with Neil decades. I've lost track of how long they've actually been together. But it was never very fashionable in the beginning because he worked on children's television, and a lot of people put together homosexuality and paedophiles. He said people who now, of course, it's incomparable. Also, he lost Scylla. He said, sometimes I think Scylla that. I think Paul O'Grady says the same, and then you suddenly realise, I can't. But it was when he won the Jungle, life changed. Life changed for him, only because he seems to be not permanently happy, but he's a jolly sort of person. The Chuck Norris breakfast, 15,000 calories. Oh, goodness. And Helen says, I saw your YouTube piece with no leopard. Imagine I was allowed to actually hold it. As I said before, though, it didn't live, had brain damage, but it was so gorgeous. It was so gorgeous, I can't tell you. At a local car boot sale, says Mike, I saw a lady with the Best of Bros CD. Is that an oxymoron? She was offering £5 to anybody who'd take it off her. So cruel, so cruel. Custard and cream together, says Sarah C, with apple crust. Get very strange looks at restaurants when you ask for both. The other day, I didn't even ask for it. But it arrived. And to be honest with you, I just had the custard. Because I love custard. I love custard. Unfortunately, again, useless for diabetics. I wish there was something easy that you could have. And don't tell me there's custard. I can't bear it. It's awful, really, isn't it? What have we got here? A typhoon. Oh, that typhoon. How dithering. Are you a ditherer? You a ditherer? Ollie's a bit of a ditherer at times, I can imagine. You a ditherer, yeah. A bit undecisive. So where do you drink? Oh, I don't mind. It's up to you. No. Where do you drink? Oh, no, you pick. You know, you get that all the time, don't you? I used to say to people, well, do you fancy this one? Yeah, that'll do. And then I go, do you want to go? Or are you just saying that? No, I'm just saying that. Well, where do you want to go? Oh, I don't know. Surprise me. All right, we're not going for a drink then. Go and sit in a milk bar. Much easier. So it costs us 450 quid a year. That's what they've worked it out at. Leaving it too late to find... I used to leave Christmas shopping until sometimes... And that's where you rush around. And it was always difficult to know what to buy people. So you'd rush into your local superstore or, department store. And there'd be a girl there standing with her boobs resting on the counter, demonstrating sort of, these gift sets and everything else. You go, oh, that one, that looks nice. And a bit of gold trim around it. And they go, would you like it gift wrapped? And you go, yeah, I love it gift wrapped, thank you. So they gift wrap it and all the rest of it. And you take it home without realising that your mother has always used the same perfume. It's not like young people who swap, mix and match. 1 minute you're Calvin Klein, the next minute you're Issey Miyake, and the next minute you're Gucci and stuff like that. Your mother would stick to the same perfume throughout her life. And my mother's would, which is lovely. It always reminds me of her. But you'd buy people this perfume that you'd straighted by the tall, busty woman, and you take would try it and go, smells horrible. Smells like cat wee. And they say, well, obviously, this must be your favourite because you bought it for me. And so people spray it on and then go downstairs. And the person who's bought it go, horrible smell. Because nobody knows, do they? Nobody's honest nowadays. That's why it's always better. Oh, a vibrating doorbell. What an excitement that you can get nowadays. And it vibrating. It's only £52. Let's get one. A vibrating. I wanted one of those doorbells that, you ring it and wherever you are, there's somebody at the door trying to break in. And, yes, and they go, I've got a parcel for you, and you go, just leave it outside the door, I'll collect it in a minute. I want one of those things. I can't remember what it's called, but it sounds brilliant. Here, changing light. Everybody was telling me the other night tablets, because I have called a blister pack, but mine is actually a box. Which has 7 days worth of tablets. I do 80 tablets a week. 80 tablets a week. So 320 tablets a month. That's ridiculous. Small wonder I'm rattling at the moment. Steve, I love custard. I make my own. And Dave the trucker says Ambrosia cream rice and custard. Oh, I love cream rice. It's really bad for you, but I love it. He says lovely. Yeah, I agree with you. And Richard, they sell 4 litres of milk in a bag in Canada. 3 bags in an outer bag. Oh, right. Why would you want that much milk? I mean, I have 2 litres of milk in the fridge, and then sometimes I don't get round to drinking it, so I end up throwing it away. But provided the fridge, it keeps it a little bit longer past the date, which is good news. Talking of good news, News Times 6:30 with the headlines. Simon Conway.
The Prime Minister has announced £100 million of investment to improve security and cut crime in prisons. Boris Johnson's walls cannot become factories people worse, but Labour says the measures fall woefully short of what's needed. A murder investigation has started after a man was killed in the latest stabbing in London. He died at the scene near Regent's Park late last night, and police arrests have been made. MPs are calling on the government to consider a ban on drivers using phones in hands-free mode. The Transport Select Committee says the current laws give them misleading that hands-free is safe while behind the wheel. In business, the United States says it's ready to work fast on a trade agreement with the UK after Brexit. Donald Trump's security advisor, John Bolton, thinks a series of deals could be reached on a sector-by-sector basis instead of trying to form one business. In the city, the FTSE will reopen at 72.26 after closing down 27 points yesterday, and the pound buys $1.20 on €7.
LBC Business Update.
With Soldo, pay for businesses, capture receipts on the go.
LBC weather, another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east. Elsewhere largely dry and a high of 21 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Swarbrick, LBC.
Boris Johnson's pledge to get tough on crime, one of them being around stop and search. The Secretary of State for Justice, Robert Buckland.
An intelligence-led stop and search system actually does result in a higher level of arrests. That's
yes, so why would you remove the intelligence-targeted bit and allow police to stop and search whenever they fancy?
Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick.
With Zero, get your digital ready with Zero Accounting.
LBC.
You're here. The CEO's ready for you. You've got 5 minutes.
I'm Mark. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mark. Whenever you're ready.
Honey cakes. Calling. Honey cakes.
You're going to get that.
Calling.
Some mornings just call for a sausage and egg McMuffin. Before 10, except in restaurants which will serve this until 11 a.m.
Hear that? That's how fresh air sounds. Pure air. Like you'll enjoy in your Mini after an air conditioning refresh. $39.99 will clean, treat and disinconditioning, getting rid of odours and bacteria. We'll throw in a summer health check, wash and vacuum too. Breathe easy this summer. Book online today at a time to suit you. Mini. In. Participating Mini retailers only. Subject to health check. Offer ends September 30th, 2019.
There's meeting face, and there's nothing like Zoom to make that happen. Zoom lets you connect and do business across town or around the world. Zoom ties together your community into one easy platform for video conferencing, phone calls, group chat, webinars, and your conference rooms. Connect easily from anywhere. Your mobile phone, laptop, or this is how business gets done. Get your free account at zoom.com today. Meet happy with Zoom.
It's your Stand By Me station.
So darling, by me.
Your You to Me Are Everything station. And, of course, your Easy Like a Sunny station.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
That's the sound of LBC's sister station. That sound of smooth on your radio, global player, or ask your smart speaker to play smooth.
Will you be the one who missed out? There's now less than 3 weeks to claim old PPI. Don't be the one who never bothered to claim. Billions are still owed to like you. Claim for lender or financial ombudsman, or save time and let us manage it for you. All it takes is a simple text to Gladstone Brooks. You can get started anytime, even right now. Text the word CLAIM to 66777.
Gladstone Brooks. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC. Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 7. Tom Swarbrick with you. 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast. All very bouncy. It was very yesterday morning, very bouncy. What will he be doing? Fury, they say. Not that anybody cares, do they? I mean, there are people who don't like. You're entitled to have an opinion, but they say he's had a scathing rant. Family. He called a chain-smoking little woman who liked a gin. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't aware that she... But somewhere in the back of my mind, and I don't know where it is now, I remember seeing a picture of her, perhaps with a cigarette, and then I thought, no, she wouldn't have smoked. Somebody must have photoshopped it. Fun, who does stupid people Very, very stupid people. Well, no, not really. 1 in 3 over 50 is bad shape. They'll be frail by retirement age. So, well, I'm over... anyway. And I don't like to think I'm frail. I think it's good, actually, not smoking. You know, I'm doing this... I'm not really doing it on how many footsteps I'm doing in the course of a day. And so yesterday, being Monday, I did 5,087 steps and climbed 2 floors and kilometres. That's, they say, the distance. I didn't run or any of that, OK? So far, we've done 788 steps, which is, you know, it's a start, isn't it? I mean, I'm not supposed to be that good at it. This is doing 10,000. You know, they always say to me, oh, I did 10,000, Steve. And I go, I'm really pleased for you. Annoyed with people who are so proud of themselves. Go. I have joined gyms in the past. I just can't motivate myself. So somebody said you'll actually get to that stage, Steve, where it's like having sex. I thought, what? I'm going to be in a gymnasium having sex, and all of a sudden they're staring at me. Well, how does that work? You get these sort of you get that euphoric feeling. I said I've never had a feeling in my entire life. What's the point of doing that? Who wants to feel euphoric? Although actually Jamie Oliver said he's more in love with his wife Jules now than he. That depressed me. I think that's quite nice. It's very, well, they must have having enough children. I'm always a big fan, but I don't come from a big family, yet my mother came from a big family. I'd love to have been part of a big family. I've got three godchildren. I'd have liked... They'd have been exhausted, but children. But there you go, listen. 2 toasters of bacon, couple of rather rashers of thick bacon, mushrooms option, or cherry tomatoes. Sally in York says, try aniseed balls and ice. Aniseed balls, you're supposed to suck. Is it something to do with the menthol? Perhaps it could be, actually. My daughter, Katie, has treated me to your December show. Can't wait, says Sally. It's coming down for it. You'll love it. It's nice. The good thing is that all the people at the show, which is each other, well, sort of know each other because which is fantastic. Tony in Twicker says, do you freeze your milk? No. Chauffeur, cold Devon custard really hits the spot. Actually, when you say freezing milk, it used to sit outside my winter, and the cold would force the milk up in the actual bottle. But apart from that, no. Hearing you talk about breakfast before, how about this? Weetabix, Ribena, then another layer of... Oh, my Godfather. Oh, that sounds like a killer for me. I'd never say that. Never survive with that. So Weetabix with milk, then some sugar, neat Ribena on the Ribena. Imagine how many calories there are in that one. It sounds dreadful. You can't eat things like that. I mean, you'd be sort of yourself into the hospital as quick as possible. Anyway, I'm delighted to report that the milkman is making a return. It's nice, actually. It's great if you live in a road with... If you live in flats, milkman looking... Oh. Charity does begin at home. Foreign £1 million bonuses. Snowflakes banning the beef burgers. Let's go outside and eat them. Then bring them into the college. Yumma, yumma, yumma. Really annoy them. Separate beds are very good for marriage. Apparently. Very good. And Prince Philip have separate beds. So, he did arrive at a very, very bad mood. Sitting out in the park, your step count will rocket. I don't really want it to rocket. I don't want to be too fit. I don't want people to say to me, God, you look fit, which nobody's ever said to me. So they've sold his house where he died. Noel Gallagher, leaving London, they've had 2 stabbings in his road, he's decided. And the Met cop, who was told not to go on Big Brother, but quite clearly, arrogant that she is, she decided to go on Big Brother in Nigeria. And unfortunately, she's been caught having hanky-panky on a disgrace to the... And there'll be discipline. If you're told not to do something and you're in the police force, I would expect you to not do it. You know, disagree with someone, you go, well, I'm doing it anyway. It's appalling. It's like one of the blokes in Love Island. He's a fireman. He didn't tell them he was going on Love Island, so hopefully they'll fire him as well. Prosecco o'clock is 6:58 on a Saturday. Who waits that long? 6:58 on a Saturday. In the morning? Well, of course in the morning. What do you think? In the evening? Come on, Ollie, even you couldn't last that long. 6:58 on a Saturday night. I used to do a programme on LBC on a Saturday evening. I used to get loads of people writing in saying, I listen to you while I'm getting ready. And you go, all right. How many tablets a day do you take? A day. I do 7 in the morning, I do 3 at lunch in the evening, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I do 20. So it's about 84 a week, which is about 320 a month. Seems a lot, doesn't it? I think it seems a lot. Steve, you'll end up on Santa's naughty list, as mentioning Christmas this early. Santa nothing about. You're going to find out if you're naughty or nice. Santa, of course, is coming to town. He never said, you're not allowed to talk about Christmas. In fact, he would love you to talk about Christmas all the time. And so consequently, we do talk about it quite a lot, mainly because it's a magical time for children, and it goes by so quickly. You start when you're sort of 3 or 4. Well, when you're 2, you don't know what Christmas is. You just know that there's pretty wrapping paper and you rip it off. They're not bothered with the present. You could seriously wrap up the cat, and it wouldn't make the slightest difference to kids. They just see the paper, rip it off, throw it to one side, rip more paper off. No point in buying presents. You could get away with loads up until the age of about 3. At 3, they then start believing in Father Christmas and going to see Father Christmas and presents. And then when you get to sort of 4 or 5 of the game and you've started going through the Argos catalogue, once you've been through the Argos catalogue and you pick out the items you want and you don't get them, then you have a tantrum, and you're allowed to have tantrum. Then you get to about 10, blasé about the whole thing with the white man with the white beard popping down your chimney with a huge sack. To be honest with you, we kind of gave that one up. Then you get to 15, care less, because all your mates are going, we're going out. And you can hardly say, I'm staying in to wait for Father Christmas. At 15, you're not supposed to say things like that. So I want to hang on to the magic of it longer. Because by the time you get to my age, nobody buys your presents anymore. I'm very lucky that people send me in presents here. In fact, so much so I'm shop. Because I get sent all sorts of nice things in at Christmas. Stuff, really lovely, which is very sweet. Ruth walking out. The council binged to stop the menace of gulls. I don't know what you do with sort of the gulls. And Chris, over in Spain with Steve. Do you remember all that food and drink Saturday night shows? Do I ever? And you two used to hang on. Steve would be whisking it back from the studio. Don't eat everything. Don't eat everything. Oh, it's lovely. Restaurants for us. Top restaurants. Really London would come in and cook for me and a couple of celebrity guests. And for every course, we got so drunk. Roger Whittaker came in with his wife. Went to pour her out of the studio. Seriously, she was imbibing lots of booze. They were giving us free booze, and then they'd say at the end, "Oh, should we leave all the booze?" Yeah. Sober Saturday night ever, which was lovely. Late accusations of class war. And do you realise Weetabix was invented in Australia? We call it Weet-Bix, says Shane. Was it really? Who invented it? Wait a minute. We're going to do we have to check this one out? Tell me things, and I happily, being the trust I am, I go, OK, I'm going to check that out. And then we discover it wasn't true at all. Like the Loch Ness Monster. I just nipped to the loo a minute ago, and one of our sister stations to talk about the Loch Ness Monster. They were beginning to sound like they actually... produced in the UK... Oh, there you go. British version of the original Australian Weet-Bix. Invented an Australian. Well, looky here. Looky here. That's amazing, isn't it? And the company commenced business in England in 1932 in a gristmill at Burton. In 1936, the name of the company was changed to Weetabix Limited. Good heavens above. In 2012, Food announced it was taking a stake in Weetabix in a deal that valued $1.2 billion. Oh, I like shreddies. Shreddies are nice. They're nice. And shredded wheat. We're so similar. We're so similar in just a couple of ways. All this talk of breakfast, says Dan in Essex, I'm now going to have to go to the cafe. Stone Road Cafe, best in East. Talk to me about cafes. I can't have it. I've been very naughty. 7:45. The LBC News now. The headlines with Simon.
Government announced £100 million of funding, improving security and cutting crime in English and Welsh prisons. One of Donald Trump's senior advisers says the US could Brexit trade deal with the UK on a sector-by-sector basis, and a group of MPs wants ministers banning drivers from using their phones, even in hands-free mode. LBC weather, sunshine and was mainly in the north and east. 21 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. In Bayswater, Grove and Queensway both stay closed, and that was after the fire that happened yesterday. So all the buses that go that way, including 7 and 23, are on diversion. So this morning, do allow yourself extra time. Only one lane's open on the A40 westbound at the northern. That's for those emergency repair works. In Paddington, still restrictions on the Edgware Road at Parade Street following an accident. The ferry remains suspended because of the ongoing technical problems.
This is LBC.
A Vauxhall test drive? There is absolutely no reason not to. With a free answer-enabled device when you take a test drive, whether you buy a car or not, you might change your mind. Vauxhall, British brand since 1903. T's and C's apply, subject to availability, participating retailers. Test drive must be completed by 9th of September and 13th of September 2019. No purchase necessary. See vauxhall.co.uk. Test drive T's and C's. Search Vauxhall Test Drive.
It's Stand By Me station.
So darling, stand by me.
Your our everything station. And, of course, your easy like a Sunday morning station. That's the sound of LBC's sister station. That's the sound of smooth radio. Listen on your radio player or ask your speaker. Play smooth.
LB.
Join me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
Time you were in hospital, you probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities you encountered. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or Global Player.
William Company were sold investments by banks and ended up losing money. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims at Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim £65,500. At Goodwin Barrett, able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text GOOD to 60777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text GOOD to 60777 and we'll call you back.
Block management. Oh, it's a doddle, isn't it? Once you've got budget approval, all you need to do is your service charge invoices,
safety regulation, work, do the cleaning, the gardening, general maintenance, sort out site inspections, arrange contracts, insurance, emergency representation.
Yes, block management. Such a doddle.
Save time and money and cut down on the stress. For complete block management solutions, just call ABC Estates. ABC will take care of all your day-to-day management, leaving you as happy as...
For complete block management solutions, see abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
There's nothing like face-to-face. And there's nothing like Zoom to make that happen. Zoom lets you connect and do business across town or around. Zoom all of your communication needs into one easy platform for video conferencing, phone, web, and your conference rooms. Easily from anywhere. Your mobile phone, your laptop, or conference room. Zoom is how business gets done. Get your free account at zoom.com today. Meet happy with Zoom.
Right, team. Any ideas on where we should advertise our new chicken sauce? But quack! Beth?
We could talk to people while they're cooking.
Yeah. No one reads a newspaper while they're cooking. It goes all soggy.
I was actually thinking of radio.
Radio?
Yes. People often listen to it while they're doing something else. Ads related to what they're doing. It boosts results.
Sounds like a recipe for success. Hey?
To find out more about ads on LBC, text to 81156.
Steve Allen on LBC. 84850.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. I've just completed, says Michelle, 5K at the A4, and I run 5K 3 week. I've never been a runner, but now feel better and fitter than ever. Oh, I couldn't run. Seriously, Michelle, I wish I could. I couldn't even run for the bus. It's not that I'm carrying a lot of weight, it's just that I haven't run for years. I think my body's seized up in that department. Penny says, I've always hoped the Royal issue some stamps with George Michael on them like they did after David Bowie died. Yes, well, you never know. Could be people listening to this programme, Penny, that'll be going, do you know, George Michael stamps? Why not? Why not? Big British star. Nice thing to do. Go on, there you go, Royal Mail. They'll about it. Somebody would go, I didn't think about that one. You know, we've done everything else. George Michael, it'd be lovely. The fans would love it. I'd buy them. Daily Express, shocking rise in police assaults. It's this malaise that generally is going through the country on people who have no respect for the police whatsoever. In fact, certain you hate the police, full stop. And you're just doing a job. They're just doing a job. Also, ban hands-free call. MPs demanding prosecutors use kits because they're as harmful as holding a mobile. And as somebody pointed in this programme this morning, well, I tell you what we'll do. Let's ban passengers in cars or ban talking in cars because that is as distracting as being on a telephone. You know, or ban cigarettes because you never keep two hands on the wheel. Some people use one hand on the wheel. It's not good, is it? Separate beds are good for your marriage. Front page of the Daily Mirror. I would think that. If I was in bed, I'd want to stretch out and, you know, I think you get a better night's sleep, don't you? Always found it a little bit of an irritant. Nigel Farage, storm over Farage's violent royal family. Fuels the Queen Mother. Listen, she'd probably laugh, if only she knew how. But she'd be a lumpy woman, chain smoking with a gin. But it was always a gin and Dubonnet, that's what I thought. But I didn't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think she smoked. I don't think she smoked. They think he's gone to Farage. Okay. On Prince Harry, he said he was this young, brave, boisterous, all-male getting into... And he meets Meghan Markle and it's fallen off a cliff. Listen, people are allowed to fall in love. There's no explanation for it. It doesn't make any difference. Rachel Bletchley says why shocked by his Bernard Mute act. What does his odious 1970s style team reveal that we didn't know already? About the racist, sexist, xenophobic, self-serving, hypocritical Brexit leader. Seems pretty standard Farage fodder to me. But she says that it won't drive popularity of people cliff, as he claims Meghan has done to... Listen, they hold hands, they do the PDAs all the time. Only Sarah Ferguson was a happier person, but I fear not at the moment. Andrew must be going through turmoil, wondering where this thing is going. All these big names. Bill Giles, the former weatherman, had an outlook on climate change, insisting it could help warm up our economy after Brexit. A lot of people have said you're mad. George's house, all those flowers outside. The family who've moved in, and George's family had to urge the flans to leaving them because now somebody's bought it, and they don't really want all these flowers everywhere. Daddy is still at another of George's homes. I don't know why. He was left nothing by George. That showed you what George thought of him. That done very well out of George in the time that they were together. But then it's you know, it all sort of changes, doesn't it, really? Mother and son, what a violence. This is Scott Dawson and Carol Dawson. They've been jailed for life after brutally killing a jogger who ran across their land day. Unfortunately, this man was autistic. Now, whether they knew that or not, but they are filth. Absolutely filth. His name was Gary Dean. He'd run 21 marathons. The mum out whilst her son, Gary, Scott shot Gary in the back with a powerful air, battered him to death with rocks as he tried to escape. They're a piece of vile filth. That's all I can tell you. People use words on this programme that describe about these people. And somebody says, Mr. Dean's wife, Caroline, says the brutal nature of his business. I can't begin to imagine the pain and terror he felt as he was beaten to death. What a pair of filth. I hope horrible things happen to you in life, even more horrible than prison. Carol, piece of filth, showed no emotion as a judge said she'd serve a minimum of 26 years and warned she's likely to die in prison. The son's going to serve 31 years. What a filth. Really disgusts me. Really disgusts me, people like that. What's bright yellow and rises early in the morning? Hint, it's me. It's me. Important query of the week. Are you on holiday? If you aren't stubbing your toe 398 times a day, they're still trying to get something going for Emily A. Tack. I don't think it's kind of working at the moment. Also, milk. I'm glad that more people are using milk, and I don't like to see the demise of milkmen. Should we call them milk persons? Are you allowed to call them milkmen anymore? Metro today, I'm too prude. It says Anna Richardson. Doesn't mind standing there watching other people out. I don't quite see the point of it. I do watch, but only if it's on. I don't sort of hunt through for it. The Universe slapping the total ban on beef, which is, about the most boring thing. 60 Seconds with Jamie Redknapp is about as long as you can cope with. Most dull person ever. The Guardian, National Grid accused, a series of blackout near misses revealed. Also, Farage's broadside at Harry and Meghan. And Epstein, the focus turns to British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, of helping the late disgraced financier to groom girls. This thing, you can't make this up. Can't make it up anymore, can you? The Times, the socialite and the scandal, back where you came from. Hong Kong shut as violence escalates. They're not giving up, are they? They're not thousands crowded into the main terminal, many wearing eye patches to show their solidarity with a female shot in her right eye by the police. Amazing. The Telegraph. Oh, look, it's Boris. Public backs Boris. Parliament for Brexit. And protests cancelling all the flights from Hong Kong. Superbug thrives on the sugary diets. And university bans beef. As I say, I'll pick another university to sell beef. The Sun this morning, shock as PC appears. This is somebody who turned up on Nigeria, having been told not to. So obviously, get rid of it. You don't want people like that. She had... There you go, you had that silly one who was on the aircraft, the little trolley dolly who decided to go and have veneers done, boobs done, hair extensions done. What she achieved? Nothing, apart from pity from a lot of people. Just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the podcast today. On the Little Bit Extra, you'll hear about how much Katie Price loves her new boyfriend, as much as she loved all the rest of them. You'll also hear about Gemma Collins reminiscing about her in her younger years. Gemma, we were all slim once, dear. And you'll hear about Molly May and Tommy Fury's visit to an extravagant penthouse suite that actually cost about the same as a night at a Premier Inn. My Little Bit Extra is available very shortly on the Global Player or wherever else you get your podcasts. You just go to lbc.co.uk and you download the app. Costs you nothing, and you can download everybody's podcasts on there. I mean, I don't want to mention mine all the time. It sounds a little bit tedious, doesn't it, really? But yeah, do my best. So, as well as listening live to LBC, come back to this and other LBC programmes on the LBC app, as well as listening to a range of podcasts. I'll be back with you tomorrow at 4. Have a great... because it's Tuesday. I hope my producer gets better soon, poor soul. Coming up at 10 this morning. I was in for James O'Brien, but next, in for Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Here is Tom Swarbrick.
Steve, thank you very much indeed. Morning to you. Welcome to the show at 7.
China is really, really losing patience very quickly with Hong Kong. So people are definitely starting to worry.
China describes the protests as terrorism amid claims of police brutality. We're live in Farage's Royal Rumble.
The Queen smoking gin drinker. Not look after herself at all and live to 101.
Takes on the royal, says Prince Harry has 4 since marrying Meghan. The key bits. We're live to Camden as another stabbing claims another life as crackdown on crime. Overwhelmingly popular with the public. 74% of government's ramping up of stop and... Do you think that reflects the public mood?
On Global Player and
Play LBC.
Conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock. It's announced £100 million of investment aimed at improving security and cutting violence in prisons. The Prime Minister says he wants weapons and to jails, with the money spent on X-ray scanners and metal detectors. The expert, Ian, the priority should be reduced attacks.
20 staff a day will be assaults range from punching, scolding to... And you simply cannot expect broken staff, those sorts of conditions, engaged in the task that we expect them to do.
Labour says the measures fall woefully short of what's needed to make our prisons safe. A man has stabbed near Regent London. The victim died at the scene of the attack last night. LBC's Rachel...
No one's been arrested for this latest murder in
Police telling us that at 11:10 last night they were called out Square. You've got rows of 3-storey blocks of flats here very close to Regent's Park. This morning is cordoned off. Even a play area is wrapped up in police tape as officers stand over another crime scene. We know that the victim, a man, we haven't been told his age, died of his injuries at the scene. Rachel Venables, LBC, Regent's Park.
Donald Trump's national security advisor says the UK will be first in line for a deal with the United States after Brexit. Following talks with Boris Johnson in London, Johnson has suggested an agreement on a gradual sector-by-sector basis. Government to consider banning drivers using mobile phones in heavy mode. The transport secretary says the current laws mislead motorists into thinking it's safe. But Nicholas Lyles from the RAC says it doesn't distracting for drivers.
They should make sure that they tell the person who's on the end of the line that they are driving. Keep the call as short as possible. Certainly when it comes to other distractions inside the vehicles, the research at the RAC has suggested that the biggest distraction inside the vehicle is actually other passengers.
A Met police officer is appearing on the Nigerian version of Big Brother, despite being refused permission by her bosses. Scotland Yard says it hadn't granted Kafi Karim's request to appear TV show, and she went on it anyway. She'll now face an internal investigation. The LBC markets report the FTSE 100 will reopen at 72.26 after closing down 27 points yesterday, and the pound buys $1.20 and €1.07. LBC weather, another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east. Elsewhere largely dry and a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
The world's longest wedding dress was longer than the Grand National Racecourse. Tonight, the Euro Millions jackpot is a colossal £69 million. 69 million! Now that's big.
Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Amazing starts here.
Estimated jackpot. Procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Is LBC from Global. Leading conversation. Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom.
Just gone 7 a.m. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari at breakfast here on LBC. On the show, the who want to ban hands-free driving, and yet
the research the RAC has done suggests that the biggest distraction inside the vehicle is passengers.
No suggestion about banning them, though. We'll look into it. Also,
strong support. He really does look forward to the to negotiate with a fully independent Britain outside the European Union.
A Brexit trade boost. US promises quickie deals, and
a man's died after a stabbing in Camden overnight. I'm LBC in Munster Square.
Another murder investigation in London, another stabbing as the public have their say on Boris Johnson's crime crackdown.
Call 0345 06973. Tweet at text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Morning to you. But notice that Boris Johnson wants you to know that he is getting tough on crime. More prisons to be built, more serious offenders behind bars, more money for the Crown Prosecution Service, 20,000 extra police officers, and greater powers for those police, including, perhaps most controversially, a relaxing of the restraints on stop and search. This morning, we have a better picture of what the country seems to think about these changes. And while it is just one poll, and it is by no means comprehensive, I can't help but think it presents the fact that Westminster has been behind the public when it comes to getting tougher on crime and those who commit it. Depending on what paper, depending on what you consume, you might be left with the impression that voters are concerned by these changes, that they are worried about their wider social implications of things like increasing stop and search. Well, according to this poll, YouGov has found 74% of voters support the government's move to roll restrictions on stop. 14% were opposed. Among different sets of voters, 93% of Tories, 61% of who opted for Labour and the Lib. Important if you believe an election is coming. 90% of people who backed Brexit in the referendum support the decisions. 65% of Remainers do too. And interestingly, I think people aged 25 to 49 were 71% in favour versus 15% against, while amongst the over 65s, the split is even greater, 89% to 6%. So is this a fair reflection of how popular these changes seem to be? In a moment, we'll speak to the former London Mayor for Policing and Crime, Stephen Greenhalgh. First, Charlotte Pickles is Director of Reform, the independent think tank for public services. I wonder what you take from this poll, Charlotte. Good morning.
Morning, Tom. I think it's not surprising. I mean, if you think about what we've seen over the last few years, which is an increase in obviously the tragic, almost daily, young people dying on these streets, it feels like, why not police doing more? If the problem is knives, we need to find the knives. So out there and let's use stop and search. The problem, it looks like you're being tough on crime. The evidence shows that stop and search has almost a impact on violence in particular, but generally on crime levels, and actually the negative impact further marginalising people and potentially reducing trust in those communities, trust in the police, can mean that actually the police are in a worse position for tackling.
There is definitely a balance to be struck between making sure that you stop the right people believed to be carrying weapons rather than impeding the freedom of everybody on the basis that you think that they might be. But at the same time, what can possibly be wrong with taking knives off the streets?
Oh, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, in fact, there's everything right with taking knives off the streets.
Done by stopping and searching people, doesn't it?
It has to be done in different ways. Stop and search, I don't think anyone's saying should be, blanket banned. That would obviously be crazy. It is an important tool that the police have in their approach crime. So yes, of course it should be used, but it needs to be used in a targeted way. It needs to be used in a sensitive way, and it needs to be delivered in a way that gives confidence to those communities. Because where you actually look at areas that have been most particularly youth violence, often gang-related violence, I'm thinking particularly cities in America, actually they've used a much more holistic approach, and stop and search is a tiny element to do.
I'm not sure that people are saying search alone will deal with them. You say give confidence to communities finally. Communities, and how?
Well, it's the communities that are being most by knife crime. So I'm thinking particularly communities that are often facing significant disadvantages.
But won't those communities want knives just as much as everybody else?
Absolutely they do. But the point here is how you ensure that you get the knives off the street. So yes, we need to have a massive focus on what is obviously a terrible rise in knife crime. We need to make sure we're investing in that. So any additional funds that can go to are welcome, which does seem to be what the government wants to do. The problem, though, with on stop and search is it means that you are you're looking at a single aspect of what should be a much bigger program. And so in terms of those communities that I was mentioning, who absolutely many of those communities have great involvement because they want to be safe, right? The parents living in those communities want their children to go out and to play and to be able to progress. So stop and search and simply just flooding those areas with police isn't going to. You need neighbourhood policing, you need meaningful engagement, you need to build relationships.
OK, Charlotte, thank you. Charlotte Pickles, Director of Reform, the independent think tank for public services. Listening to that at 7:09, Stephen Greenhalgh, former Deputy London Mayor for Policing and Crime. Stephen, welcome to the programme. This is just electioneering. This is presenting the public with some nice, easy, low-hanging fruit, which they are accepting gladly. Any change?
Well, I don't know. I think it's important to... The poll that you refer to reflects that an all-time high, violent crime at a 10-year high, and we need sensible measures, and including I think are relaxing the stop and search that were imposed only a few years ago, and increasing police officer numbers, and I think those two measures will have a big impact on the streets.
Isn't it a tacit admission, though, that the Union government during that time lost control of the streets?
Well, I think I certainly believe that greater reduction in the use of stop and search. There's no doubt that back in 2010, stop and search levels were probably too high, but then there was over time, and then the police lost the confidence to use the power, and I think it's important that we have a Home Secretary that stands behind the police and gives them the confidence to use this important power to take the knives off the streets.
How much stop and search is too much stop and search, in your view?
Well, in London, I think it was over 600,000. With stop and account, it was over 1 million. That was high, but it's collapsed to just over about 150. I certainly think, we can certainly see a doubling, if not tripling, of the level of stop and search, given the rise in knife crime from where we are. We still wouldn't be at the same levels as in 2010.
And the effectiveness of that stop and search in dealing with of why it is people are carrying the city?
Well, you need more police officers in neighbourhoods, and we've seen knife crime. So it is very. It has to be targeted. It has to be focused on knife crime carriers, but that's something that the police can do, provided the politicians give them the confidence to use those powers.
I'm grateful. Stephen Greenhalgh, former Deputy London Mayor and crime. So whether it's policing powers or the justice system as a whole, more confidence is given to it by Boris Johnson's investment in it. David Locke, specialising in law and a former justice minister. Thank you for your time, David. Do you think the greater investment in the judiciary, whether it's prisons or police or courts, is going to help and prosecuting more criminals?
Well, it will end up with more young people behind bars. It'll end up increasing the fact that we, as a country, put more of our young people behind bars than any other country in Europe, twice as many as Holland, many as Holland, 50% more than France, Germany. And it will have absolutely no effect on the underlying causes of knife crime. In contrast, we've seen knife crime in Scotland, in Glasgow, reduced by approximately 3/4 in the last 5 years as a result of a holistic approach which looks at a whole, none of which are the tools that the present government is announcing.
Well,
this has got everything to do with increasing the public's perception that the government is tackling crime.
So they're being duped.
Nothing to do with actually reducing crime.
So we're being duped. We're being lied to. We're being persuaded to think different things. This is all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. It's not all smoke and mirrors. This is all appearing to pander to what the public think from their perspective, from people who are far away from the communities that are affected, and has nothing to do with the evidence as to what will actually reduce crime in those affected communities. So it's all about electioneering and fighting crime. If you wanted to really fight crime, you would follow the models of the policies that have worked to reduce knife crime in Scotland and elsewhere, as Charlotte rightly said. But if you don't want to do that, if you're not really interested in that, all you're really interested in is votes, then you take the sort of attitude that the present government has taken. This is a cynical attempt to use a serious problem as a vehicle to garner popularity. It's not a serious policy proposition.
I wonder, finally, David, whether you think the public health approach that has worked in Scotland, that is going to take, as some have said, a decade or so to actually bear fruit, to come into fruition, to show the effects of that investment in things like youth services and whatever else it might be. And that this move now on the policing front is actually to deal with the problem as it exists in order to bring the numbers of knives down and hopefully the number of stabbings.
It doesn't work. The evidence conclusively shows that harassment of innocent young people does not work. It stops up your lines of intelligence. Adaptive.
I'm grateful. Thank you. David Locke QC, practising QC, specialising in public law, a former justice. You are part of the 74% of people, according to this poll, that back the restrictions or removing those restrictions on stop and search. You're being duped. You're wrong. It doesn't work. There is no evidence to suggest that widening stop and search, that making it less targeted, takes more knives off the streets and protects more people. Electioneering and nothing more. You're wrong. Feel that way? Still think Boris Johnson is wrong to be doing this? Come to your thoughts on that in just a moment. In a few moments' time after the news, we're live to Camden, where another stabbing has claimed another life. Our reporter Rachel Venables will bring us a live report. Plus, to Hong Kong too. China have called the protests a form of terrorism as the airport cancelled thousands of flights in and out of the city. We'll get a live report. Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari at breakfast here on LBC 7:16. Your news headlines. Simon Conway.
The Prime Minister has announced £100 million of extra funding to improve security in prisons, but Labour says the money is not enough and it's just more electioneering. A man has died after being found stabbed near Regent's Park in London last night. And Donald Trump's national security advisor says the UK in line for a trade deal with the United States after Brexit. LBC weather, sunshine and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC travel very slow on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 21 at the M1 to 19 at Watford, and it's also very busy on the M11 southbound to the North Circular Road. There's been an accident on the Estaines bypass at the M25 junction. It's actually on the roundabout itself, so that's quite slow on all approaches. Westminster Bridge Road, that's busy heading towards the Albert Embankment because of the roadwork. Also, problems continue in Bayswater. Westbourne Grove and Queensway are both still closed after the fire yesterday.
This is LBC.
My mum got my first steps. She can't remember walking me to my first day at school or watching me walk down the aisle. She doesn't even remember I'm her daughter. But I do. That's why I'm walking the Alzheimer's Society Memory Walk for my mum. Join me to help defeat dementia. Sign up at memorywalk.org.uk. Who will you walk for? memorywalk.org.uk.
LBC Business Hour with Ian Dale. Every Thursday evening from 8, answering questions from new startups to established companies.
When it comes to selling your startup business, nobody can actually have that passion you've got for it yourself. For me, that's why the startup failure rate is high, because they don't know how to market and sell themselves, and if they don't sell, they don't have a business.
LBC Business Hour with Business. Unlimited data plans specifically for small businesses. LBC.
If Superfast Fibre Essential, go on. And BT Sport together, go on. You can choose tech worth up to £249. Like an Xbox One S All Digital Edition or a Samsung Galaxy tablet. Oh, get in! It's $39.99 a month with a 24-month contract, $99 setup. Join by 15th of August in time for the new season. Search BT Broadband. BT. Be there.
CPI increase each March from 2020. BT Sport content and price may change. New customers £47.99 a month from month 25. Terms apply.
It's never nice missing out, but millions are doing just that. Account that doesn't pay them any interest on their hard-earned money. TSB is here to help. They offer interest to all their Plus account customers for no monthly fee. So if you're one of the millions of people who are missing out, talk to TSB. Terms and conditions apply.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? At Wix, we take care of everything. Hiring ideas in our new brochure to experts with the know-how to design your perfect kitchen. And right now, there's up to 50% off kitchen installation in our great summer sale. For minimum spend, terms and exclusions, see wix.co.uk.
This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot is big, my space is plentiful, but how rude of me, I forgot to tell you my name, Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker, so now you can have me for £4,110 less, and I was... Or maybe I will see you soon, if £4,010 less makes you think more of me.
Fiat Tipo Easy available from £10,795 OTR after customer saving. Offer 09 and registered by 3112. T&Cs apply.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With Xero, accounting software compliant with Making Tax Digital.
The blitz on crime, as announced by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, is being reflected on by members of the public via a poll by YouGov, and it says that 74% of people are in favour of relaxing stop and search and get tough on those who have knives. It's also worth saying too, as we heard, evidence suggests that actually or releasing the targeting on stop and search to work. The Met Police that the increased use of the tactic has helped cut knife crime among under 25s by 15%. So the Met Police seem to feel it. Whether or not that means that the targeted aspect of it and it has less of an effect, we'll wait to see. Text here from David in South East London. Tom, one of your guests, your QC, was disingenuous, using the left-wing academic argument to insult the public who are demanding stronger measures against recidivist criminals. No wonder they continue to commit crimes against the community claim to represent. So your thoughts on that in just a moment. We'll run through the front pages of the papers. The Daily Mirror, storm over Farage's attack on royal family, his Meghan and Harry blast labelled racist, and fury as he ridicules the Queen Mum. We'll play you what Nigel Farage had to say. You can judge for yourself whether it is, according to his critics, barely racism. I'm not so sure myself. Daily Mail, ban hands-free calls in the car. MPs demand prosecution of drivers who use kits. Again, we'll take a look at that. The public backs down Parliament for Brexit, according to another poll. This time around, Boris Johnson's Brexit. Better news for him on Brexit too. The US promises a fast-track after Brexit, according to The Times. This as a result of Boris Johnson's meeting with the US National Security Advisor, John. The Sun, Met cop has sex on big... You'll have to read all about it in The Sun. The Metro bans burgers. No more beef to be sold on campus as students combat global warming. Please. The Financial Times, story of Australia and fears of... Argentina. Fears of populists' return sparks in Argentine currency. The Guardian, National Grid accused of blackout near misses revealed. And the Daily Express, shocking rise in police assaults. Violent assaults on the police have risen in just 4 years, according to new official figures. In the news bulletin about an incident in London last night, another stabbing, another murder investigation. Live to Munster Square near Regent's Park to LBC's reporter Rachel Venable. Can you tell us? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, we know that it was past 11 last night from Euston Station with reports of another stabbing. There is a huge crime scene up around at rows are flattened off. Even the side of a church and a play park has been sealed off. Seems to be on a which is just a few metres away from where I'm standing now. You've got cheating on the ground just outside the front door and an abandoned green feed kit as well on the pavement. The victim, a man we don't yet know at this jury, so clearly the paramedics tried and failed to has lived on the estate from where the man we assume died. He's lived here for years, he told me.
To be honest, it's London, isn't it? You're not really that shocked, to be honest with you. I mean, it's a bit very close. Say, it just happens in central London. These young...
Yeah, a group of lads by the cordon. But you mentioned that you sort of get gangs, drug dealing stuff
all sorts of stuff here, just hanging around. Young kids like this. And clearly they've been out all night because they look too young.
Around half an hour ago, the young, I think, very possibly knew the victim, or at the very least have been really by what's happened. They're stood still, just staring. Here, a couple of them are dying. I'd say they're means at the latest, and a sense really of how young people are getting caught up in this slew of violence in the capital. We know the age of the victim, but clearly very young people have been very upset by what here late last night. The police telling us no one's been.
Okay, Rachel, thank you. LBC's reporter Rachel Munster Square near Regent's Park, where yet again the stabbing. It would seem that another has lost their life to this city. Chris is in Richmond on the subject of crime and the public Boris Johnson's actions. Hiya, Chris.
Good morning. Well, this is just populist engineering, isn't it? I mean, you've had several experts said the same last night that, stop and search hasn't particularly proven evidence that actually reduces crime, does it?
What do you mean, one, by reduces? I think the Met Police believe that the increased use of the tactic has helped cut knife crime among under 25s by 15%. Are they wrong?
Well, I mean, I would say they're the experts, not myself. But the point is that when Boris was Mayor of London, they reduced stop and searching it. The thing that I find frustrating is when it comes to the causes of crime, there's no mention. We've got a massive of money for special needs. In my borough, Richmond, relatively wealthy, prosperous borough, we are accounts £8 million shortfall in a few years' time. We're going to for special needs. So what happens? Children get excluded from school because the schools don't want them. The streets and the county lines, and then drugs and become part of gangs. Where is the money to make sure that those children's lives are improved? Where is the money to make sure people get back out of prison and get a job?
I think you're right. I think the cannot be policed out of the... It is only one part of the response to it. So you're right. It's tough on crime. You also need to, a phrase from a former politician, former Prime Minister, you need to be tough on the causes. We may well see that in the coming months and years. But in this instance, when you've got people carrying in greater numbers than we've seen, doesn't it make sense to try and take more knives off the streets?
Well, we also need to know why they're carrying them in the first place.
We do. We absolutely do, Chris. I completely accept. But I think that is now becoming, for large the public and people who ring into this station, people who text about this subject, and we a lot, for them, that is a secondary issue to just getting the knives off.
Well, probably say it's easier to make a link between stopping someone finding an knife than actually going why it happened in the first place. It's very easy because it grabs headlines, it makes people feel good. It wins opinion polls. This is all about electioneering.
Doubt, Chris, that this is very, very good politics, and it seems to be working. Thank you for the call. More of them to come. 0345 6060 973 is my number. 7:27 live to Hong Kong, where the international airport cancelled all departures yesterday. Thousands of anti-government protesters occupied and caused disruption. There are scenes of police, those protesters in the city as they clashed with demonstrators once again, and the Chinese descriptions of some protesters, quotes, terrorism. Tom Grundy is editor-in-chief and founder of Hong Kong Free, Hong Kong's first crowd-funded media company, and is live in the city. Tom, tell us what happened overnight. Bring us the latest if you can. Good morning.
Well, thousands, possibly tens of thousands of clad were at the airport yesterday till it got to bursting point, basically. People weren't able to check in, and down 4 p.m. They pledged to go back online about 6 o'clock this morning, Hong Kong time, and flights are now leaving as crowds dissipated. At around 6 p.m. actually yesterday, they started to leave amid rumours that police were on tear gas even. So just a smattering of people sort of remained until the last trains were coming out. But this morning, crowds are beginning to swell again, and there has a pledge to reconvene at 1 o'clock, which was an hour or so ago, and so I wouldn't be surprised as people get off work if we do see crowds swell again. But who knows how necessary it was to shut down the entire thing. But sport disruption yet again in Hong Kong.
Yes, and the violence is something to witness as well. That you've got in the Wan Chai district, which, having been to Hong Kong, a busy central part of the city, that you've got petrol bombs being thrown at police. They responded by at the protesters, as you say. There's tear gas being fired. Do you think by the Chinese, when the Chinese call this terrorism or a form of terrorism, they're gearing themselves the justification to get involved in to try and stop the protesters?
Well, yeah, a lot going on there. I mean, I had a team nearby in Taikoo as well. We filmed the arrest at top of the BBC website. I had my own doorstep in Tsim Sha Tsui, another tourist centre, where in addition to the rocks being thrown like that you mentioned, there were protesters with slingshots besieging the police station. But on the other side, the police have been pretty indiscriminate in their use of tear gas. The gloves are certainly off when it comes to them sweeping in and making arrests. And they were even using some control tools like rubber bullets, sponge grenades and stuff indoors. Are metro stations. When it comes to Chinese intervention and them deeming this having terrorist characteristics, you can see how this may be beneficial for a government to deem a certain movement to be terrorism. But I really don't think it's possible anytime soon that we'd see any involvement from the Chinese military. It would mean really the death of Hong Kong's autonomy in its one country, two systems agreement, because Chinese troops on the streets here, there's a scar on the national psyche in Hong Kong, the massacre, and that's what people remember, and that's why I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon.
One country, two systems, anyway, frankly. Tom, thank you. Tom Grundy, editor. Just because polling indicates the public support doesn't mean it will be effective. And let's be honest about the 20,000 new police officers. They are not an increase, they are a reversal of cuts, an admission of failure. The government should not be getting a free pass on this. They are admitting the state we are in is their fault, says Alan. More of your thoughts in a few moments' time. Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari here at Breakfast on LBC. 7:31 is the time. Your news headlines now. Simon Conway.
Boris Johnson has announced £100 million to improve security and cut violence in prisons in England and Wales. It'll be spent on equipment like face scanners, but Labour says the measures fall woefully short of what's needed to make our jails safe. Donald Trump's national security advisor has could strike a post-Brexit trade deal with the UK on a sector-by-sector basis. John Bolton says areas where there's broad agreement, like manufacturing, could come first, with more complicated industries to follow. The government's being urged to consider a ban on using mobile phones while driving to include mode. A committee of MPs says the current law misleads motorists. It's safe. LBC weather, another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, mainly in the north and east. Dry and a high of 21 degrees.
LBC.
If you get BT Sport Essential, go on, and BT Sport together, go on, you can choose tech worth up to £249 on us, like an Xbox One Edition or a Samsung Galaxy tablet. Oh, get in! It's $39.99 a month with a 24-month contract and $29.99 setup. Join by 15th of August in time for the new season. Search BT Broadband. BT. CPI increase each March from 2020. BT Sport content and price $47.99 a month from month 25. Terms apply.
Do cars have feelings? This recording may prove conclusive.
My boot space is plentiful, but how rude of me. I forgot to tell you my name. Fiat Tipo. Hello. I am a giver, not a taker. Me for £4,110 less, and I wasn't. Or maybe I will see you soon. If £4,110 less makes you think more of me, then...
Fiat Tipo Easy available. £195 OTR after customer saving. 09 unregistered by T&Cs apply.
Is she checking me out? Surely not. Here we go. She's coming over. Play it cool, Josh. Play it cool.
You dropped your card?
Oh. Some mornings just call for a sausage and egg McMuffin. 10:30 a.m. Restaurants which will serve this until 11 a.m.
Is 2019 the most confusing year ever? Fake lips, speaking fake news, eating fake meat. Let's put it to a vote. After vote, after vote. Being listened to by our home devices.
No.
They don't have the answer. Get Fusion.com beat your renewal quote guarantee. If you can't get a renewal quote, you get the difference plus £20. Confused. T's and C's online, single annual policies only.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online cashback on top fashion, top takeaway, and top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of pounds cashback each year. Thousands of top brands including eBay, Hotels.com, Asda.com, Just Eat, and many more. So, join the millions of members already getting cashback on top of their online shop with Top Cashback. Top Cashback.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With Xero, get your business digital with Xero accounting software.
Morning to you. We'll look in a few moments' time that half of key hospital doctors who are likely to be responding to a major incident in the UK, something like a terror attack or what we saw with the Grenfell Tower disaster, half of them are not properly prepared, according to a survey. We'll look at the details of that in a few moments' time. More reaction too on the polling around Boris Johnson's tough on crime stance, particularly when it comes to stop and search. Morning. I thought it was illegal to carry a knife on the streets. Was that not a few years ago? If caught carrying a knife, you are automatically to jail, he asks. Is this the case or not? And if it is, why is this not happening? Well, it is illegal carrying a knife. I think it's twice. David Cameron proposed that you were automatically sent to prison, but you can find examples of people who are caught again and again and again carrying some very, very large weapons who don't seem to be going to prison, who seem to be getting... That doesn't feel right. Whether that doesn't form part of the evidence of whether or not it stops the... It doesn't feel right, and is taking over from facts. We'll come back to your calls in a moment. Let's turn to David Buick at 7:35 from Core Spreads to give us an update. Morning to you, David. I want to talk about Hong Kong in just a moment, but tell us about the plight of Thomas Cook. They're having problems still.
Well, if you look at the share price since a year ago, it was 33.28. It's down to 7.8.
Ouch.
With a drop of 18% yesterday. It's sad to relate, Tom, but I think shareholders, existing shareholders, Goodnight Vienna to their shareholding. Why? Well, Fosun, which is a very well-known operator, he owns things like Club, Wolverhampton Wanderers football and other things, and also has a huge holiday business in China, has already handed its pocket to the tune of £750 million on a recapitalisation basis. And they've called for another 150 million. And I said, sorry, I should have said 750 million. They've called for another 150 million cash injection to keep the business going. Peter Frankenhauser, who's the existing CEO, says that he's very unsure, feel that shareholders are going to have much value left after this. It keeps the company going and it keeps people in employment, great, but it's been a very, very sad tale for a number of years.
It looks like it's going to the wall, doesn't it? Tell us about the effect of the protest that we've seen in Hong Kong that we talked about a bit earlier. Hong Kong's economic activity, because closing the airport cannot be a good thing to do if the money.
Well, it's a shocker. I thought your contributor a few minutes ago, Tom Grundy, gave us a very good feel. This has been going on for 10 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not overnight. And the riots have been getting greater and greater. And, of course, there's what people hate is fear and uncertainty. Now, the last forecast or actual achievement for Hong Kong was 0.6% in the quarter, on a forecast plus 1.6%. And this time last year, Tom, 4.6%. So you know an incredibly vibrant economy Hong Kong is, and how it actually is a sort of catalyst for the area. Retail sales in the 10 weeks, 30% down. Tourism, 10% down. Opportunities, people are sitting on their hands and play. And it's affected also Singapore now, not only with that, with the trade spat going on between the States and China, and we've seen a very, very poor 0.6%, 0.1% from them when we were expecting 1%. This has an awful domino effect. The problem is, with China, is they are very pragmatic people, as we know. But if they give in to the Hong Kong Chinese, then at home they're seen as weak leaders.
It's clearly having an effect. When they talk about a crisis, they don't just mean a security crisis, it could mean an economic one as well. Not good news for Royce share owners.
Yes, it's only a short story, but basically we had their figures 2 weeks ago, and the share prices quite well in the 5 years since Warren East, who came from Arm Holdings, and he's done a very good job because the place was a mess. Previous CEOs had been in situ too long, both times about 10 years. And anyway, they unfortunately, I can't believe, molten shards were seen raining down Rome outside Fiumicino Airport from a Norwegian airliner. Now, we know that this aircraft or this engine has cost 1.6 billion in terms of grounding at the Trent 100. And it looks like they're going to be on the back burner. The shares came down yesterday.
Molten shard. Aramco, which is the company that is potentially looking at bringing an IPO, has posted an enormous profit, and that plays into the politics around the relationship with Saudi Arabia too, which we could
very, very strongly. They came in with a dividend of 38 billion and a profit of something like 94 billion. This company is potentially, depending on the price of oil and the price of oil, actually the dividend and the profits are, but they're way ahead of expectations. The company is potentially valued at $1 trillion.
Wow. How is that possible?
Well, this is the point. It just shows you what a commodity and how important it is to Saudi Arabia. Now, the IPO, which we've been talking about for well over a year, and I don't think it'll be more than 5 or 10%, which would mean it'll be somewhere around $100 billion to $200 billion. And it'll be split up between London and also Hong Kong and New York. And the interesting thing is that they are also taking a 20% stake in a well-known Indian company called Reliance. And this, of course, gives them a greater attraction because it doesn't mean they don't have all their eggs in one basket. One to watch, and I should imagine the float will be at a time when markets have calmed down. Volatility at the moment. And I can't believe that financial will advise the Saudi government, come on, let's bring this to, and we just don't know whether Tuesday follows Monday.
There's a little bit of a fight over it too between the Americans and the UK to try and get this
Who gets it, yeah.
But I'm really grateful to you for coming in. Thank you, David Buick from Cork.
LBC Business Update.
With Soldo, enable employees to spend company money more responsibly.
7:41. More of your thoughts in a few moments on this poll on crime. First, to the story that half of hospital doctors likely in responding to a major incident in the UK are not properly prepared, according to a survey. Researchers, including the Arena bombing and the Grenfell Tower fire in London, exemplify the need for a major incident plan. Dr. Jamie Mawhinney is author of the study at the University of Oxford, a doctor at Guy's and St Thomas's NHS Trust. Thank you for your time this morning, Dr. Your survey find exactly.
So what we were looking at here was the confidence of middle grade doctors in responding to the incident plan. Now, the major incident plan is required by all hospitals to be kept by law under the Civil Contingencies Act. Found in this study is essentially just under half of us reported that they were confident they knew to find it, just half reported. We found that half of respondents said they'd read either the whole plan or the section relating to them. Half knew where they could find it. And a third were confident in the role that they would play if a major incident plan, which would be vital for handling a disaster which comes out of the were confident in play if that would come about.
So what needs to change in order to numbers up?
The important thing here is to focus on how we address the root cause, which is the confidence of these individuals. In order to improve confidence, I think it would be necessary to increase training. I think that's the best way that we would reach that. Specifically, we made a few recommendations. We said that all doctors should receive education on the hospital's plan, all trust inductions, so whenever they start a new hospital, understanding exactly what that hospital plan would be, and also including a brief revision, so doctors have a very short copy you can. I think what's important, though, is that we have actually come a long way here. Although these results are, it also doesn't take into account that we weren't actually looking at the competence or skill of individuals in responding to events. Moreover, it was just the confidence that they feel. So the overriding message is that in responding to these situations.
Well, exactly as you say, it seems to be that the plan there, but they may not have had access to them. I wonder then how much you can that it is actually upon the doctors themselves to take responsibility for finding out, rather than putting in different processes.
Well, exactly. So I wouldn't. So the point of this study is certainly not to say that doctors themselves aren't trying hard enough or aren't aware or aren't skilled. What I think is we're talking about a systematic way of looking at it. So how organisations can empower clinical staff to be confident to respond to disease when, or hopefully not, but when they may occur.
Doctor, I'm grateful. Dr. Jamie Mawhinney, author of that study at the University of Oxford, who is also a doctor at NHS Foundation. 7:44. Just before we go to headlines, let me just bring you an update on that stabbing that we told you about in Camden, where a murder investigation is underway. LBC's reporter in Munster Square near Regent's Park is Rachel Venables. Rachel, you've got an update for us. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we have just had news from Scotland Yard that the victim in this case, the stabbing victim here in Munster Square last night, was a teenage 6 years old. The Met had told us that it was a male who died, but they hadn't told us their age. I had you that a number of teenagers had turned up. They were crying and consoling themselves this morning. It seems as though the victim was one of their friends. Another teenager, very young, a child, 16, then stabbed to death.
Rachel, thank you for the update. Rachel Venables reporting for us live in near Regent's Park. Again, you put that in the context of not just what Boris Johnson has been announcing over the last few days in terms of getting tough, but also the public response to it. 74% of people saying, actually, you know what, lifting the restrictions on stop and search, we think is probably the right thing. It's very tough. I mean, the politics of it is still quite tough, I think, to argue slightly and on one element of the police's power to stop and search people. Powers in order to try and get more knives off the street, when you look at it in the context of yet another stabbing in this city overnight and yet another young life being lost. 0345 6060 973 is my number. More of your thoughts on that to come. 7:45 is the time. More news headlines. Conway.
Police have just revealed the teenager stabbed in London's Regent's Park last night was 16 years old. Government's announced £100 million aimed at improving security and cutting crime in English and Welsh prisons. And a group of MPs wants the ban on using mobile phones driving to be extended to include those using hands-free. BBC weather, sunshine and scattered showers, which will be mainly in the north and east, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC Travel. Delays on the M1 northbound junction 12 at Flitwick, and that's because a lorry's broken down and one lane is still closed. The M3 busy northbound towards junction 7 at Basingstoke of an accident where one lane closed for recovery. Delays on the M23 southbound junction 9. That's because of the Bayswater, Westbourne Grove and Queensway, both still closed after a yesterday.
This
the all-new Vauxhall Vivaro fuel economy is available for £199 per month with 6 years 0% APR. And, unlike other vans, it's made in Britain. Get in. You'll be driving, my son. Conditional sale, minimum 20% deposit plus VAT at 20% on total price. Finance subject to status. 18 plus. Business users only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. All new Vauxhall Vivaro. Carries British business. Search new Vivaro offers.
This is LBC.
Things are just so confusing. Recycling, which bin should we use? Superfoods, what makes them so super? And automate systems. Get past the confusion with the Confused.com Beat Your Car Renewal Quote Guarantee. If you can't beat your renewal quote on a like, you'll get the difference plus £20. What confuses you and enter to win £1,000 at lbc.co.uk. Don't BeConfused.com.
Psst. Did you know that have an utterly fabulous 24-hour service for plumbing, heating, drains, electrics, appliances, carpentry and building? Predicament, Pimlico plumbers can send a friendly face to your door within the hour. Shh. And just between us, their work even comes with a 12-month guarantee. They aren't just any old tradesmen, they're Pimlico plumbers, and they're always available on 0207 928 8888 or at pimlicoplumbers.com.
Me, James O'Brien, for my new podcast series, Full Disclosure. This week I'm speaking to the author of This Is Going to Hurt, Adam Kay.
The last time you were in hospital, you probably couldn't count the number of different nationalities you encountered. And that's one of the best things about the NHS.
Listen and subscribe now on the LBC app or...
If you get BT Superfast Fibre Essential, go on, and BT Sport together, go on, you can choose tech worth up to £49 on us, like an Xbox One S or Digital Edition, or a Samsung Galaxy tablet. Oh, get in! It's $39.99 a month contract and $29.99 setup. Join by 15th of August in time. Search BT Broadband. BT, be there.
CPI increase. BT Sport content and price may change. New customers $47.99 a month from $125 terms.
That's how fresh air sounds. Clean, pure air. Like you'll enjoy in your Mini after an air conditioning refresh. For just $39.99 with and disinfect your air conditioning, getting rid of odours and bacteria. We'll throw in a summer health and vacuum too. Breathe easy this summer. Book online today at a time to suit you. Mini, who's in? Getting Mini retailers only, subject to availability. Health check content may vary. Offer ends September 2019.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With Zero, spend less time on your VAT and more on what matters.
7:49 is the time. Morning. Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari here. We'll talk in a few moments about of the Prim Fair firm facing legal action over claims pregnancy drug damaged babies. The parents who say their babies were damaged by it have warned the manufacturers and the government that they are preparing to take legal action. We'll speak to it, covering that story for some much detail in it. But to a story you may have seen, and a story that is rumbling away, doesn't always much coverage as I think it ought to, really, given sometimes of it. We now know that missing from a small boat to be the first migrant to have died trying to cross the Channel, as MPs called for more to be sail from France. Coast off the search at the weekend. More than 20. It was first reported that she had fallen out of the dinghy, along with two others, about miles off Ramsgate. The rescued by Coast Guards, along with 17 from Iran and Iraq, including 4 children who were still on boats and brought to land. Clearly the search for this one lady called off. Bridget Chapman is from Kent Action Network and joins me live. Thank you for your morning, Bridget.
Good morning.
Tell us about the scale of numbers of people coming over from France to the... This is getting worse or better?
The numbers coming by boat have certainly increased. We've seen, I think it's about 900 since Christmas that have come over by boat. Of course, that is a tiny number in people looking for asylum across Europe, but it's certainly an extremely dangerous route to take.
It is also something that at Christmas, the Home Secretary Sajid Javid declared a major incident. He deployed border force cutters and a Navy ship and other vessels. They don't seem to be having too much.
It's a huge stretch of coastline, and there is absolutely no way that cutters can patrol. Doing is they're sort of pretending something whilst actually people to drown. It's really a indictment of our country that we are forcing people to make this dangerous journey, and now we.
Bridget, sorry, but I'm, I think, in this country accused of a few things. I'm not sure we can be accused of forcing people to make.
The people that are coming to, usually, in my experience, coming to join an existing community. They do what any of us would do in a we'd left our homes, forced out of our homes. They didn't want to leave, but because they have left, they're looking for a place where they can build a life, where they've got connections, get a job, and so these people.
Bridget, I would do the same. I would do the same if that were my family and my kids want to get out of there, and I would want to try and go safe. But presumably, it's say, well, you can come if you are at risk of acting as a pull factor, which will encourage more people to make this dangerous journey.
Sure, but what you can do is follow the route that has been discussed in Parliament. The Dublin regulations are not working. What they do is push people to look for sanctuary in countries like Leon, and they take much more of the pressure than we do. So we need to work country to country for a fair relocation scheme that doesn't put people particularly necessarily to one country, got connections in that country, because that's important. People want to contribute, and they need to work, and they need contacts to do that. Mm-hmm. But we need to be looking at a better way of doing this. The system is not working. Now, these people who are coming from Iran and Iraq are usually Kurdish. They've got an extremely good asylum status, which is very likely to be successful. We shouldn't be accepting a situation where they are putting their lives.
No, we absolutely shouldn't. But then we also tacitly encouraging them to make that journey by saying, well, if you come over here, that's all fine. We'll process your asylum claim here, and you can carry on as if because you will encourage it.
No, I don't. I mean, I think that's right. I think that going to leave their home in Iran because they've heard that the government has made it marginally easier to claim as country, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I'm sorry, but I just don't think that's correct at all.
Okay, Bridget, appreciate it. Thank you. Bridget Chapman from Refugee Action Network. As it would seem that the first person has a result of trying to make their way across the channel. It's something that people had been warning about for some time, it has to be said, and it seems as though it has now happened. Across that story for you on LBC. More of your thoughts in a few moments too on the changes to stop and search that Boris Johnson has introduced and the public's response to it, which seems to be overwhelmingly positive. 70% of people thinking, yeah, you know what, actually the right thing to do. Come to your thoughts on that in just a moment. 5. The parents who say their babies were damaged by a pregnancy test have warned manufacturers and the government that they are preparing to take legal action. Lawyers representing more than 200 claimants is accusing 2 drug and the UK regulators of being negligent and at risk. This relates to the drug Primodos, which was given to women in the 1960s and 70s, made up of 2 pills, which would induce a period in women who were not pregnant. However, many families believe that if the mother was pregnant or even killed their children in the womb. Let's turn to Jason Fowler, his home editor for Sky News, who has been this story for a long time. Jason, morning to you.
Good morning, Tom.
Bring us the details on this. What exactly is Primodos, the effect that it is said to have had?
So Primodos is 2 pills that women took to induce a period if they weren't pregnant. But if they were pregnant, then apparently that would show, if they didn't have a period, that effectively the pregnancy was for real and they could go on and have a normal pregnancy. But people that we've spoken to over the years feel that one of 2 things. It could an abortion, when in fact in higher doses we discovered it was used as an abortion, or it could cause some form of damage, depending on when it was taken and what was happening to the child. Some parents would take it and be absolutely fine. In fact, the majority. The studies seem to show, and there's a recent study in Oxford, is that there was an increased risk. This study in Oxford showed that there was an increased risk for women who took this pill that they would have, and the problems vary. Skeletal brain damage. It could be of limbs. It could be abnormalities with the heart defects, and they can have all sorts of problems in their lives with these particular malformations. And what they're saying is the drug company are both negligent.
They potentially knew the damaging effects of these drugs and up, or that they were offering the women these drugs without the necessary safeguards?
Bit of both. So they didn't. What they're saying is it wasn't tested before it went on the market, and this is post thalidomide as well. So you know, there were certain rules and regulations certainly came in the 70s that they should have tested things to heterogeneity of the pill, see what impact it would have on an embryo if a pregnant. And considering it was being used as a pregnancy test, that's quite an important test to do. And secondly, that when there were studies that warned the pill could be problematic, that the proper processes weren't put in place, and it wasn't flat removed. So it's both of those things, and there's evidence dragged from the archives in Berlin, for example, that regular actually warned the manufacturer of a risk, didn't warn the public straight away, and then destroyed some of the documents around the tests and the studies that they had done. It's that bad. So, I mean, I would say, obviously, there's been a response from the drugs company. They say the study, which I referred to at the beginning, has been reliable. Medicines Agency. There was a case in 1982 that didn't go through, and there's been any evidence come forward since then that's on that. And I'll just give you their quote. They say, "We believe this action to be without merits, and we will defend our position vigorously and, if necessary, in court."
Okay. Thank you. Jason Farrell, home editor for Sky, on this story, bringing us the latest in it. Parents looking to bring some legal action for the use of that to the firms and indeed the government. Quick call to Luke in Beckenham on the subject of Boris Johnson's announcement on crime. Hiya, Luke.
Good morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm well. It's gone down well. Has it gone down well with you?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. I think they should stop his search, because at the end of the day, people that are saying that there's no reduction in the stop and search, who knows, it might have been exponentially worse anyway.
Even though the evidence suggests that it doesn't actually stop more people carrying weapons?
I think what it means is, say, if we haven't done as much stopping and search, even worse than where it is at the moment. So I think we should carry on with it and don't worry about that. Because the more you stop and search, the more detection you can get anyway. So it's going to make it look like it's not stopping anything. But look how many people are getting stabbed on the streets on a daily basis now. It's ridiculous.
Okay, Luke, appreciate it. Thank you. I think you reflect the views of people. We move on. Coming up after the news at 8, the Right Royal.
The Queen Mother was a chain-smoking gin to 101. The Queen is 93. May she long.
Farage accused racism over his rant about Meghan Markle. Will bring you the details. Plus,
strong supporter of Brexit. Look forward to the opportunity to negotiate an independent Britain outside the European Union.
The US fast-track deal after Brexit as the public backs Boris Johnson to shut down Parliament in order to get it through. On the front page of the Daily Telegraph this morning, we'll look at that. How they want to ban you from using hands-free in your car.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
LBC.
Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, Boris Johnson has announced £100 million of funding to improve security and cut violence in prisons in England and Wales. It'll be spent like X-ray scanners to weapons and phones getting into jails. But Labour says the measures fall woefully short of what's needed to make our prisons safe. The latest in a series of spending announcements by the Prime Minister on justice and crime. Former Labour Justice Minister David Locke has told LBC it all amounts to electioneering.
This is all about appearing to pander to what the public thinks would work from their perspective, who are far away from the communities that are affected, and has to do with the evidence as to what will actually reduce crime in those affected communities.
A murder investigation has started after a 16-year-old boy was stabbed to death at a park in London. The teenager was found injured in a housing estate late last night and arrests have been made. This man lives locally and has told LBC the area is a knife crime hotspot, but that he's not surprised by what's happened.
You do have your gangs, your kids hanging about, but they don't cause no problems. To be honest, it's London, isn't it? You're not really that shocked, to be honest with you. I mean, it's very close to home, but as I said, it's just what happens in central London.
Thousands of pro-democracy protesters have once again occupied the arrival hall at Hong Kong airport. The demonstrations over alleged police brutality forced 200 flights to be cancelled at the international hub yesterday. Donald Trump's security advisor says the US post-Brexit trade deal with the UK on a sector-by-sector basis. John Bolton has suggested the two countries should first focus on areas where there's broad agreement, like manufacturing, with more complicated to follow later. He's held talks with Boris Johnson in London. The government's being urged to consider extending the ban on using mobile phones while driving to include hands-free mode. MPs on the Transport Committee say the current law misleads motorists into thinking it's safe. Labour's Daniel Zeichner, who sits on, has told LBC the current law needs changing.
Evidence given to my committee shows that hands-free is a distraction as well. I'm surprised to hear fact is as if you're at the drink-drive limit.
Andy Murray has decided not to play in the singles at the US Open later this month. The former world number one has lost his first competitive singles match since returning from hip surgery. Richard Gasquet won in straight sets at the Cincinnati Masters. The LBC market 100 is reopening at 72.26. Down 27 points yesterday, and the pound buys $1.20 and €1.07. LBC weather, another day of sunny spells and scattered showers, which will be mainly in the north and east. Elsewhere, largely dry and a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
The S in Audi S-Line stands for many things. Sporty, stylish, signed, now seductively priced. Like the Audi Q5 S-Line. You'll have with an extra £1,000 towards your finance at 6.7% APR representative. Test drive one at your local Audi centre. But you'll have to be swift. The offer ends soon. Search Audi S-Line. Audi. Technic. With Solutions Personal Contract Plan registered by 30th of August 2019, 18 and over, on selected stock vehicle status, indemnities may be required. Audi Finance. Visit audi.co.uk for more information.
From Global, leading Britain's conversation. Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good morning to you. 4 minutes past 8 is the time. Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari at breakfast here on LBC. Welcome to the programme. Coming up, the beef about no beef. The uni that's banning burgers. No more beef on campus as combat global warming. How helpful has that caused? Plus, violence again in Hong Kong as democracy protesters clash with police as it's reported protesters have once again taken over parts of Hong Kong airport. We'll be live to the city. The US promise of a fast-track trade deal Brexit as a poll public support for Boris Johnson closing down government to deliver no deal.
Call 0345 060 973. Tweet LBC. Text 848 Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Wherever you look at the moment, the polls seem to be in his favour, whether it's on crime and the public response to his down on crime. This too on the Daily Telegraph's front page, a poll response to what Boris Johnson should do in order to get through. The headline, and we'll moment, but the headline is that Boris has the support of more than half of the public to deliver Brexit by any means, including suspending Parliament. This is a Comres survey for the Daily Telegraph, found that 54% of British adults think Parliament may have to be prorogued to prevent MPs stopping a no-deal Brexit. The poll suggested the Prime Minister was more in tune with the public's views on Brexit than MPs, following his promise to deliver Brexit first, do or die. Can it really be the case that more than half of people in this country think it is a good idea to overrule Parliament, to shut it down in order to deliver something that Parliament itself has expressed a will not to deliver? 0345 6060 973. We'll talk more about the trade aspects of Brexit, given the US promise to give us a fast-track trade deal in the event that we do leave in just a few moments. We'll speak to the Labour MP for Aberavon, Stephen Kinnock. First, to Peter, former president of YouGov. Peter, good morning to you. Your response to the findings of this poll, because it has attracted some criticism, hasn't it? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, one of the critics. Look, Comrade is a good polling company. The Telegraph is a good paper, but I think it's something which does not justify the Telegraph's use of it. There's an old Yes Prime Minister gag that some people from 30-odd years ago about how twist opinion poll findings leads up as you ask, the way you condition people. And the figure that the Telegraph reported today about people, things should be, whatever should be done, stop to make sure we have a Brexit go through, including proroguing Parliament. This comes after three questions which I think are highly dubious. Agree, disagree, Parliament is out of touch with the British public. Agree, disagree, most MPs want to ignore the wishes of voters on Brexit. Agree, the Queen should remain above politics. They ask about proroguing Parliament. By the time you get to that point, people are in an anti-Parliament, anti-political elite mode. And any pollster know that the sequence of questions you ask, the order you put them in, and the impacts that earlier questions later answers, this can be decisive. And when you govern 2 or 3 weeks, ask essentially the same question, but without build-up, they got exactly the opposite response.
I think it's also worth noting that the actual survey seems to be that 44% were in favour, 37% against, 19% don't know. You might argue doesn't quite really make up for the public. But you know what, Peter, people will say, which is you just want to stop Brexit.
Look, 30 or 40 years, I've been polls, and I think most people, the reputation of the then company was on the line. If it did something, I really think Comres have got this wrong. You know, later same survey, if you look into the small print I've been doing, concerned about some of the consequences. And people are about supplies of medicine, about the thing going up. You know, if they'd asked those questions and then asked the question that the Telegraph reported, a very, very different response. So I think this is bad polling and bad.
OK, Peter. Thank you. Peter Kellner, former president of... Listening to that at 8:10. Stephen Kinnock, who is the Labour MP for Aberavon and member of the Brexit Select Committee, is that it is just not credible that more than half of the public...
Good morning. It does seem, as Peter has said, that there are the credibility of the poll itself. I think there's a broader principle that we should discuss here, which is about our democracy and about how it works, about the role of Parliament in that free slope towards a very dangerous... If we come to the view that Parliament, which is where these things are supposed to be debated and scrutinised and voted on, is cut out of the process. I think that is a very dangerous and slippery slope to be on. And surely take back control didn't mean taking control from Parliament and our democratically elected and putting it in the hands of one slippery slope towards a dictatorship.
Are you willing to countenance the no deal?
I think it would be deeply damaging. Also, from a democratic point of view, I don't think Johnson has a no deal.
So you want to see it stopped? You don't want no deal?
I don't want no deal. I think that we should vote for
July.
Yeah, and I've said very clearly that I think it was a tragedy that we didn't get a chance to vote on the withdrawal agreement bill, because that included several very important concessions to Labour's position, a bill on workers' rights, the customs union, and also an opportunity committee don't agree with. But I think it's, that was the was on the table.
Sure. Let me then, Mr. Kinnock, that as much as you don't want to see a Brexit, that seems to be the outcome, given the rhetoric of both sides at the moment, but we wait and see. There is a bit of time still left. That situation has come about, but also don't necessarily want a referendum, didn't vote for the deal on the it is like you, sir, who have allowed this situation to develop.
Well, the deal that was on the table prior to the talks, I think Labour did a great job of getting the concessions that we needed on that, particularly around a customs union, facilitating trade. We've given our support to that and got it over the line. The bench decided at that Parliament election that it wasn't going to play ball. But as I've said, if that deal...
So they messed it up. They tried politics with something that was too big to play politics with, really, which is the potential economic, security and social future.
My view is that Jeremy Corbyn should be set. Johnson, bring back the withdrawal bill. Labour MPs will vote for it. Your side to vote for it and to get it over the line, because that a no-deal Brexit. In fact, we need to prorogue Parliament because we've means legally of preventing the government from a no-deal Brexit anyway, and this is the point at which Parliament must compromise around the withdrawal.
OK, Stephen, thank you. Stephen Kinnock, Labour MP for Aberavon, member of the Brexit Select Committee. Listening to that is Lance, the Brexit Party MEP for London. We'll come on to the way in which Brexit is. Take your reflections on what John Bolton, the National Security Advisor to President Trump, said yesterday after his meeting with Boris Johnson, that whatever the outcome, when the UK is out of the EU, we're going to do a brilliant agreement and we can do it to get it done quickly.
Well, I think that's great. Two reasons. First of all, because as you learn in business, it's always important to focus where your strength now is than any country in Germany. In fact, whilst we bought more to the USA than we do in Europe, we now, as of I think a couple of days ago, it was reported, we now more from the USA too. So we're doing tons of business with the USA, and that's where we should focus our now. The other reason it's really helpful is because of the EU, and if the Americans are cozying up to us, telling us they're going to do a great part negotiation with the EU.
There is understandably some scepticism with this idea, given that we're told that the offered just this sort of deal to the i.e. sector-by-sector deals as a way of de-escalating the trade war. The US turned it down. So what makes you think it will happen between the US?
Donald Trump has said himself that he would have been a leaver or is a leaver, and they're not that favourable to the protectionism of the EU. So, I think we're in a very negotiating position at the moment.
And what price that the US as it is? Because there will be a lot of people that would be...
It's building a relationship with the USA. And, this is just the start of it. There are many countries around the world now that have said they free trade deals with the UK. People talk about no deal being damaging to us, but no deal in many respects means many deals, because it's only the EU that we're actually able to do is we can't do them whilst we're in the protectionism of the EU itself.
Just while I've got you on the line, I've been asking you about the leader of the country and what he should do in order to deliver and how he should get this trade deal done. Let me ask you about the leader of your own party, one Nigel Farage, who has been caught up in about the royal family. He has been accused of a sneering, claiming that Prince Harry has changed for the worst since meeting his wife. In fact, some people have suggested that his rant was racist and odious. Your view?
Well, it's sort of silly season in the press at the moment. He made some, wonderfully supportive and, excellent comments about the Queen herself. And in fact, the way...
Prince Charles, he didn't. Very Prince Charles.
Well, he was
not very patriotic.
Well, look, he picked out various members of the family, and I think the way his comments are reported on, for example, were reported, if you have the way he spoke on the video, he said, look, she drank, and she still lived to 100 or whatever. So, he was saying it in a very sort of charming and entertaining way. He was, he was having a bit of fun, and people have taken it seriously, and of course they will, because it's silly season in the press at the moment. It probably if it was sort of October time.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lance, we will play what Nigel Farage had to say a bit later, and we can let the listeners of LBC judge it. Thank you for your time. Lance Foreman, Brexit Party MEP for London. To this poll then, another one around Boris Johnson, this time on his Brexit negotiations. Are you happy for Parliament to be prorogued in order for Brexit to happen? You shut down Parliament to ram it through? More than half, it's those figures tested. Is that your view too? You just out of the way in order to get over the line. 0345 6060 73. Your thoughts to come. Plus, we're live in Hong Kong as protesters take over parts of Hong Kong airport again. We'll speak to a pro-democracy activist in the city in just a moment. Tom BBC 8:18. Very late for the news headlines, Simon Conway.
An extra £100 million is to improving security and cutting crime in prisons, with Boris Johnson saying jails can't become making bad people worse. A murder investigation has started after a 9-year-old boy was stabbed to death in Regent's Park last night, and Donald Trump's security advisor says the UK will be first in line for a trade deal with the United States after Brexit. LBC weather, sunshine and scattered showers, which will be mainly in the north and east, a high of 21 degrees.
LBC travel. We're still quite busy on the M1 northbound 12. Now, a lorry broke down earlier. It's been recovered, so all the lanes are back open, but it's still very slow. Delays continue on the M23 southbound to junction 9 at Gatwick because of the roadworks. In full use both ways on the Wandsworth Bridge Road. That's because of traffic lights. On the train, Southern services can't run between Clapham Junction and Wembley Central because a train has broken down. And London North Western services are disrupted between Bletchley and Bedford.
This is LBC.
The all-new Vauxhall Vivaro, with class-leading fuel economy, is available £199 per month with 6 years 0% APR. And, unlike other vans, it's made in Britain. Get in. We're driving a great Brit van, my son. Conditional sale, minimum 20% VAT at 20% on total price. Financed by Vauxhall Finance, subject to status. 18 plus. Business users only. Fees and exclusions apply. All new Vivaro. Carries British business. Search new Vivaro offers.
This is LBC.
You've read it, done silly impressions of it, edited it from afar and drooled over it up close. You've wasted entire meetings thinking about it, had heated for it, even bought a model of it. For your nephew, of course. You've adorned your screensaver with it and bored anyone who'll listen about it. You've always wanted it. Now drive it. Test drive your dream car at the Ford Performance event from the 15th to the 8th. Where you can experience our full performance, including the Fiesta ST, Focus ST, Ranger Raptor and Ford. Visit your nearest participating Ford dealer to find out more. Ford. Together we go further.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? At Wix, we take care of everything. Inspiring ideas in our new brochure to know how to design your perfect kitchen. And right now, there's up to 50% off kitchen installation in our great summer sale. For minimum spend, terms and exclusions, see wix.co.
Love your skin, love your hair, love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science from Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company. From Boots, pharmacies and vitabiotics.com.
I'm on top of your radio to remind you to visit topcashback.co.uk to get cashback on top of your online shop. Fashion, top takeaways, and even top-notch hotels. Top Cashback members can get hundreds of pounds cashback each year on thousands of top brands, including eBay, Hotels.com, Asda.com, Just Eat, and many. So join the millions of members already getting cashback on top of their online shop with Top Cashback. Top Cashback.
William, Pamela and Anthony by banks and ended. Luckily, they contacted the financial claims Goodwin Barrett and were able to claim back a total of £65,500. We may be able to help you too. If you've lost money on an investment sold by a bank, even if you no longer have the investment or the paperwork, just text GOOD 60777 for a free assessment on how much you could be owed. Text GOOD to 60777 and we'll
Tom Swarbrick on
With Zero, account compliant with Making Tax Digital.
Live to Hong Kong. Get the latest as those pro-democracy protests part of Hong Kong airport again today. We know that were forced to be suspended both in and outbound. Last night there were the city protesters clashing with police yet again, as David Buick pointed out in the last hour of the programme. This has been going on for 11 weeks now and is not only having security implications but economic one. Joshua Wong is a pro-democracy activist in Hong Kong who was at the airport yesterday. Joshua, thank you for your time. These protesters and protests, where are they? How long can you sustain this?
Protests will continue not only at Hong Kong International Airport. To have a mass rally on Sunday. I believe and expected more than 500,000 Hong Kong citizens will join our strike again.
And what is it that you are now directly asking for, given that the previous protests around this law that taken back to China if they committed crimes in Hong Kong has been suspended and done away with?
That bill is not terminated yet, and Hong Kong government could freely reactivate the legislation. So, for more than 2 million and 70% of Hong Kong citizens, it's crystal clear. We urge government to terminate the evil bill, police brutality, and calls for free election will never stop. We hope to elect our own government. Vote in the election.
You've been involved in these protests for some time. I wonder what the impact on has been in getting involved in this movement.
In the past, I have the experience of being arrested, jailed, that are democratic might be kicked out of office and unseated by Beijing political censorship. We strongly experienced the crackdown on human rights under the hardline rule of but we never.
Have you seen, as it's being reported, that police officers have been dressed in builders' clothes, with protesters and then arresting people as they go, that there's been a bit of infiltration of the protesters by police?
It's strongly insane when those undercover officers, black T-shirt and wear the protective mask, self as activists, other demonstrators, suddenly out of any warning and notice. Show how police in Hong Kong, they're maintaining, they're just serving the interests of Beijing. At the same time, one young lady joined the protest, turned to be permanent blindness because by bullets of riot police. It showed the police brutality Hong Kong from an international financial center to a police state.
Well, you are. I mean, there is no doubt that Hong Kong's economy is suffering. Clearly, this is having an impact politically, and people could concede that blame at your door. There are people who live in Hong Kong who can't get around. There is much concern about the state of Hong Kong, and that is as a result of your.
Not only middle class or youngster, even generals of commerce with the pro-government tycoons, government to terminate the appeal and to set up investigation commission on police brutality. Of course, we know that protests might result in convenience for ordinary citizens and residents, but more impact on the trade war between U.S. and China just generates uncertainty for Hong Kong future economic development. If Beijing decides to send PLA on protests, it will just result in crackdown on Hong Kong economic condition.
Are you prepared to be arrested again to carry on these protests?
I expect arrested again. Compared to the price paid by myself, just being jailed for 120 days, we have more than 700 activists were arrested with 2,000 tear gas, and some of them were and even turned permanent blindness by the rubber bullet fired by police. So now is the time for the world to speak up and support Hong Kong's people fight for freedom.
Well, just on that, and if the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, who has been speaking to the Hong Kong executive Carrie Lam the last few days, if he were here now, what would you ask of him? I'm disappointed by UK government invited Hong Kong delegation to join the arms and weapons in UK. If they to stop the export license of crowd control weapons to Hong Kong police, there is no reason for UK government still insist Hong Kong delegation to the exhibition in London. I hope UK should take a more active role when we experience how China breach and violate on the Sino-British joint deck. It's a must for them to speak up for Hong Kong. Okay. really grateful for your time. Joshua Wong, pro-democracy activist in Hong Kong, who was at the Hong Kong airport yesterday, as you heard, to continue those demonstrations that have been going on for some 27. Let's come to your thoughts on Brexit, how it is best delivered by the Prime Minister, and this which apparently says the country would be happy for Parliament to be shut down in order for no deal. Linda's in Trafford this morning.
Oh, hi, Tom. Morning.
Morning.
This has got Dominic Cummings written all over it.
Hey?
This country now is run by bureaucrats. We've got Dominic Cummings running Tory party policy on Street. You've got Seamus Milne running Labour Party policy. Jeremy Corbyn can't blow his nose without asking Seamus Milne which handkerchief he should use. And we've got the biggest hypocrite of all, the traitorous Nigel Farage, unelected leader.
He's an unelected party, but he is elected to the European Parliament.
Yes, but he's unelected party. It's appalling what's happening to this country. I'm getting, Parliament is central. They're trying to, Parliament and put their own policies. So Dominic Cummings.
Well, Linda, let me put, because the stuff about Dominic Cummings and Seamus Milne will leave to fundamentally advisors advise and ministers decide. That is how it always.
Policy. They're not advising, they're running it.
I'm not sure that is the case, but we'll agree to disagree on that. We'll agree to disagree on that. Is your view that because MPs voted for Article 50 to be triggered, that they have a responsibility to, come what may, deliver this thing and make it happen, even if they don't want to?
No, they have a responsibility to make sure this country is not damaged and people's jobs are not put to. That's their excuse me, I've got a sore throat. That they're there for. They are not there to save their own party. They are there to save the economy of this country. And no deal Brexit will only benefit currency speculators like Chris Binodi, who is set to make a fortune if this country leaves the European Union without a deal. He made a fortune when we voted for the Brexit. He's a massive contributor to the Brexit leaders. It's appalling to this country.
All right.
Property speculators use them for their own personal piggy bank, and it's a...
Okay, Linda, thank you. On the subject of the US trade deal, text here on 84850, why is the US National Security Advisor getting involved in trade deals? What's going on? Why is the only that's relevant the one with the US? Are we going to sell more services to them? Asked this texter. Well, you could argue that the reason why the US National Security Advisor is getting involved in talking about this trade deal is because it is in effect a trade-off. For instance, when it comes to the US National Security Advisor's brief, what about the involvement of Huawei UK 5? US don't want to see it. Would that decision by the UK government play a role in getting more favourable trade agreements? I'm just throwing the question out there. 0345 6060 973. Your thoughts in a moment. Plus...
was a chain-smoking ginger in 101. The Queen is 93 and looks fit, made for a very long time.
Farage's apparently rant at Meghan Markle, Prince Charles and the Royal... I'll play you more of it to make your mind up in just a few moments. Tom Swarbrick in for Nick Ferrari on LBC. 8:30 is the time. Your news headlines now. Simon Conway.
£100 million is to be spent by the government on improving security and crime in prisons in England. Boris Johnson is warning become factories for making bad people worse. A 16-year-old boy has died after being in Regent's Park in London. He was found injured on a housing estate last night and was pronounced 18. No arrests have been made. Thousands of democracy protesters have once again occupied the hall at Hong Kong Airport. The international hub is trying to work through a backlog of flights which were cancelled yesterday due to the demonstrations. LBC weather, another day of and scattered showers, which will be mainly in the north and east. Elsewhere, a high of 21 degrees.
Eddie Friday from 4 p.m.
What do you think of having another EU referendum?
A very, very, very bad idea.
People can change their minds, can't they?